Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1317 to Chapter 1400. Jimingxing, he seems to be one of your men. Besides, outside the city, there was an ignorant fellow who tried to kill my celestial empire citizens. In the end, he was killed by me. He also said that he was one of your men. In that case, I've already killed 2 of your lackeys. You're not going to take revenge? Ling Xiao looked at Jimingxing with contempt and said, "Didn't you boast that you're a once-in-a-century genius in Sky Dragon continent? Could it be that you're afraid of me today?" Provocation, an undisguised provocation. Jimingxing said that he was a once-in-a-century genius in Sky Dragon continent. He said that Ling Xiao was not as good as him. Now, Ling Xiao had killed Jimingxing's men and provoked him in front of so many people. How should Jimingxing respond? Everyone looked at the arrogant figure on the high platform. Many people hated him, many people wished for him to die. Looking at his arrogant look, they wished they could kill him with their own hands, but no one moved. To be exact, no one dared to move. Ling Xiao dared to do so because he had his own backing. His peers were not as strong as him, his older generation's experts were not as strong as his women, who dared to provoke him. Jimingxing gnashed his teeth in hatred. His whole body was trembling with hatred, but he did not dare to make a move. From Ling Xiao snatching Feng Minglian and crippling the martial artist just now, he could tell that Ling Xiao was stronger than him. So he did not dare to make a move. Once he made a move and lost, he would die. Ling Xiao was already extremely disgusted with him. He hated him to the bone. He did not want to throw his life away. Is this the so-called number 1 genius in Sky Dragon continent? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed madly. His voice was very loud, filled with mockery and sarcasm. Today, whether you fight or not, you won't be able to escape death. Why don't you just stand out like a man? Celebrity Huangzi, kill him. Kill him, kill that guy who overestimates himself. Such a shameless person, don't let him live. What a load of nonsense. Use your sword to prove your strength. The audience began to shout loudly. Many people couldn't stand Ling Xiao humiliating Jimingxing to his face. After all, most of the people who came here were Jimingxing's friends. However, what they didn't know was that their shouts were nothing more than knowledge placing Jimingxing on the stake. Jimingxing's expression became particularly interesting. He once couldn't wait to see Ling Xiao, and then kill Ling Xiao to prove the fact that he was the number 1 genius of the Sky Dragon continent. Furthermore, earlier, he had boasted in front of these people that he was a genius rarely seen in 100 years. In other words, no one would be able to surpass him in the next 100 years. Ling Xiao was 17 years old, so he was naturally one of the people he mentioned. Now, Ling Xiao was standing in front of him, challenging him. What should he do, to fight or not to fight? Jimingxing fell into an extremely anxious and chaotic state. The eagerness in the crowd's eyes gradually became anxious. Could it be that Jimingxing was really not as good as Ling Xiao? At this moment, the great Sun Sector Lord spoke. Ling Xiao, no matter what your goal is, today is my disciple Jimingxing's big day. Who is the number 1 in the Sky Dragon continent can be decided in the future. Today, as the groom, it is not suitable for him to fight. And you, don't be stupid, quickly hand over Feng Minglian. The great Sun Sector Lord's words were filled with a strong threat and chilling intent. Ling Xiao didn't pick any other day to come, but chose to appear today. This made him extremely angry, and he wished he could kill this guy with one palm. However, his sharp senses and years of experience in the Jianghu told him that Ling Xiao dared to do this because he had something to rely on. Once he made a move, it would be unstoppable. The day of the wedding? Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Old man, ask Feng Minglian if she agreed to marry him. Whether Feng Minglian agrees or not, what does it have to do with you? Jimingxing shouted angrily. He was the angriest today, and the one who lost the most face. What does it have to do with me? Fine, then I will tell you. Feng Minglian is my senior brother Wu Xiang, the daughter of the Heavenly Empire's emperor. Since her mother doesn't care about her and wants to push her into the fire pit, then from today onwards, she will return to her Wu surname and be called Wu Lianer. Tell me, does this matter have anything to do with me? Ling Xiao replied loudly. These words shocked everyone even more. All along, the imperial family had been secretive about who Feng Minglian's father was. But today, they finally knew. Ling Xiao, don't mess around. Feng Mingwu was anxious. Mess around? Monarch, I'm afraid you are the one messing around in this matter. Someone used an illusion on your niece, trying to force himself on her. Aren't you angry at all? Don't tell me that you are also involved in this matter? Ling Xiao's words forced Feng Mingwu into a dilemma. If Feng Mingwu admitted that he knew about illusions, then his reputation would be ruined. Adding to the matter with Jining half a year ago, his position as monarch would come to an end. If he didn't admit it, then he would become an enemy of the Great Sun Boundary Lord, and even have to deal with Ji Mingxing. What a sinister brat. Feng Mingwu's eyes turned and he instantly had an idea. Since I already know about this matter, I will definitely investigate it. If this matter is true, then I will not forgive Ji Mingxing and the Great Sun Boundary Lord. However, I can't just rely on Lian Er's one-sided words to frame a good person. Feng Mingwu chose not to help anyone and chose to smooth things over. This was the smartest thing he could do. So Monarch doesn't even believe your own niece. Hehe, since you don't care about this matter, then I will. Monarch, please don't interfere in what happens next. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause some displeasure. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I said I will investigate this matter. Feng Mingwu felt that he had lost all his face, and his face gradually darkened. What's there to investigate? If Feng Minglian wasn't your niece, and not someone with human blood, but your own daughter, would you still say that? I'm afraid you would angrily slap the person who dared to force your daughter to death, right? Ling Xiao actually didn't give Feng Mingwu any face. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. In the capital of Divine Phoenix Empire, he actually dared to not give Feng Mingwu any face. Just how daring was this Ling Xiao? He was too arrogant. The two of you don't need to argue. This king has already investigated this matter. It was indeed done by the Great Sun Boundary Lord and Ji Mingxing. Monarch didn't participate. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was actually Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan had always been waiting for this opportunity. Last time, it was Jining's incident that allowed Feng Yinshan to gain a large amount of popularity. Almost all the citizens and martial artists in the divine capital knew that he, Feng Yinshan, was a fair and impartial person. Also, because of that incident, Feng Yinshan took the opportunity to place his own men in the army and gained a lot. Today, Feng Mingwu made another mistake. Feng Yinshan naturally had to stand up. The only thing Feng Yinshan had right now was his popularity. After the Dragon Phoenix selection, it would be the Divine Phoenix Empire's general election. Before that, he definitely had to do a few spectacular things. Today, he was here again to pave the way for his future. Ling Xiao was very cooperative. With Feng Yinshan drawing the fire for him, he was extremely happy. So he has the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince behind him, the Fire Phoenix tribe. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's arrogant because he's in the right. The Great Sun Realm Lord is really muddle-headed. How could he do such a stupid thing for his disciple? Sigh, what celebrity phoenix, Dragon Phoenix, I think he's just a scum trying to climb up the social ladder. The direction of the crowd's discussion instantly changed. Feng Yinshan's words were indeed more useful than Ling Zhao's. Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, even though this old man has gone a little overboard, but regarding this wedding, the elders of both sides have given their consent. It's only because that Feng Minglian refuses to comply that this old man came up with this plan. It's not that I want to make an enemy out of Divine Phoenix Empire. At this moment, the Great Sun Realm Lord had no choice but to explain. Otherwise, he would really lose his integrity in his later years. If she doesn't comply, we can discuss it. It's not appropriate to do this. Fortunately, this is just a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it. Feng Mingwuliang said with a smile. Forget about it? Ling Zhao's sword-shaped brows knit together as he said coldly, Phoenix cry immeasurable, last time, you protected Si Kongzun in all aspects with the intention of clearing his name. Today, you're clearing the name of this shameless pair of old and young. Could it be that you're the mastermind behind all of this? If it was anyone else, Ling Xiao really wouldn't care and wouldn't help them like this. But the one being bullied was his senior brother's daughter. His biological daughter, his senior brother treated him like a brother and saved his life time and time again. Now, he was even in charge of the heavenly empire for him. If he couldn't even protect his senior brother's daughter, then how could he talk about deep feelings? How could he be a good brother? You. Feng Mingwu Liang was actually rendered speechless by him. Feng Yinshan didn't say anything. He had already said what he needed to say. Now, he just needed to watch the show. Brat, what do you want? The great Sun Realm Lord roared. He could also see that neither Feng Ming Limitless nor Feng Yinshan could suppress this Ling Xiao. The root of the problem was still with this brat, so he could only make things difficult for him. You're asking me what I want to do? Ling Xiao looked at the great Sun Realm Lord and revealed a cold smile. He said in a clear voice, "Old man, you and I have never had any conflict before. However, the first thing you and your disciple did after arriving at the Divine Phoenix capital was to cripple my good friend Haim Mian Kos Cultivation, and today, you shamelessly used illusions to try and force my senior brother's daughter to marry a shameless and cowardly person. What do you think I want to do? Even now, you still don't understand. I'm going to kill Ji Mingxing to teach you a lesson. You don't need to look at Feng Ming Wuliang, nor do you need to look at Feng Yinshan. They won't interfere in today's matter. They won't help me, and they won't help you. If you want to kill me, go ahead and try. I guarantee that you and your master will both die here." Threat, it was an undisguised threat, even an idiot could understand the meaning behind it. He wanted to kill Ji Mingxing in front of the great Sun Realm Lord. If the great Sun Realm Lord insisted on interfering, then he would kill the great Sun Realm Lord as well. As for why Feng Ming Wuliang and Feng Yinshan wouldn't interfere, it was easy to understand. Feng Yinshan definitely wouldn't help the great Sun Realm Lord, and Ling Xiao didn't need his help. Feng Ming Wuliang was a monarch and Feng Ming Lian's uncle. If he helped the great Sun Realm Lord, then there was no need to wait for the selection. His monarch position would quickly change hands. Of course, it was impossible for him to help Ling Xiao. Hence, the two of them would only watch and wouldn't make a move. Today's matter was between Ling Xiao and Ji Mingxing. This guy was too daring. Not only did he dare to threaten the great Sun Realm Lord, he didn't even put the monarch and heir of the Divine Phoenix capital in his eyes. Just how powerful was he? To be honest, apart from Feng Ming Wuliang, the great Sun Realm Lord, and Feng Yinshan, Ling Xiao didn't care about any of the other martial artists here today. And Feng Yinshan was now his ally. As for Feng Ming Wuliang and the great Sun Realm Lord, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Moon Maiden whose cultivation had greatly improved. Unless Feng Mingxiao or the old ancestor of the Divine Phoenix race who appeared in Sin City that day acted, the Moon Maiden could kill these two at any time. But Feng Mingxiao was far away in the White Tiger continent. That old ancestor probably wouldn't act because of such a small matter. Moreover, Ling Xiao was still upholding justice for their clan's Feng Ming Lian. Ling Xiao had calculated everything very clearly. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't arrogant because of ignorance. Instead, he had calculated everything. Brother Ling, although you are the Heavenly Dragon King, you can't be so arrogant and overbearing. No matter what, the Celestial Emperor has already said that he will investigate thoroughly. What should be dealt with will naturally be dealt with. Why do you have to be so overbearing? Perhaps he really couldn't stand Ling Xiao's arrogance. Or perhaps it was because he had become sworn brothers with Ji Mingxing. Kong Ming of the Peacock race slowly stood up, and said with a cold gaze, "If you must act, don't forget that Ping Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and I are all sworn brothers of the celebrity Huangzi. Do you want to offend us as well? Looks like your Peacock race still hasn't learned your lesson after Kong he was crippled. If you want to help, feel free to attack. You four sworn brothers can attack together. Let me see how powerful you really are." Then, he looked at the young disciples of the Phoenix Academy who were glaring angrily at him. He laughed coldly, and said, "And you guys, if you're not convinced, feel free to attack. I haven't shown my face for half a year, and it seems like some people have already forgotten the pain. They really have forgotten how terrifying I, Ling Xiao, am." A domineering reply, "If you're not convinced, come at me together. I, Ling Xiao, want to kill Ji Mingxing. I'm arrogant and condescending. What can you do about it?" Ling Xiao had no need to give these people face. He was a disciple of Qingshu College. These people were disciples of the Phoenix Academy, and they were like fire and water. Moreover, they were in cahoots with Jimingxing, so he didn't want to attack them too much. However, if these people didn't know how to respect themselves and insisted on being enemies with him, so what if he attacked? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's words, Kong Ming's expression turned ugly. Ling Xiao was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. He didn't even give him any face. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to say that he would teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Although he was stronger than Kong he might not be stronger than Ling Xiao. It had been half a year, and no one knew how strong Ling Xiao had become. Trash. Just sit there and admit defeat. Don't try to stand up for me. If you're not convinced, you can attack me now. I'll make you disappear from the Jianghu just like Kong He. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of letting Kong Ming off the hook. Since Kong Ming had shown his face, he naturally had to teach him a lesson. Don't push me too far. Kong Ming's face was ashen and his body was trembling. His rage had almost made him lose all reason. Push me too far? So what if I'm bullying a piece of trash like you? You don't even know what you're worth, yet you dare to stand up for someone else? Without the peacock race, you're worthless, scram. Ling Xiao had no interest in killing Kong Ming, as there was no point in doing so. He had no grudge with this person, so letting him go was fine. But if this fellow didn't know what was good for him and insisted on standing up for Jimingxing, then he wouldn't be polite. The sword in his hand didn't have eyes. Kong Ming naturally wouldn't leave. Although he was very afraid of Ling Xiao, if he left now, he would never be able to raise his head again in the peacock race. Martial artists nowadays regarded face as more important than their lives. You're not leaving? What about the rest of you? Weren't you all clamoring for Jimingxing to kill me? Why aren't you saying anything now? Ling Xiao scanned the so-called young geniuses in the VIP seats and sneered disdainfully. These people were all older than him, but their cultivation and strength were inferior to his. For them to stand up for Jimingxing was truly asking for death. The young geniuses in the VIP seats all had nasty expressions. They were unhappy that Ling Xiao was looking down on them, but they didn't dare to stand up for him. Ling Xiao's attack just now had already demonstrated his strength. Without even attacking, he had crippled a martial artist of the 8 Desolation Heaven level. Amongst these people, they were only at the 8 Desolation Heaven level. Many of them were even weaker than the one who had just been crippled. Who would dare to provoke him? Compared to face, their lives were clearly more important. Ling Xiao had dared to kill the righteous alliances Jia Yun and Jiao Lin, and he had even dared to destroy Si Kong Zun, and he had done so right in front of Emperor Lord Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. If he wanted to kill these people who didn't have many backers, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping over his hand? What they were thinking right now was not to challenge Ling Xiao, but to use their advantage in numbers to eliminate Ling Xiao. What kind of morality was there to talk about with someone like Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao, when it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Don't push your luck. Jia Tianfeng also spoke. After all, Kong Ming and Ping Yu had already spoken. If he did not speak up, he would be too cowardly. Give me an inch and I want a mile? When Jimingxing crippled Haim Myung KO and tried to kill her, who said that he was insatiable? Now you're telling me this? Bullshit. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Jia Tianfeng and said, cut the crap. If you are not convinced, you can come and stop me. I hope you are stronger than Jia Yun. Otherwise, the Jia clan will have to accept another godson. Jia Tianfeng said indifferently, Ling Xiao, you are indeed strong. You might even be stronger than those who are ranked at the bottom of the 10 Phoenix Sons. However, one cannot be too arrogant. You are not provoking me alone, nor is it just the celebrity Huangzi alone. You are provoking hundreds of young talents from the Phoenix Academy here. Can you afford this trouble? Saying so much bullshit is just to find an excuse for you to use your advantage in numbers to deal with me. You don't have to find so many excuses. If you want to attack, all of you can come at me together. Ling Xiao said coldly. This sentence made Jia Tianfeng's face turn gloomy. This Ling Xiao was really too arrogant. He didn't believe that hundreds of people couldn't defeat one Ling Xiao. Unless Ling Xiao was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, he would definitely die if he was besieged by so many people. However, Ling Xiao was clearly not a reckless person. Did he have something to rely on for him to dare to say that? For a moment, everyone fell silent. These people clearly hated Ling Xiao to the bone, but they didn't dare to attack. There were people from the Great Pung race, the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, and even the descendants of nobles and officials. There was also the mighty Emperor Fengming the Immeasurable, the old senior of the Celestial Dragon Continent, the Great Sun Realm Lord. Any one of these people was a person that no one dared to provoke. But now, they had met Ling Xiao. This madman who didn't even care about Emperor Fengming the Immeasurable. Not only was this fellow extremely strong, but he was also unmatched in the younger generation. Most frightening of all was that he was a close ally of the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan. Behind him was that peerless expert, the Moon Lady, who was as beautiful as a fairy. It wasn't that they didn't want to touch Ling Xiao, but that they didn't dare to. Ling Xiao, I don't believe that you dare to kill me in front of the Emperor and my master. Jimingxing finally spoke. He knew that he had to say something. But what he got in return was Ling Xiao's disdainful smile. You can be considered of the bloodline of the sage emperor, but when the sacred dynasty was trampled by the iron hooves of the true demon's empire, where were you and where was your master? Ling Xiao disdainfully said, you and your master, that old bastard, are all jackals of the same tribe, the same kind of trash. You have no home or country, and you're all extremely selfish. You'll do anything to achieve your goals, a scum like you even dared to harm my friend. If I don't kill you, how can I face their support? You say that I don't dare to kill you in front of them, even those who understand me a little wouldn't say such foolish words. You can ask Fengming the Immeasurable how Si Kongzun died. The terrifying killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes made Jimingxing involuntarily take 2 steps back. He was truly afraid. This Ling Xiao was a madman. In this world, there seemed to be nothing that he was afraid of. It turned out that the rumors weren't false. It was the truth. This Ling Xiao wouldn't give face to anyone. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would have to die. It was just a matter of time. Jimingxing was now filled with regret. He originally thought that he could firmly suppress Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao appeared, he would not be afraid. So he dared to ruthlessly kill Haim Miankeo. If not for Feng Qingyan stopping him, Haim Miankeo would already be a corpse. Today, when Ling Xiao appeared, he suddenly realized how insignificant he was. He was the disciple of the great Sun Realm Lord, Feng Mingxiao's godson, and Feng Mingxiao's future son-in-law. He was the celebrity Huangzi, a disciple of the Phoenix Academy, but Ling Xiao actually dared to kill him. And no one dared to stop him. He looked at his master in despair. In this place, only his master could save him. All these years, whenever he did something wrong, his master would clean up for him. When he defiled a junior sister from another sect and was chased around the world, it was his master who came to destroy that sect. When he stole someone's Dharma treasure and was chased around the world, it was his master who killed the pursuers. When he was heartbroken, he slaughtered tens of thousands of people in a city. It was his master who covered up for him and pushed the blame to the sea race. Now, he provoked Ling Xiao. His master should still stand up for him. His master was the great Sun Realm Lord. He would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. No matter who was behind Ling Xiao, they were not as powerful as his master. Master, save me. This cry completely shattered the crowd's fantasies. They completely looked down on Jimingxing. Everyone's hopes for Jimingxing were completely dashed. They originally thought that Jimingxing didn't want to kill people on his wedding day. But now, they understood. Jimingxing was scared. Like a coward, he turned around and asked his master for help. Tianlong Continent's #1 genius? Bullshit. A once-in-a-century talent? Bullshit. An existence stronger than Ling Xiao? Even more bullshit. Such a person couldn't even muster up the will to fight in front of Ling Xiao. How could he be considered a genius? He wasn't even worthy of being called a genius. He was simply trash. He looked beautiful but was actually useless trash raised in a greenhouse. Now, everyone understood that Long Chen's words were right. How could Jimingxing defeat Haim Miankeo? If Haim Miankeo hadn't shown mercy and given him a chance to launch a sneak attack, how could he have crippled Haim Miankeo, who was the real genius? When a fake met the real thing, the comparison was very obvious. No matter how gorgeous or exquisite a fake was, it was still a fake. Compared to the real thing, it was completely meaningless. Today's wedding will end here. If you want to watch the show, you can stand to the side. If you don't want to die, don't stay in the VIP seats. I, Ling Xiao, am not a bloodthirsty person. Seeing that some of you were fooled by Ji Mingxing's flowery words, I'll give you a chance. Ling Xiao was indeed not a bloodthirsty person. When he killed people, it was either to kill or to kill for a reason. As for those trash, as long as they didn't go against him, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. I'm only here because of the Ice Phoenix clan. It has nothing to do with Ji Mingxing. I won't interfere in your matters. Finally, someone chose to leave. And the reason was pertinent. After all, the one who married Ji Mingxing was Feng Ming Lian of the Ice Phoenix clan. Me too. With the first, there was a second. In an instant, the originally packed VIP seats were reduced from hundreds of people to just over 20. Of course, this included the Monarch Phoenix Cry Limitless and the Great Sun Realm Lord. The two of them would not leave. They were not afraid of Ling Xiao. Hee, not bad, there are still 26 people who are willing to support you. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, looked at Feng Ming Wuliang, and said, Monarch, please step aside, lest we fight later and hurt your dragon body. That wouldn't be good. These words sounded like concern, but there was also a hint of threat. His meaning was very clear. Don't think that you can be safe and sound just because you are a monarch. If they really fought, it was possible that you would be killed. Feng Ming Wuliang trembled with anger. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao, but he also felt some regret. Choosing to be enemies with Ling Xiao instead of trying to win over Ling Xiao was the stupidest thing he had ever done. Who knew that there was such a powerful figure behind Ling Xiao? You can't even hurt me, yet you want to hurt the emperor? Standing beside Feng Ming Wuliang was one of his guards. A half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Without a doubt, such a guard was indeed very strong. He was stronger than most of the so-called young talents present. Reckless thing, if your leader Feng Ming Dehai was here, it would be fine to say this, but you are not worthy at all. Get lost. Even cats and dogs dared to come out and clamor. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for Feng Ming Wuliang, a mere half-step Grotto Heaven Realm guard was nothing in his eyes. He actually dared to speak to him like this. You want me to get lost? The guard was furious to the extreme. He had long found Ling Xiao an eyesore. It was fine if he did not give face to Ji Mingxing, but he actually did not give face to the monarch. As the monarch's guard, how could he tolerate it? Half a year ago, he knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 9th level. Even if half a year had passed, he really did not believe that Ling Xiao could break through to the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. With his experience and cultivation, he could definitely crush Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Wuliang knew what the guard meant, but he did not stop him. He also wanted to see how much Ling Xiao had improved in half a year. The previous martial artist was unable to force Ling Xiao to use his methods. Now was the key. The guard roared, stomped his foot, and leaped into the air. In his fury, he drew the saber at his waist and slashed at Ling Xiao with an aura that could split heaven and earth. Those who humiliate the monarch will be killed without mercy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Other than that, he had no other thoughts. Ling Xiao gently shook his head when he saw the figure that was flying through the air. Why was there always someone who wanted to court death? He did not release any sword intent, there was no sword chi. Ling Xiao gently pointed at the air, and a thumb-sized red sun all formed at his fingertip. It felt like a casual strike. The red light instantly became extremely bright, and then whistled through the air. Chi, the thumb-sized red sun all did not seem to have much lethality. However, in just an instant, it pierced through the guard's protective true essence, broke through his saber chi, and pierced his throat. The guard's eyes widened as he fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. How terrifying. Countless people were terrified. Facing a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, Ling Xiao had killed him on the spot with a casual strike. Not only did he not give any face to Feng Ming Wuliang, but he also erupted with astonishing strength. Now, everyone understood that Ling Xiao's cultivation had probably advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. At the very least, he was the #1 Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to kill a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Everyone now understood. Ling Xiao's madness and arrogance were not only because he had a strong backing, but also because of his terrifying strength. Without any backing, Ling Xiao was not afraid of anyone of the same age. This was his strength, his capital. A dignified celestial emperor's guard had been killed in one strike. No one had even seen Ling Xiao's other moves. So what if he's the celestial emperor's guard? If he doesn't have eyes, I'll still kill him. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming Wuliang indifferently. If not for his fear of the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix clan, Ling Xiao would have asked the Moon Maiden to kill Feng Ming Wuliang. Although he had survived the calamity half a year ago and had even killed Si Kongzun, the mastermind behind the scenes was still living a carefree life. One of the masterminds was Feng Ming Wuliang. Feng Ming Wuliang's expression was very ugly, but he did not do anything. He just coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You, very good." "Of course I'm good. Don't blame me, Celestial Emperor." "He asked for it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Lian, come back with me." Feng Ming Wuliang no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at Feng Ming Lian. "I won't go back. I'm going to find my father. He definitely won't treat me like this." Feng Ming Lian had never seen her father since she was young, but she looked forward to seeing him. The reason was actually very simple. She had not been happy since she was young. Ever since Feng Ming Xiao was baptized by the Divine Phoenix Holy Light, he had either beaten or scolded her. He had not given her any care at all. The only nanny who had been very good to her was also killed by Feng Ming Xiao because she was too close to her. To Feng Minglian, her childhood was a nightmare, and her mother was a demon. Therefore, even though she had never seen her father, she still had some expectations. Her father was better than Feng Ming Xiao, her demon-like mother. After seeing Ling Xiao today, she became even more anxious about this idea. If Ling Xiao was like this, his senior brother should not be a heartless person. "Aren't you afraid that your mother will be angry if you don't go back?" Feng Minglian threatened. Feng Minglian fell silent. She looked at Ling Xiao, not knowing what to say. She knew very well how powerful her mother was. "What are you afraid of? I'll take care of everything," Ling Xiao said loudly. Feng Ming Xiao is only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. She's not invincible. Hearing this voice, Feng Minglian felt as if she had been released. For a long time, anyone who had a good relationship with her would end up in a tragic life. Some were done by her mother, and some were done by the Ice Phoenix tribe. In short, she spent every day in a nightmare. She did not dare to truly love, nor did she dare to make friends. She could only live in the darkness, at the mercy of others. Today, Ling Xiao brought her hope. "Lian, you're on your own now." Feng Minglian waved his hand and left. He could not interfere in today's matter. Instead of staying here and being bullied, he might as well leave. However, before leaving, he still warned Ling Xiao, "I don't want to see the corpse of the celebrity, Huangzi. He is my adopted son." After saying that, he left. He left the problem to Ling Xiao. Of course, this was Feng Minglian's problem. He thought that if he left, Ling Xiao would be troubled and would not dare to do anything to Jimingxing. This meant that he still did not understand Ling Xiao. When he returned to Divine Phoenix capital this time, Ling Xiao's main target for revenge was him, Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Did he really think that no one would dare to find trouble with him just because he was an emperor? In this world, there really were lunatics who were not afraid of death. Feng Ming Wuliang left. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. He glanced at the Great Sun Realm Lord and the others in the VIP seats and said, "Today, I came here for a friend. I must kill Jimingxing. No one can stop me. Be it the Emperor or anyone else, no one can stop me from attacking Jimingxing." He had done something he shouldn't have, so he had to pay the price. He must die. With this old man here, you can't kill him. The Great Sun Realm Lord finally had no choice but to stand out. After all, the one who was about to be killed was his disciple, so he had to step in. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. What's more, he had raised Jimingxing since he was a child and had already treated him as his own son. Who could stand by and watch his own son get killed? "I don't think so." A cold and arrogant voice came from the mouth of the fairy who was as hazy as the moon. She appeared in front of the Great Sun Realm Lord and calmly stared at him. There was no killing intent, no battle intent. However, it was filled with an irresistible aura. Moon Maiden. The expression on the great Sun Realm Lord's old face was extremely unsightly. He should have thought about it. Ling Xiao dared to provoke him and the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang. If he didn't have such a strong backer, he wouldn't have done so. Because Ling Xiao wasn't a fool. Everything he did seemed reckless, but in reality, it was all planned out. You have spoken too much nonsense. Ji Mingxing, you have lived for too long. It's time for you to die. Ling Xiao no longer looked at the great Sun Realm Lord. With the Moon Maiden around, the great Sun Realm Lord wouldn't be able to stop him. Ling Xiao, you can't kill me. I'm the descendant of the Saint Emperor. I'm incomparably noble. I'm of the orthodox lineage. If you kill me, the world will say that you are cruel and heartless. You will become a tyrant in the eyes of the world. Ji Mingxing panicked. He retreated while shouting loudly. Tyrant? So what? If a benevolent ruler doesn't even have the courage to take revenge for his friend, I'd rather not be one. Ling Xiao raised his hand. The subterranean shadow sword emitted cold killing intent as it pierced towards Ji Mingxing's body. At that instant, Ji Mingxing actually felt that death was so close to him. Stop. Madman. The great Sun Realm Lord roared in rage. Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming sighed. Everyone stared at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. He actually dared to attack. After being threatened by the Emperor Feng Ming Wuliang, he still dared to do this. What did he want to do? Although they didn't know the answer to this question, they were very clear that Ji Mingxing was finished. No one could stop Ling Xiao, not even the great Sun Realm Lord. The others didn't dare to stop him. Whoever stops him, I will take him as my disciple and impart to him my lifetime's ultimate technique. At this moment, the great Sun Realm Lord roared loudly. He had no choice but to do so because the Moon Lady was staring at him. He couldn't do anything and could only borrow the strength of those around him. Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming didn't move. But there were still over 10 Heaven Realm martial artists who were at least 10 directions Heaven Realm that made a move. To them, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. It was a great opportunity and they didn't want to let it go. Moreover, they also thought that with over 10 people joining forces, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he might not be their match. Moreover, wasn't there still the celebrity, Huangzi? However, Peng Yu, who understood Ling Xiao the most, had an ugly expression. He was very clear that since Ling Xiao dared to provoke all of them, it meant that he had the ability to kill all of them. All of you want to die? Alright, I will grant you your wish. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His sword lightly drew a line in the air, and a huge shadow crocodile pounced towards the crowd charging towards him in the darkness. Void Shadow Crocodile, kill. At that moment, time and space seemed to have frozen. The crowd stared at Ling Xiao's sword with their mouths agape. Plain and ordinary? No, it was strange and unpredictable. The move wasn't flashy, but the effect it brought was too shocking. Everyone, including Ji Mingxing, dropped their heads uniformly. On Ji Mingxing's round head, the pair of eyes gradually lost their spirit. His body had already landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, he actually seemed so small and insignificant. Ling Xiao's sword was just a casual move and killed him. The difference in strength was imaginable. Celebrity Huangzi? Looks like the quality of Divine Phoenix Empire's Huangzi is getting worse and worse. Ling Xiao kept his sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of sympathy in his cold eyes. Everyone looked at this young man in horror. Too strong, too arrogant. Today was the wedding day between the celebrity, Huangzi, and Princess Lian. This was a wedding bestowed by the Emperor, Feng Ming Immeasurable. The whole city knew about it and was bustling with noise and excitement. Even the standard was not lower than a prince's wedding. But in the end, the grand wedding was completely disrupted by a sword. This sword, in this wedding, slaughtered 18 lives. Including the famous celebrity, Huangzi, Ji Mingxing. What everyone saw was Ling Xiao's domineering arrogance and fearlessness. He was a real genius who rose up proudly. In front of the great Sun World Lord and Phoenix Cry Limitless, he ruined a grand wedding of the royal family. This wasn't just a slap to the faces of the nobles present. It was even a slap to the monarch's face. The entire place was silent as if it was a dead city. Everyone looked at the 18 corpses on the ground and their hearts were beating violently. These were all disciples of the Phoenix Academy. 18 martial artists with a cultivation of 10 directions and above were actually killed by Ling Xiao so easily. Many people had heard of Ling Xiao's various feats and knew that Ling Xiao was the Celestial Emperor who overthrew the True Demon Empire and created the Celestial Empire. However, those things were only rumors after all. They might not be true. But today, they saw a domineering Celestial Emperor who dared to kill for his own people. He dared to offend the monarch for his friends. Only this kind of domineering was worthy of the title Celestial Emperor. And all the halos on Jimingxing were all on Ling Xiao. He was the #1 genius of the Celestial Dragon continent. He was a rare elite that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Many people's hearts were trembling. They thought of a very terrifying possibility. Ling Xiao dared to kill Jimingxing now. Would he dare to kill the monarch Feng Ming Wuliang in the future? No, he would definitely dare to do that. This guy had no fear at all. Feng Yinshan had already disappeared at some point. He had already done what he had to do. He knew that today was destined to not be peaceful, so he chose to secretly observe the development of this matter. The Great Sun Realm Lord's cold eyes revealed a strong killing intent. However, he didn't move. Because he knew that if he moved, he would also die. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He didn't believe that the Moon Maiden could protect Ling Xiao forever. Ling Xiao, you will pay the price. He turned around and flew into the air. He wanted to gather all his friends in the pugilistic world and issue an order to kill Ling Xiao. At all costs, however, in midair, his body suddenly split into two. The shadow of death enveloped his entire body. You guys don't play by the rules. At the moment of his death, the Great Sun Realm Lord still didn't dare to believe that the Moon Maiden had actually killed him. He had no intention of holding back at all. Idiot! Ling Xiao calmly glanced at the Great Sun Realm Lord. With a wave of his hand, a black shadow soared through the air and took the interspatial ring from the Great Sun Realm Lord. This old man had roamed the Jianghu for dozens of years. He must have a lot of good stuff on him. Sister Yuanu, let's go back. After killing Jimingxing, Ling Xiao had finished what he came here for. There was no need for him to stay any longer. The crowd parted for him. No one dared to stop them. Jimingxing was killed, the Great Sun Realm Lord had been killed, only a fool would fight against such a demon. However, as soon as Ling Xiao left the Holy Sun's mansion, he saw a group of thousands of armed soldiers on the street. Under the Emperor's orders, we are here to capture the traitor Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Wuliang actually gave such an order. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer coldly. It seemed that Feng Ming Wuliang had called for reinforcements and was prepared to kill him in one fell swoop. That old man is here. The Moon Maiden looked up at the sky. A powerful aura spread across the sky. Sister Yuanu, go and meet him. Remember not to get hurt. Ling Xiao smiled. Then what about you? There are so many of them. Can you deal with them? The Moon Maiden asked worriedly. So what if there are many of them? They are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Ling Xiao said calmly. Good-for-nothings? He actually said that the divine guards of justice under the Emperor were good-for-nothings. This was a powerful group of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Although they were only outer members of the divine guards of justice, there were thousands of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. Even if Ling Xiao was at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, he wouldn't be their match. Moreover, Ling Xiao might not be that strong. Then be careful. The Moon Maiden nodded slightly and flew into the sky. Although she didn't know how Feng Ming Wuliang managed to get that old ancestor to help, the Moon Maiden had to meet him since that old man had come out of seclusion. Perhaps it was because of the thousands of divine guards of justice. In addition, the Moon Maiden's departure gave the young cultivators of the Phoenix Academy courage. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Long Chen, and Cold Plum from behind. The air was filled with rage and cold murderous intent. No matter what, Jimingxing was a member of the Phoenix Academy. Moreover, she was the celebrity, Huangzi. Ling Xiao killed just like that. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? Only Pingyu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kongming didn't make a move immediately. They were still observing. Because no one knew what other trump cards Ling Xiao had. Ling Xiao looked at Boss Qian of the Divine Guards of Justice and revealed a contemptuous smile. Then, he looked at the disciples of the Phoenix Academy behind him and the smile on his face became even brighter. There was an incomparable dominance in his arrogance. "Feng Ming Wuliang, are you planning to make an enemy out of me?" Ling Xiao said calmly. "You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the emperor?" Boss Qian of the Divine Guards of Justice looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. He was the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. His subordinates were all half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. He didn't believe that with so many people, they couldn't kill Ling Xiao. "It's not up to you whether I'm worthy or not." Ling Xiao said calmly, "You might think that you're very powerful as a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, but you don't know how many cultivators like you I killed in the city of Sin." T. Ling Xiao, you're only relying on the Moon Lady. Now that she's gone, if you don't surrender, we'll kill you on the spot. In Boss Qian's opinion, the people who were rumored to be killed by Ling Xiao were all killed by the Moon Lady. This was the only explanation that made more sense. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He revealed a calm smile. It just so happened that he had comprehended the seventh profound meaning of light shadow. He wanted to test its power. The more enemies he encountered, the greater the power of this profound meaning. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the large number of enemies at all. Since they had completely fallen out, he would just kill them. He wanted to see how far Feng Ming Wuliang could go. Crown Prince of Hidden Mountain, the Divine Guards of Justice are rebelling and trying to kill a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. What do you think I should do? Ling Xiao looked at a restaurant in the distance. It was very high up. Feng Yinshan was sitting next to the table, watching the development of the situation. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ling Xiao wanted him to express his attitude. Kill without mercy. His cold voice floated from the top of the restaurant. The Divine Guards of Justice are the secret army that protects the Divine Phoenix Empire. They have a respected status, but if they rebel, they will be killed. That's good. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't let Feng Yinshan be idle. After all, he and Feng Yinshan were allies. He had to use this advantage. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a good reason. In the future, no one would dare to say that he was wrong. Boss Qian's face instantly turned ashen. He glanced at the restaurant in the distance and said, "We're here on the Emperor's orders to capture Ling Xiao." "What crime has Ling Xiao committed?" Feng Yinshan asked. "I don't know, but we don't dare to disobey the Emperor's orders." Boss Qian replied. "Do you have an imperial edict?" Feng Yinshan asked again. "Only a verbal edict." Boss Qian replied. "Then that's nonsense. It's even more heinous to frame the Emperor." Feng Yinshan said coldly. His question had placed the Divine Guards of Justice on the cusp of breaking the law and breaking the rules. Even though he clearly knew that it was indeed Phoenix Cries Boundless who had sent them, to attack a prince without an imperial edict was a heresy. He didn't say anything because the truth was already very obvious. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't become someone's tool. In the end, you'll still be destroyed. If you dare to make a move today, I won't show any mercy. You better think carefully and don't be stupid." His attitude was very clear. If the Divine Guards of Justice withdrew, he wouldn't attack. However, if they attacked, he would kill without a doubt. Boss Qian's face was ashen. After a long silence, he finally made a decision. In the end, he still didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to defy the heavens. With their strength and those people from the Phoenix Academy, it was definitely possible to kill Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, you only have two choices. Either you surrender and come back with us, or you die here." The Emperor's orders couldn't be disobeyed. Moreover, the Divine Guards of Justice were never afraid of threats. It was just killing Ling Xiao, not the Moon Maiden. What were they afraid of? "Get ready." Boss Qian waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh, a long spear also appeared in the hands of the thousands of people behind him. Spears could be used in close combat and could also be thrown. It was a very flexible weapon. And this weapon was also the standard weapon of the Divine Guards of Justice. The long spears were aimed at Ling Xiao. Thousands of long spears were majestic, and a murderous aura enveloped the entire long street. Many people who were watching the show avoided them. This terrifying scene made them tremble in fear. Thousands of righteous divine guards, that was over 1,000 half-step grotto heaven realm experts. Coupled with their unique formation, their combined strength was simply terrifying. However, Ling Xiao stood there with a disdainful sneer on his lips, as if the pressure that filled the sky did not exist. Long Chen, Cold Plum, you don't have to do anything. Leave these people to me. Ling Xiao stood there fearlessly like a god of war. Cold Plum withdrew her sword. Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he retracted his dragon energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not make a move. He wanted to have a good reason to attack. He wanted to wait for the moment when the other party attacked and kill them all. Life or death? The choice is yours to make. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss Qian looked at Ling Xiao, his heart filled with shock. Was Ling Xiao really just putting on an act now? It didn't look like it. But what exactly did he rely on to be able to face the attack of thousands of righteous divine guards without batting an eyelid? Once the order to attack was given, there would be no chance to regret it. To kill or not to kill? Boss Lu, why haven't you given the order? Could it be that you are really afraid of Ling Xiao? Don't forget that you are a grotto heaven realm expert. Behind you are thousands of righteous divine guards. Just as Boss Qian was hesitating, a voice sounded. It was Ping Yu, the heavenly rock phoenix son. This voice was like a devil's temptation, instantly making Boss Lu make up his mind. Yes, what was he afraid of? He was a grotto heaven realm expert. Behind him were thousands of half-step grotto heaven realm divine guards. There were also hundreds of young martial artists from the Phoenix Academy protecting him. He was fearless, his hesitant gaze instantly turned resolute. There was a strong murderous intent in his cold eyes. Kill. Boss Lu was the first to throw his spear, aiming at Ling Xiao. Kill. Thousands of divine guards roared at the same time. Thousands of spears tore through the air and shot toward Ling Xiao like venomous dragons chasing after souls. The sky was blotted out, and a whistling sound was heard. In the end, you chose death. There was no smile on Ling Xiao's face. All that was left was coldness, indifference to the enemy, and disdain for the enemy's choice. Boom, a dark shadow covered the sky. The crowd suddenly realized that the sky had turned dark. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was a huge shadow. The shadow covered an area of dozens of meters, causing the space to turn dark. The seventh profound meaning of shadow, Dark Sword Realm. This was a move created by the fusion of the Sword Realm and the Shadow Profound Meaning. It was the fusion of Ling Xiao's Shadow Profound Meaning and swordsmanship. When the spears reached the dark shadow, they were instantly torn apart by the sharp sword aura, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. Those spears were not ordinary spears. The spears used by the righteous divine guards were all immortal grade treasures, yet, they were completely destroyed by the terrifying Dark Sword Realm. How terrifying and powerful was this tearing ability? What a terrifying move! What powerful strength! The crowd swallowed their saliva frantically. They were frightened and excited at the same time. They did not dare to blink, anticipating the complete battle. Thousands of righteous divine guards attacked with all their might, but they could not even scratch Ling Xiao's skin. Lu Qianzong's attack was also included. Lu Qianzong was the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, yet his attack was completely ineffective. How powerful was Ling Xiao? Looking at the dark sky, Lu Qianzong's heart twitched violently. How powerful was Ling Xiao? What had happened in the past 6 months, he did not know. But since the attack had been launched, there was no turning back. Ling Xiao had said that if he dared to attack, he would die. Kill. Let's kill him together. Lu Qianzong roared. He took the lead to draw his 3-foot-long sword and rushed forward. Since the spear formation could not do anything to Ling Xiao, they would crush him with their advantage in numbers. There were thousands of them. Moreover, their cultivation was not low. At the same time, behind Ling Xiao, many young warriors of the Phoenix Academy attacked at the same time. Ling Xiao's expression became even colder. In the Dark Sword Realm, countless black sword shadows appeared and shot out mercilessly. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The black sword shadow shot out. Every sword shadow added a corpse to the ground. A moment later, except for Lu Qianzong, the rest were all dead, thousands of people. Gone just like that. And all of this happened in an instant. The onlookers felt their hearts racing. It was too terrifying. Ling Zhao's strength had exceeded their expectations. With one move, he killed thousands of people. And these thousands of people, ranging from 7-star heavens to half-grotto heaven realm, were unable to resist at all. Just like that, they were killed by Ling Zhao's sword shadows. Who could stop him? Lu Qianzong. However, Lu Qianzong was also covered in injuries. Although he was not dead, he was scared out of his wits. Ling Xiao was not human at all. He was a demon god. At this moment, he realized that the rumors were true. They were indeed talking about Ling Xiao and not anyone else. The divine guards of justice were just reserve soldiers. However, under the leadership of a first Grotto Heaven Realm Master Qian, thousands of them were killed instantly. At the same time, hundreds of so-called young elites of the Phoenix Academy were killed as well. And all of this was done by a 17-year-old boy. Countless people widened their eyes, unable to believe the truth in front of them. Do you regret it? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qianzong indifferently, his voice cold with a hint of mockery. It was your order that caused their deaths. If I were you, I would definitely die to atone for my sins. It's my fault. It's my fault. Lu Qianzong muttered in a daze. Ling Zhao's strength was completely beyond his expectations. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao was only at the 9th heaven half a year ago? Could it be that he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm in half a year? Was that possible? It was impossible. The truth was right in front of him. What he couldn't accept the most was that he still couldn't figure out how strong Ling Zhao's cultivation was. The terrifying Dark Sword realm was too terrifying. The combination of the shadow profound meaning and the sword realm was a match made in heaven. No matter how many people there were, once they entered his sword realm, there was no chance of winning. Ling Xiao was the god of the Dark Sword realm, he was a demon god. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied with the Dark Sword realm that he used for the first time. Previously, he had only merged the two together, and then used the dummies and the illusion to test its power. But that was fake after all. Today, he had used the Dark Sword realm in real combat, and its power surprised him. It was indeed a profound meaning unique skill left behind by a human king. It seemed that if he continued to comprehend it at this pace, he would become even more powerful. The Dark Sword realm was already so terrifying. What about the even more terrifying Light Sword realm? How powerful would the fusion of the Red Sun power and the Sword realm be? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, there was no one here who was worthy of him using the Light Sword realm. There was a saying in the underworld that once one reached the Grotto Heaven realm, the human wave tactic would be useless. That was because all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists had their own Grotto Heaven realm. Once the enemy entered it, they would be completely at a disadvantage. No matter how many came, they would all die. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had completely magnified this advantage. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and recalled the things that Ling Xiao had done in the past. They all felt an intense reverence for this young man. I'd rather offend the royal family than Ling Xiao. Such words were widely spread in the imperial capital. Although it might be a little exaggerated, in many people's eyes, Ling Zhao's terror had already surpassed the divine Phoenix Empire's royal family. At the very least, the royal family had to consider the consequences of killing someone. On the other hand, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything. He only did things according to his heart. Puchi! Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Lu Qianzong of the Divine Guards of Justice looked at the corpses on the ground and finally could not bear the pressure in his heart and committed suicide on the spot. He knew very well that if he didn't choose to commit suicide now, he would still be killed once he returned. Although the reserve troops of the Divine Guards of Justice that he brought with him were not very strong, they were a potential force. And now, they were all dead. How was he going to explain this to the emperor? You're still considered a man. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qianzong indifferently and said loudly, the Divine Guards of Justice have been killed and the rebellion has been stopped. Everyone, there's no need to panic. After saying that, he suddenly turned to look at the heavenly rock phoenix sun, Pengyu. If not for Pengyu's instigation, Lu Qianzong would have chosen to retreat. How could Ling Xiao let Pengyu go? Anyway, he had already killed so many people, killing one more did not matter. You were the one who instigated him to kill me just now? Ling Xiao looked at Ping Yu. His cold voice made Ping Yu's blood freeze in an instant. He felt a fear that he had never felt before. His strength was on par with Kong He and slightly stronger than the celebrity, Huang Zi, but he was only at the Grotto Heaven realm. That Lu Qianzong was much stronger than him, but he was still unable to gain any benefits in front of Ling Xiao. Could it be that he was going to die here today? I'm the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Son, the young master of the great rock race. You dare to kill me? Ping Yu was afraid. He could only use his own identity to intimidate Ling Xiao. I just killed the celebrity, Huang Zi, so I don't mind killing another Heavenly Rock Phoenix Son. Moreover, you're not the only young master of the great rock race. If you die, perhaps someone else will appear. Ling Xiao revealed a mocking sneer and said, moreover, I'm the Dragon King Tian bestowed by the Emperor, a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. You actually dared to instigate the rebel army to kill me. Why can't I kill you? Ping Yu was stunned. To be honest, he had long forgotten that Ling Xiao still had the identity of Dragon King Tian. Now that he thought about it carefully, Dragon King Tian was still a prince of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Even if he had a different surname, he was still a prince. He instigated others to kill a prince in front of everyone. That was equivalent to rebelling. Although Lu Qianzong said that they were sent by the emperor, without an imperial edict, and with no evidence, the emperor would definitely not admit it. He would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the stormy ocean. Ling Xiao wanted to kill him. Not only did he have sufficient reasons, he also spoke righteously. Even the emperor would not be able to find any fault with it. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that the great rock race will find trouble with you? No matter what, I'm the most outstanding youth in the great rock race. They will definitely protect me. Ping Yu was already completely terrified. The person he was facing now was a lunatic who dared to kill anyone. He knew that his words might not be useful, but he had to say it. Because if he did not say it, he would be dead. If he said it, he might still be able to live. Your so-called protection, are you referring to these two trash? Cold Plum, who had disappeared unknowingly, appeared again. Two heads were thrown at Ping Yu's feet. You actually killed them. Ping Yu's heart was extremely cold. The two people who were killed were bodyguards specially arranged by the Great Rock Race. Both of them were Third Grotto Heaven Realm experts. But now they had become two corpses. How could it be? How could it be? Ping Yu's entire body was trembling. What kind of lunatic and terrifying person had he offended? Beside him, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had quietly walked away without anyone noticing. The two of them were extremely glad that they did not instigate Lu Qianzong or make a move. Otherwise, they would probably be in the same dangerous situation as Ping Yu. However, the two of them did not feel comfortable. They would definitely be mocked by their peers if they did not save them today. All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. Therefore, they swore that after returning to the Great Rock Race, they would cultivate even harder. No matter what, they had to reach the level of killing Ling Xiao. Otherwise, even if Ling Xiao did not have the protection of the Moon Maiden by his side, they would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. That would be awkward. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, what did you two vile people say when you became sworn brothers? You have to share blessings and hardships together. Now that I'm in trouble, you're actually not willing to help. In times of crisis, even the so-called sworn brothers had become heartless. Jia Tianfeng sneered. Ping Yu, don't blame us. When the celebrity Huang Zi was killed, you didn't do anything. A wise man submits to circumstances. Ling Xiao is stronger than us. You should know this, but you did something stupid. You can't blame us. That's right. We have no reason to take the blame for your mistake. Kong Ming also nodded. Despicable. Coward. Ping Yu could only roar. If I, Ping Yu, don't die today, I'll kill the two of you. When the three of them were fighting, Ling Xiao had been watching coldly. Was this the so-called sworn brothers? They were just a group of friends. When there were benefits, they could form a group. When there was trouble, they would each take care of their own matters. Ling Xiao would never make friends with such people. If his friends were such people, he would have abandoned them long ago. Therefore, whenever he was in danger, there would always be someone to help him. Because when those people were in danger, he would also lend a helping hand, even at the cost of his own life. Peng Yu, don't struggle anymore. You must die today. Ling Xiao had wanted to kill Peng Yu long ago. Unfortunately, half a year ago, he didn't have the strength, and he didn't want to rely on the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. Now that he had this kind of strength, in addition to the things that this fellow had done to him today, he naturally wanted to kill him without showing any mercy. He slowly stepped out, and his cold-killing intent condensed into an invisible giant sword, pointing at the heavenly rock and phoenix sun Peng Yu. No, you can't kill me. You can't. I can give you everything you want, everything. Peng Yu shook his head and kept retreating. His fear had reached its peak. At this moment, as long as he could live, he would do anything for Ling Xiao. It's useless. When I first came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, you tried to take my life many times. I wasn't as good as you then, so I didn't retaliate. You shouldn't have provoked me again. You chose this path of death yourself. Don't blame me if you die. Ling Xiao calmly explained the reason why he had to kill Peng Yu. He continued to move forward. In that instant, Peng Yu suddenly transformed. He spread his wings and tore through the air, his speed as fast as lightning. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can kill me? Although I'm not your match, my speed is much faster than yours. In the sky, Peng Yu suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that the fear just now was actually an act. This guy had been waiting for Ling Xiao to relax even a little bit, and suddenly chose to escape. Now, he felt that he had succeeded. Ling Xiao's lips curled upward into a cold grin. Speed, he didn't know that there was someone in the Grotto Heaven realm who was faster than him. The eighth light profound, wings of light. In this half a year, Ling Xiao had comprehended the light and shadow profound to the 10th step. He had comprehended many profound meanings by combining them with his own advantages. For example, the wings of light and wings of darkness of the 9th profound meaning were like this. The wings of light spread out, and 2 pairs of golden wings instantly pierced through the sky. It wasn't a person. Instead, it was a beam of light. It was only for a moment. Sky Rock Huangzi felt a pain between his eyebrows. Then, he gradually lost consciousness and rapidly fell from the sky. It was only at this moment that he suddenly understood that Ling Xiao's strength had reached a level where he could crush those in the Grotto Heaven realm. As for how strong his cultivation was, it was still a mystery. Peng Yu would never know that Ling Xiao had only killed him and those righteous divine guards today to test his moves. His real trump cards were not used by Ling Xiao today. Those trump cards were used to deal with stronger enemies like Sword Demon. It was a bit of a waste to deal with them. Bam, Peng Yu's body finally crashed to the ground. Although his strong body was not smashed, he was no longer breathing. The great rock's feathers fluttered in the sky, filled with sorrow. Sky Rock Huangzi, dead. In a day, Ling Xiao had killed 2 Huangzi in a row. This was definitely a matter that would shock the entire Divine Phoenix Empire, a matter as big as the heavens. The people who were watching the show were trembling in their hearts. They looked at Ling Xiao not only with respect, but also with confusion. Ling Xiao's strength was really beyond their imagination. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had already quietly left. Today's escape was a disgrace. They swore that they would get back at him during the Dragon Phoenix selection and the White Tiger meet. Or, they would use some extreme methods to make Ling Xiao die early. Since they were no match for him directly, they would play dirty. Outside the Divine Phoenix Empire, 3 mounts flew over. They were extremely fast, like a gust of wind sweeping past. The mounts were all precious strange beasts. On the strange beasts were a man and 2 women. If Ling Xiao was here, he would recognize them. These 3 people were Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King Sun Zai, and Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. In front is the famous foreign trade market outside the imperial capital. If the 2 of you are interested, you can take a look around. There's no rush to enter the city. It was still early, so Feng Mingxiao was naturally not in a hurry to go back. She traveled thousands of miles to the White Tiger continent and spent a large sum of money to invite Medicine King Sun Zai to the Divine Phoenix Empire. On one hand, it was naturally to refine a pill for her future son-in-law, Ji Mingxing, to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. On the other hand, she wanted Xianxia to oversee the Phoenix Academy and revive the destroyed pill market of the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, her attitude towards these two people was still very polite. Although she did not recognize anyone because of the baptism of the divine Phoenix Empire's holy light, she would naturally do things that were beneficial to the Empire. Fine, let's walk around then. The three of them put away the strange beasts and walked around the market. Looking at the many novel things, it was too much for their eyes to take in. A little interesting. The goods of this empire are really rare. That Xianxia can also be considered a character. Although his cultivation is not much, he is a first-class expert in terms of strange skills. While shopping, the three of them found many stalls of the Celestial Empire's merchants. Looking at the goods on the stalls, they were much more novel than those of other countries. The business was also very prosperous. When they asked these merchants, they all said that the Celestial Emperor designed them and allowed them to obtain the blueprints for free and sell them. Seeing this scene, Medicine King Xianxia felt a little emotional. In the past, when he met Xianxia in the city of Sin, he did not have a good impression of this child. Now that he saw how great Xianxia was in the eyes of the Celestial Empire's merchants, he could not help but feel a little unhappy. Therefore, he hurriedly bought 2 things and prepared to enter the city. However, before he could take 2 steps, there was a sudden commotion in the market. It was actually a storyteller who went up on stage and shouted, "Everyone, what I want to talk about today is not that old story, nor is it a distant anecdote. It is a big thing that just happened in our empire today." *T, what big thing can happen in the empire? If you want to talk about a big thing, it would be Jimingxing and Feng Minglian's marriage today. But that is only a marriage between a noble family. What does it have to do with us? Someone below the stage said disdainfully. I'm afraid this person didn't go to the scene to watch. The storyteller laughed. Indeed didn't go, there's no meaning in it. That person replied. That's where you're wrong. Not going to the wedding scene today is definitely your greatest loss. Just about an hour ago, at the wedding, an earth-shattering matter happened. But for those who went, I'm afraid they will not forget the heroic bearing of that young hero. The storyteller stroked his beard and intentionally raised his teacup to drink, whetting everyone's appetite. The young hero that you're talking about, is it the celebrity Xianxia? Could it be that someone went to create trouble, but was repelled by the celebrity Xianxia on the spot? That's right, if it wasn't for such a matter, this mere wedding, no matter how grand it is, it's just a banquet. How would it be as soul-stirring as what you said? The people below the stage were talking one after another. They all felt that this storyteller was really exaggerating, to be able to make a very ordinary matter, as though it was an earth-shattering matter. Let's go, it's just a storyteller's lie, what meaning is there? Medicine King Sun Bu flicked his sleeves, feeling a little bored, and was about to leave. But the storyteller's following words made the 3 of them including him unable to move their feet. That's why I said you guys didn't go, you don't know what happened. The young hero that I'm talking about is not that shameless Jimingxing, but the Celestial Emperor Xianxia. The storyteller proudly said, you guys will never imagine that in less than an hour's time, Jimingxing was killed, the great Sun Realm Lord was killed, thousands of divine guards were killed, even the heavenly rock phoenix Sun Pingyu was killed, and there were also hundreds of young talents from the Phoenix Academy. What? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of matter, of course, could be said to be earth-shattering, heaven-shattering and earth-shattering. Could it be that there were external enemies invading, causing these people to be killed? That Xianxia repelled the external enemies? Someone asked. I say, can you stop keeping us in suspense, quickly say what you have to say. The people below the stage became anxious and expectant. But I'm short on money for wine these days. I wonder if you can give me some. The storyteller chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? None of the martial artists present lacked spirit stones. In just a moment, the storyteller's box was filled to the brim. At this moment, the storyteller closed the frame and said with a smile, your guesses are all wrong. There are no foreign enemies invading the imperial capital today. Our imperial capital is so big, how can it be invaded so easily? Then what's going on? Who could kill so many people at once? Could it be that some Grotto Heaven Realm expert has gone mad? Questions came one after another. Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King Sun Sa, and Ji Luoyu were also looking forward to it. Didn't I just say that today's young hero is Ling Xiao? The one who destroyed the True Devil Empire, created the Celestial Empire, captured Tomohiko Kuma alive, and killed Timur Mutu. The storyteller said with a smile. Don't tell us that those people were all killed by Ling Xiao? Feng Mingxiao asked with a frown. This heroine has guessed correctly. Those people, other than the great Sun Realm Lord, were all killed by Ling Xiao. The storyteller nodded. Impossible. How could he kill so many people with his little cultivation? Celebrity Huangzi, Heavenly Rock Huangzi, which one of them isn't stronger than him? Feng Mingxiao said sternly. Heroine, what you know is old news. Ling Xiao was only a 9th heavenly layer martial artist half a year ago. But today, in my opinion, he is probably a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. The storyteller said with a smile. Are you sure? Of course, I can't be sure. But I saw Ling Xiao kill Ji Mingxing and Ping Yu with my own eyes. You don't know, there were thousands of righteous divine guards, and the leader was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. In the end, they were all killed before they could even get close to Ling Xiao. The storyteller said proudly. Bastard! Ling Xiao, that evil thief. Feng Mingxiao scolded. Heroine, you're wrong. You don't know this, but Ji Mingxing actually framed his savior. He even crippled his cultivation and almost killed him. That person is Hai Miankeo, right? Yes, it is Hai Miankeo. This Hai Miankeo is Ling Xiao's friend. Do you think that when Ling Xiao came to the imperial capital, he wouldn't stand up for her? The storyteller said, the most shameful thing is that the great Sun Realm Lord. He actually used an illusion to try and force Feng Minglian to marry his shameless disciple. Is this all true? Some people didn't quite believe it. It is absolutely true. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince has already investigated. This is the truth. Princess Lianer also testified. It can't be wrong. The storyteller said, later on, for some reason, the righteous divine guards came to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao destroyed them in a fit of anger. Speaking of which, this Ling Xiao is really arrogant. He didn't even give face to the emperor. After that, the storyteller vividly described the process to everyone in detail. He was a storyteller, so he naturally knew how to polish the words. The process was inevitably a little exaggerated. Listening to it made one's blood boil and excited. In that instant, everyone present seemed to see a tyrannical and arrogant young martial artist who didn't fear power. Facing the encirclement of countless people, he only used a sword to kill his way out of the encirclement. Although many people didn't like arrogant people, but every martial artist actually hoped that they could be so tyrannical. But this required strength to pave the way. Ling Xiao was already so strong. This Ling Xiao must die. Feng Mingxiao's eyes were as cold as the devil's. She absolutely could not tolerate someone who kidnapped her daughter and killed the future son-in-law she had her eyes on. But he was still alive, absolutely not. Boom, at this time, a powerful fluctuation suddenly came from the horizon. Feng Mingxiao, Medicine King Sun's eyes expression changed greatly. Who was fighting there, causing such a huge commotion? Sun's eye asked. I'm afraid it's the old ancestor. As for the other person, I don't know. Feng Mingxiao clenched her teeth. She guessed that the other person was very likely the legendary protector behind Ling Xiao, the Moon Maiden. From this clash, she could sense that her old ancestor had suffered a loss. Although the loss wasn't great, if the battle continued, her old ancestor might lose. Damn it, how did Ling Xiao obtain the protection of such a person? No wonder he was so arrogant. It seemed that she couldn't openly find trouble with Ling Xiao. She had to secretly plot to kill Ling Xiao. In fact, Feng Mingxiao wasn't the only one with this plan. The Peacock race, the Great Ping race, the Righteous Alliance, and the Emperor Lord's bloodline all had this plan. Heavenly Peng Huangzi was dead, Celebrity Huangzi was dead, Peacock Huangzi was crippled, thousands of righteous divine guards were killed. These were all done by Ling Xiao. How could such a person be allowed to continue living? They absolutely wouldn't allow it. Of course, Ling Xiao was aware of the enemy's secret plans. He also knew the consequences of killing Jimingxing and completely offending Feng Ming Wuliang. But so what? Would he not avenge his friend because he was afraid? Of course not. Ling Xiao had always been someone who did things based on his conscience. If he did not avenge his friend who was crippled, then he would be worse than a dog. If he was in trouble in the future, who would be willing to shed blood for him? If he was in trouble because of this and someone wanted to kill him, then they could come. When had he, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of being killed for revenge? He would kill whoever came, His sword loved to drink the blood of his enemies, even if he were to die because of this, he would not regret it. Saying that he would sacrifice himself for his friends was not just empty words. It was something that he would truly do. Why was the Moon Maiden willing to follow him? Why was Cold Plum so loyal to him? Why were there so many heroes willing to support the Heavenly Empire for him? Why were there so many friends willing to go crazy with him? It was because he was a good friend. His loyalty wasn't something that he spoke of, but something that he would truly do. What kind of person would get what kind of friends? Ping Yu, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and those who thought they were smart chose to ignore their friends in order to protect themselves. Naturally, the friends they got were equally heartless and disloyal. And what Ling Xiao got were Cold Plum, Long Chen, Ji Ning, Wu Xiang, and so on. Therefore, although everything he had done before was crazy, he had done it openly and without any regrets or resentment. At this moment, he had already brought Feng Ming Lian, Cold Plum, and Long Chen back to Xianxia College. In the distance, the battle between the Moon Maiden and the Divine Phoenix Patriarch had also ended. The Moon Maiden returned safely without any injuries. It seemed that the moonstone that Ling Xiao obtained in the city of Sin had greatly improved her cultivation. He did not ask about the Divine Phoenix Patriarch's situation. He only wanted the Moon Maiden to be safe. Xianxia College was now deserted. If it weren't for the support of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, it would have collapsed long ago. It was not that they did not manage well, but it was because of the Divine Phoenix Empire's oppression. Almost all of the good students were forcefully taken away by the Phoenix Academy. This caused the academy to be filled with grief, but there was nothing they could do about it. Half a year ago, when Xianxia College was still flourishing, a young man came here and asked to join the school. However, a month later, he switched to the Phoenix Academy. His name was Shang Guanhong. It was a young man who was only 18 years old. At that time, his cultivation was already at the half-step grotto heaven realm. Now that half a year had passed, he wondered how his cultivation had improved. However, this person's departure definitely caused the morale of Xianxia College to drop for a long time. Ling Zhao's return finally made the academy lively again. Those who were able to stay here were those who were truly willing to stay. They were full of respect and yearning for this genius student of Xianxia College. Ling Xiao had publicly stated more than once that since he had entered Xianxia College, he was a student of Xianxia College. If the academy was in trouble, he would definitely help. Therefore, the students here were also proud of him. When the Phoenix Academy provoked them in the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda, they would retaliate with Ling Zhao's name. The people of Phoenix Academy would definitely be embarrassed. This was because until now, there was not a single student of the Phoenix Academy who could defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the nightmare of the Phoenix Academy. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the academy, he felt as if he had returned home. It's senior brother Ling. Junior brother Ling is back, this is great. Yes, our academy has not been so proud for a long time. Junior brother Ling has just returned and he has already defeated the celebrity Huangzi and the heavenly rock Huangzi. Well done. Regardless of whether they were new students of Xianxia College or students who had been cultivating in Xianxia College for a long time, they were all filled with anticipation and excitement for Ling Zhao's reappearance. By the time Ling Xiao returned to the Xianxia Academy, news of what he had done at Ji Xingxing's wedding had already spread throughout the imperial capital. The storyteller's mouth vividly described this part of the story. Many people whispered to themselves, Ling Xiao is back. What kind of storm is that fearless kid going to stir up in the imperial capital? There was another interesting incident. Feng Mingxiao had also returned from the White Tiger mainland. He had brought back the king of medicine, Sun Sa, and his disciple, Ji Luoyu. In the bazaar, Feng Mingxiao had actually tried to kill a storyteller who was shooting his mouth off in a fit of anger. However, what was surprising was that under the attack of Feng Mingxiao, who was at the third level of the Yin Yang realm, the storyteller was actually unscathed. After that, Feng Mingxiao left without a word. As for the storyteller, he continued to talk about his book. When many people heard this, they were even more surprised than when they heard that Ling Xiao had killed Ji Mingxing. Could it be that the storyteller was actually an expert? All the major powers of the Divine Phoenix Empire were guessing, but there was only one piece of information: the storyteller called himself Hong Qi. Others did not know, but if Ling Xiao knew, he would definitely be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. Hong Qi was his grandfather's name, the name of the old beggar who had taken care of him for more than 10 years. Why did Hong Qi come to the imperial capital? There was only one reason, and that was for Ling Xiao. Now that the situation in the imperial capital had changed, Hong Qi, who had gradually recovered some of his cultivation, no longer had to worry about protecting himself. Now, he could silently guard Ling Xiao's surroundings. Once Ling Xiao was in trouble, he would definitely lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, many people did not know that Hong Qi was Ling Xiao's grandfather. They only thought that he was an expert who had traveled here. As long as they did not provoke him, they would not be in any danger. Currently, they were busy dealing with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's rise was simply too fast. Half a year ago, he was only a 9th-level martial artist. Now, he could easily kill the first Grotto Heaven Realm expert, Heavenly Rock Huangzi. This could not help but make people panic. Especially those who had always wanted Ling Xiao dead. Old and new grudges were tangled together, and anger had completely taken over their hearts. They wanted Ling Xiao dead by hook or by crook. Excuses? They did not care at all. Was there a need for excuses to kill a person? Submit to me and prosper, oppose me and perish. This was the mantra of these people. Ji Mingxing and Ping Yu's deaths were merely catalysts for these people's hatred. Ling Xiao really did not know anything about Hong Qi's appearance. But he was well aware of the secret schemes of those enemies. He had done such an earth-shattering thing the moment he came to the Divine Phoenix imperial capital. Even he himself would not believe that no one was thinking of him. Therefore, he definitely had to make some preparations now. Unafraid of death was one thing. But it did not mean that he was reckless and stupid. Knowing that someone might plot against him, if he did not take it seriously, that would simply be an idiot. Ling Xiao had already made full preparations for this. Even if he encountered an assassination now, he absolutely dared to guarantee that he could escape unscathed. The first thing Ling Xiao did after returning to Qingshu College was to visit Hai Miankeo. At this time, Hai Miankeo was weak, but not dispirited. Moreover, her heaven veins seemed to have been connected. Although she had to start cultivating again, at least she was not a complete cripple. Thank you. Hai Miankeo also heard about what happened outside, and she was very happy. In fact, in terms of relationship, she was not as close to Ling Xiao as Cold Plum, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others. However, Ling Xiao killed Ji Mingxing for her, which made her determined to recover. What are you thanking me for? When we went to Northern Desert City, didn't you also fight for me and my friends on the battlefield? Ling Xiao smiled and said, this is what I should do. In addition, take these pills. Although your cultivation has been destroyed, because of your experience and foundation, and your body meets the requirements, you can forcibly use pills to break through to the transcendent realm or celestial realm. However, after reaching the celestial realm, you will have to slowly cultivate on your own. Of course, with the help of pills, you can recover your former cultivation in less than a month. You will definitely be able to catch up with the Dragon Phoenix selection. I am very confident in you. I can't thank you enough. Hai Miankeo wanted to cry, but in the end, she did not cry. If she wanted to repay the kindness, it was very simple. After her cultivation recovered, it would be enough to help Ling Xiao. What are you thanking me for? Aren't we friends? Ling Xiao smiled and then looked at the others in the room. Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Long Chen, Feng Yanran, and Ying Wuya. The Zhao siblings had returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent. Because they were members of the royal family of Northern Han, Ling Xiao needed them to stabilize Northern Han, so they did not appear here. The cultivation of the remaining people had improved in the past 6 months. However, the one who improved the fastest was Long Chen. The Dragon Clan youth's talent was truly terrifying, and his cultivation speed was even more astonishing. Right now, he was already at the peak of the first paradise. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the second paradise. Without Ling Xiao, he was definitely the best among the students of Qingshu College. Originally, Hai Miangko was only slightly weaker than him. She was even stronger than Ji Mingxing. Unfortunately, she was crippled now. Lan Yu, Feng Yanran, and Ying Wuya were at the second level. Both of them had reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm, which was quite good. Dai Yuling and Dai Yaoling were considered to be in the third grade. Both of their cultivations were at the peak of 10 directions heaven. Well, not bad. You haven't wasted your time in the past 6 months. I'm very pleased. This time I brought 2 kinds of combination pills. One of them can give a celestial realm warrior a 70 to 80% chance of breaking through 1 or 2 realms. Take it. As he spoke, he took out the pill. When he was refining it, he naturally wouldn't forget his friends who had gone through life and death with him. The few of them took the pills and did not refuse. Because there was no need. Only by increasing their strength could they help Ling Xiao more. Otherwise, they would only be a burden to Ling Xiao. That was not something they wanted to see. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin. Their celestial empire naturally had to compete for a spot. Senior brother Ling, what's your cultivation now? Longchen finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. He had wanted to ask when he was at Ji Mingxing's wedding. Now, he was even more eager to know. After all, Ling Xiao's combat strength was really terrifying. Is there a need to ask? Of course, I've already advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. Otherwise, how could I have killed Pingyu so easily? Ying Wuya said. Ling Xiao smiled and kept them in suspense. What's my cultivation level? You'll naturally know during the Dragon Phoenix selection. Seeing that he didn't say anything, everyone stopped asking. The reason why Ling Xiao kept it a secret was because even now, he wasn't sure what his cultivation level was. When he was in the Celestial Empire's divine capital, he found the human king's notes in the Imperial Jade Seal and tried to cultivate according to the method inside. After that, he entered a very strange state. It was difficult to say the exact realm of his cultivation. It felt like he hadn't integrated this state into his cultivation. This required a very special opportunity to succeed. Originally, he thought that Ji Mingxing would give him a surprise. Unfortunately, when he was dealing with Ji Mingxing, it was too easy. There was no pressure at all. What he needed now was pressure, the pressure of death. Others might not know that the reason why he killed Ji Mingxing and Pingyu so crazily was related to the shackles of his cultivation. If he didn't solve this illusory state, his cultivation might never be able to advance. In order to break through, he had to put himself in a desperate situation. Looking at Ling Xiao, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Long Chen, Lan Yu, and Dai Yuling were fine. They knew that Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding. Even if he really broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm, it wouldn't be strange. However, Hai Miangko, Ying Wuya, and Feng Yanran were different. Especially Feng Yanran. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire, her cultivation level was only at the Heaven realm. Who would have thought that in just over a year, this person would be able to easily kill the #1 Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? What Hai Miangko and Ying Wuya sighed was that although Ling Xiao took first place in the martial arts festival, he wasn't much stronger than Hai Miangko. Now, he had far surpassed Hai Miangko and Ying Wuya, becoming a true heaven's pride. Ling Xiao's talent was something people could only look up to. The Grotto Heaven realm was a powerful realm that countless martial artists pursued. Only after entering this realm could one be considered to have truly reached a higher level. With their own paradise domain, they would be able to live longer. Long Chen was from the Dragon Clan, so it was understandable that he was talented. Hai Miangko had the bloodline of the human monarch, so it was understandable. However, what was so special about Ling Xiao? Why was his cultivation speed so fast? Ling Xiao might have secrets. However, the few people present did not ask about it. They believed that when Ling Xiao was willing to tell them, he would naturally tell them. There was no need to deliberately ask. Let's go to the Heavenly Essence Pagoda. After consuming the elixir, you can cultivate in seclusion. I will personally protect you. Ling Xiao knew that after he left, the Heavenly Essence Pagoda had become the exclusive cultivation ground of the Phoenix Academy. Only Long Chen and Hai Miankeo dared to cultivate there. Most of the other Xianxia College disciples could only cultivate in the academy. They were helpless. Now that Long Chen had broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm, there was no point in cultivating in the Heavenly Essence Pagoda. Xianxia College had specially arranged a secret realm for him. Although Xianxia College was deserted now, it was still a big school with a deep foundation. It still had such a secret realm. Moreover, the quality of this secret realm was quite good. Long Chen and the vice dean of Xianxia College, Feng Qingyan, went to the arcane realm. Ling Xiao led the others to the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. Not only his friends, but also many disciples who had not been to the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda for half a year. These people called him senior brother, so he had to do what a senior brother should do. Since he had already offended the Celestial Emperor, it did not matter if he caused a ruckus. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda, he realized that every floor was guarded by a martial artist from the Phoenix Academy. It could be said that they treated this place as their private training ground. However, all of this was meaningless to him. He led the others and walked straight to the pagoda. They started to clean up the first floor. After all, no one cared if the other party violated the rules. Naturally, he could also violate the rules. From today onwards, the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda belongs to Xianxia College for half a year. No one else is allowed to enter, especially those from the Phoenix Academy. After Ling Xiao finished cleaning up the first floor, he shouted loudly, "If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't make me do it. You're too overbearing, Ling. There are only so many disciples in Xianxia College. How can you occupy the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda?" Some people from the Phoenix Academy were dissatisfied. "I'm overbearing? Why didn't you think about how overbearing you were when you occupied this place and prevented the disciples of Xianxia College from cultivating? Now you're talking nonsense with me. Get out." After saying that, he waved his hand lightly. That person was sent flying out of the pagoda. After that, Ling Xiao continued to clean up the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. He did not leave any guards on each floor. He only allowed suitable disciples of Xianxia College to cultivate. Then, he set up a Dharma formation at the entrance. This Dharma formation could only be broken by someone who was more skilled and powerful than him. Otherwise, he could only worry and do nothing about it. He was not greedy. Phoenix Academy had occupied this place for half a year. It was enough for him to set up the Dharma formation for half a year. The disciples of Xianxia College looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a god. Even the teachers of the college did not look like that. He was too powerful. From the bottom to the top, the number of people following behind Ling Xiao became fewer and fewer. That was because there would be people arranged to enter each level to cultivate. As for the people from the Phoenix Academy, most of them were quite obedient and left obediently. Ling Xiao showed no mercy to those who were disobedient. He broke their legs and cut off their ears. Since he couldn't understand human language and couldn't walk, what was the point of having legs and ears? Don't think that what he did was cruel. The Phoenix Academy had done the same thing to the students of Xianxia College more than once. It was precisely because of their overbearing and unreasonable behavior that many students of Xianxia College had no choice but to leave Xianxia College and join the Phoenix Academy. An eye for an eye, Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with that. He was not a saint. He did not have so much pity and sympathy to give out. "Ling Xiao, you are too arrogant." Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the sky, which stunned Lan Yuer, Cold Plum, Ying Wuya, and Feng Minglian who were following behind Ling Xiao. This is the aura of someone who has reached the Tao Insight realm. This guy actually jumped 2 levels at once and directly reached the second Tao Insight realm from the half-step Tao Insight realm? Feng Yanran said in shock. Although she didn't reach the Tao Insight realm, she was quite familiar with the aura of each level. After all, she was born in a royal family and had read a lot of books. "Do you know this guy?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course. This guy is Shang Guanhong. He joined Xianxia College half a year ago. The college treated him well. He even poached several students and left with them to join the Phoenix Academy. Feng Yanran said angrily. Why didn't Xianxia College punish these people? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. It's not that they don't want to punish them, but they can't. According to the college rules, students are free to leave the college and choose to study elsewhere. Feng Yanran smiled bitterly and said, you should know this. I almost forgot. The college is different from the sect. Ling Xiao sighed and said, but why does this guy seem to have a grudge against me? He just broke through and wants to find trouble with me? I don't know. Feng Yanran shook her head and said. Let's go and see what's going on. That should be the top level of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. We haven't had time to clean it up. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Although the college didn't say that students couldn't quit halfway and join an enemy sect, in Ling Xiao's eyes, such people were traitors. Although they didn't have to be eradicated, such behavior was quite shameful. Therefore, he didn't have a good impression of Sheng Guanhong. The second Tao Insight realm was more powerful than Tianpeng and Huangzi. Although he was not as powerful as the sword demon who provoked him in the divine capital, he was still quite powerful. The group walked up the stairs and arrived at the highest level. At this time, there were many people gathered here. However, they were all disciples of the Phoenix Academy. At the place where the stone door was opened, a man in a rainbow-colored robe was standing. He looked very flashy. A gust of wind blew past, and his sleeves and robe fluttered. He looked like a hero. With an arrogant smile on his face, he looked at Ling Xiao. A powerful aura surrounded his body. A pure domain energy symbolized that he had indeed entered the Tao Insight realm. This Sheng Guanhong is indeed a genius. In less than half a year, he advanced from the half-step Tao Insight realm to the Tao Insight realm. He even jumped one level and advanced to the second Tao Insight realm. The onlookers all clicked their tongues in wonder. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would the Phoenix Academy accept such a person as a disciple? Obviously, the surrounding martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were very excited. Every time the Phoenix Academy produced a Tao Insight realm martial artist, it was their pride. Other than the 10 Phoenix Sons, there was no one else in the younger generation who could advance to the Tao Insight realm. However, as the Dragon Phoenix selection approached, in this half a year, the Divine Phoenix Academy had accepted many young talents with absolute talent. Sheng Guanhong was obviously one of them. Looks like the glorious generation of the Divine Phoenix Empire is finally born. Everyone was very excited. I guess that Jimingxing is about to break through. In that case, with the 10 Phoenix Sons and the other hidden genius Tao Insight realm martial artists, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time will definitely be very lively. The martial artists who cultivated at the top of the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda usually stayed for a few months. Some even stayed for a year or two. Therefore, they didn't know that Jimingxing had been killed. Tianpeng Huangzi, Peng Yu, was also killed. They didn't even know that Peacock Huangzi, Kong He, was crippled. In their hearts, the 10 Phoenix Sons were still complete. Jimingxing, who came to the Divine Phoenix Empire half a year ago, should not be far from breaking through under the Emperor's great nurturing. This was definitely an era of shocking talents. It was an era where heroes emerged in large numbers. Ever since the birth of the Mountain River martial soul was rumored, although no one had seen it before, the number of rising geniuses and youths had indeed increased. There was no doubt about this. In this era of heroes, those who could stand out from the countless geniuses or trample on the rest were the true kings of the youth, the true monstrous genius who stood above all the other geniuses. This era was destined to belong to such a person. However, no one knew who he would be. After all, before the Dragon Phoenix selection and the White Tiger meet, everything was still a mystery. Behind Sheng Guanhong was a 7-colored rainbow. It was not a vision, but his martial soul. The Rainbow Martial Soul is a very unique martial soul. Even among the nature-type martial souls, it is still very rare. In the crowd, there were still people with outstanding eyesight who could see the rarity of Sheng Guanhong's martial soul. Standing in the 7-colored rainbow, Sheng Guanhong was like a god of war draped in colorful armor. He was majestic and awe-inspiring. The rainbow flashed, and each light represented a special attack. This was why such a martial soul was rare. Its attacks were often impossible to guard against. Torrential Rain Domain. Shang Guanhong did not stop after revealing his martial soul. He seemed to want to show his strength by releasing his own paradise domain. Violent winds and torrential rain fell, and that space became a unique space that belonged to him. Half of it was a torrential rain, and the other half was a rainbow. Both were extremely dangerous and terrifying. Torrential Rain Domain combined with the Rainbow Martial Soul. Shang Guanhong is really a rather unique person. I wonder how he will fare in actual combat. Someone secretly asked. That's not clear. He has just broken through to the Paradise Realm and has not fought. Everything is still uncertain. No one could answer this question, not even Shang Guanhong himself. Before being tested in actual combat, everything was illusory. Shang Guanhong's gaze shifted away from Ling Xiao's face with disdain and arrogance. He then said loudly, "From today onwards, I, Shang Guanhong, will reserve the Heaven Essence Pagoda. If you are not a disciple of the Phoenix Academy, no one is allowed to enter. Next, I will challenge the 10th ranked celebrity, Huangzi, and the 9th ranked Heavenly Rock, Huangzi. I will use my strength to obtain a Huangzi position. Although the two of them are not bad, they are no match for me. As for a certain piece of trash who kept clamoring while I was in seclusion, I think his name is Ling Xiao. Hurry up and scram while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, the first person I'll destroy after I advance will be you." This was a declaration of absolute confidence and arrogance. He wanted to tell everyone present, to tell Ling Xiao, that he, Shang Guanhong, would become one of the best in this era. Not only did he have to step on Jimingxing and Pingyu's heads to climb up, but he also had to step on some ants who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. And this ant, he had already pointed out that it was Ling Xiao. Well said. Brother Shangguan, you are indeed confident. That Ling Xiao is nothing. That's right. Even Heavenly Rock and Huangzi are no match for you. Shang Guanhong knew himself well. He only wanted to challenge the two Huangzi who were ranked at the bottom. He did not mention anything about those who were ranked at the top. That was because he knew that those people were not people he could challenge. At the very least, he had to wait until he stabilized his cultivation. I thought you, Shang Guanhong, had some great ability. It turns out that you only want to challenge two dead men. Feng Yanran could not stand Shang Guanhong's arrogant look, so she spoke sarcastically. What do you mean? Shang Guanhong asked coldly. His gaze was cold and ruthless. If Feng Yanran could not give him a satisfactory answer, he swore that he would kill her. What do I mean? Feng Yanran smiled and said, Celebrity Huangzi, Jimingxing, and Heavenly Rock, Huangzi, Pengyu, were killed today. What? How is that possible? Who killed them? Shang Guanhong questioned. This person is not on the horizon, but right in front of you. Feng Yanran looked at Ling Xiao and was filled with pride. Ling Xiao was able to kill Jimingxing and Pengyu, which surprised her. This person's talent was definitely rare. It was truly admirable. Him? Shang Guanhong was stunned for a moment and said, This ant? You keep saying that he is an ant. Then are the two Huangzi who were killed by him even worse than an ant? Feng Yanran smiled. Good, very good. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If the two of them are really dead, then I will have to challenge the Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Xianxia, who is ranked 8th. In addition, there is also Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming who are trying to compete with me for the position of Huangzi. If you are interested, Ling Xiao, you can also challenge them. I don't mind getting rid of you. Shang Guanhong revealed a sinister smile. He originally planned to challenge Jimingxing and Pengyu immediately. However, since the two of them were dead, he had to prepare for 3 days to challenge the Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Xianxia. In this challenge, he would definitely face a competition with Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. He might as well challenge them together. As for Ling Xiao, he still did not take him seriously. He had already observed earlier that Ling Xiao's aura was not strong. According to his judgment, his cultivation was at most in the Grotto Heaven realm. He could still crush him. Therefore, there was no need to take it to heart. After speaking, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, I am going back to the Phoenix Academy to recuperate. However, I have to say this. This Heaven Essence Pagoda belongs to the Phoenix Academy. You better take your people and get lost. Otherwise, in 3 days, it will not be as simple as a challenge. I will kill you. Is this considered a threat? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Yes, it is a threat. If you don't want to die, be obedient. After speaking, Shang Guanhong turned into a long rainbow and quickly disappeared into the sky. Looking at that figure, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. One of the 10 great phoenixes, he was not interested in this empty title. However, it seemed that it was time for him to fight for it. Even if it was just for the reputation of Qingshu College. Otherwise, it would be a shame if such a big college did not even have a single phoenix. Ling Xiao, get lost. Didn't you hear what our brother Shangguan said? As soon as Shang Guanhong left, a Phoenix Academy martial artist pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and scolded. Ah! In the next moment, one of his fingers was cut off. Get lost. Ling Xiao looked at everyone from the Phoenix Academy coldly. His cold murderous intent quickly spread throughout the Heaven Essence Pagoda, causing everyone to tremble. Those who were still in the Heaven Essence Pagoda were those who had not broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, these people did not have the intention to kill him. He could not be bothered to kill them. He just wanted to chase them away. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Didn't you hear what Brother Shangguan said? Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you? The warrior who had his finger cut off said in horror. Afraid? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, he wants to die. Don't tell me you guys want to die with him? I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, none of you will be left alive. Too terrifying, too powerful, was this Ling Xiao, the legendary son of the demon god. Ling Xiao had many nicknames, but most of them were vicious and were given to him by his enemies. Not only was he not annoyed by these nicknames, but he also felt that they were not bad. Ling Xiao, you're really finished. Although they were shouting, the disciples of the Phoenix Academy on the highest level of the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda ran away as if they were running for their lives. Those who are cultivating, get out. Don't make me repeat myself. Ling Xiao glanced at the single cultivation room. There was obviously a warrior cultivating in one of the rooms. I'm the son of the emperor. How dare you chase me away? A cold shout came from the single room. The divine Phoenix Emperor was said to have 10 sons. One of them was one of the 10 Phoenix sons. The other 8 were also Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they were not part of the 10 Phoenix sons. They were training deep in the palace and were said to be official divine guards of justice. Only the youngest son had not reached the Grotto Heaven Realm. Scram. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Your emperor sent the divine guards of justice to kill me, and I don't dare to chase you away. I'm already giving that old thing face by not killing you. How dare you ask me to scram? Phoenix Cry Yashan, the son of the emperor, was indescribably furious. Although he was not the crown prince, he was the son of the emperor. He was a member of the royal family. How dare someone ask him to scram? You talk too much. Ling Xiao flung his sleeves and the stone door that was supposed to be protected by an array shattered. The son of the emperor was blasted out. You. Feng Mingyashan's face was covered in blood. Although they were all superficial wounds, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Still not leaving? A ferocious grin appeared on Ling Xiao's face. I'm leaving. But just you wait. Phoenix Cry Cliff Mountain didn't dare to stay any longer. He had heard of Ling Xiao's terror from others. Facing this madman, he didn't dare to face him head-on. If this person wanted to kill him, he would really dare to do it directly, without caring about his identity. I'm waiting. Ling Xiao smiled at Feng Mingyashan, who was sent flying. He had heard such threats many times, and they were meaningless. Ling Xiao, I think you should be more careful. Feng Mingyashan is the emperor's youngest son. He has been doted on by his 9 brothers and his father since he was young. He is extremely vicious and is definitely the kind of person who will seek revenge by fair means or foul. Feng Yanran reminded him. I can't wait for him to deal with me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If Feng Ming Yashan didn't come to deal with him, how could he have a reason to deal with Feng Ming Wuliang? Oh you, I really can't see through you. Then, 3 days later, will you go to Shang Guanhong's challenge? Feng Yanran asked. Yes, why wouldn't I go? I'm just an ant, and I really want to see how powerful that arrogant Shang Guanhong is. Of course, Ling Xiao had to go. What he was pursuing now was a battle to his heart's content. It would be best if it was a situation of certain death. Perhaps only then could he be stimulated to get out of this strange state. Otherwise, being stuck in this state, although powerful, would not make him feel at ease. You guys can cultivate here in peace. With the Dharma array that I set up, ordinary people can't break it. After settling everyone down, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College and entered the secret realm to cultivate. Feng Qingyan had arranged the best secret realm for him to cultivate. Not only because Ling Xiao had a close personal relationship with him, but also because Ling Xiao was currently the biggest pride of the entire Qingshu College. In 3 days, all kinds of 10 pieces were constantly brewing. The death of the celebrity Huang Zi and the heavenly rock Huang Zi left the position of the 10 Phoenix Suns empty again. When the peacock Huang Zi was abolished, a mysterious newcomer took over his position and directly became the head of the 10 Phoenix Suns. Now, when the celebrity Huang Zi and the heavenly rock Huang Zi died, such a mysterious newcomer did not appear. Therefore, at the request of Shang Guanhong and the others, the emperor planned to have an arena battle in the imperial capital square. The 2 winners would become the successor Phoenix Suns. The list of people who would participate in this battle had already been decided. They were Shang Guanhong, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. But if anyone was not convinced, they could also challenge on the spot. Now that the imperial capital was full of young talents, not all of them were interested in the title of the 10 Phoenix Suns. Therefore, there might not be any warriors stronger than these 4 people. But the emperor still left this opportunity for those young people. Once they became a Phoenix Sun, it was equivalent to becoming a member of the divine Phoenix Empire. If they betrayed, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, young people who liked freedom would not easily participate in this kind of challenge. Ling Xiao was cultivating alone in the secret realm, but his primordial spirit had left his body, so he was very clear about the situation in the outside world. He liked to join in this kind of excitement. There would probably be many experts participating, and he could take the opportunity to train himself. Although he had been cultivating these few days, that strange state had always shrouded him. He could not retreat, and it was difficult to cultivate. Therefore, he stopped cultivating and prepared to go out for a walk to see if he could encounter any opportunities. After all, this kind of thing could not be rushed. He had been thinking about how to resolve his body's predicament since the Celestial Empire's divine capital. But when he reached the divine Phoenix Empire's imperial capital, he still could not think of anything. The only inspiration he received was to engage in a battle of certain death. Only then would he be able to get out of this predicament. This kind of opportunity was very dangerous, but there can be no construction without destruction. He was originally a guy who liked to take risks, and with the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, even if he was in a situation of certain death, he believed that he could turn it around. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity if he stayed in the academy all the time. Therefore, it might be a good idea to go out for a walk. However, just as he stepped out of the secret realm, a familiar figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Although Ling Xiao could not remember who the owner of the figure was, he still followed. This person clearly wanted to lure him out of Qingshu College, probably because it was inconvenient to talk here. After nearly 15 minutes, Ling Xiao arrived at a deserted area outside the imperial capital. The figure also slowed down and finally stopped. "Senior, who are you? Why did you lead me here?" Ling Xiao asked when he was about 100 meters away from the figure. At such a distance, it was more convenient whether it was to attack or retreat. Of course, he did not notice that a gorgeous figure had quietly followed him. This person was the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden's protection of Ling Xiao was very comprehensive. The Moon Maiden knew that Ling Xiao had provoked many enemies when he returned to the imperial capital. Someone would definitely plot against Ling Xiao. Thus, the protection of Ling Xiao was even tighter. However, in order to avoid Ling Xiao's discomfort, she had been very careful to conceal her aura. It was very easy for a Yinyang realm martial artist to not be discovered by others. Since you're here, why don't you come out for a chat? The person in front suddenly turned his head, and a familiar smiling face appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Grandfather. Ling Xiao was so excited that his entire body trembled. He had come to the Divine Phoenix continent from the Heavenly Dragon continent to find his grandfather, Hongqi. Unfortunately, other than getting some information from Jining, there had been no other news about Hongqi. He did not expect to meet him here today. However, who was the girl that his grandfather was talking about? Could it be Sister Moon Maiden? Ling Xiao turned his head and saw the Moon Maiden's light blue figure slowly appear. However, the Moon Maiden's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she was even a little nervous. This was because she heard Ling Xiao call that person grandfather. Since he was Ling Xiao's grandfather, didn't that mean he was her grandfather? She could not help but feel nervous when meeting an elder. Haha, you're really something. You already have a woman, but you didn't even bring her here for your grandfather to see. Hongqi smiled as he stroked his beard. He casually drew a circle and isolated this space from the outside world. In that instant, the Moon Maiden was shocked. Hongqi's strength was simply unfathomable. When did Ling Xiao have such a powerful grandfather? Grandfather, let's not talk about me. Where have you been all this time? Also, what's with your strength? Back in Tianfeng City, you couldn't even defeat an ordinary martial vein realm martial artist. Ling Xiao asked a series of questions. Sit down and tell me slowly. Hongqi gently touched his storage ring, and a table and chairs appeared on the ground. After the three of them sat down, Hongqi sighed and said, "It's a long story. When I was at the peak of my career, I was plotted against by the people closest to me. Although I didn't die, I became a cripple. Fortunately, your parents saved me. Later on, in order to repay their kindness, I carried you to Tianfeng City, the place with the weakest cultivators." My parents? Grandpa, do you know who my parents are? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Now, you can be considered a person who can take charge of things on your own. You can know some of the truth. Hongqi smiled and said, your father is Ji Furing, the successor of the sacred dynasty's Saint Emperor, while your mother is Yu Xianxia, a peerless powerhouse of the soul race. It's really them. Although Ling Xiao had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard the truth from Hongqi. That's right, it's them. Hongqi nodded. But why did they abandon me? Ling Xiao was a little resentful. It's not that they want to abandon you, but because the path they want to take is uncertain. Bringing you along will only harm you. Hongqi sighed and said, if there are no accidents, your parents should have walked out of the gate of heaven's chosen. As for where they are, even I don't know. If one day, you can also pass through the gate of heaven's chosen, try and see if you can find them. Why must humans pass through the gate of heaven's chosen? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. I can answer this. The Moon Maiden suddenly said, the mystic world we live in is a very unstable world. It can collapse at any time. Leaving the mystic world to find another place suitable for the survival of the myriad races is something that has been done since more than 100,000 years ago. Not only that. Hongqi added, according to the information observed in the Immortal Court, the powerhouses from beyond the sky seem to like to use other backward worlds as their practice targets. Just like how many martial artists break stones to test their strength, the mystic world is just like a stone in their eyes. Isn't this too outrageous? Ling Xiao felt that his brain capacity was a little insufficient. He had never heard of the things that the Moon Maiden and Hongqi said. He had never even thought about it before. Whether it's outrageous or not, none of us can say for sure. After all, it's just the words of a big shot. If you really want to know the truth, you can only know the answer when your cultivation reaches a certain level and you walk out of the gate of heaven's chosen. Hongqi smiled and said, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the things around you. I heard that you founded the Celestial Empire and became the Celestial Emperor? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. Good boy, you have ambition, but don't be proud because of this. As far as I know, the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire recently signed the Northern Desert Alliance. I don't know the specific content of the alliance, but what is certain is that the two empires have always been enemies. Now that they have begun to trade and even send diplomatic missions to each other, You have to be careful that the Divine Phoenix Empire will make a move on your Celestial Empire. Hongqi reminded. I know. Ling Xiao had actually thought that such a day would come. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? The Divine Phoenix Empire would definitely not allow the Celestial Empire to grow stronger. It's good that you know. Also, I have to tell you that the Tomohiko Kuma you captured alive before, after going through that ordeal, not only did he not become dispirited, he became even more mature and stronger than before. Hongqi smiled and said, this person's cultivation was originally much higher than yours. If it wasn't for his lack of experience, he wouldn't have been captured alive by you. Now, he is already a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Rumor has it that his master, Timur Mutu, left him a treasure that can allow him to cultivate to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. Now, he hates you to the bone. Tomohiko Kuma? Ling Xiao smiled and said, if I can capture him alive once, I can capture him alive again. Last time, because someone helped him, he survived. But next time it might not be so. It's good to be confident, but you have to be careful. Hongqi continued, now, Northern Desert City has already become an abandoned city. Ever since you moved all the people there to the Heavenly Dragon continent, that place has gradually become desolate. Sigh, if the Divine Phoenix Empire could trust Jining a little more, it wouldn't be like this. Ling Xiao sighed and said. No need to sigh. Their misdeeds have instead helped you. Hongqi said, because the Dragon Phoenix selection is coming, the White Tiger meet will also be held after that. I reckon that the wars between big countries will gradually decrease. Your biggest goal now should be to get at least the top 3 in the Dragon Tiger meet. This way, the benefits you will receive will not only increase your own cultivation, but will also be of great help. At the same time, it will also make your empire stronger. The White Tiger meet actually has such benefits? Ling Xiao originally thought that this kind of martial arts festival was just to reward martial artists. He didn't expect that it would also be beneficial to the development of a country. Of course. The top 3 of the White Tiger meet will be rewarded with a law of the profound world. This law is absolute. Other than the strongest people in the profound world, no one can violate it. If you obtain it, you and your empire will naturally benefit immensely. Hongqi smiled. The first place should get the best law, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, but it won't be easy to get first place. Not to mention the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Sons, just the Black Crow Empire's 7 demons are not to be trifled with. Not to mention, there will also be some young cultivators from the White Tiger continent participating. Although they aren't the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent, they won't be weaker than the 10 Phoenix Sons and 7 demons. In addition, there are also the geniuses from the 5 Immortal Island and 7 Martial Sect Island. Don't be careless. Hongqi sighed. Just like how I got first place in the martial arts festival, the first place of the White Tiger meet will also be mine. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you make others believe in you? Hongqi looked deeply at Ling Xiao, as if he saw himself when he was young. However, Ling Xiao was even more arrogant and confident than when he was young. Today, he had originally planned to advise Ling Xiao to conceal his strength and bide his time, temporarily avoiding the brunt of the attack. But now, he couldn't say anything. Ling Xiao's path was different from his, and his path was a failure. Because he hid his strength and bided his time, many people came to harass him unscrupulously, making him feel annoyed. It wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's current situation. Maybe he could wait and see, and let Ling Xiao walk his own path. Grandfather, come back to Qingshu College with me? Ling Xiao said. Forget it. It's easier for grandfather to protect you in the dark. After all, no one knows about my relationship with you yet, so I won't be included in the calculation of your battle strength. Hongqi smiled and said, there's something that grandfather needs your help with. Grandfather, just say it. Ling Xiao nodded. I found this pill formula in the book left behind by your mother. It seems to be able to restore my cultivation. If possible, I'll have to trouble you to refine it. As he spoke, Hongqi handed the pill formula to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a glance. However, as long as his cultivation could reach the upper levels of the Grotto Heaven realm, which was the 7th Grotto Heaven realm or above, it might be possible. Grandfather, I can't concoct this pill for the time being. But don't worry, I'll be able to do it soon. At this stage, I'll help you find the ingredients. Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to trouble you, little fellow. When Grandpa came over just now, he noticed a group of people lying in ambush outside the Xianxia Academy. I guess they are targeting you. Be careful when you go back. Hongqi glanced at the Moon Maiden. He thought that with the Moon Maiden around, those people wouldn't be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with excitement when he heard this. After parting ways with Hongqi, Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden returned to Xingshu College. It was already night time and it was drizzling. Dozens of black figures were lurking on both sides of the mountain path leading to Xingshu College. They stared at each other like wild beasts on the hunt. Sister Moon Maiden, no matter what happens later, even if I'm about to be killed, don't do anything. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and said to the Moon Maiden who was hiding in the dark. I can't do it. The Moon Maiden said after pondering for a moment. Even if you can't do it, you have to do it. This might be the best opportunity for me to improve my cultivation. I don't want to miss it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, if you really want what's best for me, don't do anything. If you can't help it, stay away and don't look. The Moon Maiden remained silent. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that the Moon Maiden probably couldn't do it. However, he also believed that the Moon Maiden could determine if he was really in danger or not. It would be fine as long as she didn't act in a hurry. He quickened his pace and walked to the center of the mountain path that was filled with danger. It's raining. You guys aren't wearing your bamboo hats, right? It's better to come out and solve the problem quickly so that you can go home and rest. He stood there, and his cold voice flew out, scuttling into the pitch-black bushes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, dozens of figures rushed out of the bushes. However, there were still people hiding inside. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. His Tai Chi eye had the ability to see through things. He could see through the shadowy bushes. Naturally, he knew how many people were inside. Dragon King Tian, you really live up to your reputation. We are all specially trained assassins. I didn't expect you to still discover us. One of them seemed to be the leader of this group. There was a silver venomous snake embroidered on the black scarf that he wore. Who are you guys? Ling Xiao asked. He was very interested to find out who had the power to send so many experts to deal with him after so many divine guards of justice had been killed. The silver venomous snake in front of him was also at the Grotto Heaven realm. However, he felt that he was more powerful than Pingyu and Lu Qianzong. Dense murderous aura filled the air. It was obvious that he had killed many people. There were 4 other people hiding in the bushes. They were also Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Moreover, they were all in their 40s or 50s. Their scarves were embroidered with scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. Their strength was similar to that of the silver venomous snake. The venomous snake did not answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, he questioned, Ling Xiao, although you are the Dragon King Tian, you have killed more than 1,000 divine guards of justice on the streets. Furthermore, you have killed the 2 pillars of the empire, Huangzi and Huangzi. You have committed a heinous crime. If you know what's good for you, you can come with us. Otherwise, this place will be your grave. Ling Xiao smiled. This was going to be fun. 5 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists and several dozen half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artists had joined forces to take his life. In the imperial capital, there should be no one else other than the 8 great races and the Righteous Alliance who had such ability. Was it the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, the Great Pung race, or the Ice Phoenix race? Ling Xiao speculated, but his eyes were cold. There's no need to sound so dignified. Since you're here to take my life, you might as well come out together. You bunch of weaklings are no match for me. As for the 4 people hiding in the bushes, do you want me to invite you out? After saying this, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand, and a powerful sword chi cut through the bushes. The 4 people also came out. Venomous snake, scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. Interesting. You should be the rumored 5 poison assassins of the Dark God Hall's 5 Poison Hall, right? Ling Xiao recognized the origins of these people at a glance. This was because Hong Qi had just given him a rough overview of the situation after the Sacred Dynasty state religion had split. The Dark God Hall was one of the 12 Dark God Halls. They were most skilled in cultivating assassins. In the past, they had made great contributions to the Sacred Dynasty, assassinating many generals of the True Demon Empire. In the past, the Dark God Hall was considered a powerful force in the Sacred Dynasty, assisting the Sacred Emperor in saving the people from calamity. However, ever since the Dark God Hall was separated, it had completely changed. The current Dark God Hall was the largest assassin organization in the mystic world. The Five Poison Hall was one of its branches, specializing in poison. The Five Poison Assassin in front of him should be the assassin leader of the Five Poison Hall branch in the Divine Phoenix continent. He was probably a silver assassin of the branch. It was said that the gold assassins of the Five Poison Hall branch in the Divine Phoenix continent were generally at the upper levels of the Grotto Heaven realm. The silver assassins were low and middle levels of the Grotto Heaven realm, and there were not many of them. This time, they had sent 5 of them to deal with Ling Xiao. They had really put in a lot of effort. The rest of the half-step Grotto Heaven realm assassins should be bronze assassins, or it could be said that they were suicide soldiers sent to their deaths. Since you have already recognized us, then you should know that we, the Dark God Hall, have always been paid to eliminate disasters. If you are obedient today, we will not kill you. After we bring you back, we will hand you over to our guests. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Viper looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said in a very arrogant and callous manner. Interesting, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Ling Xiao sneered, and a powerful aura was released from his body. The fallen leaves under his feet were blown away by this aura. He had waited for this opportunity for too long. Although the 4 first-level Grotto Heaven realm warriors were not his ideal opponents, the assassins of the Dark God Hall should be stronger than the average warrior. They might be able to help him get out of that state. Stop. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and a group of people rushed over from the darkness. The leader was none other than Feng Yanran, and the people led by Feng Yanran were the guards of the Crown Prince's palace in the Hidden Mountain. Viper looked coldly at Feng Yanran and said, "So it is the cousin of the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain. Are you also here to die?" He did not care about the guards of the Hidden Mountain at all. After all, he was a Grotto Heaven realm warrior, and those guards were only at the Heaven realm. Yanran, didn't I tell you to cultivate in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda? Why did you come out? Ling Xiao also frowned. Feng Yanran's appearance could not help him at all. Instead, she would become a burden. These people were the assassins of the Dark God Palace. After taking the money, they wouldn't care about your identity. They would kill whoever they wanted. I was still worried about your safety and couldn't cultivate in peace, so I asked for some people from my cousin in the Hidden Mountain. I didn't expect them to come in handy today. Feng Yanran explained. Sai, what's the use of you coming? The other party is an assassin from the Dark God Palace. Not to mention that you're Feng Yanran, even if you're Feng Mingwu Liang, as long as they've received the money, they'll still complete the mission. Ling Xiao sighed and said, let's go back. I'll take care of things here. Go back? Since she's here, she can stay here forever. At this moment, another voice sounded. He was still dressed in black, and he was also wearing a black scarf. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but there was also a silver poisonous snake embroidered on the black scarf. However, there was a small dagger embroidered beside the poisonous snake. His cultivation was obviously stronger than the poisonous snake from before. The second Grotto Heaven realm, Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, but he was even more excited. It's here, it's finally here. For first Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, 1 second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, and dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. This battle was definitely worth a try. What, you want to kill me, and also the people of the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at them and asked coldly. So what? We can't let anyone who saw us go. They must all die. Dagger Gentleman said coldly. The rain seemed to be heavier. Ling Xiao's face cracked into a bright smile. Yanran, take your people and stand aside. With me here, no one can hurt you. After saying that, Ling Xiao released the Dark Sword Realm. In the sword realm, the rain suddenly stopped, and dozens of assassins were completely enveloped in it. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death? Dagger Gentleman frowned. Ling Xiao's sword realm was very strong. He could feel that if he did not kill Ling Xiao, the sword realm could not be broken. Dagger Gentleman was only here to supervise the execution and had no intention of taking action. However, now he was also trapped in the dark sword realm. It was impossible for him not to take action. Die? If you have the ability, I will die without regrets. Ling Xiao said with a grin. All of you stand aside. I will kill him. Dagger Gentleman was obviously angry. Ling Xiao dared to look down on him. As a second-class silver medal assassin, he had killed many first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was unknown, he was at most in the first Grotto Heaven Realm. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Don't regret it. Ling Xiao looked at Dagger Gentleman and showed a grim smile. The cold smile made the assassins feel a sense of foreboding. Feng Yanran stood outside anxiously and looked at Ling Xiao. She regretted it very much. If she did not appear, Ling Xiao might choose to escape. With Ling Xiao's body movement, escaping should not be a problem. But now, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. It was all her fault. Don't worry. I am here. In the darkness, a familiar voice came into Feng Yanran's ears. Her Highness Moon Maiden, she was immediately overjoyed. But after a while, she was puzzled. Since the Moon Maiden was here, why did she let Ling Xiao face those assassins alone? Could it be that Ling Xiao knew it would be dangerous, so he deliberately came here to cause trouble? Thinking of Ling Xiao's crazy actions, she was more and more convinced that her idea was right. But why? Could this be the reason why Ling Xiao's cultivation improved so quickly? She did not have time to think. In the Dark Sword domain, a terrifying murderous aura was released and pierced through the Dark Sword domain. A flying knife appeared in Dagger Gentleman's hand. It was a 3-inch-long flying knife. A terrifying murderous aura spread rapidly in the Dark Sword domain. Fierce, powerful, cold, on the 3-inch-long flying knife, the domain origin energy was crazily flowing, and the murderous aura was spreading. Although it was a flying knife, it seemed to be completely integrated with his arm. The knife was his arm, and his arm was the knife. Although this was not the highest level of one with a knife, it was already developing in that direction. No wonder Dagger Gentleman was so arrogant. It would be strange if he was not arrogant. Interesting. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly. He could feel the power of this flying knife. An ordinary Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not be able to block it. Even if they knew where the knife was going, they would not be able to block it. This was why Dagger Gentleman was so terrifying. Feng Yanran became more and more nervous. She clenched her fists and did not even dare to breathe too loudly, for fear that it would affect Ling Xiao's performance. Not to mention her, even the Moon Lady was ready to make a move. The Moon Maiden couldn't guarantee that Ling Xiao would be able to block this flying dagger. This Sir Dagger was definitely a terrifying silver metal assassin in the Dark God Palace. Even silver metal assassins with a higher cultivation level might not be able to match his swift and fierce aura. It seemed to be able to penetrate and kill everything. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The realm of origin energy began to condense crazily. At this time, he stood there like an unsheathed sharp blade, indestructible. The colorless and odorless realm of origin energy wrapped him up. Suddenly, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. Although the shadow sword did not have any special ability, it was most suitable for a skilled swordsman. It was flexible, sharp, strange, and changeable. The sharp shadow of the sword seemed very quiet in the air. However, if someone could see through the sword, he would find that the realm of origin energy in the sword had reached a kind of extreme. Ling Xiao did not use the power of the Dark Sword realm. At this time, he only wanted to use the sword in his hand to repel the enemy. On the ground, all the weeds and leaves within 3 or 4 meters of the two had been cut into pieces by the sharp sword chi and saber chi and blown away by the strong aura. Sir Dagger frowned slightly, but soon, he smiled. You are very good, but it is still a pity that my flying knife has never missed its target. One knife is a life. Mr. Dagger's right hand was still holding the flying knife, as if it was motionless, but in fact, it continued to condense power. He said casually, I have never used the flying knife to deal with warriors of the celestial realm. My flying knife has only killed warriors of the Tao Insight realm. I have shot a total of 10 flying knives and killed 9 warriors of the first Tao Insight realm and 1 warrior of the third Tao Insight realm. So what? Ling Zhao's sword was still held up, as if it was ready to burst out a terrible killing power at any time. I basically don't use my sword. Whenever I use my sword, there must be blood. Whether you will die or not depends on your ability. Ling Zhao's momentum and words were not weaker than Mr. Dagger's. Before I kill you, I can tell you my name. Remember, my name is Feng Shidao. Mr. Dagger seemed to think that Ling Zhao's strength was enough to make him pay attention to him, so he said his name. I'll remember this. Wind of Regret Blade, another one of my defeated opponents. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Although beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, his expression was very relaxed. If you can take one blow from me, Feng Shidao said calmly. That depends on whether you have the strength to withdraw. Ling Zhao smiled. You are arrogant. Feng Shidao did not speak. He was not ordered to kill Ling Zhao. He was only here to supervise the other assassins. So, whether he killed Ling Zhao or not was up to him. Before he came, he had seen Ling Zhao's information. He was an arrogant, overbearing, and ruthless guy. Seeing him today, it was indeed so. It seemed that he would not kill the wrong person. Ling Zhao gently closed his eyes and did not speak. He was comprehending the terrifying Taotai martial soul in his body. The terrifying giant beast opened its evil eyes and stared at Ling Zhao's origin soul. Lend me your strength. Ling Zhao's origin soul did not fear the terror of the giant beast. Roar. The deep roar was full of terrifying power. It was an absolute demonstration. Evil creature. Ling Zhao's origin soul was no longer polite. It suddenly became huge, even bigger than the Taotai martial soul. He directly grabbed the giant beast's neck and fused it with his soul. In that instant, a huge black shadow appeared behind Ling Zhao. It was a furious giant beast that seemed to be able to devour everything. The giant beast's strength fused with the shadow sword in Ling Zhao's hand. That sword seemed to have turned into a monster in an instant. Feng Shidao's brows furrowed even tighter. He originally wanted to give Ling Zhao a chance. That way, his attack would have meaning. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that Ling Zhao's strength seemed to have far surpassed his expectations. That terrifying sword intent was filled with the will to destroy and kill. Moreover, it seemed to have no limit. It was suffocating. Kill. Feng Shidao did not wait any longer. The 3-inch-long flying knife in his hand pierced through the air, causing the entire space to revolve. The elements in the air were wildly absorbed into the flying knife. The small 3-inch-long flying knife was infused with a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The atmosphere in the entire space became chaotic. The rest of the assassins were deathly pale. Their faces were filled with horror. Their cultivation was only one level lower than Feng Shidao's, but the difference in their combat strength was simply too great. Ling Zhao watched the terrifying attack that almost fused endless power into a single point. The sweat on his forehead dripped to the ground. The sword in his hand also stabbed out. The incomparably terrifying sword intent carried the roar of a giant beast. It constantly tore through the already shaky space and finally accurately collided with the 3-inch-long flying knife. This attack was to meet force with force. The goal of the two was obviously not to kill each other, but to completely destroy the other's attack and then cause damage to the other's body. To put it bluntly, it was all to show off their strength. It was not the sound of metal clashing, but the constant collision and friction of the two forces. In the air, sparks flew, sand and stones flew. My will overrides everything. Dominating the heavens and destroying gods, fearless. On Ling Zhao's body, the destruction sword intent, the slaughter sword intent, and the mountain river intent merged into one, perfectly fusing with Ling Zhao's own will. The stronger his will, the stronger these forces were. Under the urging of the terrifying will, the sword chi skyrocketed. It actually showed signs of suppressing the 3-inch-long flying knife. Everyone watched this scene in horror. They were even forced by the powerful strength chi to the point that they were unable to move. Feng Shidao was only 18 years old, Ling Xiao was only 17 years old, and these were only two very young people. But their strength made a group of 40 to 50-year-old assassins involuntarily blush with shame. There were even assassins who secretly doubted, can such a Ling Xiao be killed? And there was definitely more than one person who had such thoughts. Feng Shidao's face was gloomy. His originally relaxed expression also became nervous. He had miscalculated, Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Kill. Ling Xiao took another step forward. The flying knife retreated again. How terrifying. These two people are definitely outstanding talents of their generation. But that Ling Xiao is clearly stronger. The assassins were very familiar with Feng Shidao. They knew that Feng Shidao was the youngest silver medal assassin in the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch. He was also the best among the young assassins. He had even killed a powerful 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Feng Shidao had once personally killed a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Although Feng Shidao had been seriously injured that time, he had used some special methods of an assassin. But he had still done it. But today, facing Ling Xiao, Feng Shidao was actually at a disadvantage. Was this an illusion? Snake Shadow Blade. Finally, Feng Shidao knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao in a head-on clash. His other flying blade pierced towards Ling Xiao in an extremely strange path. It was very fast. Mysterious and unfathomable. Unfortunately, you are still not qualified for me to use my full strength. A cold voice slipped from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His figure suddenly disappeared. A mournful scream rang out. Although Feng Shidao had dodged Ling Xiao's killing blow, he had lost an arm. And that arm was the arm that had used the snake shadow blade earlier. Ling Xiao, I will take revenge for today. You are indeed very strong. They have all underestimated you. Feng Shidao tore apart the dark sword domain, broke through the air, and fled without a trace. A loser has nothing to brag about. Ling Xiao watched disdainfully as the figure fled quickly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Wind Shidao was indeed very strong, but it was a pity that Ling Xiao was actually at an advantage when the two of them exchanged blows here. Don't forget that Feng Shidao was an assassin. Assassins had their own way of fighting. Face-to-face battles were the most idiotic. Aren't you leaving? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at those assassins mockingly. After the battle with Feng Shidao just now, these people should have understood his strength. Assassins have taken the money and have to do their jobs. There is no reason for them to run away. Viper shook his head. All right then. At that moment, Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold and cruel. He had already given these people a chance. Unfortunately, these people did not know how precious it was. Die. Before his voice fell, sword light had already flashed in the darkness. In just a moment, dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm assassins were all killed. All of them only had one wound, and that was the dark red sword on their necks. Although it was small, it was enough to be fatal. These people didn't even have the chance to scream. As for the 5 Poisons assassin, he was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He managed to dodge Ling Xiao's sword beam in time and hid in the shadows. Assassins had their own way of fighting. If they were to fight with Ling Xiao face to face, they would not be able to take advantage of him. So they had to hide. So cool, how domineering, how callous, Feng Yanran's expression was very interesting. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to kill someone right after reminding the other party. Moreover, the people he killed were from the Dark God Hall, the largest assassin organization in the profound world. The guards of Feng Yinshan were also dumbstruck. In the mystic world, no one was willing to provoke the Dark God Hall. It was because the Dark God Hall was a group of people who operated in the dark. If you were not careful, you might be plotted against by them. Ling Xiao actually made a move without any hesitation. Was he really not afraid of the Dark God Hall's revenge? The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains had always said that this person was bold and domineering enough. Seeing him today, it was indeed so. In truth, what choice did Ling Xiao have? The other party was an assassin. Since they were not willing to leave, they must want to kill him. So Ling Xiao could only strike first to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Ling Xiao had never liked to be passive and counterattacked. That was too cowardly and depressing. He liked to take the initiative. Let the other party panic, this way, no matter what he did, it would be easier. This decision was actually very simple. It was just that most people in this kind of situation would overlook it and hope that others would show mercy and pity them. In Ling Xiao's view, rather than hoping for the sympathy of others, it was better to control one's own fate. Using violence to deal with violence, using killing to stop killing. This seemed unreasonable, but in the profound world, it was very correct. This was an abnormal world. Here, martial artists were the main force, and vendettas were commonplace. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. It was that simple. The people of the Dark God Hall would never have imagined that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to attack. They also did not expect that Ling Xiao would eliminate dozens of their cannon fodder. Only 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were left. This person was more like an assassin than them, and he was the king of assassins. Every sword move was so mysterious and unfathomable. Every sword move was so fierce and ruthless, not giving others a chance to retaliate. Ling Xiao stopped attacking and stood there quietly. He opened the Taiji eye and took in everything around him. Even the enemy's every move would not be able to escape his eyes. In this range of several hundred meters, even if a bird flapped its wings, he could clearly see it. The heaven and earth realm coupled with the Taiji eye was just that powerful. Perhaps Ling Xiao was the nemesis of assassins. Because in front of him, the enemy had no secrets to speak of. Ling Xiao saw a person. In addition to the 5 assassins, there was another person lying in ambush about 100 meters away, secretly accumulating power. This person's cultivation was not low. He was probably second only to Feng Shidao. If he did not discover this person and was really ambushed, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Being injured in this kind of surrounded situation was a very dangerous thing. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. He pretended not to notice the other party and pointed his sword at the nearby bushes. What a pity. 5 of the 5 poison assassins of the 5 Poison Hall Divine Phoenix branch will die in my hands today. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot out from under his feet. Too fast, too hidden, too sudden. When Feng Yanran shouted to be careful, this cold light had already pierced into Ling Xiao's body. However, when Feng Yanran covered her cherry mouth and exclaimed, she discovered an extremely strange situation. Ling Xiao, who should have been stabbed, was safe and sound. However, it was the assassin who had a sharp blade in his chest. It was Ling Xiao's serene shadow sword. What on earth happened? Feng Yanran did not understand at all. His body movement has reached the level where it can make his opponents and bystanders hallucinate. It's really too fast. The Moon Maiden's voice sounded in Feng Yanran's ears. She was actually a little excited. It seemed that even the Moon Maiden did not expect Ling Xiao to have such great improvement. Not enough. Ling Xiao murmured. It was indeed not enough. The threat was too small. The assassination of a first Grotto Heaven Realm warrior could not cause any harm to him. It was simply boring. The other party seemed to have noticed this. Looking at the corpse of their companion, they finally decided to join forces with the 4 of them. Bang! The dead assassin's corpse suddenly exploded. Countless terrifying poisonous scorpions shot out from the corpse and wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. Go! Of course, the assassins were not stupid enough to think that these poisonous scorpions could kill Ling Xiao. However, as long as the poisonous scorpions could delay Ling Xiao's attack, they would have a chance to attack and kill Ling Xiao. The 4 of them attacked almost at the same time and appeared in different ways. The 4 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins all had their own special martial souls and Grotto Heaven domains. One of them turned into a dark raindrop and suddenly approached. One of them turned into a pitch-black curtain of night and merged with nature. One of them quietly launched a long-range attack. One of them approached at an extremely fast speed, as if he could teleport. The cooperation of these 4 people was really strong. Even Ling Xiao was in trouble. He judged that it was impossible to dodge all the attacks this time. After careful consideration, he quickly stabbed out with his sword. Blood splashed into the rain and dyed the soil red. The assassin who seemed to be able to teleport was stabbed to death by Ling Xiao's sword. It was as if the assassin deliberately bumped into his sharp blade. Of course, he also paid a price for this. He was stabbed in the chest, and the venom seeped into his body. He instantly felt numb. Then, he was slashed in the arm. Fortunately, the blood flowing in his body was a mixture of human blood and ancient golden dragon blood. It was a venom that could devour everything. A moment later, he returned to normal and dodged the final fatal blow. One killed, one was seriously injured, and one was lightly injured. It was worth it. Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill. For him, healing pills were never a problem. The remaining 3 assassins hid in the darkness again. Although the sneak attack was successful, they lost one of them. However, they only injured Ling Xiao. Such a sneak attack was really not worth it. Ling Xiao still stood there expressionlessly, allowing the healing pill to spread in his body. The bleeding from the wound had stopped. A smile appeared on his face. Although he was injured, he had a feeling that he was about to break free from that strange state. He's about to die, but the 3 of us won't be able to win. We have to call for reinforcements. In the dark, the 3 assassins anxiously discussed. Agreed. I agree too. 2 of the 5 Grotto Heaven Realm Silver Card assassins had died, but only Ling Xiao was seriously injured. This made them lose their confidence. The person who hired them once said that if they needed help, they could blow the whistle in their hands. As for cannon fodder, they could have as many as they wanted. There was only one goal, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. The sound of the rain did not cover the clear whistle. The whistle sounded like the cry of an owl, but it was different. Others might not be able to hear it, but the person who made the whistle could hear it clearly. Ling Xiao did not move. He was healing, but he was also waiting. He needed more stimulation. The more enemies, the better. This rainy night might be the best day for the enemy to kill him. But to him, it was a great opportunity to break through the cage and stabilize his cultivation. It did not take long. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe a quarter of an hour. On the barren mountain, the black mass of people appeared like ants. Everyone was wearing a bamboo hat. Raindrops fell on their bamboo hats, making hard sounds. Ling Xiao noticed that these people had the word prisoner tattooed on their faces. They were prisoners, and they were all prisoners on death row. In the Divine Phoenix capital, there were not many people who had the right to mobilize prisoners on death row. They were still the 8 great clans and the Righteous Alliance. Now, he could basically confirm that these people who had ambushed him today were definitely the work of the 8 great clans or the Righteous Alliance. But how could these idiots have imagined that not only would this assassination attempt fail to kill Ling Xiao, it might even help Ling Xiao? This rainy night was filled with killing intent. This was danger, but it was also an opportunity. Kill! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd that covered the mountains and plains rushed over to kill. The strength of these prisoners was uneven. But they were basically all celestial realm martial artists. One could say that they had come to throw away their lives. Anyone who could survive this battle would have their status as a prisoner on death row revoked. Ling Xiao did not need to think to guess at this promise. In order to live, they had come to throw away their lives. It sounded very contradictory, but for these prisoners, this was their only chance. Should he sympathize with them? Ling Xiao did not have such thoughts as bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. He would kill anyone who came to kill him. This principle was very simple. But not just anyone could accept it. However, this was how Ling Xiao had walked all the way. The dark sword domain finally revealed its divine might. Terrifying sword images, combined with the protection of the darkness, transformed into murderous gods. Nearby, Feng Yinshan's guards stared in shock at all this. The order that the crown prince had given them was not to help Feng Yanran save Ling Xiao. After all, they did not have that ability. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince's order was very simple. There was only one sentence: see Ling Xiao's strength clearly. In this world, probably only Feng Yinshan regarded Ling Xiao as a potential opponent and ally. Thus, Feng Yinshan needed to understand everything about Ling Xiao, including his progress and potential. Even though Feng Yinshan had personally witnessed Ling Xiao's battle, at that time, Ling Xiao had not been at his peak, so there was no point in using Ling Xiao as a reference. Tonight, in such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao could erupt with his full strength. Thus, these guards opened their eyes wide, not willing to miss any detail. Even though Ling Xiao's performance was already enough to shock them. But perhaps, there would be an even more exciting situation to unfold. Light Sword Domain. Before the Dark Sword Domain was dispelled, Ling Xiao had actually used another sword domain at the same time. One black and one white, one bright and one dark, they complemented each other and were rather shocking. But what was most shocking was the power of these two sword domains. The martial artists in the light sword domain were burned by raging flames. Every sword chi was a sword chi strengthened by high temperature. The martial artists in the dark sword domain were simply unable to grasp the direction and position of the sword chi, let alone its trajectory. They could not even block it before they were pierced. Double Paradise Domain? How is this possible? Feng Yanran had read so many books, but she had never heard of anyone who could use more than two paradise domains at the same time. Even if one had multiple paradise domains, they could only use one of them. But for someone like Ling Xiao, she had only seen this once. Under the terrifying double sword domain, the prisoners on death row all over the mountains and plains seemed to be fighting to be the first to die. They were completely unable to get close to Ling Xiao and had already become ghosts under the sword. They did not even know how they died. The three assassins in the first paradise realm were extremely gloomy. They were very glad that they had made such a wise decision. If they were to face Ling Xiao's double sword domain, they would most likely be injured or killed. Now, after these cannon fodders had worn down Ling Xiao's spirit, it would be easier to kill him. 100 meters away, the second paradise realm martial artist who was ready to attack looked even more gloomy. He was none other than the ninth brother of Phoenix Cry Cliff Mountain, Phoenix Cry Heishan. When he heard that his younger brother had been chased out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda, his anger was indescribable. So, he did not tell anyone about this matter, but secretly laid an ambush here, ready to take Ling Xiao's life. Phoenix Cry Heishan wanted to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. But the reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because after witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Shidao, he knew that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's match. He was waiting for the best opportunity. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his imagination. Therefore, such a person had to die. Otherwise, in the future, he would really become a huge disaster for Divine Phoenix Empire. Kill, kill, kill. As if they had gone crazy, even though the death row prisoners had been injured countless times by the dual sword domain, they still didn't fear death. Because they had to do so. If they didn't do so, they would definitely die, and they would have to endure torture for the rest of their lives. Attacking Ling Xiao might lead to death, but there was still a chance of survival. If they could survive, then there would be light. However, Ling Xiao quickly tore apart their delusions. The dual sword domain gradually contracted, and then completely merged into one. Light Shadow's seventh profound killing move, Sun Moon Sword Domain. In the pitch-black night, a scarlet sun and a bright moon actually lit up. Resplendent rays of light hung above Ling Xiao's head, and then exploded outwards. If it was only sword chi, there would definitely be gaps that could be dodged. But when the sword chi was as dense as sunlight and moonlight, there was no longer any possibility of dodging. This Sun-Moon Sword Domain, which was formed from the fusion of the Light Sword Domain and the Darkness Sword Domain, although the consumption was huge, its power definitely wouldn't disappoint. In just an instant, all the death row prisoners who entered the range of the Sun-Moon Sword Domain were killed. There wasn't even a complete corpse, all of them turned into a pool of blood, and those who were alive were directly evaporated. The death row prisoners were trembling, they stopped in their tracks. They weren't truly fearless of death, but because they saw the hope of survival. But at this moment, the hope of survival was forcefully extinguished by Ling Xiao. Once they entered Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword Domain, there was no chance of survival. Use the soul-hooking chains. In the crowd, someone shouted. The eyes of the death row prisoners suddenly lit up. Throwing away the weapons in their hands, they actually threw out long chains at the same time. These chains were made of special materials and had inscriptions engraved on them. Only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist could break them. Moreover, even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would have to expend a great deal of effort to sever one. But now, there were tens of thousands of chains. They were densely packed like a spider web. There were simply too many chains, and they were also incomparably tough. The Sun Moon Sword Domain was unable to break them at all. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword domain and used his movement technique to avoid the countless chains. But in the end, he was still caught by a chain. If there was a first rule, there would be a second one. In just a moment, the IOU chain had wrapped Ling Xiao tightly. Not only did it wrap around his body, but it also wrapped around his limbs and head. 5 horses dismemberment. Someone gave another order. The prisoners on death row began to exert force in 5 different directions, attempting to dismember Ling Xiao on the spot. Feng Yanran was so nervous that she covered her eyes. She couldn't bear to see the next scene. The Moon Maiden had already condensed her technique and was ready to release it at any moment. At this moment, Ling Xiao had fallen into a dangerous situation. It's time. The 3 silver medal assassins made their move. In such a situation, Ling Xiao's limbs couldn't move, and his head couldn't move either. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any ability to threaten them. Toxic Bite. 1,000 spiders, 1,000 poisonous hands. Shadow Venomous Dragon Stab. The 3 of them, 3 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins, attacked Ling Xiao's vital points at the same time. Even though Ling Xiao had completely lost his ability to move, they still didn't dare to underestimate him. They still had to go all out. With their domain origin energy combined with the terrifying power of their martial souls, the 3 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists released a suffocating attack. The 3 attacks all contained toxic poison. No matter which attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it would cause Ling Xiao to be poisoned. Even if Ling Xiao could neutralize the poison in a moment, he would still be weakened for a moment. If things didn't go well, he would really be dismembered. Wherever the terrifying attacks passed, the weeds on the ground would quickly wither. Even the nearby trees showed signs of withering. It was enough to show how terrifying the poison was, and how terrifying the aura was. Come. Ling Xiao's eyes didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and they were filled with an absolute fighting spirit. The 9th profound of light, child of light, the 9th profound of shadow, child of shadow. All of a sudden, a strange scene appeared. A glowing humanoid figure appeared on the right side of Ling Xiao. It looked a little like Ling Xiao, but it couldn't be seen clearly because it was completely composed of light. A humanoid figure formed from shadows appeared on the left side of Ling Xiao. It still looked a lot like Ling Xiao, but it still couldn't be seen clearly because it was purely a shadow. This was the 9th profound of light that Ling Xiao had comprehended from the shadow clone art that he had cultivated in the past. However, it also incorporated Ling Xiao's comprehension of the primordial spirit remnant scroll. At this moment, his soul turned into 2 and fused into the 2 humanoid figures. They were even more powerful than ordinary clones. Pucci, the child of light's hand suddenly elongated and pierced through the centipede's body. The terrifying heat caused the killer to scream miserably as his body rapidly melted. The child of shadow instantly drilled into the spider's body, and then the spider actually slapped its own chest. The poison instantly spread, and it died on the spot. In the end, only the venomous snake was left. Frightened by the terrifying situation on both sides, the venomous snake's movements also slowed down for a moment. However, this short moment could change many things. Although Ling Xiao couldn't move, his body was wrapped in a layer of black and white glowing armor. The 1st profound of light and shadow armor. Although the venomous snake's attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it was completely neutralized by the light and shadow armor. The child of light and the child of shadow began their massacre. The chains broke inch by inch, and countless prisoners on death row were killed. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be happy in the slightest. In fact, he was now in the most dangerous situation of the day. The guy who had been lurking in the distance finally made his move. This person was obviously not an assassin and didn't have the tricks of an assassin, but he seemed to be very good at sneak attacks. The cold murderous aura penetrated Ling Xiao's internal organs, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to feel a huge chill. Moreover, the timing of this attack was too good. After the venomous snake's attack, his light and shadow armor was in a weakened state, and the child of light and the child of shadow were slaughtering the prisoners on death row far away from him. Ling Xiao thought that no matter who this person was, he was probably someone who liked to use sneak attacks to deal with the enemy. What a despicable way to kill people, but this is the Jianghu. This is the mystic world. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the other party's actions. Even if you hated despicable methods, you had to admit that many times, despicable methods were the best way to kill people in the Jianghu. The smarter the person, the more despicable their methods seemed. At this time, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to comment on whether the sneak attacker was shameless or despicable. He could feel that although the other party did not have a weapon in his hand was sharper than any divine-grade artifact. A martial artist at the second grotto heaven realm would not be too weak. This hand had already pierced through his light shadow battle armor, and it was only a hair away from completely piercing through his body. Although his body's defense was incomparably strong, the other party's attack was obviously stronger. The fifth profound shadow body. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body became illusory, turning into a complete shadow. After comprehending the light shadow profound to the 10th step, his development could be considered quite comprehensive. Although the shadow body did not have any offensive power, it was definitely an excellent life-saving move at a critical moment. Damn it! The sneak attacker knew that he was in trouble and turned to leave. However, how could Ling Xiao let him leave just like that? A shadow stretched out from the ground and instantly wrapped around the other party's legs, and then the Son of Light arrived. The Son of Light and the Son of Shadow worked together to control this person. After escaping, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised to find that the hazy state had broken through a crack, showing signs of completely escaping. He did not intend to waste any more time. The Tai Chi eye rotated. Heaven-burning eye, raging flames burned the sky, and scarlet flames covered the mountains and plains. The death row prisoners wailed and cried in the flames, emitting a charred smell. Feng Yanran and Feng Yinshan's guards were trembling all over. Ling Zhao's method was absolutely demonic. To directly burn tens of thousands of death row prisoners to death, this was really too terrifying. But they could understand Ling Xiao. Being besieged by these people, if he did not do this, there would probably be a second or third time similar situations. Seeing that the situation was not good, the poisonous snake also escaped into the darkness, preparing to escape. The assassin did not really want to die, but in the end, he knew that he could not complete the mission. Unfortunately, he wanted to leave, but Ling Xiao would not let him go. A hand pulled the poisonous snake out of the night rain. How did you find me? Never in his wildest dreams did Viper imagine that his domain evasion technique could not escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Idiot, I've been monitoring your every move. Otherwise, how do you think I could block your attacks so easily? Ling Xiao looked at the assassin with disdain, and then asked coldly, tell me the person behind you, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, just wait to be burned alive. Since the Dark God Hall had taken action, someone must have bribed these assassins. After all, he did not have any grudges with the Dark God Hall. Ling Xiao would never wrong a good person, but he would never let go of anyone who tried to kill him. Therefore, he had to know the answer. The people who had hired these assassins probably never dreamed that such a powerful assassination lineup would not only fail to kill Ling Xiao, but also fail to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond many people's expectations. Even the Moon Maiden, who was closest to Ling Xiao, was very surprised. The second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist could not even withstand one move from Ling Xiao. Just how strong was he? Viper smiled coldly. There are no cowards in the Dark God Hall. If you want to kill, then kill. Why waste your breath? We will never expose the information of our guests. Is that so? Ling Xiao grinned, revealing a sinister smile. After tonight, you should know what kind of person I am. I am a person who will not rest until I kill my enemies. You don't have to say it, but tomorrow, I will bring people to destroy your 5 poison halls Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. Of course, you may not care about this, but you should have a family. Even if you don't have a family, you should have a woman you love, right? I will investigate and take good care of them for you. You beast. Viper was terrified. His originally calm expression became incomparably angry and flustered. That's right, I am a beast. But this was forced by you people. If you tell me who is behind this, then I will not touch your family or woman. I, Ling Xiao, have always kept my promise. At this time, Ling Xiao's expression was extremely sinister. He was like a great villain in some storytellers. That was because Ling Xiao knew that evil people would be dealt with by evil people. If he was too kind, this guy would definitely not cooperate. I will speak. Assassins could disregard their own lives, but in the depths of their hearts, there would definitely be things they treasured. Ling Xiao had grasped the assassin's weakness. It was that simple. Speak. Who is behind this? Ling Xiao simply let go of his hand, allowing the assassin to speak properly. However, the assassin did not dare to escape. Because he knew that since Ling Xiao dared to let him go, it meant that he had enough confidence to instantly subdue him. Now, any action of his could possibly affect the softest part of his heart. The assassin let out a long sigh, his body completely relaxed. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Even if he was an assassin who had committed all kinds of crimes. I am indeed not clear on who sent us, but I know that a young man is involved. After letting go of his so-called professional integrity, the assassin spoke much more easily. Who is that young man? Ling Xiao knew that the assassin was speaking the truth. Normally, old foxes would not easily expose themselves when hiring assassins, because if the assassination failed, they could be sought for revenge. Only a few overly proud youngsters would overlook this danger and expose their identity. Righteous Alliance's Jia Tianfeng. After a moment of silence, the assassin said a name. Then, he said, I have already said everything that needs to be said. You can kill me, but please don't harm my family. Don't worry. I naturally won't harm your family, because I am not as despicable as you. But your 5 Poison Hall branch in Divine Phoenix Empire can be destroyed. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Why? We were only paid to help. Don't tell me you want to offend the entire Dark God Palace? The assassin did not understand why Ling Xiao was like this. It's very simple. I am only taking revenge. I will let all the assassins in this world know that I, Ling Xiao, and my people are not to be touched. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, a cold light pierced through the air and the assassin's throat was completely pierced. Since you are already dead, you don't need to care about what happens next. After killing Poison Snake, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the young warrior who was being controlled by the Child of Light and Child of Shadow. He asked faintly, You are not with them. Who are you? That young man chose to remain silent. I know him. He is Phoenix Cry Heishan, the 9th son of Emperor Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Feng Yanran suddenly said. Son of Emperor? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Phoenix Cry Heishan, was it your father who sent you to kill me? Speak the truth and I can let you live. Otherwise, you will end up like them. Are you really willing to let me go? Phoenix Cry Heishan's face was filled with joy. After all, he was not an assassin, and did not have the habit of committing suicide. If he could live, he naturally did not want to die. Of course, the prerequisite is that you speak the truth. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Speaking of which, although you ambushed me, you did not injure me. I also do not want to form a death grudge with the monarch because of you. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a big gray wolf. He revealed a gentle smile, but in reality, he had already opened his bloody mouth. Fine, I'll tell you. I ambushed you because you chased away my brother Phoenix Cry Yashan from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. It was not permitted by my father, and he did not even know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan replied. You're lying. Ling Xiao's face suddenly became gloomy. No, I'm not lying. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. Since you're lying, then don't blame me. Today, you can only die here. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You can't kill me. I'm the son of the monarch, and I'm speaking the truth. My father does not know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. The shield of the monarch's son cannot stop me from killing you. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Speak the truth. Ling Xiao said coldly. Ha ha ha, you despicable and shameless Ling Xiao. I understand now. You did not want to hear the truth. You only want me to frame my father. Don't even think about it. Phoenix Cry Heishan suddenly laughed. Ling Xiao lightly sighed. Such a filial child. But do you know, at this moment, your father is standing there, watching you being captured by me. Even if I kill you, he will not come out. He knows that you want to kill me. He even tacitly agreed. You should understand your father the most. Do you think you can hide everything from his eyes? He wants you to die. If I kill you, he can find the big shots of the Ice Phoenix clan to deal with me. Don't you understand? I really pity you. I really don't want to kill you, but unfortunately, you're too stupid. No, you're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Although Phoenix Cry Heishan was shouting, he knew that Ling Xiao's words were not wrong. His father was aware of his every move. He didn't know if his father was standing there, but his father had definitely tacitly approved of his sneak attack on Ling Xiao today. Ling Xiao wasn't wrong about this. But he didn't want to admit that his father was actually going to watch him get killed without doing anything. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Phoenix Cry Immeasurable, you sent him to his death. As a father, you are truly despicable. However, I have to kill him because he didn't tell the truth. Moreover, he almost killed me. According to my personality, I won't let him go. Ling Xiao said indifferently, do you believe that even if I kill him, you won't be able to do anything to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked with his sword. Phoenix Cry Heishan disappeared. His entire person seemed to have disappeared from this space-time. Just like the blood skull back then. In the distance, a terrifying killing intent spread over. A cold voice said, Ling Xiao, you have the protection of a moon maiden now. I indeed can't touch you. But do you really think that a moon maiden will allow you to do whatever you want? You killed my son today and have already angered the upper echelons of the Ice Phoenix clan. Our protectors will begin to take action. Their strength isn't something a moon maiden can fight against. Just wait and see. That voice went further and further away, finally disappearing into the horizon. Did you hear that? He's really there. I didn't lie to you. You're really unlucky to have such a father. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and seemed to be talking to the air. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a smug smile. Let's go back. Ling Xiao suddenly touched the wounds on his body. Although he had taken a healing elixir, it wasn't omnipotent. Moreover, that stab had already injured his internal organs. He was really tired now. Let's go back. The Moon Maiden appeared. Carrying the groggy Ling Xiao on her back, she disappeared from the mountain path. Let's go as well. Feng Yanran glanced at the figure in the sky and took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the rain tonight, all the vegetation in the mountains would have been burned down. The air was still filled with the smell of burnt corpses. She got to know Ling Xiao once more. Anyone who made an enemy of Ling Xiao would probably have to be prepared to be cruelly killed. The martial world, the mystic world, she felt that it would be best if she didn't get involved in such disputes in the future. She preferred to live an ordinary life. Perhaps she should gradually reduce the number of times she met Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the deeper she fell, the more painful it would be. She was very afraid. She was afraid that the day would come when her cousin would become enemies with Ling Xiao. She really didn't know who she should help and how she should help. At the same time, in Ling Yu's courtyard of the Righteous Alliance, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and the other young martial artists were anxiously waiting there. Although the table was filled with fine wine and delicacies, no one had any appetite. Tonight, they were waiting for a result. Would Ling Xiao die or not? Jia Tianfeng had no idea. That person had displayed far too powerful a vitality. He was like a cockroach that could never be killed. Brother Jia, are you worried? Kong Ming asked. That's right. Although that old fellow's lineup, the Wind of Regret Saber, and that idiot Phoenix Cry Heishan's sneak attack should have ensured that Ling Xiao's death is assured, I still feel uneasy. Jia Tianfeng bitterly smiled. Me too. Kong Ming's face was somewhat pale. He sighed and said, Ling Xiao is too tenacious. Moreover, he has powerful people like the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum protecting him. It's probably very difficult to kill him. You can be at ease on this point. Just now, someone came to report that the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum did not appear. Ling Xiao is heavily injured. Jia Tianfeng said. If those two were present, he would have even less confidence in killing Ling Xiao. Since that's the case, what's there to worry about? Kong Ming's expression instantly became much brighter. Several dozen bronze-plate assassins who broke through to the Grotto Heaven Realm, 5 silver-plate assassins at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, 1 silver-plate assassin at the second Grotto Heaven Realm, and 1 second Grotto Heaven Realm Divine Guard of Justice. With this lineup, let alone Ling Xiao, even one of the last 5 Phoenix Suns should be able to easily kill them, right? You're right. That's definitely the case. Jia Tianfeng thought about it, but he couldn't think of a reason why Ling Xiao was still alive. Without the help of the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao would have never been able to survive unless he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm or above. Moreover, even if he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, he wouldn't have been able to survive against those terrifying assassins. After all, when an assassin reached a critical moment, he would risk his life to complete the mission. This was the professional integrity of an assassin. Jia Tianfeng didn't know what he was worried about. Was it because he hadn't encountered someone as difficult to deal with as Ling Xiao for a long time, so he was afraid? After he relaxed, the delicacies on the table were finally served. After Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming moved, the rest of the people also began to move. In the blink of an eye, there were already cups and plates in a mess. Everyone was satisfied. The delicacies of Ling Xiao's courtyard are indeed different from other places. I'm afraid a piece of trash like Ling Xiao, who was born as a beggar, wouldn't understand. He won't have that chance either. Jia Tianfeng smiled coldly and saw a figure floating over from afar. It was Feng Shidao, who had lost an arm. I really didn't expect that a mere Ling Xiao would make you lose an arm, even though it's a useless left arm. Jia Tianfeng stood up and looked at Feng Shidao. He thought that Ling Xiao was dead, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to cut off one of Feng Shidao's arms before he died. However, Feng Shidao only remained silent. Because he was wearing a black mask, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. This made Jia Tianfeng even more nervous. Suddenly, he felt that his previous worries might have come true. Feng Shidao, say something. Why are you pretending to be mute? Kong Ming also stood up and asked. Feng Shidao sighed softly and said, except for me, everyone was wiped out. Ling Xiao escaped unscathed. You guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, he broke through the air and left. Previously, he had been staying nearby to observe the situation of the battle. He only chose to leave at the end. Therefore, he had seen the entire process very clearly. Therefore, he was very frightened. Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Everyone was wiped out? Ling Xiao escaped unscathed? Jia Tianfeng simply couldn't accept such an outcome. How was this possible? He didn't believe it, he couldn't believe it. However, whether he believed it or not, Feng Shidao's words couldn't be false. Because Feng Shidao had no need to lie. Brother Jia, I advise you to leave the imperial capital for a while. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Kong Ming patted Jia Tianfeng's shoulder lightly. He was actually gloating. This time, he was smart enough not to get involved in the assassination of Ling Xiao. Thank goodness. I'll take my leave first. He smiled, then turned and left in a hurry. We'll take our leave too. The group of young people who had been drinking and chatting merrily just now left one after another. Pa. Looking at the backs of those people, the furious Jia Tianfeng flipped the table. I don't believe that Ling Xiao can kill me as long as I have someone protecting me. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the imperial capital to avoid Ling Xiao's revenge. But if he left now, his status in the Righteous Alliance would plunge. He had been groomed to be the next Alliance Lord, but if he left, he would have no chance. Although the Jia clan currently had the final say in the Righteous Alliance, the other clans were not completely uninvolved. They just let the Jia family do whatever they wanted. But if there was a chance to seize power, no one would give it up. Even though he was terrified, his greed still made Jia Tianfeng choose to stay. But starting from today, he would do his best to avoid Ling Xiao. In the darkness, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College and began to treat his injuries. His injuries had never been serious, but he had expended so much energy that even walking was a problem for him. Outside the house, the Moon Lady and Lin Mei sat there. They didn't say anything and just waited quietly for Ling Xiao. Cold Plum was extremely remorseful. Even though the Moon Maiden had consoled her many times, she still could not forgive her own negligence. Ling Xiao had returned safely, but what if something had really happened to Ling Xiao? She would probably not be able to escape the blame. She hated herself for not always being at Ling Xiao's side, hated herself for cultivating. The Moon Maiden softly sighed. Not even she could persuade Cold Plum. She would probably have to wait until Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries. But they did not know that Ling Xiao had not spent much time recovering from his injuries. He had remained in seclusion for so long because he was struggling against that strange state. It was like a thin film that blocked the effects of his cultivation. Within this membrane, he was extremely powerful, equivalent to the cultivation of a First Grotto Heaven Realm expert. And he was much stronger than an ordinary First Grotto Heaven Realm expert. But Ling Xiao was not happy. He felt that this cultivation belonged to the human king, not him. Even though he was powerful, he felt like his body was being controlled by someone else. This was a very bad feeling. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to break through this membrane, and then perhaps break through in the truest sense. He did not believe that he was weaker than the human king when he was the same age. Now, a large hole had been torn in that membrane, and he could sense that his cultivation was slowly rising. The true breakthrough was about to arrive. Moreover, he believed that once he broke through, the combat strength he would erupt with would be even more terrifying than what he had displayed in the previous battle. This was because only with his strength could he truly mobilize all the energy in his body. Heaven and earth yuan qi constantly poured in from the torn hole. Ling Xiao was like a person who had been suffocated for a long time and could finally breathe in fresh air. He was filled with desire. Break! When the sky was about to brighten, Ling Xiao let out a roar. The membrane that wrapped around the depths of his soul was finally completely broken, and this membrane turned into pure energy that fused into his grotto heaven. Is this the true feeling of the grotto heaven realm? The second grotto heaven realm? Previously, Ling Xiao had been unable to determine his true cultivation. Even though his combat strength was powerful, he was not confident. But now, everything was different. He could clearly sense that his cultivation had advanced to the second grotto heaven realm. The accumulated energy allowed him to make a breakthrough like Shangguan Hong. The second grotto heaven realm, Ling Xiao's heart was completely at ease. It seemed that he had gained a lot from risking his life in that battle. Not only had he broken through the membrane that wrapped around his cultivation, he had also absorbed and used it. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's cultivation would at most be at the first grotto heaven realm. But now, not only had he broken through to the second grotto heaven realm, but he was also at the peak and could break through again at any time. This feeling was simply too wonderful. He slowly stepped out of the room. Moon Lady and Cold Plum, who were at the door, stood up. Thank you for your hard work. Come with me to the Imperial Capital Plaza. Today is the day that Shangguan Hong mentioned. We can't let him think that we're afraid. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a good mood, Cold Plum and Moon Lady were relieved. After the two girls dressed up, they followed Ling Xiao to the plaza. Although the sun had just risen, the plaza was already filled with people. The fight for 2 spots among the 10 Phoenix Suns was a big event for the entire Divine Phoenix Empire, so it was naturally very lively. Emperor Fengming Wuliang sat there with a joyful expression. It was impossible to tell that his son had died last night. It was said that emperors were heartless. Perhaps this saying was true. Feng Yinshan and Fengming Qishan were also present. From this, one could see how much attention they were paying to this competition. Besides them, Alliance Lord Jia of the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock Race Patriarch, Medicine King Sun Sa, and Feng Mingxiao were all present. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, Ji Luoyu, and even Feng Shidao, whose arm had been crippled by Ling Xiao last night, were present. They were here to compete for the position of Phoenix Sun. Of course, Shangguan Hong would not be absent. But this fellow still had not appeared. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and listened to the discussions around him. Some people said that Shangguan Hong was afraid. But Ling Xiao disagreed. How could someone as proud as Shangguan Hong be afraid? A few moments later, a rainbow bridge appeared in the clear sky. Shangguan Hong stepped on the rainbow bridge and looked down at the crowd below. It was truly eye-catching. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He was also confident and arrogant, but he would never be as ostentatious as Shang Guanhong. This was because other than attracting screams and cheers, it had no practical significance. This Shang Guanhong is really a show-off. Those few people's cultivations are similar to his. What makes him think that he can definitely defeat those young elites? That's right, especially that Feng Shidao. He's a silver medal second-rank assassin of the Dark God Hall. He's killed too many people, and his martial soul is a throwing knife that is extremely compatible with his weapon. How can Shang Guanhong win? People raised their heads to look at the arrogant figure standing on the Rainbow Bridge. They were puzzled. But they were not in a hurry. The answer would soon be revealed. In today's competition, they would be able to see what Shang Guanhong was relying on. Shang Guanhong's eyes were sharp and domineering. It was as if he would not give face to anyone. Today, he would take away the position of Phoenix Sun to pave the way for the Dragon Phoenix selection. Who's first? Shang Guanhong asked indifferently. His condescending attitude showed that he did not place any importance on those young geniuses. Ling Xiao was actually very curious as to what exactly he was relying on. I'll go first. Feng Shidao's voice rang out, and a terrifying saber intent immediately filled the entire square. An exquisite throwing knife appeared behind him. Although it was small, it contained a terrifying power that could tear space apart. The crowd had no doubt that the flying dagger martial spirit could easily kill them. Why? Did the Wind of Regret sword lose an arm? Yeah, who can break his arm? Don't think too much about it. Maybe he accidentally broke it when he was practicing martial arts. What we need to pay attention to today is his battle with Shang Guanhong. That's right. Although he lost an arm, it's an insignificant arm. It won't affect his combat strength. The Wind Regret blade controlled the domain's elemental energy and floated into the air. With him as the center, a paradise domain formed by interweaving flying daggers was formed. The flying dagger martial soul was the core of this paradise domain. The Wind Regret blade's sharpness still hadn't decreased. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao last night, he seemed to think that it was only natural because Ling Xiao was too strong. But facing Shang Guanhong, he wasn't afraid at all. Like a flying dagger floating in the air, the flying dagger and his body seemed to have merged into one. This guy has improved again after last night's battle. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. To be able to break through again after a failure, Ling Xiao was quite impressed by such a person. It should be a fierce battle. Just who will be able to obtain the position of Phoenix Sun? Everyone was looking forward to it. Including the peerless expert sitting on the rostrum. Shang Guanhong was arrogant and independent, looking down on everything. The Wind of Regret blade was as sharp as a blade, fearless. When the two of them met, it was really a match for each other. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. However, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. The Wind of Regret blade will lose. He sighed softly. There were too many things that a Paradise Realm martial artist had to do, including cultivation, Paradise Domain, martial soul, martial techniques, soul power, internal strength, and so on. Obviously, Shang Guanhong was much better than the Wind of Regret blade in terms of controlling the fusion of martial soul and Paradise Domain. The Wind of Regret blade focused too much on martial techniques and went down the wrong path. You brat, I don't know where you came from. You're really talking nonsense. Not everyone in the crowd knew Ling Xiao. For example, the middle-aged martial artist standing beside Ling Xiao was disdainful of Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't refute. The facts would prove everything. What was there to argue with a passerby? Wind of Regret blade, I admire your courage. You actually dared to be the first to challenge me. But unfortunately, you're not my match. Even though Shang Guanhong had seen the sharpness and dominance of the Wind of Regret blade, his words were still light and even a little disdainful. He was too confident. Whether I'm your match or not, it's not up to me or you. We'll know after we fight. Wind of Regret blade said indifferently, in Divine Phoenix Empire, the title of Phoenix is a kind of supreme glory for young martial artists. I won't give it to you so easily. Of course, you can't take it from me either. The dignified Dark God Hall silver medal second-rank assassin who had even killed a fourth Paradise Realm martial artist. How could Wind of Regret Blade admit that he was inferior to Shang Guanhong? Shang Guanhong's contempt was a kind of humiliation to him. Hee, your courage is really admirable. Then let's fight quickly. After defeating you, I still have to defeat Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, as well as Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. Of course, there's also that self-righteous Ling Xiao, if he dares to come. Shang Guanhong laughed lightly, as if Ling Xiao was casually included in his calculations and wasn't even worth mentioning. Self-righteous? Wind of Regret Blade couldn't help but be stunned. You dare to say that Ling Xiao is self-righteous? Ha, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've fought with Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. They couldn't gain the slightest bit of advantage over me. If you defeat me, it's equivalent to defeating them. But Ling Xiao, I don't mind telling you that this left arm of mine was crippled by Ling Xiao. It really was a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was guessing who had crippled Wind of Regret Blade's left arm, but no one thought of Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they really didn't expect it. Is Ling Xiao really that scary? He's actually also a Paradise Realm martial artist? Feng Regret Blade's own family scandal, it shouldn't be wrong. You actually lost to Ling Xiao? Shang Guanhong's eyes became even more contemptuous as he asked coldly. I did lose, so unless you can defeat me, you don't have the qualifications to fight with Ling Xiao. Feng Regret Blade trembled in fear when he thought of the frightening scene last night. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he probably wouldn't be able to talk to anyone now. The crowd was extremely excited because of this matter. Feng Shidao was stronger than Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu, but he had been defeated by Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao was above Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. Was this possible? Countless people had doubts in their hearts. However, Emperor Fengming Wuliang was very clear in his heart. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed last night was probably not inferior to a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. There was no doubt about this. Ha, you lost to Ling Xiao, but I won't. Since you've said so, I won't have to waste my time. After defeating you, I'll go and defeat Ling Xiao. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the position of the Phoenix after that. Your Majesty. Shang Guanhong looked at Fengming Wuliang and asked. Yes. Fengming Wuliang agreed immediately. Because he knew Ling Xiao's strength in his heart. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu were no match for Ling Xiao, unless the three of them joined forces. Alright, since your Majesty has said so, then this matter is simple. Shang Guanhong was in high spirits and did not feel that defeating Ling Xiao was difficult. Come on, Feng Shidao. Let me see how capable you are after losing one arm. You will know. Feng Shidao took a deep breath. He had lost to Ling Xiao last night. Today, he could not lose again. He had to go all out. A strong fighting spirit erupted from his body. The sharp flying knife was still only 3 inches long, but the terrifying killing intent made countless martial artists tremble in fear. As expected of an assassin. This killing intent is simply terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they naturally believed Feng Shidao's words a little more. The Dark Divinity Palace's Silver Grade 2 assassin. No, to be precise, it should be the Dark Divinity Palace's 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. After completing the mission 272 times, the accumulated killing intent was really monstrous. No matter how strong the killing intent is, what can it do to me? Shang Guanhong stood proudly, and the 7-colored rainbow bridge behind her became even more magnificent. At the same time, he released his Grotto Heaven domain. Immediately, a storm of lightning fell, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Kill! Feng Shidao's flying knife shot out. Its power was even more powerful than when it dealt with Ling Xiao last night. However, the saber light flickered and disappeared after entering the rainbow bridge. It was as if he had never existed. What was going on? I've long heard that Shang Guanhong's rainbow martial spirit is extremely strange. Coupled with her paradise domain, it's even more amazing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly astonishing. It is indeed strange. It is as if another layer of space has been torn apart. In the crowd, the martial artists with poor eyesight were all frightened by Shang Guanhong's magical fighting style. However, Feng Shidao only smiled coldly and said, "You're not the only one with a heavenly abode. I also have one. Let's see how you'll block it this time." Although he did not know what Shang Guanhong had done, he knew that it had something to do with her paradise domain. Therefore, he was not willing to hold back. The terrifying flying dagger domain condensed and turned into a divine dragon formed by interweaving flying daggers. Extinguish. Feng Shidao waved his right hand and a powerful domineering aura erupted. The divine dragon roared and rushed towards Shang Guanhong. There were bursts of tearing sounds in the air. Everyone knew that this thing that looked like a divine dragon was actually condensed from countless flying daggers. Once it cut a person's body, it would definitely cause great damage. Could Shang Guanhong block it? Rainbow Divine Phoenix. Shang Guanhong sneered disdainfully. The rainbow bridge behind her turned into a rainbow phoenix and whistled towards the divine dragon. It was exceptionally beautiful in the sky. Boom, it was as if two divine beasts had met in the sky. No one could do anything to the other. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. However, everyone knew that Feng Shidao was in danger. One had to know that Feng Shidao's move was condensed from the dual power of his martial spirit and paradise domain. On the other hand, Shang Guanhong only used her martial spirit. Shang Guanhong smirked and said coldly, "You're already not bad to be able to fight until now. It's a pity that this is the end." She suddenly circulated her domain energy and changed the form of her paradise domain. Torrential rain. The terrifying domain energy blended into the torrential rain paradise. Countless raindrops wrapped around Feng Shidao like sharp blades. Feng Shidao's expression changed. Dozens of flying daggers shot out from his hand in an attempt to block the torrential rain attack outside his protective origin energy. However, it was useless, the torrential rain was too terrifying. He was like a helpless little rabbit in the terrifying torrential rain. He could only desperately escape and dodge. However, the raindrops still smashed onto his body. Every drop was like a terrifying sharp blade. They were not weaker than his flying daggers. Bang! Feng Shidao fell to the ground. The divine dragon condensed from his paradise domain also collapsed. Thousands of flying daggers scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Of course, Feng Shidao himself was even more terrifying. Apart from his head, there was almost no part of his body that was intact. His entire body had been turned into a sieve by the raindrops. "We're not fighting to the death today, so I'll spare your life," Shang Guanhong said coldly. Feng Shidao did not speak, but he despised Shang Guanhong very much in his heart. Shang Guanhong did not intend to spare his life at all just now. He was quick-witted and used the flying daggers to block his vital parts. Only then did he manage to save his little life. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse at this very moment. He was too embarrassed to speak. His face was deathly pale. He really did not have the face to explain. Shang Guanhong is so terrifying. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. They thought that this would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, a back-and-forth showdown. However, in reality, it was a completely one-sided battle. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only 3 to 4 moves had passed. It seemed that even if they were both second Paradise Realm martial artists, due to different martial souls and other factors, the combat power displayed was also worlds apart. It seemed that the position of the 9th Phoenix belonged to none other than Shang Guanhong. "You're really very strong. Perhaps even stronger than Ling Xiao." Feng Shidao's mood was very low. After losing to Ling Xiao, he thought that he would find the feeling of victory from Shang Guanhong. But once again, he lost. He lost very thoroughly. It even made him doubt whether Ling Xiao was really stronger than Shang Guanhong. The terrifying rainbow martial soul, the terrifying burst rain grotto heaven, the power that erupted from the combination of the two was simply too terrifying. He thought that his flying daggers would be sharper, but he did not expect Shang Guanhong's raindrops to be sharper than his flying daggers. "Now you know that I'm stronger than Ling Xiao?" Shang Guanhong laughed disdainfully. "No one below the 2nd Paradise Realm is my match. Even if it's a 3rd Paradise Realm martial artist, I can still stand in an invincible position." After defeating Feng Shidao, Shang Guanhong became even more arrogant and condescending. "Ling Xiao's martial soul and Paradise Realm are both inferior to yours. Perhaps he really is not stronger than you. Feng Shidao thought about it and said. Feng Shidao recalled that night's battle. Although Ling Zhao's Sun Moon Sword domain was very frightening, it was a large-scale attack that was used to deal with a large number of enemies. As for Ling Zhao's martial soul, he really didn't know what Ling Zhao's martial soul was. Although Ling Zhao controlled the Taotai martial soul, it was obvious that he hadn't completely subdued it yet. Therefore, he felt that Ling Zhao was inferior to Shang Guanhong in this aspect. In the same battle, Ling Zhao had cut off one of his arms. However, Shang Guanhong had the strength to kill him. Just from this point alone, Shang Guanhong should be much stronger than Ling Zhao. Shang Guanhong didn't look at Feng Shidao again. Instead, he shouted to the crowd, Jia Tianfeng. Kong Ming. Ji Luoyu. Are you not convinced? And Ling Zhao, that trash, does he really think that he'll be fine if he hides? If you don't come today, I will definitely go to Xianxia College tomorrow to challenge you. If you lose, you can commit suicide. Shang Guanhong easily defeated Feng Shidao. It could be said that his morale was high. He wanted to fight a few more battles to show his strength. I'll challenge you. Ji Luoyu stood up. Ha ha ha, 3 men are all good for nothings. They're actually inferior to a woman. How shameful. Shang Guanhong laughed loudly and looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming with disdain. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming were the kind of people who thought deeply. They would never fight a battle that they weren't competent in. It was a fact that they couldn't defeat Feng Shidao. However, Feng Shidao was easily defeated by Shang Guanhong. What was the point of them going up, looking for abuse? Luoyu, don't mess around. You're not his match. Medicine King Sun Sa stopped Ji Luoyu's challenge. With his eyesight as a yin-yang realm expert, he could naturally see that Ji Luoyu was inferior to Shang Guanhong. But master, he's too arrogant. Ji Luoyu said angrily. If you're strong enough, you have the right to be arrogant. That brat Ling Zhao is so arrogant that he didn't even dare to come today. What are you doing here? Medicine King Sun Su said with a cold face. Ji Luoyu pouted and sat back down. Shang Guanhong gave Medicine King Sun Sa face and did not provoke Ji Luoyu. Instead, he scolded Ling Zhao. When I left the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda that day, I warned Ling Zhao not to run amok. I didn't think that he would actually not listen to me. I thought that he was very capable. I didn't think that he was just a coward who was the number 1 master of Xianxia College. If the number 1 master of Xianxia College was like this, then there was no need for such a college to exist. I'm very glad that I made a wise choice to leave Xianxia College, a trashy college, and join Phoenix Academy. These words were not pleasant to hear. He was not only targeting Ling Zhao, but also scolding Xianxia College. If Ling Zhao did not stand up at this time, then he would be a complete coward. You've really impressed me to be able to treat shamelessness as glory. A cold voice came from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. It was Ling Zhao, Ji Luoyu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming all stood up and looked at the young man in a white robe below the stage. He had long hair, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He actually came. You still dare to show up? I thought you were trembling in fear. Shang Guanhong said disdainfully. Your mouth is too smelly. I just want to tear him apart. I don't mean anything else. Ling Zhao pushed through the crowd and walked up to the high platform while speaking indifferently. When he passed by the place where Feng Shidao was healing, he suddenly stopped. You said that I'm not as strong as him? He looked at Feng Shidao and asked with a half-smile. Although I'm not sure, it should be so. Your Grotto Heaven domain is not as good as his, and your martial soul is not as good as his. What do you have to fight with him? Feng Shidao asked back. Ling Zhao chuckled and said, Martial soul can indeed determine a martial artist's strength, but it is not the only factor. If I say that I can defeat him without using my martial soul, would you believe me? No. Feng Shidao would not believe him. Martial souls were the core of most martial artists in the mystic world. Without a martial soul, unless one had a strong bloodline power, it was impossible to be Shang Guanhong's opponent. Ling Zhao was a human. Humans did not have bloodline power. You might think that I can't defeat Shang Guanhong because I don't have bloodline power. I can tell you now that I also have bloodline power, but I don't know how to use it. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Whether it is a martial soul or bloodline power, although it has a huge impact on one's strength, a battle between martial artists of the same level does not completely rely on these things. Martial techniques, soul power, fighting intent, as well as the use of techniques in battle are all key factors to victory and defeat. Furthermore, Shang Guanhong is not considered a martial artist of the same level as me. Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Impossible. I don't believe it. Feng Shidao shook his head. He could not accept Ling Zhao's words at all. He also knew that a martial artist's strength was not determined by one or two factors, but he believed that the martial soul or bloodline power were the two most important factors. It's up to you to believe it or not. If I were you, I would not fight Shang Guanhong like that. You are too stupid. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Stupid? Feng Shidao's body trembled. His body, which had recovered a little, spat out another mouthful of blood. Aren't you stupid? You are an assassin. Why did you fight your opponent like an ordinary martial artist? Ling Xiao asked. When Shang Guanhong appeared, the bridge had already been set up and he had an absolute advantage. Your only hope of winning against him was to catch him off guard, but you did not do so. But those are useless against you. Feng Shidao was stunned for a moment. I said that Shang Guanhong is just a trash in my eyes. You have a chance to win against him, but you don't have a chance to win against me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You are too arrogant. Although you broke my arm last night and I admit that you are stronger than me, I will never believe that you are stronger than Shang Guanhong. Feng Shidao shook his head and said. Ling Xiao sneered and ignored Feng Shidao. Instead, he looked at Shang Guanhong on the stage. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's begin. Alright, I will let you see who is the trash. Shang Guanhong smiled cruelly. He did not even plan to show mercy to Feng Shidao, let alone Ling Xiao. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao in today's battle. Ling Xiao stood on the stage and looked straight ahead. However, Shang Guanhong, who was in midair, had a strange feeling that he was completely controlled. Logically speaking, one could only look down on others when standing on high ground. However, Ling Xiao stood below, as if the entire space was reversed. It gave Shang Guanhong an extremely disharmonious feeling. He landed on the ground very unhappily. Although the feeling of disharmony had disappeared, looking at Ling Xiao, he still felt as if he was inferior to him. Depressing, Shang Guanhong gritted his teeth as he released the rainbow bridge once again, wrapping it around his entire body. Only when he was enveloped by the rainbow bridge did he feel a little more at ease. It's useless no matter how tightly you wrap yourself up because I have already seen through your weakness. Ling Xiao smiled. That kind of indifferent smile made Shang Guanhong feel like she was about to go crazy. Ling Xiao ignored him and did not even draw his sword. He just looked at Shang Guanhong indifferently as if Shang Guanhong was an ant that he could kill at any time. You're not going to draw your sword? Shang Guanhong asked. I don't need it to deal with you. Ling Xiao shook his head gently as he placed his hands behind his back. His face was filled with an indifferent smile as he blended in with his surroundings. It seems like Ling Xiao is also a second Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Even so, he is underestimating Shang Guanhong too much. I'm afraid something bad will happen if he does so. Among the spectators, there were naturally disciples of Qingshu College. They were all worried for Ling Xiao. Arrogant. You will regret it in a moment. If you don't use your weapon now, you won't have any chance to use it later. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and did not speak. Shang Guanhong was enraged. Even a third Grotto Heaven Realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao actually dared to ignore him. How arrogant! In his anger, the rainbow bridge behind him quickly condensed and transformed into a huge rainbow phoenix. This move is the one that blocked Feng Shidao's flying dagger. I will use it to defeat you. The terrifying seven-colored phoenix desperately devoured the vital qi of heaven and earth. Its body was also constantly growing larger, and its body was also constantly becoming complete. Screech, a bright cry that resounded through the world, made countless onlookers cover their ears. They felt like their hearts were about to burst. However, Ling Xiao still stood there with a faint smile on his face. He had no intention of making a move. Shang Guanhong was even more furious. Today, he was going to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted everyone to see that he, Shang Guanhong, was the strongest expert in the second paradise realm. No one could be an exception before him, including Ling Xiao. His enmity with Ling Xiao originated from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Ling Xiao did not give him any face, which made him extremely angry. Therefore, today, it was not only about the fight for the phoenix, but he also wanted to take revenge for what happened that day. Go, seven-colored phoenix. Kill him. With a furious roar, Shang Guanhong pushed his hands forward. The seven-colored phoenix let out a resonant cry and instantly broke through the restraints of space, causing a gust of wind to blow between heaven and earth. The chi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The platform also began to shake. Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face, as if he wasn't going to make a move. However, when the phoenix was less than 3 inches away from Ling Xiao, he finally moved. However, it was not his body, but his right hand. There was a ball of light in his right hand. That was the appearance of the Scarlet Sun Feather Raymond's power completely attached to his hand. At that instant, his hand expanded with the wind and grabbed the phoenix's neck. Gotcha! Everyone clearly heard the sound of something being twisted and broken. Then, the phoenix instantly exploded. Quickly dodge. The warriors sensed that something was amiss and they quickly dodged the terrifying impact of the explosion. Rumble, the terrifying explosion left countless dents on the platform. Some warriors did not manage to dodge in time and were injured by the explosion. However, Ling Xiao, who was at the center of the explosion, remained unscathed and still had a smile on his face. What? Shang Guanhong looked at this scene in disbelief. How was this possible? How did Ling Xiao do it? How could he remain unscathed under such an attack? He did not dodge. No matter what you do, you will definitely lose the next time. Shang Guanhong did not understand how Ling Xiao had dodged his attack, but he believed in his strength. Since one move was not enough, he would use 2. I admit that you are stronger than Feng Shidao, but that is useless. Although these words made Feng Shidao depressed, Feng Shidao, who was sitting there, did not feel that it was unpleasant. After all, it was the truth. Come at me. Ling Xiao still had no intention of attacking. It was as if he wanted Shang Guanhong to perform here and use all his skills to defeat him. That way, some people would say that he had an unfair advantage. Rainbow Divine Arrow. Shang Guanhong's rainbow bridge changed again. A bow that was completely condensed from his martial soul appeared in his hand. The bow was 7-colored, the arrow was also 7-colored, the lethality contained in this move was clearly stronger than the previous one. Lose. The Rainbow Divine Arrow shot out against the wind and started to spin wildly in the air. It drove the origin energy of heaven and earth and formed a huge vortex. No matter where Ling Xiao tried to dodge, he would not be able to avoid this attack. Unless he jumped off the platform. However, he would lose if he did that. Feng Shidao, I will show you how flying daggers are used now. Ling Xiao raised his hand and a flying dagger that had been broken in half appeared in his hand. The word Feng was engraved on the handle of the flying dagger. It was Feng Shidao's. He shook his right hand gently and the flying dagger broke through the air. It was not as magnificent as when Feng Shidao used the flying dagger. It was not as terrifying as when Feng Shidao did not use it. However, it was this seemingly ordinary saber strike that instantly defeated the seemingly ferocious arrow storm. How can this be? Apart from a few powerhouses, everyone else was dumbfounded. Feng Shidao was even more dumbfounded. Feng Shidao, I said before that martial skills are not fixed things. The same martial skill can be used differently by different people. When it is used and where it is used are all different. Your dagger targets the opponent's vital points, so it is easy to defend against. However, my dagger targets the opponent's flaws. 7-colored divine arrow? It is just a flashy move. There are as many as 7 or 8 flaws in his move. I can choose any one of them and destroy his attack with the smallest amount of strength. Feng Shidao could not help but smile bitterly. He understood what Ling Xiao meant, but he could not do it. Apart from Ling Xiao, perhaps no one dared to say that they could find 7 or 8 flaws in the opponent's move in such an intense battle. This was simply like a fantasy story. It was unbelievable. The others did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Apart from the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, no one believed that anyone in this world could do this. Perhaps a human king could, but a human king could not be resurrected. However, regardless of whether they believed Ling Xiao's words or not, they were all shocked by Ling Xiao's exquisite martial skills. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his martial soul, and he did it. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his bloodline power, and he did it. Under such circumstances, Shang Guanhong still could not do anything to him. I'm tired of it. Ling Xiao looked at Shang Guanhong and suddenly said, your moves look very flashy, but they are all the same and boring. Next, it is my turn. Can you block it? Shang Guanhong wanted to retort when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt that it was difficult for him to even breathe. A terrifying battle intent instantly filled the entire high platform. Shang Guanhong felt like he was a person who couldn't swim and was about to suffocate. An immense fear rose in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. Above his head, there was a giant sword shining with golden light. The dazzling light seemed to have come from the scarlet sun. The terrifying heat continued to spread, and the entire high platform seemed to be burning. What's going on? Is that a martial soul? It doesn't look like a martial soul. Is it some kind of move? The crowd was discussing among themselves, but no one could tell what Ling Xiao was doing. Shang Guanhong, how dare a piece of trash like you threaten me in the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda? To be honest, if you hadn't escaped quickly enough, I would have pierced through your mouth. You keep calling me a piece of trash. Very well, I'll use this sword to show you that you're even more useless than a piece of trash. The 10th light profound meaning, divine sword of light, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the divine sword above his head. At that moment, his aura skyrocketed once again, as if it was about to break through the clouds. Shang Guanhong actually felt incomparable fear and trembling. Shang Guanhong didn't just feel like he was about to suffocate. He also felt like his body was about to be sliced into pieces by something. Only he, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, could truly feel that terror. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Feng Shidao, invincible below the second Grotto Heaven Realm? I don't know where you got the guts to say that. You've already lost to me since the day you joined Xianxia College and left to join the Phoenix Academy. You've lost your firm martial will, and you've already lost the most important quality of a powerhouse. Your defeat is just fate. It's a little unfair to call you a shameless traitor, but I think it's very appropriate to call you a cowardly deserter. You called me a coward, but you're the real coward. You're so cowardly that it makes one's hair stand on end. Ling Xiao's words were sometimes sharper than a blade. Every stab was aimed at Shang Guanhong's weak spot. Ling Xiao was right. He was a coward. On the day he came to the imperial capital, he was such a proud young man. He once claimed that he could lead Xianxia College to prosperity. However, a month later, a small setback made him lose his courage completely. He lost to the celebrity, Huangzi, and after that, he became completely timid and weak. He chose to be a deserter. He left Xianxia College and joined Phoenix Academy. Everything Ling Xiao said was right. Raise your head. At this moment, I hope that you can receive my sword in a fair and square manner. Don't let others look down on you. Ling Xiao did not like to defeat someone who had completely lost their will to fight. What he needed was to defeat the strongest Shang Guanhong, only then would it be meaningful. He had never used the 10th profound meaning before. Today was his first time using it. Even though he didn't use a sword, its power was still overwhelming. Shang Guanhong suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Why? Why am I inferior to you? You were threatened by them too, right? That's right. I was threatened by them too. Ling Xiao said calmly, but those who tried to threaten me reaped what they sowed. I have always believed that the Clear Void Academy is not inferior to the Divine Phoenix Academy. This point can be seen from my few friends. I'll say something you don't like to hear. The courage you can't even compare to my junior, Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Shang Guanhong laughed crazily. You're right. I'm a coward. My arrogant behavior is just to cover up my cowardice. Today, I won't be a coward anymore. Even if I know that I can't defeat you, I'll still receive your attack. He was enlightened, actually, everyone had a dark history. Ling Xiao was no exception. When he was weak, he also chose to be a coward. However, it was crucial to choose between being unable to extricate oneself from the dark history and standing up bravely. Shang Guanhong made his choice. His powerful aura continued to rise as he released his terrifying power. The rainbow bridge and the heavy rain merged into one. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let me see exactly how powerful this sword strike of yours is. Let me know that my choice is wrong, and yours is right. Shang Guanhong roared. Slash. Ling Xiao did not waste any time. The divine radiance sword in his hand slashed down heavily. At that moment, everyone temporarily lost their vision. The light was too dazzling. It was not just pure light, but a terrifying light that had merged with the domain of elemental energy. Shang Guanhong squinted his eyes. His rainbow martial soul also erupted with a rainbow light, resisting Ling Xiao's divine radiance sword. His opponent was the sun, while his was the rainbow. Although the light was not as bright as his opponent, he would never admit defeat. Ling Xiao had awakened him. On the path of martial arts, once one admitted defeat and lowered one's head, one would become weak even if one kept one's life. This included one's martial soul, martial skills, and everything else. Rainbow-colored sky, tempest. Shang Guanhong did not retreat. The terrifying violent rain mixed with the rainbow light rushed towards Ling Xiao. Even if he could not defeat him, he had to fight. Otherwise, he would lose even more miserably. Chi. The stronger martial artists squinted their eyes and looked at the sky. The entire sky was in an extremely strange situation. On one side, there was a violent rain and a rainbow light. On the other side, there was a blazing sun that burned the sky. The terrifying scene turned the square into a doomsday scene. When the violent rain and the blazing sun met, they instantly turned into steam and disappeared. The terrifying sword light was devouring Shang Guanhong's attack. The scene was really strange and terrifying. Is this Ling Xiao's sword Dao? What kind of realm is this? Ji Luoyu's small hand grabbed the table leg, her body trembling slightly. Back in the city of Sin, she had seen Ling Xiao fight. But at that time, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was only at the 10 Directions Heaven level. However, in less than half a year, Ling Xiao's cultivation was already on par with hers. And the combat power he displayed was even stronger than hers. This guy, how did he cultivate? Ji Luoyu gritted her teeth and was very unconvinced. Luoyu, now you understand your master's painstaking efforts. Although you are talented, you only know how to play and waste too much time. Although your master did not expect you to be surpassed by Ling Xiao, it is still within my expectations. Medicine King Sunbu sighed and said, Child, with your talent, as long as you are willing, master can concoct the best medicinal pills to help you improve. It won't take long. On the day of the Longhu selection, your cultivation will be able to reach the next level. Disciple understands. Ji Luoyu bit her lips. She now had a thought that she must not be surpassed by Ling Xiao. With their mouths wide open, everyone gasped for air as if they were short of oxygen. It was all because of that terrifying and dazzling sword strike. How terrifying was that sword strike? It was completely unforgettable. That sword strike came from Ling Xiao, a martial artist who was only at the 9th firmament of the celestial realm half a year ago. Today, with that sword strike, he completely defeated the arrogant second Grotto Heaven realm genius, Shang Guanhong. Before Ling Xiao made his move, most people would not have thought of such an outcome. They thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Shang Guanhong. Even Feng Shidao, who was defeated by Ling Xiao, thought that Shang Guanhong was stronger. However, that sword strike was a slap to many people's faces. Miserable screams echoed in the imperial capital square, causing people to tremble. One of Shang Guanhong's arms was chopped off. As it fell, it melted completely and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. Ling Xiao showed mercy. He had originally planned to kill Shang Guanhong, but Shang Guanhong's sudden repentance made him change his mind. He only cut off one of his arms. Shang Guanhong looked at his chopped-off arm in disbelief. The wound was already charred, and the blood had stopped flowing. Why did you let me go? You know that I wanted you dead. He really did not believe that he was still alive. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao was a demon who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It was almost impossible for anyone to survive under his hands. Ling Xiao withdrew his battle intent and smiled. Because you repented, you saved yourself. I don't think I need to say more about your future path. There's still some time before the Longhu selection. I believe that you will become stronger. But if I return to Xianxia College now, will the people there still accept me? Will the people of Phoenix Academy spare me? Shang Guanhong asked. You can't expect me to be your babysitter. What you've done will definitely be hated by others. Therefore, there are some consequences that you have to bear. I can only say that I won't despise you. As for the people from the Phoenix Academy, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you in the academy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, that's all I have to say. You're on your own now. Shang Guanhong lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she raised her head and said, I want to go back. The teachers in Xianxia College treat me well, especially senior sister Ming Kong and Vice Dean Feng Qingyan. Even if they scold me to death, I will accept it. Now, I just want to be like you and be myself. If anyone from the Phoenix Academy wants to come, I'll accompany them to the end. Good, that's a proud man. What Ling Xiao didn't say was that as long as Shang Guanhong sincerely returned to Xianxia College, he would help if the Phoenix Academy sent someone stronger than Shang Guanhong to cause trouble. After all, he was the one who persuaded Shang Guanhong to return. The crowd couldn't seem to close their mouths. If the fact that Ling Xiao had defeated Shang Guanhong in such an arrogant manner was already enough to shock them, then Ling Xiao's arrogance had already shocked them. However, the fact that Shang Guanhong didn't hate Ling Xiao after losing an arm and even agreed to return to Xianxia College shocked them even more. Shang Guanhong was now a member of the Phoenix Academy. Although there were no rules that forbade him from leaving, would the Phoenix Academy let him go so easily? Shang Guanhong, you have to think carefully. Leaving the Phoenix Academy isn't as easy as leaving Xianxia College. You have to pay a price. Jia Tianfeng looked coldly at Shang Guanhong and said. That's right. It's easy to join the Phoenix Academy, but it's not so easy to leave. Kong Ming added. What a joke. That's how you threatened me in the past. I admitted defeat because I lost to Ji Mingxing. I've already been a coward once. This time I won't be afraid anymore. Who do you think you are? Don't think that you can climb over my head just because I lost to Ling Xiao. Come and fight me if you dare. Shang Guanhong looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming domineeringly and shouted. You mean, the two of us? Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. That's right. Both of you come at me together. If I lose, not only will I give up my position as the Phoenix, but I'll also commit suicide on the spot. Shang Guanhong said loudly. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming glanced at Ling Xiao. They were full of fear for Ling Xiao. Don't worry, I won't interfere. Ling Xiao turned around and walked down the stage slowly. Next, it was Shang Guanhong's turn to perform. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming were really stupid. Shang Guanhong did lose to Ling Xiao, but Shang Guanhong's strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Even if he faced an ordinary third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he wouldn't be afraid. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming might be strong, but they had just stepped into the second Grotto Heaven Realm. If Ling Xiao wasn't wrong, this battle wouldn't take long. Impossible. In just a few breaths. In just 2 moves. Before Ling Xiao returned to his seat, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had already flown down the stage. 2 pieces of trash, how dare you threaten me? Do you really think you're Ling Xiao? Shang Guanhong only had 1 arm left, but he seemed to be stronger than before. This was because he had learned a lot from the battle with Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao, he definitely benefited a lot. Looking at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming who had fallen to the ground, the crowd was stirred up again. In front of Shang Guanhong, Feng Shidao was defeated, Jia Tianfeng was defeated, Kong Ming was also defeated, and Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had teamed up. However, Ling Xiao easily won and broke Shang Guanhong's arm, making Shang Guanhong worship him even more. How strong was Ling Xiao? There was probably no need to think too much about the position of the phoenix today. It would definitely be Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong. Ha ha ha, good. Our divine phoenix empire is really full of talents. Today, we hereby announce that Shang Guanhong is the 9th phoenix and will be conferred the title of Rainbow Phoenix. Ji Luoyu is the 10th phoenix and will be conferred the title of Falling Rain Phoenix. Fengming Wuliang stood up and announced the result of the battle for the phoenix. That's not right, the crowd was in an uproar. Ling Xiao is clearly the strongest, why isn't he the phoenix? Instead, Ji Luoyu was conferred the position of phoenix? This isn't fair. That's right. How can the monarch make such a judgment? It's too disappointing. Hearing the discussions below the stage, Fengming Wuliang chuckled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. The reason why we didn't confer the title of Dragon King Ling Xiao as phoenix is because we know he won't accept it. So that's the case. Ling Xiao is indeed arrogant and shouldn't be willing to be restrained. That makes sense. I think it's bullshit. Ling Xiao's voice covered all the discussions. He looked coldly at Fengming Wuliang and said, "Whether I accept it or not, that's my business. Whether you confer the title or not, that's your business. Don't mix the two together, even if I don't accept it, you should still ask me and ask for my opinion. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Favoritism is favoritism. Why do you need to flatter yourself?" That's right, even if he knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept it, he should still ask. Directly bestowing the title to another person, isn't he looking down on Ling Xiao too much? That's right, no wonder he's angry. The monarch is really muddle-headed in this matter. I've long heard that the monarch and Ling Xiao are like fire and water. He's clearly using his position to avenge a private grudge. I'm afraid that the monarch won't last long. Discussions once again sounded in the crowd, all because of Ling Xiao's words. Then, Ji Luoyu suddenly stood up and said, "Reporting to your majesty, I'm also unable to accept the title of Luoyu Phoenix Sun. I'm not as good as Shang Guanhong, and I'm even worse than Ling Xiao. If I receive this title, I'll only be ridiculed by others." Fengming Wuliang's expression was very interesting. Anger, displeasure, and depression. He didn't think that Ji Luoyu would not give him face in front of everyone. Because he didn't know that when they were in the city of Sin, Ji Luoyu was already very impressed with Ling Xiao during the pill refining conference. Today, seeing that Ling Xiao was wronged, how could she not speak up? Good, Lady Luoyu is indeed the disciple of the medicine King Sun saw. Such magnanimity is really rare. Since that's the case, the position of the 10th Phoenix Sun will be bestowed to Ling Xiao. What title should I give him? Fengming Wuliang smiled. Although this smile was a little awkward, this guy was after all a big shot. That little bit of awkwardness quickly disappeared. Forget it, I've never liked food given out by others. Do you really think that I'll care for things given out by others? Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wuliang with disdain and said, "Divine Phoenix Empire's 10th Phoenix Sun? Hee, Fengming Wuliang, listen up. Today, I'll leave my words here. Your so-called 10th Phoenix Sun, I'll defeat them one by one. I'll let you know that a person's strength isn't because he received a title, but because he's really strong. It was just like how you were unwilling to give General Ji Ning any reinforcements, but he was able to defend Northern Desert City. Don't think too highly of yourself. To put it bluntly, you're just a temporary representative chosen by the citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire. Do you want to be the emperor forever? Don't lose your integrity in the end." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the crowd fell silent. Ling Xiao was simply too daring. He actually dared to teach Fengming Wuliang a lesson in front of so many people? They still dared to disregard the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Suns? If senior brother Ling doesn't want the position of Huangzi, I, Shang Guanhong, don't care either. Shang Guanhong said loudly. Medicine King Sun Bu narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. He could see that Fengming Wuliang really couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Fengming's temper, it was absolutely impossible for him to not make a move until now. It seemed that he had to adjust his strategy to avoid a direct confrontation with Ling Xiao. How dare you? Is the position of Huangzi something that you can take whenever you want it? Standing beside Feng Ming Wuliang was a strong man. Compared to the bodyguard who appeared at Ji Mingxing's residence back then, he was much stronger. Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it seemed that Feng Ming Wuliang also felt the strength of his enemy, so the bodyguard he brought out was even stronger. After all, he couldn't just personally attack every time he met someone. Is there a rule that states that the position of Huangzi must be accepted? Shang Guanhong asked coldly. Here, other than a few absolute experts, there was also Ling Xiao. He didn't fear anyone at all, including this third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. How dare you? I think your mind has been disturbed by that Ling Xiao, and you already don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The martial artist beside Feng Ming Wuliang said with a gloomy face. You can try and see who exactly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shang Guanhong sneered, you haven't fought with Ling Xiao before, so you'll never know how powerful he is. His mouth is quite fierce, if you have the ability, then make a move. Courting death. The sound of air being torn apart burst out. That third Grotto Heaven Realm bodyguard held a sharp dagger in his hand, turned into a resplendent dagger light, and stabbed towards Shang Guanhong. Boom! An intense collision exploded in the sky. A disdainful smile appeared on Shang Guanhong's face. Compared to Ling Xiao, you are simply a piece of trash. You have a cultivation base, but you don't know how to use it. I will definitely defeat you in 10 moves. The two's battle practically didn't land on the ground, completely unfolding in the sky. 2 moves, 3 moves, 7 moves, 8 moves, Shang Guanhong became braver as he fought, but that bodyguard became more alarmed the more he fought. Shang Guanhong was right. He thought that Shang Guanhong wasn't his match at all. After all, Shang Guanhong lost to Ling Xiao who had the same cultivation. However, after these 8 moves, he discovered that he was unable to break through Shang Guanhong's strange and unpredictable defense at all. Not to mention injuring the other party, he didn't even have the chance to touch the other party. How did Ling Xiao do it? This bodyguard's heart was filled with bewilderment. However, there wasn't much time left for him. Shang Guanhong's face revealed a cold smile. Next move, I'll defeat you. 7-colored sacred arrow. Although it was the same move, the power was increased, but the key was in the way the move was executed. Previously, Shang Guanhong's 7-colored sacred arrow was aimed at the enemy's vital points. However, the vital points were usually the places that martial artists paid the most attention to protecting, so it wasn't easy to succeed. So now, he was aiming at the enemy's flaws. He didn't have Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial spirit, nor did he have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye, but he had the rainbow martial spirit. Every rainbow light could help him capture the enemy's moves and analyze the flaws from them. The reason why he wanted to use the 9th move was that he could already determine what the opponent's flaws were. The sharp arrow shot out and instantly broke through the bodyguard's defense, heading straight for his throat. However, at this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed the arrow. Shang Guanhong is indeed talented, but you're looking down on the royal family too much. The person who made the move turned out to be one of the 10 Phoenix Sons, Feng Ming Wuxian. He grabbed the arrow and slapped it towards Shang Guanhong who was in midair. His speed and angle were perfect. Shang Guanhong felt that he couldn't avoid it at all. Feng Ming Wuxian was indeed a guy who ranked in the upper middle of the 10 Phoenix Sons. He was indeed powerful. His little life was finished. At this moment, he didn't regret his decision. He just felt that Feng Ming Wuxian was really shameless. He wanted to fight with all his strength. Even if he died, he couldn't back down. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice sounded. Is it the style of the royal family to casually intervene in other people's battles? Haha, I've learned that this style is the so-called shamelessness. Bang, another crashing sound was heard. The one who blocked Feng Ming Wuxian was Ling Xiao. The two of them retreated 5 or 6 steps at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise. Feng Ming Wuxian was surprised that Ling Xiao's strength could actually block his palm. Ling Xiao was surprised that Feng Ming Wuxian was so powerful, and he was only the 7th Golden Phoenix Son. How strong were the monsters in front of him? However, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and excited after the initial shock. The stronger the enemy, the greater his motivation. Otherwise, without an opponent, there would be no motivation to cultivate. You're good. Fengming Wushan smiled. You're good too. Ling Xiao also smiled. Although you're good, you can only take one of my palms at most. You can't even beat me. How are you going to challenge the other 6 phoenixes? Are you going to rely on that mouth of yours? Fengming Wushan changed the topic. Although you're good too, you're just passable. With your strength, you're still no match for me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Ling Xiao stood there, his battle intent suddenly erupting. Fighting with Shang Guanhong was really not satisfying enough. He believed that only by fighting with Fengming Wushan would he be able to truly unleash his potential. Perhaps, he would break through because of this. After all, he still had a strong move that he had yet to use. Have we been out of touch for too long? Shang Guanhong can defeat a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It's already ridiculous enough. Ling Xiao can actually take one of Golden Phoenix's palms. How strong is he? Everyone looked at this scene and was extremely emotional. Perhaps Xianxia College is really going to rise. At least this time, Ling Xiao, Shang Guanhong, and that Long Chen will be able to stand out in the Longhu selection. If Haim Myung Ko can recover, they might also be able to get a ranking. Yes, the entire Xianxia College seems to have come alive as soon as Ling Xiao returned. Isn't that so? Ling Xiao just came back and killed the Celebrity Phoenix and Heavenly Rock Phoenix. Now, he took one of the palms of Golden Phoenix, who is ranked 7th. His strength really makes people look forward to it. Just now, he said that he wants to challenge all the 10 phoenixes. Although he's a little arrogant, I think those who are ranked at the bottom will be worried. Although Ling Xiao brought a great impact to everyone, most people were more optimistic about the few monsters ranked at the top of the 10 phoenixes. After all, those people had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm a long time ago, while Ling Xiao had only just broken through. What's more, including the Golden Phoenix's son, Fengming and Wu Shan, each of these 7 people had their own unique martial soul and bloodline power. They were double innate martial artists. Compared to them, Ling Xiao was still somewhat lacking. Today, Ling Xiao was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by Fengming Wushan's palm. They directly ignored the fact that Fengming Wushan had also taken 5 or 6 steps back. They probably thought that Fengming Wushan had deliberately retreated, afraid that Shang Guanhong would sneak attack him. Of course, there was one point of view that everyone agreed on. That was, Ling Xiao was definitely the most talented and promising young man of this era. He was only 17, among the 10 Phoenix sons, the youngest was Piao Shui, who was already 18 years old. The rest were already 20 years old. If Ling Xiao was given enough time, he might really be able to challenge the 10 great phoenixes. But would Ling Xiao have the time? Many people had this question. Ling Xiao provoked the 10 great phoenixes today and humiliated the emperor, Fengming Wuliang. Could he still live for so long? Of course, if someone knew what happened last night in the wilderness leading to Xianxia College, they would not think so. There was no so-called politeness between Ling Xiao and Fengming Wuliang. The conflict between the two of them was already known to the world. Ling Xiao did not give Fengming Wuliang face. And Fengming Wuliang acquiesced to his son's sneak attack on Ling Xiao. The hatred between them could no longer be resolved. It would be great if I could see the battle between the Golden Phoenix and Ling Xiao today. The crowd looked at the sky. In the void, Fengming Wushan and Ling Xiao stood opposite each other. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was very strong. However, Fengming Wushan did not seem to have the intention to fight with Ling Xiao. You know, I'm not a combative person. Fengming Wushan smiled. You're afraid. You're afraid that you'll lose. Ling Xiao did not give Fengming Wushan a chance to step down. And when you sneak attacked Shang Guanhong just now, you didn't seem like a combative person at all. I'm afraid? Haha, I'm just disdainful. My cultivation is much stronger than yours. Even if I win, it's reasonable. It won't do me any good. Fengming Wushan was still very indifferent. This guy was worthy of being Fengming Qishan's think tank. He knew how to talk and was very tolerant. Of course, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. Just as he said, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. It was reasonable for him to win. But if he failed miserably, it would be a joke. In the end, you don't dare to fight. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and then withdrew his fighting spirit. It doesn't matter if you don't fight today. I'll see what excuses you can find during the Longhu selection. Let's go. Although he really wanted to have a good fight. With Fengming Wushan, if Fengming Wushan was not willing to fight, he could not take the initiative to attack. There was nothing to be happy about if he won against a person who had no fighting spirit. He leaped away. Shang Guanhong, Cold Plum, Moon Lady, and the other disciples of Qingshu College also followed behind. After this battle, Ling Zhao's reputation could be said to have soared. It was more exciting than killing the celebrities Huangzi and Tianpeng Huangzi. The disciples of Qingshu College were especially happy. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had become the key to the rise of Qingshu College. Fengming Wushan landed on the high platform and looked at Ling Zhao's back. He suddenly sneered and said, Ling Xiao, in my eyes, you are at most a toad that is slightly stronger than an ant. If you can survive before the Dragon Phoenix selection, I can let you know what fear is. He did not whisper these words, but said it in front of everyone present. Everyone understood the meaning of these words. There were clearly two meanings. One of them was that he looked down on Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was only slightly stronger than an ant. The other meaning was that someone had already targeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might not survive until the day of the Longhu selection. Wu Shan, it's fortunate that you came today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one can suppress Ling Xiao. Don't be fooled by his provocation in front of you. It's just a bluff. How would he dare to fight with you? Fengming Wuliang said with a smile. Your Majesty is right. People say that he took my palm, but in fact, they don't know that I only used 60% of my strength. I just wanted to teach Shang Guanhong a lesson. It's not strange that Ling Xiao blocked it. Fengming Wushan bowed and said, Ling Xiao is really a frog at the bottom of the well. It's ridiculous. I'm afraid that he will lose to Xianxia, the son of Thunder Eagle, who is ranked 8th. If the two princes fight, he is not worth mentioning. Yes, he is just a human from the Tianlong continent. The Jianghu that he sees is only the size of a palm. Naturally, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But do you really want to fight with him? Fengming Wuliang asked. Are you really going to fight that narrow-minded kid? Fengming Wuliang asked. There's no need. I've already looked for Xianxia. Your Majesty also knows that Xianxia is a man who wholeheartedly pursues martial arts but abhors evil. After hearing about Ling Zhao's matter, he went to the Qingshu Academy. It won't be long before Ling Xiao falls into his hands. Xianxia was the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist and the 8th Thunder Eagle Phoenix. Shang Guanhong had wanted to challenge him, but he chose to give up in the end. Even such a proud person dared not provoke Xianxia. That was because Xianxia was a martial arts fanatic, a person who had truly trained his martial arts to perfection. In short, Xianxia was very powerful, much more powerful than Shang Guanhong. Because of this, Fengming Wushan felt that even if Xianxia could not defeat Ling Xiao, he could at least frustrate Ling Zhao's spirit. At the same time, he could also exhaust Ling Xiao. In this way, it would be easier to carry out some of his plans. Xianxia did go to Qingshu College and said, if Ling Xiao has the guts, come and fight with me, Xianxia. I'll be there anytime. Then, he simply left. However, a terrifying eagle claw mark was left on the scene. This mark was directly imprinted on a huge rock outside Qingshu College. This huge rock was often used by the disciples of Qingshu College to test their palm strength. Because of its strange material, ordinary palm strength could not hurt it at all. The disciples were proud to be able to leave a palm print on this huge rock. However, today, Xianxia's claw mark was 3 inches thick. This was something that had never happened since this huge rock was placed here. Even during the most prosperous period of Qingshu College, no disciple could do this. Xianxia's claw strength was evident. Of course, Ling Xiao was still in the imperial capital square at this time and did not know about this. When he returned to Qingshu College, he heard about this matter. He smiled and said, even if he didn't come, I would have gone to find him. A challenge didn't mean a fight to the death. There were different ways to deal with different people. Ling Xiao didn't have any deep enmity with Xianxia, so challenging Xianxia was just challenging the 10 Phoenix Suns. He just needed to defeat them. As for the claw mark, Ling Xiao chuckled and casually pointed his finger. Before his finger even touched the boulder, a hole had already appeared on it. The hole was about 4 to 5 inches deep, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. Seeing this scene, the originally worried disciples of the Qingshu Academy once again calmed down. Ling Xiao no longer cared about this matter. The matter of challenging Xianxia could be put aside for the time being, because he felt that his cultivation was about to make a new breakthrough. Next, he had to seize the opportunity to cultivate. He had already sent out the letter of challenge. Although it was only a verbal challenge, in order to defeat the 10 Phoenix Suns, he had to become stronger. His current cultivation was definitely insufficient. What's more, what happened last night made him feel a strong sense of danger. He absolutely could not let his guard down. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Cold Plum sat outside the door, guarding Ling Xiao. She had made a mistake once, and she didn't want to make it a second time. Last night, she was not by Ling Xiao's side, and she almost made a big mistake. This only made her feel resentful. "Senior brother Ling, the Vice Dean invites you in." A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was a junior brother of the college, and the voice was very familiar. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Although cultivation was very important, he still had to meet Feng Qingyan. "Lead the way." Ling Xiao went out and said to the junior brother. The man walked in front, all the way to Feng Qingyan's room. Qingshu College was built on a mountain, and the scenery was beautiful. However, there were fewer students now, so it seemed a lot more deserted. Along the way, only the junior brother, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum followed behind. When they were about to reach Feng Qingyan's room, the junior brother turned around and looked at Cold Plum. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Ling, the Vice Dean only said that he wants to meet you, but he didn't say that senior sister Ling should follow him." "Cold Plum, wait here. I'll be back soon." Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum and said, "You can't follow me to the toilet, right?" Cold Plum blushed and said, "All right, master. I'll wait here. If there's anything, inform me immediately." "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward with the junior brother. Soon, they entered the room and disappeared from Cold Plum's sight. In the room, Feng Qingyan was sitting there. There were a few books on the table, and he was casually flipping through them. "Ling Xiao, you're here. Take a seat." Feng Qingyan made an inviting gesture and then instructed the junior brother, "Go make a pot of tea for Ling Xiao. I want the best tea." "Yes, Vice Dean." The junior brother left. Ling Xiao didn't sit. Instead, he walked to the table and approached Feng Qingyan. He smiled and said, "Vice Dean Feng, I'm cultivating. If you have something to say to me, can you say it directly?" "Say it directly?" Feng Qingyan was stunned for a moment and said, "All right." He also stood up and gently patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. At that moment, Ling Xiao's finger pierced through his throat. Why? Why? Even though his throat was pierced, this person could still speak. His body quickly retreated, and a terrifying aura instantly burst out. "Why?" Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and said, "Your disguise technique is very powerful. To be honest, I was almost fooled by you. But I'm afraid you don't know. No matter what cultivation level a martial artist has, there are no secrets in front of me. Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is already a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although you're also a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, you're only at the second Grotto Heaven realm. How can you compare to him? But how dare you kill me? What if Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is just joking with you?" The assassin felt that his throat was constantly being torn apart and rotted. The terrifying temperature was constantly draining his life force away. He was terrified and surprised. He didn't know how he was seen through, and he didn't understand why Ling Xiao dared to kill him. "Feng Qingyan isn't as senseless as you. If you want to impersonate him, you should know him better. You can't make such a joke in front of me." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Haha, what a mistake." He thought that the assassination was foolproof, but before he could do it, Ling Xiao saw through him. The assassin's fake face showed a regretful expression. You deserve to die. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and instantly approached the assassin. A terrifying heat was released from his hand, and the assassin's body began to burn rapidly. Senior brother Ling, what are you doing? You're crazy. Outside the door, a junior brother rushed in with tea. The teacup and teapot fell to the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao with horror and confusion. He's an assassin in disguise. He's not Vice Dean Feng Qingyan. Ling Xiao said lightly. Then, he clapped his hands lightly, and the assassin was burned to ashes. How is this possible? I clearly heard his voice, and he looks exactly the same. There's also that Grotto Heaven Realm aura. It can't be fake. The junior brother rushed over and lay on the ground, searching for traces of Feng Qingyan. Ling Xiao leaned over to help him up. In that instant, the junior brother suddenly turned his head and spat out a long sword that looked like a poisonous thorn. It flickered with a cold light as it pierced towards him. Another Grotto Heaven Realm assassin, Ling Xiao was shocked in his heart. It turned out that when he was still in the Heaven Realm, those Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, the people sent to deal with him wouldn't be many Grotto Heaven Realm experts. But today, he had just exposed his cultivation, and two such powerful assassins had come. They were both proficient in disguise techniques, and they were both at the second Grotto Heaven Realm. It seemed that his opponent was taking him more and more seriously. Gotcha! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao actually opened his mouth and bit the cold light, and then directly bit it off. What? The assassin had already done very well. He had concealed his killing intent, and his acting skills were also very good. But unfortunately, like the assassin who had exposed himself before, his cultivation had exposed his identity. He was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, while that junior brother of Ling Xiao was only a Heaven Realm martial artist with a Heaven Realm cultivation base. If he couldn't even distinguish this bit of aura, he could just throw away his Mountain River martial spirit. You're very strong, but it's a pity that you exposed yourself too early. Otherwise, with the two of you working together, I might really be killed. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, and had no intention of fighting back. The assassin knew that it was impossible for him to take action now, so he jumped out of the window and fled into the distance. This kind of action was also the quality of a qualified assassin. Just like what Ling Xiao said to Feng Shidao, it was best for an assassin not to face his opponent head-on. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to losing his advantage. They had lured Ling Xiao here precisely because there was no one here. Feng Qingyan had gone to Feng Yinshan. However, if the battle here was too intense, someone would definitely be alarmed. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. It was not because he wanted to let the assassin go, but because he had a better plan. Cold Plum, stop chasing. Outside, Ling Xiao saw a figure pass by quickly and immediately called out to stop. Understood, master. Cold Plum never asked why, because she knew that Ling Xiao must have his reasons for doing so. The killer looked behind him and saw that no one was chasing him. He immediately relaxed his vigilance, but he didn't notice that there was a strange inscription flashing on his back. After escaping from Qingshu College, they arrived at the forest outside. Someone was there to pick them up immediately. What's the situation? It didn't work again? There were 4 people in total. 2 of them stood further away, while the other 2 were standing right next to the killer. This won't do. That Ling Xiao is too cunning. He discovered us before we even made a move. That guy must have some ability that allows him to see through other people's cultivation. The assassin shook his head and said helplessly. Wait, what's that on your back? Finally, someone realized that something was wrong. However, at that moment, the assassin's body exploded. The 2 people closest to the assassin were killed on the spot. Although the other 2 people were further away, one of them had a broken leg, and the other was blinded in one eye. Everyone's black scarves were blown up, revealing their true faces. The 2 people who died were Jia Tianfeng's henchmen. The one who had a broken leg was Jia Tianfeng himself. The one who was blinded in one eye was Kong Ming. These 2 people wanted to assassinate Ling Xiao, but they didn't even touch Ling Xiao's hair. Instead, they were set up by Ling Xiao. Quick! Let's go. Jia Tianfeng was in great pain because of his broken leg, but he still thought of a terrible thing. Since Ling Xiao had set them up, he would definitely come after them. If they didn't leave now, they would be dead. Although these two people were injured, they were experts in the Grotto Heaven realm, so they quickly fled the scene. Master, is it okay to let them go? After Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming left, Cold Plum asked in confusion. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming are just two small fish. There should be a big fish behind them. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. I can kill those two small fish whenever I want. Today, I'll treat it as teaching them a lesson. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the three corpses that had been blown to smithereens on the ground. His gaze turned cold. To be able to bribe two such powerful assassins to deal with him, the person behind them was definitely not an ordinary person. Although Phoenix Cry Immeasurable was the most suspicious. But he needed an accurate answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be happy if he let the person who really wanted to kill him escape. On the way back to the academy, Ling Xiao met the Moon Lady, who was waiting for him on the way. You met another assassin? Do you want me to help you destroy the 5 poison hall? The Moon Lady said coldly. She was really a little angry. The enemy had repeatedly tried to take Ling Xiao's life, which made the Moon Lady extremely angry. She was by Ling Xiao's side, but the other party was so unscrupulous. They simply didn't take her seriously. Did they really think that she wouldn't dare to do anything? I won't go so far as to destroy the 5 poison hall. Besides, we can't find the whereabouts of the 5 poison hall. However, I've already confirmed the location of the Divine Phoenix branch. If Sister Moon Lady really wants to vent your anger, you can help me destroy it. There was a limit to Ling Xiao's patience. He didn't find trouble with the 5 poison hall branch, but the other party came to find trouble with him more than once. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to go against the Dark God Palace? Okay, I'll go later. The Moon Lady said. Don't you want to go at night? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Doing such things during the day can cause a bigger sensation. If you want to do it secretly at night, you have to do it openly. The Moon Lady smiled. Well, Sister Moon Lady, you're so considerate. However, Sister Moon Lady, you should try to treat yourself better in the future. And Cold Plum, you too. I know you care about me, but you have to think about yourself. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Master, do you hate me? Do you find me annoying? Cold Plum immediately panicked. Although the Moon Lady didn't say anything, she was obviously a little stunned. I say, what are you thinking? The two of you are now the closest and most trusted people to me. How can I hate or be annoyed by you? It's just that the enemies I have to face are getting stronger and stronger. You can't not rest. Only when you rest well can you fight side by side with me better. Ling Xiao hurriedly explained, now, I need your protection to develop well. However, it'll be soon. After I reach the Yin-Yang realm, I'll protect you well. If Ling Xiao said this in the past, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum would probably be a little skeptical. After all, the Ling Xiao of the past couldn't even break through to the Heaven realm. But it was different now. In just over 2 years, Ling Xiao had broken through from the Martial Vein realm to the Transcendent realm, Heaven realm, and Grotto Heaven realm. Above the Grotto Heaven realm was the Yin-Yang realm, although for many people, this was a distance that they might not be able to cross even if they worked hard for a lifetime. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum returned to their rooms to rest and meditate. After all, they knew very well that if they wanted to be of help to Ling Xiao, they had to constantly improve their cultivation. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would become a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was too terrifying. It was not difficult to catch up with them. However, just as they left and Ling Xiao returned to his room to cultivate, a noble and somewhat delicate woman appeared. Princess Lian Er. Ling Xiao smiled and said, why are you looking for me? Can you call me Lian Er? I don't like to be so distant. Feng Minglian's expression revealed a bit of longing. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He knew what Feng Minglian was thinking at this time. After leaving her mother and offending the Ice Phoenix clan, she really did not have any sense of security in the imperial capital. She did not know who to trust except for Ling Xiao. Although Ling Zhao's friends were very good to her, it was hard to dispel the loneliness in one's heart. Okay, Lian. Why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao really couldn't harden his heart in front of this lovely and moving beauty. The key was that this girl was really pitiful. Can you accompany me for a walk? Feng Minglian asked. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, and then the two walked together on the beautiful path of Qingshu College. The fragrance of grass and flowers intertwined, forming an intoxicating atmosphere. The river under the small bridge flowed slowly, and frogs croaked from time to time, adding a bit of liveliness. Feng Minglian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. With someone she could trust by her side, and with the beautiful flowers, birds, insects, and fish in the natural world, she felt very comfortable. Brother Ling, do you know that my dream is to be able to live with someone who loves me and live an ordinary life? Isn't it a bit ridiculous? Feng Minglian suddenly asked. It's not funny. Staying with someone who loves you, no matter how hard life is still blissful. However, there is one thing that I must say. Without great strength, this kind of happiness won't last for long. Although he was unwilling to burst Feng Minglian's beautiful dream, there were some words that Ling Xiao still had to say. Why? Feng Minglian asked doubtfully. Ever since she was young, she had been like a bird in a cage. She longed for the outside world but was unable to leave. Although I was a beggar when I was young, I was very happy and blessed with Grandpa Hongqi and my friends. Grandpa cared about me a lot, and my friends were very fun to play with. But the nightmare still came. Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly as he said, in the profound world, cultivators are the ones who decide everything. We are just beggars, but there are some people who bully beggars for fun. Every time they bully beggars, they take away 1 or 2 lives. I saw my friends being beaten to death with my own eyes, but there was nothing I could do. My so-called happy life collapsed in an instant. Feng Minglian was stunned when she heard this. She thought that cultivation would not be of any use. She thought that she could live a good and happy life without fighting with the world. But Ling Zhao's words were tantamount to giving her a head-on blow. In the profound world, a happy life depends on strength. Miss Lian seems to be quite strong, but why haven't I seen you fight? Ling Xiao naturally understood that Feng Minglian's cultivation was not bad. She might be a monstrous genius like him. This woman was not old, but her cultivation was already at the first grotto heaven realm. My cultivation was forced by my mother. In the past, I always thought that it was this kind of cultivation that led to my misfortune, so I didn't practice it well. But your words surprised me. Feng Minglian explained, don't look at my cultivation, I haven't practiced any martial skills because I don't want to hurt anyone. Don't want to hurt others, but don't give up the ability to protect yourself. Ling Xiao reminded, I believe you have seen it during this period. Someone has been targeting me and has been sending people to assassinate me. Think about it, if I had the same idea as you, what would the result be? Feng Minglian was stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed greatly. She was not stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. Perhaps it was because the blood of the human and divine Phoenix clan flowed in her body. She had more potential than ordinary humans and divine phoenixes. And she was smarter. Naturally, she could understand Ling Zhao's words. Big brother Ling, help me cultivate. I know many martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, but I don't know how to cultivate them. Feng Minglian trusted Ling Xiao, so she also believed what Ling Xiao said. Coupled with the recent events, she gradually understood that blindly being kind was not a good thing. It would only make you seem weak and easy to bully. She had to become stronger, only then could she protect herself. No problem, I can guide you in your cultivation. Ling Xiao did not refuse. After all, Feng Minglian was saved by him. As the saying goes, help a person to the end. Helping Feng Minglian master the ability to protect her life was also a kind of relief for him. He did not have to waste energy protecting her. What's more, he could also borrow the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan for reference. Every move of his light and shadow profound meaning was comprehended based on existing martial skills. It did not come out of thin air. If he could get some inspiration from the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, perhaps the later moves would be comprehended faster. Thank you, big brother Ling, Feng Minglian said excitedly. Every time she was excited, her face would blush slightly, revealing an intoxicating expression. Even Ling Xiao felt that it was difficult to resist this pitiful temptation. Ling Xiao hurriedly turned his head to the side and looked at little Yu in the river. He suddenly thought of something, turned his head again and asked. Lian you are a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, so you should have heard about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia, right? Feng Minglian thought for a moment and said, of course I know. In the secret chamber of the Ice Phoenix clan, there is a book dedicated to these two people. During the days when I was under house arrest, there was an old granny who watched over me and took care of my life. When she was free, she would tell me what happened in the past. Can you tell me? Ling Xiao asked. Since learning that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia were his parents, Ling Xiao could not wait to know more about them. Since Feng Minglian knew, he naturally had to ask clearly. Of course. Feng Minglian was worried that there was no topic to talk about with Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao took the initiative to bring up this topic, she had a lot to say. Ling Xiao had already learned about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia from Hongqi at the beginning, but he still listened carefully. Towards the end, Feng Minglian talked about a terrifying matter that made his hair stand on end. The world thinks that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia have no children, but in fact, they have a pair of children. Feng Minglian said. A son and a daughter? That is to say, they have a son and a daughter? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right. Their son's origin is very strange. It's said that he was born from a strange stone, but their daughter is their biological daughter. Before their son was born, their daughter was already more than 10 years old. Her appearance combined the advantages of her parents. She could be said to be an absolute beauty, even more beautiful than her mother, Yu Xianxia. Feng Minglian explained, Yu Xianxia is the #1 beauty of the Soul Clan. Her daughter has the appearance of the #1 beauty of the Soul Clan at the age of 12 or 13. Her aptitude is even better than her parents. She is simply a peerless monster. Peerless monster? Yes. Brother Ling, you may not like to hear this. Her aptitude is even more terrifying than yours. When she was 12, she was already a martial artist in the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Feng Minglian replied. It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. After roaming the Jianghu for so long, he had never heard of a child reaching the 10th Grotto Heaven realm at the age of 12. How did she cultivate? How terrifying was her talent? But on second thought, it didn't seem so surprising. He reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm in 2 years, but she reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm in 12 years. In terms of talent, she didn't seem to be weak. It seems that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia have focused on cultivating her? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. With such talent, if she is properly cultivated, she can reach the Yinyang realm at the age of 15 or 16. Even the human king back then couldn't compare to her. However, something strange happened when she was 12. Feng Minglian's face suddenly turned a little pale. Something strange? Yes. That year, this child named Ji Lingyue mysteriously disappeared. According to the information, before she disappeared, she had met the Divine Phoenix Emperor, who is now the ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe. Feng Minglian replied. The ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe? How many ancestors does your royal family have? Ling Xiao found the key problem in Feng Minglian's words. The Fiery Phoenix tribe has 2 patriarchs, Black and White. The one Ji Lingyue met was Patriarch White Sunday. She's a kind-looking old lady who once took in many orphans. Both Patriarch White Sun and Patriarch Black Sun are supreme experts in the Yinyang realm. Feng Minglian replied, the Ice Phoenix clan has an ancestor, the one who attacked before. The Dark Phoenix clan is the most terrifying. They have 3 ancestors, but they were sealed by Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia back then. I don't even know if they are still alive now. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the royal family. If the Black and White patriarchs were as strong as the Ice Phoenix patriarch, then the Moon Maiden would probably be unable to resist them. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the Fire Phoenix tribe and was an ally of Feng Yinshan. That was why the 2 patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe did not attack him. But what was going on with his sister, Ji Lingyue? Could he have been killed by Ancestor Baiyang? You must be very confused. What happened to Ji Lingyue? Feng Minglian asked. Yes, their daughter mysteriously disappeared. Those two must have gone crazy, right? Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. Their daughter actually went missing in the Divine Phoenix Empire. This made Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia furious. Even though they are kind and upright people, they would inevitably commit some atrocities. They almost tore down the Divine Phoenix Palace at that time and beat the Black and White Patriarchs until they knelt down and begged for mercy. Later, there was suddenly news from overseas that someone saw an unconscious Ji Lingyue on a ship. She might have been taken away by human traffickers. Feng Minglian continued, many people thought that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia left the Divine Phoenix Empire only because they finished their business here and planned to continue adventuring. However, they did not know that their most important goal was to find their missing daughter. Then, was Ji Lingyue really abducted by human traffickers? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not too sure about this. It's just that the old granny told me that Ji Lingyue, a dignified 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, was not even afraid of a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. Unless it was a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist, it was impossible for her to be abducted. She also said that she once saw the sword Ji Lingyue used in the palace. Feng Minglian replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. If he guessed correctly, his sister Ji Lingyue had probably been killed, and the ones who did it were the Black and White Patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe. However, his parents were not as ruthless as him. They did not use the cruelest methods to interrogate, so there were some fish that escaped the net. Since his parents did not find out the truth, he would investigate it. He hoped that his sister was not killed. Although he had never met this sister of his, and had never even met his own parents, he still had to find out the truth about his loved ones being killed. He even suspected that the reason his parents stepped into the Gate of Heaven's Chosen was to find his sister Ji Lingyue. It was this incident that caused a series of chain reactions that led to his miserable childhood. No matter what, he had to try and do something about it. Alright, Lian I'll help you cultivate. Ling Xiao planned to first bury what he knew deep in his heart because he did not have enough strength to offend the Black and White Patriarchs and the Ice Phoenix ancestor at the same time. Although he was usually arrogant, he was not a brainless idiot. He knew that when it was time to endure, he had to endure. Otherwise, not only would he die, but he would also cause the deaths of his family and friends. Okay. Feng Minglian did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking. She only vaguely felt that Ling Xiao was a bit too concerned about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia. However, she understood that Ling Xiao was from the Heavenly Dragon continent, so he was more interested in these two heroes. Ling Xiao brought Feng Minglian to the Cultivation Holy Land of Qingshu College, an extremely spacious mountain peak. This was because some cultivation methods could cause quite a commotion. If one were to cultivate in a house, the house might really burn down. Feng Minglian had been trapped in the Ice Phoenix clan for a long time and was forced to cultivate by her mother, Feng Mingxiao. So, interestingly, the place where she was trapped was precisely the Ice Phoenix clan's secret library. There were vast martial arts manuals here. When Feng Minglian was bored, she would read these manuals as leisure books. Otherwise, if the old granny left, she would be bored to death. In the secret library, the essence of all the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan was condensed. Perhaps even Feng Mingxiao didn't think that his daughter would have the ability to remember things with a single glance. Regardless of whether she understood the book she read or not, she could remember them in her mind. Ling Xiao pointed a finger on Feng Minglian's forehead and felt the vast martial arts manuals in her mind. He was really shocked. He thought that the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan should be related to the Ice Phoenix bloodline. However, he was wrong. The Ice Phoenix clan had produced several immortal emperors over the years. In addition, they had obtained the martial arts manuals from the Dark Phoenix clan's secret treasure tower, as well as the martial arts manuals collected and plundered from all over the world. They had hundreds of times more martial arts manuals than the Yuehua sect. Sword techniques, palm techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques. Wait, there were only things you couldn't think of, but nothing you couldn't find. Of course, the martial arts in Feng Minglian's mind were only suitable for martial artists below the Yin-Yang realm, including Yin-Yang realm martial artists. After all, the foundation of martial arts in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent was relatively poor. What was even more gratifying was that all the martial arts here were categorized according to different bloodlines and martial souls. It was easy to find something suitable for oneself. For example, with a sword martial soul, one could practice various sword techniques and cultivation methods that were compatible with the sword techniques. Among them, the most terrifying was the 4-season sword technique. After mastering the sword technique, one could actually change the climate and affect the alternation of the 4 seasons within a certain range. Its lethality was amazing. Another example was the ice attribute martial arts that were compatible with the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It included a combination of martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. When used, it could better mobilize the strange cold power contained in the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It could freeze everything and even directly kill the opponent. There were also special martial arts that were compatible with the herb martial soul. It could greatly improve the healing effect of this type of martial soul, and the martial artist who had this type of martial soul could continue to fight. Although many martial artists who cultivated this type of martial arts eventually became pharmacists, such as Dai Yuling. But there were also some who were different. If a herb martial soul was truly developed, one could basically maintain an immortal body in battle, which was also quite terrifying. It was just more difficult. Ling Xiao was good at alchemy, but he was lacking in healing martial arts. This was because his self-healing ability was enough, and he was also good at alchemy, so he didn't need to be distracted to cultivate these. After all, a person's energy was limited. Ling Xiao might have more energy than others, so he could cultivate all kinds of things faster. But now what he needed to do was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Whether it was alchemy, refining tools, or refining formations, they were all to improve his strength. Today, he helped Feng Minglian cultivate and also wanted to find martial arts to improve his strength. Of course, his ultimate goal was still to increase his cultivation base and comprehend or perfect the profound meaning of light and shadow. After experiencing so many battles, Ling Xiao was well aware of the terror of the profound meaning of light and shadow. Therefore, he would not divert his attention to other martial arts. Even if he were to learn them, it would be to make the light and shadow profound meaning even more powerful. Lian, you have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and you have awakened the Ice Sword martial spirit. I suggest you cultivate this dark Norse scripture. It is a combination of cultivation methods and martial skills. It is very useful for mobilizing the potential of your bloodline and the power of your martial spirit. Ling Xiao chose the most suitable martial arts for Feng Minglian. Once he cultivated this set of martial arts, he could at least cultivate to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm, or even break through to a higher realm. It could be said to be done once and for all. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Brother Ling to help me. Feng Minglian trusted Ling Xiao, and trusted Ling Xiao's vision even more. After all, she had seen Ling Xiao's strength with her own eyes. Then, Ling Xiao used the Tai Chi Eye to analyze this set of martial arts, and directly transmitted it into Feng Minglian's mind through his soul power. As for how much Feng Minglian could understand and how much she could cultivate, it was all up to her. Looking at Feng Minglian cultivating there, Ling Xiao jumped to a higher mountain, and 2 sets of martial arts appeared in his mind. In the sky, the sun was blazing like fire. Above Ling Xiao's head, there was a divine light sword. This was the 10th profound meaning of light that he had used to defeat Shangguan Hong. This move was already abnormally powerful. It could be said that it was Ling Xiao's current strongest attack, and its lethality was even more terrifying than the doomsday of Tao Tai. After all, he had not completely tamed the Tao Tai martial spirit, so the doomsday of Tao Tai still needed to be improved. The divine light sword was already very powerful, but Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. In Feng Minglian's memory, there were 2 sets of powerful martial arts. One was an extreme yang martial art called the Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations, which was a top jade grade martial art. The other set was an extreme yin martial art called the Demonic World Exterminating Art, which was also a top jade grade martial art. Jade grade martial arts were usually only suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm and Yin Yang Realm martial artists. It was similar to the classification of martial arts in the Sky Dragon continent, but there was a slight difference in the names. In the Divine Phoenix continent, each grade of martial arts was divided into 4 grades: low rank, middle rank, high rank, and peak rank. Jade grade low and middle martial arts were more suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate, while high and top martial arts were more suitable for Yin Yang Realm martial artists to cultivate. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao could not cultivate the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world exterminating art. Of course, this was the truth. However, Ling Xiao did not want to cultivate them, but wanted to use these two sets of martial arts as a blueprint to strengthen his 10th profound meaning of light. The 10th profound meaning of light was the divine light sword, the 10th profound meaning of shadow was the dark devil sword. It was very compatible with these two sets of martial arts, and could definitely greatly increase their power. Even the human king of the past would not have thought of this idea. The human king cultivated too quickly, and he learned too many things without anyone's help. Thus, he only grasped the most basic control of some profound meanings, and did not continue to improve them. Ling Xiao was lucky. With the help of the human king's remnant soul, he sealed away those messy things and focused on cultivating the 9 cauldrons martial arts. Just the first cauldron's profound meaning of light had already benefited him greatly. Furthermore, with the Mountain River martial spirit, the cultivation speed of the 9 cauldrons martial arts was extremely fast, and the power it could display was also very terrifying. At this time, it was daybreak. The scarlet sun was high in the sky, and its blazing light shone on Ling Xiao's body. The scarlet sun in the Mountain River world also shone brightly, and it actually exploded with an incomparably powerful light and heat. In that instant, the terrifyingly high temperature on the entire mountain actually burned many plants and trees to a crisp. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in this high temperature, but he did not think much of it. I'll cultivate the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations during the day, and the demonic world destruction art at night. It's decided. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a series of intertwining lights appeared in front of his eyes. These lights intertwined together, and actually formed many strange words. If one studied carefully, they would discover that it was the secret technique of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. The so-called Scarlet Sun 9 transformations referred to the Rising Sun transformation, Fierce Sun transformation, Violent Sun transformation, True Sun transformation, Pure Sun transformation, Heavenly Sun transformation, Extreme Sun transformation, Black Sun transformation, Armageddon transformation. With each transformation, the power would increase, and the strength of the move could be determined according to the strength of the enemy's cultivation. The current power of Ling Xiao's divine light sword was actually unable to reach the lowest level of the Rising Sun transformation. In other words, if it was combined with the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations, the power of the divine light sword would increase by a terrifying 9 times. Even if Ling Xiao was unable to comprehend the ultimacy after the 10th ultimacy, Ling Xiao's combat power would increase by leaps and bounds. There was no doubt about that. Even though cultivating the 9 transformations of the Crimson Sun required a lot of pain and was extremely difficult to comprehend, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He had experienced too much suffering and it had become a habit. He was good at finding joy in the midst of suffering. As for comprehension, with the Mountain River martial spirit and the Tai Chi Eye, it was easy for him to comprehend a jade-grade martial art. If someone was beside him at this moment, they would definitely notice that the inscriptions in Ling Xiao's eyes were jumping at an extremely fast speed. The words formed by the light in front of him were also changing constantly. After a while, the words disappeared and Ling Xiao closed his eyes. All the secrets had already been integrated into Ling Xiao's mind. Now, all he needed to do was to concentrate on his cultivation. His cultivation was naturally not quite the same as ordinary martial artists. Others had to follow the instructions of the martial art. But he had to integrate it with the divine sword of light and the light ultimacy. Although it was difficult to integrate, once he succeeded, his cultivation would be smooth sailing. The domain origin energy circulated between his meridians and the heavenly abode. The Scarlet Sun in the sky and the Scarlet Sun in the Mountain River realm shone together. The two types of light poured into Ling Xiao's body and were absorbed by his limbs and bones. They were swallowed by his spirit sea. At this moment, the Moon Lady was cultivating nearby. She was still worried about Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's strange situation, it was as if the Scarlet Sun God had descended to the mortal world. She was shocked. The human king neglected to use other martial arts to increase the power of the 9 cauldrons martial art. I didn't expect you to think of it. Looks like your future is brighter than the human king's. The moon lady smiled sweetly and closed her eyes to begin her cultivation. On the mountain peak, Ling Zhao's entire body was glowing. His entire body was enveloped by the heavenly abode, making him look like a small sun. The soil and sand on the ground were all scorched, and then turned into something like lava. It looked extremely strange. Within Ling Zhao's body, there were two completely different types of elemental energy. One represented the light Upanishad, which was blazing and bright. One represented the shadow Upanishad, which was evil and terrifying. Now, he temporarily suppressed the power of shadow and released the power of light. The power of light fused with the radiance of the scarlet sun, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Ling Zhao felt as if his internal organs were being roasted under high temperature. A cry of pain erupted from his throat. This was because he felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of lava. This kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. But Ling Zhao endured it. He had experienced similar pain before, and at that time, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Now, he was just going through the pain again. To him, there was nothing to be afraid of. In the middle of the day, Ling Zhao was experiencing scorching pain. But at night, when he cultivated the demonic world extermination art, what he experienced was incomparably cold pain. The heavenly demon destroyer art was divided into 9 stages. They were body destroyer, heart destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, city destroyer, country destroyer, world destroyer, and heaven destroyer and earth destroyer. The first 5 stages were targeted at killing people. The last 4 stages were to kill people regardless of whether they were humans or animals. When Ling Zhao was comprehending this cultivation technique, a ruthless aura arose spontaneously. Fortunately, he had the mountain river martial soul, so he didn't completely fall into the devil's path and become an evil demon. He liked to do things according to his heart. Regardless of whether it was good or evil, he would measure it according to his heart. He didn't want to be blindly good or evil. He didn't know what kind of stimulation the person who created this cultivation technique had gone through, but this cultivation technique was really cruel and evil. Most people on the righteous path wouldn't bother to learn it. Even if they learned it, they wouldn't expose it easily. But Ling Zhao was different. He had never thought of himself as a righteous person. His actions were both righteous and evil, all based on his heart. So even if it was such an evil martial art, he still dared to learn it. As long as he had control of the martial art in his hands, then regardless of whether it was good or evil, he could use it. During the day, he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and absorbed the heat of the Scarlet Sun. The cultivation effect was excellent, but the injuries and pain his body suffered were also greater. During the night, he cultivated the Heavenly Demon Destroyer art. The Colding Qi was even more abundant. The cultivation effect was also excellent, but the pain he suffered was even more terrifying. In other words, Ling Zhao experienced the torture of alternating cold and heat during the day and night. Originally, he could have rested for a while and lessened the pain in his body. But he didn't do that. His time was limited. He had to seize all the time he could to continue improving his strength. For 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Zhao sat on the mountain peak without moving. During the day, he was like a scarlet sun, dazzling and eye-catching. At night, he was like a demon's domain, eerie and terrifying, abnormally cold. On the mountain peak below him, Fengming Lian also did not open her eyes. The scene there was completely different from where Ling Zhao was. That place was a frozen scene. The entire mountain peak had become a world of pure white snow and ice crystals. The disciples of Xianxia College who happened to pass by discovered the strange situation, and then spread the news. Almost every day, there would be people passing by to admire this strange scene. Cold Plum also came by, and then blocked the road, not allowing anyone to disturb Ling Zhao and Fengming Lian's cultivation. On the 4th day, Ling Zhao opened his eyes. One of his eyes was shining with a dazzling light, while the other was deep and eerie. If anyone dared to look at this eye, they would definitely be frightened to the point that their soul would be shaken. A jade-grade martial art is indeed unfathomable. After 3 days and 3 nights, I could only comprehend the first level. Ling Zhao sighed. But overall, he was still satisfied. the divine light sword had improved by a level. He had comprehended the transformation of the rising sun. The dark demon sword had also improved by a level, comprehending the body destruction. Although it was only a small improvement, in terms of power, it was absolutely incomparable. Back then, the most ordinary divine light sword could kill Shangguan Hong with one sword. Now, with the rising sun transformation, the power of the divine light sword was probably more than twice as strong as before. If he told the people of the Ice Phoenix clan about his cultivation speed, those old guys would probably be scared to death. At that time, Ji Lingyue's tragedy would probably be repeated. Ling Xiao had a kind of confidence. When he completely mastered the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations, and the demonic world destruction art, coupled with the primordial spirit remnant scroll, day and night travel, he would truly become the dual master of night and day. During the day, he would be as dazzling as the Scarlet Sun. During the night, he would be like a demon descending to the world, causing all living creatures to fear. He stood up and looked at the mountain peak below. Feng Minglian was still cultivating there. Feng Minglian's comprehension and talent were truly shocking. Even Long Chen wasn't as good as her. The rest of the people couldn't compare to her. If Feng Minglian had cultivated so hard since she was a child, she would be one of the 10 Phoenix Sons today. Although she couldn't be as talented as Ji Lingyue, she was much more powerful than most geniuses. In just 3 days and 3 nights, Feng Minglian had reached the 4th level of the Dark North Sutra. She had also broken through to the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. Even Ling Xiao felt pressured by this cultivation speed. Of course, he knew that this was because the power that had been stored in Feng Minglian's body for a long time had suddenly erupted. When Feng Minglian's cultivation reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, it would gradually slow down. At that time, Ling Xiao would have to catch up with her. But Ling Xiao wasn't worried about this. Before Feng Minglian was born, she had been soaked in all kinds of medicinal liquids. At that time, Feng Mingxiao had suffered a lot. He wanted Feng Minglian to become stronger so that she wouldn't be bullied. Now Feng Minglian was younger than Ling Xiao, but she had already cultivated for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao had only cultivated for 2 years. So he had nothing to worry about. Catching up with or even surpassing Feng Minglian wasn't a problem for him. Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. Before leaving, he left behind an array formation to protect Feng Minglian. According to his estimation, Feng Minglian would need at least a month to cultivate. During this time, although he would ask someone to protect her, he was more at ease with the formation. His body trembled. Ling Xiao flashed down Dong Ling Xiao. In a short moment, he disappeared. He left Dong Ling Xiao and strode in the direction of the Celestial Academy. After Ling Xiao left the mountain, several figures immediately appeared. Qingshu College's Dean Zhou Yun, Crown Prince Feng Yinshan, and Feng Yinshan's most capable helper and bodyguard, Ming Jin. Ming Jin was originally a genius of the Dark Phoenix race who had been saved by Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan had disregarded their former enmity and accepted him as a subordinate. This person was very loyal. From then on, he followed Feng Yinshan wholeheartedly. Many confidential matters were completed by him. Ming Jin and Feng Yinshan's eyes flickered as they looked at the mountain that had been destroyed beyond recognition by the power of light and shadow. Master, what kind of cultivation method do you think Ling Xiao is cultivating? How could he create such a terrifying scene? Also, I seem to smell a strong sense of danger and evil aura. It's shocking. Feng Yinshan asked in a low voice. Not only was the ground scorched, but it also seemed to have been corroded by something. Not even a blade of grass grew. There were still strands of black gas coming out from the ground. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would feel uncomfortable standing here. Hard to say. Zhou Yun shook his head. Although he thought of those 2 terrifying martial arts, he could not believe that Ling Xiao was cultivating those 2. After all, it was a top-tier jade-grade martial art. Moreover, it was a treasure of the Ice Phoenix clan. Even they couldn't easily obtain it. Even Master can't guess? This Ling Xiao is getting more and more mysterious. Feng Yinshan frowned and said, I didn't expect even Lianer to be so loyal to him. I'm afraid even I can't compare to this person's demonic power. Your Highness, you're overthinking. Ling Xiao is indeed powerful and talented, but he's just a martial artist. He's too ruthless and never leaves any leeway. Now that he has offended Feng Ming Wuliang, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This is definitely not something a smart person would do. Ming Jin had a high evaluation of Ling Xiao's martial arts talent, but he looked down on Ling Xiao's character. He felt that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant and didn't know how to endure and restrain himself. Is that so? Isn't that what we want? Feng Yinshan smiled and said, "Go find Ling Xiao and tell him that Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming are holding a banquet in Ling Yu's courtyard today. They've invited people from the Five Poison Hall branch." "Yes, Your Highness." Ming Jin nodded. Of course, he knew what Feng Yinshan meant. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming so they could do him a favor. At the same time, they could turn everyone's attention to Ling Xiao. This way, it would be much easier for them to do whatever they wanted to do. After Ling Xiao washed up, he planned to rest for a while and go out for a stroll to see what new things had happened in the past few days. However, he saw a piece of paper on his table. "Who sent it?" Ling Xiao asked Cold Plum, who was outside the door. "A very strong person, no weaker than me," Cold Plum replied. "He said it's from the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains." "Understood." Ling Xiao looked at the note and furrowed his brows slightly, but soon after, his brows relaxed again. He had planned to use a long line to catch a big fish and lure out the person behind Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The two of them still hadn't learned their lesson and wanted to find someone to deal with him. He didn't have the time to keep being assassinated like this. Now that he had successfully cultivated the new technique, he could try it out. "Big Sister Moon Maiden, I'm going to Ling Yu's courtyard to find Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. Help me destroy the Five Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch," Ling Xiao said loudly. Although he couldn't see the Moon Maiden, he knew that she was nearby. "Master, let me go. The Five Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch doesn't have a Yin-Yang realm expert." "I can go," Cold Plum volunteered. "Alright, be careful. It's best to leave one alive so that they know who they offended." Ling Xiao's goal in destroying the Five Poison Hall's branch was to establish his might. If the other party didn't know who did it, then wouldn't he have done all this for nothing? "Understood, Master." Cold Plum obeyed and left. Ling Xiao also set off. This time, the Moon Maiden followed Ling Xiao, but she didn't show herself. She didn't want to interfere in matters that Ling Xiao could resolve. After that night of fighting, she understood that if Ling Xiao wanted to grow, she had to do as little as possible. Unless it was an opponent stronger than Ling Xiao, such as a Yin-Yang realm expert. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had come to Ling Yu's courtyard. Everyone knew that he was Dragon King Tian and a friend of the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan, so no one dared to stop him. Thus, Ling Xiao arrived at a pavilion in the middle of a lake without any obstructions. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming weren't the only ones in the pavilion. There were also a few people with murderous intent. They should be the assassins of the Five Poison Hall's branch. These people were all Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The strongest was the fourth Grotto Heaven Realm. The weakest was the first Grotto Heaven Realm. When Ling Xiao saw them, they naturally saw him as well. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming's eyes were filled with shock and fear. The two of them had seen too much of Ling Xiao and naturally knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Especially that night. The two of them didn't even see Ling Xiao. In the end, one of them had his leg broken and the other lost an eye. Since that night, their fear of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. The expression of the Five Poison Hall assassin as he looked at Ling Xiao was filled with fury. However, within that fury, there was also a strong sense of fear. They had already sent out 2 batches of assassins. In the end, they were all wiped out. The first batch consisted of 5 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and Feng Shidao. In the end, only Feng Shidao survived. The second batch consisted of 2 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins who were good at disguising techniques. In the end, they were also wiped out. Before they died, they couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. This was not only a great humiliation, but also extremely terrifying. In the past, their branch had also sent out similar missions. A mere second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was not a difficult task at all. Feng Shidao could handle it alone. But this time, they had encountered huge trouble. The most terrifying thing was that this person had actually come to their door today. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face and did not release the slightest killing intent. However, his deep pupils and devilish smile still made many people present feel terrified. Haha, you guys are really leisurely. You're here discussing how to deal with me again, right? He actually sat on an empty chair and then took a sip of the wine. These guys really knew how to enjoy life. The wine and delicacies were all top-quality goods. Isn't it good to eat and drink every day? Why do you have to fight and kill? Do you want to die? Finally, Ling Xiao suddenly erupted with a strong killing intent. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming suddenly stood up from their chairs, their faces pale with fright. Ling Xiao, what do you want to do? Jia Tianfeng was obviously a little flustered. His usual calm and confident appearance was completely gone. What do I want to do? I taught you a lesson before to let you know the difficulties and retreat. I didn't expect you guys to be so stubborn. It seems that this artificial limb is pretty good. Which puppet master helped you make it? I can't tell whether it's real or fake from the outside. And you, Kong Ming, are your eyes blind, but is your heart blind as well? Peacock Huangzi was crippled because he provoked me. Don't tell me you want to follow in his footsteps? His tone became sharper and sharper, as if sword chi could be released from his mouth. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming could not help but shiver. The two of them were actually hiding behind the 5 Poison Hall branch assassins. They were trembling with fear as they looked at Ling Xiao. They had a strong feeling that Ling Xiao had come to kill them today. Moreover, he could make his move at any time. Ling Xiao was extremely dangerous right now. They could not afford to get close to him. Otherwise, they would be setting themselves on fire. Ling Xiao, get this straight. I'm a member of the Righteous Alliance, and this is the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Do you dare to kill me here? Jia Tianfeng suddenly shouted. His voice was very loud, but it was obvious that he was trying to sound tough. The 5 Poisons Hall assassins frowned. They had truly not imagined that Ling Xiao would strike such fear into the mighty successor of the Righteous Alliance. This was truly inconceivable. And me, a member of the Peacock race. When you crippled Peacock Huangzi last time, our race could endure it, but if you keep doing it again and again, you know what the consequences will be. Kong Ming echoed Jia Tianfeng's words. In their view, this was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be as crazy as he was outside, right? I've known all of this for a long time, but so what? Ling Xiao scornfully said, do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because of this? How long has it been? Have you forgotten how Celebrity Huangzi and Heavenly Rock Huangzi died, and on that night, I even killed Emperor Lord Fengming Wuliang's son, Fengming Heishan. Are you more respected than him? The Jia clan can't possibly endure losing a successor twice. You should understand that their revenge will be even more vicious than the Emperor Lord's. Jia Tianfeng emphasized each word as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know of his important status in the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. He had to say this because he wanted Ling Xiao to know that behind him was the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. Fear caused him to constantly find reasons for his survival. Even though he knew that Ling Xiao was a madman, he did everything according to his will. He was a lunatic who did everything based on his heart. When Ling Xiao first came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, he directly crippled Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, the 2 noble descendants of the Ice Phoenix clan. And now, when he returned to the capital, he had killed the Emperor Lord's adopted son, Ji Mingxing, and the Great Ping race's Heavenly Rock Huangzi. There was truly nothing to fear from this fellow. The only thing that Ling Xiao feared was that they also had a madman on their side. And so what? Ling Xiao disdainfully chuckled, looking down on Jia Tianfeng even more. As the saying went, one should bear the consequences of one's actions, but Jia Tianfeng wanted to drag his entire clan down with him. Ling Xiao, as long as you don't kill me today, we'll definitely mind our own business. How about it? Jia Tianfeng was truly on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about any sort of threat, so he could only plead. What a pity. If you had done this a little earlier, you might not have died. Of course, you would have had a chance to live today. Ling Xiao took a sip of wine as he indifferently said. What chance? Jia Tianfeng hastily asked as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. It's very simple. Tell me who ordered you to deal with me from behind the scenes. As long as you tell me, I'll immediately let you go and won't make any more trouble for you. Ling Xiao indifferently said. How did you know? No. There's no one ordering me from behind the scenes. In his excitement, Jia Tianfeng had let the cat out of the bag, and then he did his utmost to make up for it. Alas, the mistake of letting the cat out of the bag could not be made up for. If you don't want to talk, then die. Ling Xiao slammed the wine cup on the table. The wine cup did not shatter, but the wine within instantly began to burn, the flames rising and drying up the cup. Ling Xiao, you've gone crazy. This is Ling Yu's residence. Do you know what will happen if you attack me? You'll immediately be surrounded by countless Righteous Alliance martial artists and then die here. Jia Tianfeng roared, his voice brimming with rage, but it was actually filled with fear. He was keenly aware that numbers could not frighten Ling Xiao. At Ji Mingxing's wedding, so many people had faced off against Ling Xiao, but in the end, all of them had ended up with miserable fates. Ling Xiao, this fellow simply killed people without blinking an eye. The advantage in numbers seemed to be meaningless to him. But Jia Tianfeng thought about it again. After all, this was Ling Yu's residence, and he was confident that Ling Xiao would not be willing to attack here. The Righteous Alliance still had experts stationed in Ling Yu's residence. Perhaps Ling Xiao would choose to let him live out of fear of these people. But Ling Xiao continued to faintly smile, minding his own business as he continued to eat, as if he was intentionally tormenting Jia Tianfeng. He said he would kill, but he would not attack. He would not kill, but he would not let Jia Tianfeng go. At this time, more and more people gathered around. Ling Yu's courtyard was filled with famous people. Many of them were leaning on the railings as if they were watching a play. I've heard that Ling Xiao is unmoved by force or persuasion. He's extremely crazy. I don't want to offend such a person. That's right. It's best to stay away from such a madman. This boy doesn't seem to be afraid of anyone. He doesn't give face to anyone. He's simply arrogant to the extreme. What do you think Ling Xiao will do? Will he really dare to attack? I think he's just trying to scare Jia Tianfeng. If this was any other place, he might really dare to kill him. But this is Ling Yu's courtyard. Did you hear that? There are already people rushing over. That's true. Ling Yu's courtyard is filled with experts. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. That's right. I once saw a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist cause trouble here. In the end, he was beaten to death. The crowd was talking. Although they all felt that Ling Xiao was crazy and terrifying, they all believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill Jia Tianfeng in a place like Ling Yu's courtyard. Kong Ming was standing beside Jia Tianfeng. He had a feeling that he had been tied to Jia Tianfeng's boat. If Jia Tianfeng was fine, then he would also be fine. If Jia Tianfeng died, then he would also be in danger. He quietly crushed a wax pill. This was a life-saving item given to him by the clan. As long as he crushed it, the clan would send experts to protect him. Although Ling Xiao was strong, he wasn't invincible. As long as he could survive today, he swore that he would stay in the clan and cultivate wholeheartedly. He would never come out to cause trouble again. It wouldn't be too late to find Ling Xiao for revenge after his cultivation had reached a certain level. The Longhu selection was a good opportunity. Jia Tianfeng heard the sound of distant footsteps and a smile appeared on his face. Moreover, he seemed to be a little proud of himself. Although Ling Yu's courtyard didn't have any Yinyang Realm martial artists, it still had several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Otherwise, Ling Yu's courtyard would have already been destroyed. The sound of those footsteps came from the guards of Ling Yu's courtyard. Once those people arrived, the situation would completely reverse. He would no longer be the one begging Ling Xiao for mercy. At that time, it would be Ling Xiao begging him for mercy. Seeing Ling Xiao eating there, a sinister smile appeared on the face of one of the killers of the Five Poisons Hall. He had thought that Ling Xiao would be very difficult to deal with, but it turned out that the other assassins were incompetent. As long as he could poison Ling Xiao to death, not only would he be endlessly grateful to the Righteous Alliance and the Peacock race, his status in the Five Poisons Hall branch would also soar. At that time, who would still dare to look down on him? He fantasized about having performed a great service and hugging a beautiful woman in each arm. But a moment later, his smile froze. Just when Ling Xiao was about to drink the poisoned wine, he suddenly exploded and poured it into the assassin's mouth. Moreover, he quickly tapped several of the assassin's acupuncture points and forced him to swallow the poisoned wine. No. This truly was a terrifying poison. The moment he drank the poisoned wine, the assassin began to bleed from his 7 orifices and his body began to rapidly rot. There was no chance of saving him. You. How could this be? Before the assassin was poisoned to death, he hadn't been able to say a complete sentence. He had probably wanted to ask how Ling Xiao had been able to tell that the wine was poisoned. If that was the case, he would have been far too stupid. If Ling Xiao could be killed so easily, how could his companions have died? You people of the Five Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, so why are you in such a rush to die? We'll settle your accounts later. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the assassins of the Five Poisons Hall. In a little while, there would be even more exciting content. He was in no rush to deal with these assassins, but if they insisted on sending themselves to their deaths, he would not be polite. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This Ling Xiao is truly too frightening. If he says he wants to kill, he'll kill. What in the world happened just now? What was that poisoned wine all about? You didn't even understand? The assassins of the Five Poisons Hall wanted to poison Ling Xiao to death, but in the end, they were killed instead. These assassins are also stupid. If Ling Xiao was so easy to kill, he would have died long ago. How could they have had a chance to act? There were still some discerning people in the crowd who could see what had happened. The atmosphere suddenly became even more tense. Although the one who had died was only a first Heavenly Passage Realm assassin, but Ling Xiao had killed him in front of everyone else. This was no different from fiercely slapping the faces of the upper echelons of the Five Poisons Hall. Ling Xiao still said that he would deal with them next. What did he mean? In this world, how could there be such an arrogant and ignorant person? He dared to provoke an assassin organization. Did he want to die? However, he did not realize that even though Ling Xiao had not offended them, they still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, they did not show any mercy. Ling Xiao had casually killed an assassin, but his main target was still Jia Tianfeng. Are you very pleased with yourself? Suddenly, Ling Xiao asked a question that did not seem to have anything to do with killing. Jia Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then sneered, I admit that I am not your opponent. You can kill me at any time. But in the Lingyu courtyard, there is someone who can kill you. Sigh. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and said, I originally planned to give you a chance to atone for your crimes. But I did not expect that not only did you not cherish it, you even dared to turn around and threaten me? Unfortunately, it seems that you do not need this kind of opportunity. Ling Xiao, don't be so pretentious. Do you think that the people of the Lingyu courtyard are as useless as the reserve troops of the righteous divine guards? Perhaps you are not afraid of the advantage in numbers, but what if you are facing 5 people with the same cultivation as you? Jia Tianfeng sneered. Young Master Jia is not going to send out the Lingyu 5 dogs, right? The Lingyu 5 dogs were not scolding words, but representing the loyalty and ferocity of these 5 people. Apart from the boss of the Lingyu courtyard, the Lingyu 5 dogs were the most powerful people in the Lingyu courtyard. Each of them was at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, and they were adept at joint attacks. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even if it was a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm or 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, they would not be afraid. Although they might not win, they would definitely not lose. I don't think so. Do you need the 5 dogs to kill Ling Xiao? The Lingyu courtyard has quite a few Grotto Heaven Realm practitioners. If they join hands, they might be able to kill Ling Xiao, right? Those who said such words definitely did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao's fighting strength was on that rainy night. You can try. Ling Xiao smiled with his eyes narrowed. The reason why he did not immediately take action was because he wanted to wait for the big fish to take the bait. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he did not see any expert appear. Instead, the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard popped out. It was really comical. He did not want to continue waiting. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, he still wanted to go back and continue cultivating. The stronger he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art, the better. In this way, his chances of getting first place in the Longhu selection would be higher. Jia Tianfeng frowned. In theory, the people around him were enough to protect him and had the absolute ability to kill Ling Xiao. But in the end, he still did not dare to be certain. After all, Ling Xiao had broken everyone's imaginations time and time again. He had done many terrifying things that one could not judge. If one used common sense to judge Ling Xiao, the one who would suffer would be himself. Jia Tianfeng retreated, and the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard expressionlessly blocked in front of him. The 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were naturally not afraid of Ling Xiao. Because they did not know how powerful Ling Xiao was. They were only loyal dogs guarding the Lingyu courtyard. They did not know much about the outside world, and did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Looking at the wall of people in front of him, Jia Tianfeng calmed down the panic in his heart, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. Everyone from the 5 Poison Hall, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao killed your companions in front of your eyes. Could it be that you are going to let him be so arrogant? Since the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were not confident, then with the addition of the assassins from the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, it should be enough. This time, the person who came to discuss the assassination of Ling Xiao with Jia Tianfeng was a 4th-level Grotto Heaven Realm silver medalist assassin. Although he understood that Jia Tianfeng wanted to use them, he also felt that this was the best choice. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Since he had already accepted Jia Tianfeng's mission, it didn't matter where he went. Young Master Jia, what's our reward after the deed is done? Don't worry, you'll definitely be paid properly. To Jia Tianfeng, money was nothing. What he wanted now was to keep his life. As long as he didn't die now, everything would be fine in the future. Even if the 5 Poison Hall branch demanded an exorbitant price, he would accept it. Alright, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, since you've come to die today, don't blame us. The people of the 5 Poisons Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall revealed sinister expressions. If he killed Ling Xiao, not only would he be able to earn a lot of money, he would also be able to avenge his own people. Why not? I'm here to die? You'd better worry about your own matters. Ling Xiao's second goal in stalling for time was to wait for Cold Plum to complete the destruction of the 5 Poison Hall branch. He had already sensed that Cold Plum had arrived, bringing with her a strong stench of blood. The people of the 5 Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall had not yet understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words, but several heads had already been thrown at their feet. Hall Master. Vice Hall Master. The assassins looked at the heads on the ground in horror. Of course, they recognized who they were. Those were the 2 strongest martial artists in their branch. The Hall Master's cultivation had reached the 8th Heavenly Grotto realm. The Vice Hall Master also had a 5th Heavenly Grotto realm cultivation. How could they die so easily? They turned their heads to look at the indifferent face of Cold Plum. It's her, it's Ling Xiao's maid. How could she be so strong? At this time, the hearts of the 5 Poison Hall assassins had already collapsed. They had completely lost the courage to fight. The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin looked at Ling Xiao in panic and said, "Young hero Ling, this is all our fault, but we only took your money to eliminate your disaster. We didn't deliberately want to be your enemy. You've already killed our Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. This should be considered as venting your hatred, right? Can you let us go?" What did you say just now? Ling Xiao looked at the assassin with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "I think I heard what you said just now. You wanted to join forces with the 5 dogs to kill me, right?" The assassins looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. "Young hero Ling, we can swear that we will never attack you again. I believe that you don't want to make more enemies, right?" The 4th Heavenly Grotto realm assassin carefully said. "Make more enemies? What a joke. I've never offended your Dark God Hall before, but what did you do? Now you're saying that I've made more enemies?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "You're assassins. Since you've accepted someone else's mission, shouldn't you complete it? Ling Xiao, do you really want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with us?" Seeing that Ling Xiao wasn't willing to let them go, the assassin was somewhat furious. "So what if we shed all pretenses of cordiality? You really think highly of yourself, right? I've even killed your hall master and vice hall master. Do you really think that you're stronger than them?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I'll give you a chance. Kill yourselves collectively. At least you'll leave a complete corpse. If you let me do it, you won't be able to leave anything behind. Kill." The fourth heavenly grotto realm assassin's face turned completely black. Since Ling Xiao wasn't willing to forgive them, they could only take action. 5 dogs of Ling Yu, attacked together. Jia Tianfeng also gave the order. Cold Plum, watch obediently from the side. Don't let anyone disturb my battle. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly attacked with the Umbra Shadow Sword. At the same time, a huge black sword quickly formed above his head. Fuse. The fusion of the Dark Demon Sword and Umbra Shadow Sword produced a power stronger than the Dark Demon Sword alone. Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate his opponents. After all, among these opponents, there was a 4th heavenly grotto realm assassin. He still had to be careful. A terrifying chill and evil aura suddenly spread throughout the pavilion. In the sky, a terrifying image of a heavenly demon appeared. Kill. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. A terrifying image instantly enveloped all the enemies charging at him. What 5 dogs of Ling Yu, what 5 poison hall assassins, under this sword, only the 4th heavenly grotto realm cultivator was left alive. Even this person was trembling in fear. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground. The key point was that the people who attacked just now died too miserably. That sword seemed to be enveloped by an incomparably terrifying dark energy. Even if the sword chi was blocked, it still couldn't stop the terrifying dark energy from invading. The dead people were like zombies covered in corpse poison. Moreover, their bodies were still in the process of rotting. "You're not bad. To be able to block my sword, you're very powerful." Ling Xiao looked at the assassin in front of him and smiled. "Devil! Devil!" The assassin muttered to himself. He had already gone completely insane. How can someone with such poor mental fortitude be an assassin? In my opinion, the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Hall are too useless. After saying this, Ling Xiao withdrew that evil aura and pointed a finger at the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm assassin. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation, it wasn't impossible for him to kill a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm expert, but it shouldn't have been so easy. The problem lay in that terrifying dark demon sword of his. That evil aura combined with his powerful soul energy could corrode a person's heart. You won't even let off someone who's gone insane? What do you know? That's what great kindness is. Since he's gone insane, he should be killed to end his suffering. Lunatics and mental patients are the most dangerous existences in this world. After a long period of shock and fear, the crowd finally regained their composure. They looked at each other and started to talk amongst themselves. Ling Xiao paid no attention to the conversations of the crowd. Instead, he raised his foot and walked toward Jia Tianfeng. As for Kong Ming, that was secondary. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng, he would deal with Kong Ming. His step caused Jia Tianfeng to jump up like a startled rabbit. That artificial limb of his was truly nimble. There was no problem in using it at all. "Ling Xiao, don't kill me. You can't kill me. The Righteous Alliance will definitely kill you. Do you think it's worth it? You're willing to sacrifice your life for a piece of trash like me?" Jia Tianfeng admitted defeat. He was thoroughly terrified. Ling Yu, the 5 dogs, and the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall had all died to Ling Zhao's sword in an instant. Just how terrifying was this sword technique that made one's hair stand on end? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He only smiled coldly. He wanted Jia Tianfeng to die in fear. He had never felt the slightest bit of sympathy when dealing with his enemies. This was also the reason why his enemies feared him. Jia Tianfeng would never forget Jia Yun. Back then, Jia Yun had been too arrogant and conceited, resulting in Ling Xiao killing him. Although the current him was stronger than Jia Yun in all aspects of cultivation, However, Ling Xiao had also become stronger. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he try to assassinate Ling Xiao? Why did he do such a foolish thing? Wasn't it better to live well? Why did he have to take the lead? Right, Ling Xiao's words. As long as I reveal who's behind the scenes, I can live. No, I can't reveal. That person was 10 times more terrifying than Ling Xiao. If he said it out loud, he would definitely die. But what could he do now? Could he just wait for Ling to come and kill him? Just as he was feeling lost and hesitant, he suddenly heard Kongming's voice. Ling Xiao, I didn't bribe an assassin to kill you. Although I hate you, I can't do such a despicable thing. Jia Tianfeng pulled me along just to give me some courage. Jia Tianfeng looked at Kongming in disbelief. They had clearly agreed to shoulder the burden together. How could this guy betray him so easily in the end? Oh? Then do you know who instructed Jia Tianfeng to hire assassins to kill me? I don't need a definite answer. You just need to tell me a clue, and I won't kill you. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked at Kongming with a smile. Kongming hesitated. Kongming, don't be stupid. If you tell me, we'll all die. Jia Tianfeng roared. Idiot, do you think we can live if you don't tell me? Kongming glanced at Jia Tianfeng in disdain. Although the mastermind was terrifying, he might be killed immediately if he didn't tell him now. Therefore, he had to tell him. Kongming, you have to think carefully. If you tell me, not only will you die, but your entire family might be destroyed. Jia Tianfeng said again. Kongming was stunned when he heard this. Jia Tianfeng, you mean to say that I won't touch your family? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Jia Tianfeng and said, although you call yourself an orphan and were adopted by the Jia clan, I know that your surname is Dark Phoenix and that you are a member of the Dark Phoenix race. Your parents were killed by the Ice Phoenix race, but your grandmother is still alive. It was she who ordered you to infiltrate the Righteous Alliance and seek revenge. But you don't plan to deal with the Ice Phoenix race, and instead make an enemy out of me, a human from the Celestial Dragon continent. Not only have you failed to live up to your grandmother's high hopes, you've also implicated her. You madman. You can't touch my grandmother. Jia Tianfeng panicked. So you're a filial child. Do you understand now? Whether you tell me or not, you'll die. But at the very least, I can guarantee that as long as you tell me, I can guarantee that your grandmother won't die. But if you don't tell me, the first person I'll kill will be her. Ling Xiao casually spoke as if this was a very ordinary matter. Damn, this scoundrel is too despicable. He's using someone else's grandmother to threaten him. Despicable my ass. Wasn't Jia Tianfeng despicable when he found someone to assassinate Ling Xiao? Does a good person deserve to not be feared? That's right. If Ling Xiao was a good person, a kind-hearted person, then not only would Jia Tianfeng not die, he would continue to target him. That's true. Ling Xiao was able to live until today precisely because he doesn't have those hypocritical tears and piss, and he certainly doesn't have those pointless Virgin Mary complexes. There were still some people in the crowd who understood. Those who lived in the underworld naturally understood what sort of people lived the most easily and what sort of people died the quickest. Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Jia Tianfeng was finally intimidated by Ling Xiao's evil aura. He planned to tell everything and then leave it to the heavens. At the very least, Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Since he had said that he wouldn't harm his grandmother, he definitely wouldn't. Young Master Jia, there are some things that are better left unsaid. Otherwise, no one can help you. Just when Jia Tianfeng had almost completely given up and was about to tell everything to Ling Xiao, a cold voice came from the crowd. Then, a person slowly walked out. He was about 40 years old and dressed like a scholar. However, his body was emitting an intense killing intent. Ling Xiao slightly frowned. This person should be a fourth Paradise Realm expert. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the assassin. There were many reasons why there was such a huge difference in strength between two people of the same cultivation level. Martial spirit, cultivation method, martial skill, Paradise Realm, all of these were possible. However, it was undeniable that cultivation level was not the only factor that measured a person's strength. Steward Jia. Ling Xiao naturally recognized this person. He was the person in charge of Lingyu courtyard, Steward Jia. He usually didn't show up. Even if an emperor or a crown prince came, he might not appear. However, today, he had no choice but to appear. This was because Jia Tianfeng couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's threat and was about to reveal a very troublesome matter. Seeing Steward Jia Tianfeng, who had originally been in complete despair and had planned to tell Ling Xiao everything, suddenly changed his expression. Uncle Jia, he used my grandmother to threaten me. I didn't want to say anything at all. Steward Jia nodded and indifferently said, I know. It's fine as long as you didn't say anything. As long as Jia Tianfeng did not say anything, he had not done anything wrong. After all, this was the successor of their righteous alliance, and he needed to be protected. Uncle Jia, Ling Xiao is already a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but just now, he was able to kill Ling Yu's 5 dogs and several assassins from the 5 Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch in one strike. Don't underestimate him, Jia Tianfeng warned. I saw it. Steward Jia indifferently said, apparently unconcerned about this matter. This was because he could have killed that assassin from the 5 Poisons Hall in one strike, and he would have done it even more cleanly than Ling Xiao. To his left and right stood a pair of jade green beauties. They seemed to be twins, and they were both at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. Behind him, there were 7 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Some people were confused. Even 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists like Ling Yu's 5 dogs were no match for Ling Xiao, so what was the use of 7 First Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists? But those who often visited Ling Yu's courtyard were alarmed. Look carefully. Those 7 aren't people, but barbarian elephant warriors from the elephant race. Could it be them? Right, there's no mistake. These 7 fellows are the 7 sparring partners that have been following Steward Jia around. They're slaves that the Righteous Alliance purchased from the Celestial Dragon continent. Although they're First Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, they're born with divine strength and tough skin. Ordinary martial artists would probably need to reach the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm to kill them. Now that you mention it, I also remember that Manager Jia practiced his moves on them. Barbarian elephant warriors find cultivation extremely difficult, so the heavens have bestowed upon them powerful innate abilities. A First Grotto Heaven Realm barbarian elephant warrior can spar with an ordinary 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, let alone 7 of them. They should be stronger than Ling Yu's 5 dogs, right? Isn't that obvious? Barbarian elephant warriors have formidable defenses, terrifying self-healing abilities, and boundless strength. If Ling Xiao really fought them, he would have no advantage. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know what a barbarian elephant warrior was, but he still had some understanding of the elephant race. In the northern part of the Sky Dragon continent, there was a barbarian elephant tribe. Although there were not many of them, they were extremely powerful. It was said that when the True Devil Empire wanted to capture this tribe, they also lost many powerful elite warriors. The Righteous Alliance was truly resourceful. It had even managed to obtain such a fierce warrior. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was in trouble this time, but with Cold Plum around, there was no need to be afraid. They looked at Cold Plum, who was standing at the periphery, but found that Cold Plum was nowhere to be seen. Only Ling Xiao knew where Cold Plum had gone. That scoundrel Kong Ming had actually managed to find reinforcements from the peacock race. Even more troublesome was that this reinforcements had the strength of a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. This was an elder of the peacock race, an absolute expert. Cold Plum was keenly aware that Ling Xiao was no match for this sort of person, so she had stopped him. It was over. Without Cold Plum here, Ling Xiao was doomed. How could Ling Xiao escape in this situation? The situation had been completely reversed in an instant. The crowd was also rather surprised. If Cold Plum was here, Ling Xiao would still be fine, but without Cold Plum, could Ling Xiao really be a match for Steward Jia, the Jade Sword Sisters, and the 7 barbarian elephants? You think that you'll be safe just because they're here? Ling Xiao had completely lost his patience. He coldly stared at Jia Tianfeng. Although he didn't attack, a claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Jia Tianfeng's neck. And you managed to invite an elder of the peacock race to save you. Your face isn't small. Alas, by doing this, you'll not only kill yourself, you'll also kill him. After saying this to Jia Tianfeng, Ling Xiao turned to Kong Ming. Another claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Kongming's neck. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming were both flabbergasted. They had never imagined that their clever actions would bring an even greater disaster upon themselves. Steward Jia's face darkened as he froze to the spot. He knew that if he took one more step, Jia Tianfeng would probably be killed by Ling Xiao. If that happened, Alliance Lord Jia would never let him go. Release him, and our righteous alliance will let bygones be bygones. Steward Jia coldly said. Your words don't mean a thing. Ling Xiao didn't give Steward Jia any face. You're just a watchdog raised by someone else. Since when did you have the right to decide the matters of the Jia family? If you invite old man Jia here and let him make the decision, I might really consider it. Of course, it's just a consideration. After all, your Jia family has no integrity to speak of. Impudent. Steward Jia roared. You're the impudent one. A mere watchdog, how dare you speak to this king like that? Ling Xiao also roared. You seem to have forgotten that this king is Divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tianlong. Even if you're a member of the Righteous Alliance, you're just a commoner. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? The crowd was dumbfounded by these words. They had thought that with Steward Jia and those experts, Ling Xiao would at least try to find a way to reconcile. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. But who would have thought that, not only did Ling Xiao have no intention of reconciling, he didn't give the other party any face at all. He actually intimidated the other party with his imposing manner. This fellow was really too daring. No wonder he was called the #1 madman of the younger generation. Steward Jia narrowed his eyes and sneered. Dragon King Tianlong? Even if you're a true member of the imperial family, I'll still kill you, let alone a king with a different surname. Now, I'll give you a chance. Release young Master Jia. It's best if you know what's good for you. I've been the steward of Lingyu Courtyard for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anyone who dares to kill a member of our righteous alliance here. The smiling face with narrowed eyes was like a smiling wolf that could swallow the enemy at any time. Many people could feel the chill and terror behind these words. But Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent. He slowly turned around and sat on a chair in the pavilion. Then, he casually picked up a peanut and ate it. After swallowing it, he smiled. Today, I'll let you see how a member of the Jia family dies in Lingyu Courtyard. You're lucky to be able to see it with your own eyes. Arrogant enough. But do you really plan to do this? If you release young Master Jia, it's good for you, it's good for us. But if you don't release him, and he loses a single hair, I'll tear you to shreds. Not only that, your friends and family will also die because of you. Steward Jia still had a smile on his face, but this smile was fake, like a smiling tiger. His voice was filled with intense dissatisfaction and brutal killing intent, as if he could strike at any time and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. I know that Jia Tianfeng's life isn't enough to threaten you, but I also don't plan to use his life to threaten you. Now that you're here, he has no value. You will tell me who is manipulating you from behind the scenes. Ling Xiao proudly looked at Steward Jia. His words made everyone rub their ears, wondering if they had heard wrong. At this time, your life is in danger, yet you still dare to threaten him? Is there something wrong with your head? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh, Ling Xiao, you're too conceited. I know what you're relying on. It's none other than that bodyguard of yours, Cold Plum, and Her Highness, the Moon Maiden. Alas, neither of them can help you today, so you should just give up on that idea. Steward Jia heartily laughed. He had dared to so brazenly threaten Ling Xiao precisely because he knew that Ling Xiao's two strongest helpers would not be able to come. Cold Plum was being held down by the old fogies of the Peacock race. The Moon Maiden was being held back by the patriarchs of the Peacock race and Great Pung race, as well as Alliance Lord Jia of the Righteous Alliance. This time, the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, and the Great Pung race had joined forces precisely so that they could kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao did not die, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. In the future, Ling Xiao would definitely grow into an existence even more frightening than the Moon Maiden. When that time came, would they still have any chance of survival? Thus, they could not permit Ling Xiao to continue living. Absolutely not. At this time, Ling Xiao was a loner. Even if he had helpers, they would only be people like Long Chen and Shang Guanhong. And these people were not even as strong as Ling Xiao, so how much use could they be? Ling Xiao frowned. No wonder he had sensed the Moon Maiden's aura getting farther and farther away. She had been drawn away by the experts of those 3 clans. It seemed like he had been schemed against in his visit to Ling Yu's residence. But so what if it was a scheme? He had exhausted all his schemes, but he was still no match for strength. Ling Xiao had seen this clearly when he was in the northern desert city. If not for the Moon Maiden's eventual appearance, he would have definitely died at Timur and Mutu's hands. No matter how great his schemes were, he could only serve as a support. Strength was the key. Today, he was going to personally destroy these plans. Interesting. If I let Jia Tianfeng go, you really won't attack me? But there's one thing. Oh? You killed young Master Jia, and everyone around you will be buried with you. Manager Jia said sinisterly. Interesting. In other words, whether I release Jia Tianfeng or not, I may die in the end. And if I die, I have no way of knowing how you will deal with my friends and family. What a good plan. Although Ling Xiao was smiling, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming could feel the hand on their necks tightening. You truly are smart, but it's meaningless. No matter what decision you make today, you'll still die. Seeing that Ling Xiao had seen through their thoughts, Steward Jia decided to reveal his ferocious face, no longer hiding anything. Haha, since that's the case, what else is there to say? I, Ling Xiao, swear that the Peacock race, the Great Pung race, and the Righteous Alliance will not rest in peace because of your actions. Ling Xiao's killing intent soared into the heavens, turning the white clouds pitch black. Finally, Ling Xiao had formally declared war on the Peacock race, the Great Pung race, and the Righteous Alliance. Arrogant. Try me if you dare. Steward Jia's face darkened. He had never seen someone as ignorant as Ling Xiao. Do you know, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming? The 2 of you could have survived, but this man insisted on pushing the 2 of you onto the path of death. Everyone present heard that, yes? A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. From the day he killed Jia Yun, crippled Kong He, and killed Ping Yu, the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Pung race were already like fire and water. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was just that the 2 sides had been restraining themselves all this time. But Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming's repeated attempts to assassinate him had turned this restraint into a fierce battle. Today's battle was unavoidable. Starting today, in Divine Phoenix Empire, with Ling Xiao, there would be no Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, or Great Pung race. With those 3 clans, there would be no Ling Xiao. Stop. Steward Jia paled. He knew that Ling Xiao was truly about to attack. Stop? Do you really think that you can threaten me? Ling Xiao scornfully looked at Steward Jia and lightly snapped his fingers. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming's eyes immediately bulged. The 2 of them had been strangled in death, and they hadn't even had the chance to cry for help. Dead, they really were dead. Ling Xiao had actually killed Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming right in front of Steward Jia. Last time, Ling Xiao had killed Jia Yun and Jia Lin and crippled Kong He. This time, he didn't do any worse than the last time. The crowd stared at the 2 limp corpses on the ground, panic on their faces. This was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. But the Righteous Alliance's young lord, Jia Tianfeng, had been killed here. How ironic was this? If Jia Tianfeng had not offended Ling Xiao, then given his talent and aptitude, he would have been able to become a tyrant at the very least, a qualified Righteous Alliance lord. Alas, not only had he offended Ling Xiao, he had even sent assassins to assassinate Ling Xiao. Even more speechless was that his foolish uncle Jia, Steward Jia, had dared to use Ling Xiao's family and friends as a threat. To Ling Xiao, family and friends were his reverse scale. Steward Jia stood there, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Even with him present, Jia Tianfeng had still been killed. Would Alliance Lord Jia let him go? He truly didn't dare to think about this matter. His heart was trembling. How could he save himself? Yes, if he killed Ling Xiao and brought Ling Xiao's head to the Alliance Lord, he might be able to save his own life. He had committed far too grave a mistake today. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would still dare to act so arrogantly after losing the help of the Moon Lady and Cold Plum. Just what was he relying on? No matter what he was relying on, Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. he swore. Very angry, right? Very confused, right? Ling Xiao continued to smile at Steward Jia. All of you are truly stupid. Do you think I don't know where my friend Cold Plum has gone? Do you think I don't know where my big sister Moon Lady has gone? It's true that they don't have the time to help me, but there's really no need for the two of them to do anything with just a few rotten fish like you. I alone am enough. I'll definitely kill you. Steward Jia didn't even hear Ling Xiao's words. He only knew that if Ling Xiao didn't die today, he would die. A terrifying murderous aura erupted as Steward Jia's figure flashed and charged towards Ling Xiao with an extremely terrifying speed and brutal strength. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally put down his wine cup and stood up. Looking at Steward Jia's figure, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with intense coldness and killing intent. This person was just a watchdog of the Jia family, yet he wanted to kill his entire family, kill all of his friends and relatives. Could he endure it? No, he didn't want to wait until the other party killed his friends before taking revenge. By then, it would be too late. Therefore, he had to strike first. Both of them possessed incomparably powerful killing intent and hatred. Neither of them wanted to see the other alive. This battle was unavoidable. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but avoid it, afraid that they would be implicated. About a few hundred meters away from the pavilion, the crown prince, Feng Yinshan, who had just arrived at Ling Yu's courtyard, sat on a wooden chair. Standing beside him was Ming Jin and Feng Yanran. I'm still too late. Although Feng Yinshan said this, a smile appeared on his face. The more eye-catching Ling Xiao was, the better it would be for him. At that time, no one would notice what he was doing. The most stupid thing about Feng Ming Wuliang was that he had provoked a madman like Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had no time to care about his development with Feng Ming Qishan. This was definitely a good thing for him, because his opponent might only be Feng Ming Qishan. Cousin, aren't you going to help him? Although Feng Yanran wanted to distance herself from Ling Xiao, she couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao be killed. There's no need. Don't you know Ling Xiao's abilities? You were watching what happened that night. Feng Yinshan said indifferently, let's wait and see. If necessary, this king will definitely take action. After all, he is a very important ally of mine. Feng Yanran opened her mouth, then suddenly sighed and sat down. She looked at the battle that was about to erupt in the distance with a complicated expression. 7 barbarian elephants, trap him. Don't let him escape, but don't kill him either. I want to turn this guy into a human swine and make him suffer forever. Steward Jia revealed his ferocious expression. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, he also wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer the most painful torture in the world. You two, attack together. Although Manager Jia was enraged, he was fully aware of Ling Xiao's craftiness and valiance. He was originally going to attack Ling Xiao in a fit of rage, but he forced himself to stop and ordered his 9 subordinates to attack together. They were 2 beautiful sisters at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. 7 Grotto Heaven Realm barbarian elephant warriors. In addition, he was a powerful 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He didn't believe that such a lineup couldn't kill Ling Xiao. With such a lineup, there would be no accidents. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the 7 tall and mighty barbarian elephant warriors, as well as the 2 sisters who were as delicate and charming as jade, but their eyes were filled with ferocity. His cold gaze flickered. Within his body, the domain elemental energy was continuously condensing. These people were indeed much more powerful than the group of good-for-nothings from before. Perhaps he would have to use the move he had just comprehended. Taking a deep breath, a huge black sword hovered above his head once more. His hand was still tightly gripping the Umbra Shadow Sword. Fuse. The 2 swords merged into one. The Umbra Shadow Sword instantly exuded an extremely terrifying evil aura. It spread everywhere as if the evilest thing in the world had gathered. Everyone has the right to kill evil. Manager Jia frowned. He weighed the power of Ling Xiao's move and judged that he should be able to block it. Even if the 7 barbarian elephants joined forces, they would be able to block this move. Therefore, he was relieved. This move should be Ling Xiao's strongest move. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, this evil and terrifying aura still caused the twin sisters to slow down for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. They still had the ability to deal with the current Ling Xiao. However, if they allowed this kid to continue growing, they wouldn't have the ability to deal with him in the future. Therefore, this person must die. Perfect combination sword. Kill. The two girls combined their swords, and a terrifying pressure quickly rose. The entire pavilion suddenly trembled, and creaking sounds could be heard as if it could collapse at any time. The lake water under the pavilion was also crazily swirling, filled with uneasiness. Crack, the 7 barbarian elephants actually tore the pavilion down from the lake and held it in their hands. These barbarian elephant warriors, who were about 3 meters tall on average, were really strong. Are you trying to trap me? Aren't you afraid of restricting your own combat strength? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. He felt that Manager Jia had actually given a very stupid order. If the 7 barbarian elephants attacked him together with the twins, it might have worked. However, Manager Jia thought that he was going to run, so he let the 7 barbarian elephants trap him. This actually suppressed the 7 barbarian elephants' combat strength. Would Ling Xiao run? Of course not, at least not now, because at this moment, no one here could kill him, so there was no need for him to run. He was waiting for the moment when the twins approached. However, Manager Jia was quite cunning. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stood outside the pavilion, condensing his domain of origin energy, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Forget it, I'll kill your subordinates first. It won't be too late to kill you later. Ling Xiao glanced at Manager Jia. He couldn't be anxious when dealing with such a cunning fellow. The more anxious he was, the further away the situation would be from his thoughts. The resplendent sword light was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. The glaring light made many warriors unable to open their eyes. The power of the twins working together was really not to be underestimated. However, Ling Xiao did not dodge. Dark Sword Domain, the Sword Domain unfolded. This was the first step. The surrounding 10 meters were covered in pitch-black darkness. Then, a bright moon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The surroundings were filled with chaotic darkness. Using the mountain and river martial spirit in the sword domain combined with one's moves was usually very difficult to be seen through and discovered. In the darkness, the devil sword's power would also be stronger. This was the reason why Ling Xiao released the dark sword domain. People looked at this pitch-black paradise and felt some fear in their hearts. It's really terrifying. This Ling Xiao is simply a devil god descending to the world. But isn't the devil race a race outside the mystic world? Who knows? It's probably because he's cultivating some kind of evil cultivation method. It's really terrifying. Everyone was in a state of panic and restlessness. Warriors with slightly weaker cultivation had already fainted after being invaded by that terrifying aura. They had nightmares one after another. Therefore, in the mystic world, even if you wanted to watch the show, you had to have the ability. If you didn't have that ability, you would probably be implicated while watching the show. All of you deserve to die. Dark Devil Sword, Heavenly Devil Extermination, the Heavenly Devil Destruction art combined with the Dark Devil Sword. This was his first actual combat attempt. In that instant, pitch-black darkness enveloped everyone's hearts. Even many warriors couldn't see their fingers in front of them. The warriors couldn't see anything in the darkness even with their inner strength. Eerie, cold, terrifying, strange, evil, this strike was like a massacre at the end of the world. It made people feel dispirited and give up. Sky Demon Extermination? Although the crowd couldn't see anything, they heard Ling Xiao's voice. Could it be that Ling Xiao actually cultivated the extremely evil and sinister demonic world destruction art? That's impossible. His cultivation hasn't reached that level. That's a martial art that only top Yin-Yang realm warriors are qualified to cultivate. But if it's not the Sky Demon world destruction art, what could it be? Why is it so dark and terrifying? No one could answer this question. They couldn't see Feng Hua and Ling Zhao's strike. In the darkness was Ling Zhao's senior sister. At that moment, almost all the warriors present were blinded. The pitch-black space made them feel like they were blind. The 7 brood elephants became nervous and restless when they couldn't see Ling Xiao. The twins were even more frightened. They suddenly stopped attacking because they couldn't determine where Ling Xiao was. They could only turn their attacks into defenses. A strong sense of danger grew in the hearts of the 7 brood elephants and the twins. They were terrified. Manager Jia also panicked. Although he wasn't trapped in the terrifying dark sword domain, he could feel the fate of his subordinates. What's going on inside? The warriors who escaped from the dark sword domain all had the same question. In front of them was a huge black sphere. The black sphere was the dark sword domain. They had no idea what was going on inside. They'd probably started fighting, right? Someone guessed. Boom, a loud sound came from the dark space. Then, the space cracked open like an eggshell. A few figures could be vaguely seen standing inside. Manager Jia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there were multiple figures, it meant that his subordinates weren't all dead. It seemed that although Ling Xiao's attack was shocking, it wasn't very effective. The darkness gradually faded away. Manager Jia's expression became extremely ugly. There were still people standing. However, the only one who was truly alive was Ling Xiao. The 7 brood elephants were still in the same state and posture as before, but their bodies had all turned purplish black, and they were continuously rotting. There was a reason why Ling Xiao chose the Dark Demon Sword. The Dark Demon Sword had terrifying corrosive properties, which played a key role in breaking through the powerful defenses of the barbarian elephant warriors. It was impossible for a martial artist's defense to be all-encompassing. At the very least, there were still 7 orifices. As for the 2 jade-like beauties, they had already become 2 piles of pitch-black stagnant water, completely devoid of human form. He actually killed them all? The crowd's hearts could not help but twitch violently. Dark Demonic Sword, Demonic Extermination Body was too terrifying. In one move, he had killed 7 barbarian elephant warriors and 2 divine phoenix warriors who were equivalent to 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. And from the looks of it, Ling Xiao seemed to be completely unharmed. What was the cultivation level of this Ling Xiao? How could it be so terrifying? People felt a strong sense of disbelief and shock. If Ling Xiao had killed the 5 dogs Ling Yu and the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall branch in one move, they could still understand it as him underestimating his opponent. But this time, the 7 barbarian elephants and the twins were clearly fully prepared, and they had even taken the initiative to attack. In the end, they were unable to withstand a single strike. How terrifying was Ling Xiao's sword? Ming Jin, what do you think? Feng Yinshan asked indifferently. This Ling Xiao's talent in martial arts is truly terrifying. To be disrespectful, I'm afraid that even the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains is inferior to him. This subordinate has never seen or heard of such a terrifying move. He probably created it himself. Ming Jin's face was also filled with shock. Although he was confident that he could block Ling Xiao's move, one could not forget that his cultivation level was much higher. Ling Xiao's cultivation level was only at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, and he was only a 17-year-old youth. This kind of potential was truly terrifying. You're right. Feng Yinshan nodded. How could he not know of Ling Xiao's terrifying talent? If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have formed an alliance with Ling Xiao. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the safer he would be. But once all his enemies were eliminated, how would he face Ling Xiao? It seemed that he had to recruit more experts to his side. Ming Jin, how far has the Heavenly General Pavilion developed? Feng Yinshan suddenly asked. Ming Jin glanced at Feng Yanran, seemingly hesitant. It doesn't matter. Just tell me. Feng Yinshan said indifferently, Yanran is one of us. Yes, Your Highness. According to your instructions, the Heavenly General Pavilion is currently recruiting experts from the Divine Phoenix Continent, Sky Dragon Continent, 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, and 5 Immortal Island. Everything is going smoothly, but most of the people recruited are Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. It's still difficult to recruit Yin Yang Realm cultivators. Ming Jin replied. There's no rush. There aren't many Yin Yang Realm experts. If there's no other way, we can reach out to the White Tiger Continent. I believe that there will be people willing to come. Feng Yinshan chuckled. Understood, Your Highness. As the two of them spoke, the crowd on the other side was also discussing. It was only today that these people suddenly understood that the young man who had just stepped into the Heaven Realm was now a terrifying Grotto Heaven Realm expert. He was really growing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown into a terrifying martial artist. However, no matter how much time had passed, his temperament had not changed at all. He was still doing things his own way without fear. He dared to destroy anyone who dared to provoke him. Kill Jia Tianfeng, kill Kong Ming, he did not even frown at the person who killed Steward Jia. At this moment, Steward Jia's expression was uncertain. He was thinking, if he had attacked at the same time, what would the result have been? Would he have been able to block that attack? He would definitely be able to block it, but he would definitely not be unharmed. What a despicable brat. He actually left such a powerful move for the last. Fortunately, he was careful. Otherwise, he would have been tricked by him. Ling Xiao, you've already exposed your trump card. Let's see what else you can do to escape from me alive. Even though Steward Jia still had a trace of fear in his heart, at this moment, he had no choice but to release it. Jia Tianfeng's death had forced him to a dead end. His subordinates had also been killed by a single sword strike. Of course, he could not let them die in vain. This brat had to be eliminated as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. If he was late, he might be able to grow again. With this guy's growth speed, he would escape from everyone's control sooner or later. He originally thought that luring Ling Xiao into Ling Zhao's courtyard to surround and kill him would be a flawless plan. This inescapable net would definitely not allow Ling Xiao to escape. Steward Jia thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape today even if he had wings. However, the cruel truth told him that Ling Xiao had no intention of escaping at all. On the contrary, this guy was on a killing spree. Steward Jia had actually seen Ling Xiao fight before. Although he didn't go out often, when Ling Xiao first came to the imperial capital, he had defeated Jia Yun in Ling Yu's courtyard. At that time, in Steward Jia's eyes, Ling Xiao was just an ant that could be crushed at any time. He didn't even have the thought of making a move. At that time, was Ling Xiao at the 7 Stars Heaven Realm or the 6 Arts Heaven Realm? He had forgotten that everyone below the Grotto Heaven Realm was an ant. This was his truest thought at that time. However, he didn't expect that the current Ling Xiao could kill 9 martial artists who were equivalent to the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm with one sword move. Although this had something to do with his error in judgment, it was already very terrifying. He absolutely couldn't give Ling Xiao any more time to live. This guy would definitely grow into a real monster. Steward Jia, you just said that you want to turn me into a human swine? You can continue now. I'd like to see if it's you or me who will become a human swine today. Ling Xiao stood there, holding a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand. His whole body was shrouded in black gas, as if he was a demon god who stepped out of the demon realm. His words made people feel incomparably cold. The crowd couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that they were all wrong. Today, it wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't get out of here, but that Steward Jia was doomed. Ling Xiao made it clear that he wanted to destroy Ling Yu's courtyard. From the beginning to the end, he had never been afraid of Steward Jia. Originally, people thought that Ling Xiao was just unwilling to give in and was just showing a tough attitude. He was just pretending to be fat. However, after the battle just now, they understood. Ling Xiao wasn't pretending, nor was he ignorant. He was truly powerful. At this moment, they were actually a little worried about Steward Jia. 9 of his subordinates had been killed in an instant. Would Steward Jia still have the strength to fight against Ling Xiao? Steward Jia's face turned gloomy and even a little red. A 17-year-old youth actually dared to provoke him, a 40-year-old middle-aged man, in front of so many people. Although his cultivation wasn't considered strong, he was still a cultivator at the 4th Paradise Realm. Although he couldn't rampage through the imperial capital, there weren't many in the younger generation who dared to clamor with him. There was no one under the age of 20. But today, he encountered it. The other party stood there. His body, which was not very tall, looked so mighty and valiant. His heart actually twitched a little. Could he win? He actually began to doubt his own strength. No, he would definitely win. Boom, a terrifying aura gushed out, reaching its peak. Although it was humiliating for him to fight with a 17-year-old child with all his strength. However, he had no choice but to do so today because his opponent was not to be trifled with. He had to be careful. Even though he felt incomparably humiliated, he could only accept it. Haha, the Righteous Alliance's steward Jia is actually bullying the young. That's right. He's already in his 40s, but he dares to bully a 17-year-old child and call him despicable. Truly shameless. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Otherwise, a despicable fellow like that is capable of doing anything. Although many of the spectators were esteemed figures of the capital, not all of them had close ties to the 8 great clans. There were still many people who felt that the Righteous Alliance was being too much of a bully. You've sent assassins to kill others time and time again, and now that your people have been killed, you're still angry and want to exterminate the other party's entire family. In any case, you're in the right, and the other party should just kneel there and let you kill them? All of you, shut up. If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll kill them all. Steward Jia angrily roared. The crowd immediately quieted down. Steward Jia's cultivation wasn't top class, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, among the spectators, there was no one stronger than him besides Feng Yinshan and Ming Jin. Thus, his words were still effective. Everyone knew that Steward Jia was currently in a fit of rage. To provoke this fellow at a time like this was purely seeking trouble for oneself. Once a cornered dog jumped over a wall, this fellow would truly dare to kill anyone. Steward Jia was very satisfied that the crowd had been silenced. He coldly stared at Ling Xiao and spoke in the cruelest tone in the world. Ling Xiao, I once warned you that if you kill young Master Jia, you won't be the only one to die. Your family, your friends, they will all die. Even if the Moon Maiden is willing to protect them, she can't protect them completely. As long as the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan still exists, even if I can't kill you today, you will see your family and friends leave you one by one and die miserable deaths. I will have you die in endless pain and torment. This is the price for not listening to me. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he stared at Steward Jia and spoke in a voice that seemed capable of freezing the river. You also listen well. Your words will make your Jia clan pay the most grievous price. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am not dead, as long as my heavenly empire is not destroyed, your Jia clan will definitely be in turmoil. I know that you will take revenge, so I won't let you live. You already have no chance. When Steward Jia said this, the sound of joints cracking could be heard from his body, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was also rather surprised. As his joints cracked, Steward Jia's aura grew stronger and stronger. This was a sudden surge in power. As the sunlight shone on Steward Jia's body, his shadow rapidly grew larger. After 10 seconds, a terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Steward Jia isn't human? He doesn't seem to be from any of the Divine Phoenix race? Just what race is this fellow? The Hell race. Feng Yinshan also stood up and looked in surprise at the 4 to 5 meter tall figure in the distance. Rumor has it that there are 2 parallel continents closest to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. One of them is the Immortal Court continent, where the immortals live. The other one is the Hell continent, where the Hell race lives. Rumor has it that the Hell continent is connected to the underworld outside the mystic world. Although it can't be reached, the aura of the underworld is constantly transmitted to the Hell continent. The warriors there are affected by the aura of the underworld. They all have strange appearances and are very ferocious. At this moment, Steward Jia was dressed in a strange black and red color. There was even a pair of black horns on his head. Although his overall appearance was very similar to a human's, his appearance was extremely ferocious. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Why would someone from the Hell race come to the Divine Phoenix continent? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be the warriors from our side who go there? Ming Jin asked in surprise. Of course they can come over. However, due to the influence of the mystic world's laws, they will consume a lot of their cultivation. Furthermore, they can't expose their true form for a long time. Today, he was really forced into a corner by Ling Xiao, so he had no choice but to reveal his true form to fight. Feng Yinshan explained. Feng Yinshan sighed. Ling Xiao is truly in danger. Right now, Steward Jia's strength is at least equivalent to a 5th or 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. What's even more terrifying is that the Hell race's martial artists have terrifying talents that humans cannot compare to. That demonic sword has no effect on him. Cousin, you should step out and mediate. We can't let this battle continue. Feng Yanran was worried. No. Feng Yinshan shook his head. I still haven't reached the point where I have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Righteous Alliance. This sort of obvious favoritism will make the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan lose a great deal of face. Are we just going to watch him die? Feng Yanran called out. Everything is his own choice. No one else can help him. Feng Yinshan was not Ling Zhao's friend. Ling Xiao knew this, and so did Feng Yinshan. He and Ling Xiao were only allies. When he could help, he would help. However, if he couldn't, he definitely wouldn't rashly help, because that might drag him into the abyss of failure. Ha 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 ha. Steward Jia's voice was much coarser than before. Ling Xiao, you're very lucky to be able to see my true body before you die. Now you understand what I'm saying. If I say that you must die, you must die. At this moment, he stood there like a small mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that caused Ling Xiao's black energy to shrink back. In front of him, Ling Xiao was like a dwarf. Whether it was in terms of size or aura, he was inferior. This was yet another unexpected reversal. The crowd was somewhat numb. Today's battle had allowed them to see far too many strange things, and far too many shocks. Ling Xiao should be regretting it now, right? He's probably thinking about running away. The gap in strength has widened once more, and it feels like Ling Zhao's demonic energy is inferior to Steward Jia's. His reputation has been ruined. The crowd looked at Ling Xiao with some regret. They had believed that today, they would be able to see a peerless genius step on the corpse of the Righteous Alliance and rise up. However, it was a pity that this monster was going to be killed soon. The battle had been suspenseful for a long time, but now, there was no suspense at all. What people were most concerned about was what Ling Xiao would do. Would he beg for mercy? At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. To be honest, your strength really gave me a fright. With my current strength, killing a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist shouldn't be a problem, even if you are the strongest of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. However, the current you should have the strength of a 6th Paradise, right? I am truly no match for you. Now you want to beg for mercy? It's too late. I've already said that you shouldn't have killed young Master Jia. In that case, you might still die, but we can consider sparing your family and friends. Now, it's too late. You've pushed yourself onto the path of death. You no longer have any chance. Manager Jia's blood-red eyes stared at Ling Xiao as he laughed coldly. Beg for mercy? No, you seem to be mistaken. In Ling Zhao's dictionary, there is no such thing as begging for mercy. As Ling Xiao spoke, his aura rose once again. However, this time, what emerged from his body was no longer a dark and evil aura, but a blazing and bright aura. Since the demonic sword didn't work, he would use the divine sword. If the Skyfiend Apocalypse art didn't work, he would use the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. Although his aura wasn't as strong as Manager Jia's, his fighting spirit didn't lose out to Manager Jia's at all. In Ling Zhao's opinion, begging for mercy was the most useless thing. Begging for mercy when facing someone like Manager Jia would only make him more complacent. In the end, a battle would still be unavoidable. Even if he didn't beg for mercy, he would still have to fight. In that case, why should Ling Xiao pretend to be a coward? He wasn't the kind of person who was shameless. Ling Xiao had always been very clear that he could rely on the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. However, if the two of them were tied down by others, he could only rely on himself. Therefore, he had always been tempering himself, training himself, and cultivating and improving himself crazily. He hoped that one day, he wouldn't need to rely on anyone and would be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. Arrogance, pride, there was an absolute pride in this young man's body. Although his backbone wasn't a divine artifact or Dharma treasure, it was the most tenacious thing in the world. If he didn't want to fall, no one could force him to lower his head. Unless he was killed, this was a true man. He was born to be an outstanding man, and he would die a heroic spirit. Over there, he was an unyielding true man. So what if his strength was inferior to others? So what if he had to face death? Nothing could make him bend his knees and give up his pride. Jia Tianfeng and the others had pride. As for Ling Xiao, he had pride. A man couldn't be arrogant, but he couldn't be without pride. Do you know, I hate the look in your eyes. Today, not only will I turn you into a human swine, But I will also dig out your eyes so that you can never look at me with those eyes again. In the face of great strength, your courage is not worth mentioning at all. Steward Jia sneered. Perhaps, but it's better to die standing than kneeling. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It makes no difference to you. Whether you stand or kneel, you will become a human swine. At this point, Steward Jia suddenly stomped on the ground. At that moment, the ground shook. The place where Ling Xiao was standing was like a bumpy boat, unable to calm down. At this moment, Steward Jia moved. His body, which was 4 to 5 meters tall, was actually so agile. The strange weapon in his hand that looked like a huge iron shovel slashed at Ling Xiao. The tyrannical and terrifying aura could be clearly seen with the naked eye. The pavilion was completely destroyed, the wooden bridge over the lake was also destroyed. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another, standing further away. Even the trees were filled with people. Good timing. Ling Xiao roared and his body suddenly swayed. The sword in his hand pierced out sharply. He did not intend to fight force with force. Fighting force with such a monster was purely asking for trouble. Unless Ling Xiao's dragon bloodline was completely unsealed and entered the dragon transformation state, he might be able to. But now, he had to rely on his agility and speed to deal with the opponent. He knew that the opponent was very strong. But in terms of speed, he might not be faster than him. Chi, bang, to Ling Xiao's surprise, although he avoided Steward Jia's attack, his sword also pierced the opponent's arm. However, it was useless, the powerful aura of the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm erupted. It was like a gust of wind that blew him away. He was blown dozens of meters away and fell into the water. Ling Xiao could fight above his level, but there was a limit. It was not easy to kill a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm warrior with the cultivation of the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm. But now, he was facing a 6th Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. The gap was too big. It was almost impossible to defeat him. Don't pretend to be dead, I know you're still alive. Steward Jia did not think that his recoil would be able to kill Ling Xiao. That guy's body was very strong. Boom, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, thousands of terrifying rays of light suddenly shot out from the originally calm lake. Then, a ball of light rose up. Ling Xiao's body was already covered by the light. The huge shadow sword in his hand had obviously merged with the power of the divine sword of light. Bright, dazzling, blazing, holy, noble, the sword pierced towards Steward Jia's arm. This sword was almost the complete opposite of the demonic sword. This caused the onlookers to feel extremely discordant. It was clearly so evil before, but now it had become so holy and noble. What was going on, Qi? This sword finally pierced through Steward Jia's protective yuan Qi. However, once again, Ling Xiao was sent flying. There was only a small burn on Steward Jia's arm that did not seem to be much of a problem. Is this your attack? Why does it feel like you're tickling me? Steward Jia looked at Ling Xiao and laughed to his heart's content. It really doesn't work? Ling Xiao sighed. A shadow helped him to stop his body from retreating. Looks like I have to strengthen my attack. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared behind him once again. It was a boundless blue sky. There were no white clouds or rainbows. There was only a blazing red sun hanging there. Then, the divine sword of light in Ling Xiao's hand became brighter. Divine sword of light, rising sun transformation. Ling Xiao's attack just now was just a test. He wanted to know how strong Steward Jia's defense was. Now he understood that the divine sword of light alone could not hurt the other party. It was only possible with the addition of rising sun transformation. Seeing this strange scene, the crowd revealed a horrified expression. A dark demonic sword had killed more than 10 Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. Now, another divine sword of light had appeared. It was so blazing and dazzling that their eyes were unable to look straight at it. Just how many trump cards did this Ling Xiao have that he had yet to reveal? Manager Jia was also stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to have a move stronger than the heavenly demon extermination just now. But a moment later, he regained his calm and indifference. No matter how dazzling your attack is, it won't be able to cause me the slightest bit of damage. In the face of absolute strength, even the strongest move is useless. Really? You will definitely pay for what you said. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. The strength of a martial artist depended on his cultivation, moves, martial soul, bloodline, body, and other factors. The strength of the moves was also one of the factors. Then let's see who pays the price. Manager Jia disdained Ling Zhao's attack. Because Ling Zhao's previous attack did not cause him much damage, he felt a strong sense of complacency. Go to hell. He no longer tried to defend himself. Instead, he focused all of his energy on attacking. The furious giant iron shovel swept towards Ling Xiao with a ferocious storm of hell. Ling Xiao was also not afraid. With a thrust of his sword, the entire Lingyu courtyard was filled with dazzling light. Most of the martial artists could not see anything. They could only faintly see a rising sun rushing out at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, the light dissipated. Ling Xiao stood there with a pale face. There were dozens of wounds all over his body that were bleeding. However, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Manager Jia was desperately roaring in pain. Flames were rolling on his body, and a strong burnt smell was constantly being released. Ling Xiao won? It seems so. Manager Jia was burned to such a state. No way, a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist defeated a sixth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Who would believe such a thing? But the truth in front of you, can you not believe it? In the crowd, many martial artists were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had seen. Pucci, just when everyone thought that Manager Jia was about to die, an extremely fast figure flew out from the flame and directly pierced Ling Zhao's body. What's going on? The reversal of the plot was too fast, and the crowd was confused. Standing behind Ling Xiao was a small figure about a foot tall. It was also red all over, but it was extremely ugly. As for that huge body, it had already been burned to ashes. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you didn't expect it, did you? That huge body was just a special ability of my martial soul. Now you know what despair is, right? The small figure did not stop attacking. It turned around and stabbed at Ling Xiao again. But this time, Ling Xiao did not let it succeed. He took a delicate step. Although the speed was not fast, it was obviously according to a special array. The small figure could not figure out his path, so it could not attack him. Cough, cough. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, Mother **cur, luckily I avoided the vital parts, otherwise I would have died. I didn't expect that there would be such a strange martial soul in this world. The small figure was Manager Jia's real body. Before Ling Xiao used the rising sun change, he did not expose his real body because he felt that it was not necessary. But now, he had to expose himself. Ling Zhao's rising sun change was too terrifying, which was something that Manager Jia did not expect. That power had almost taken his life. Cousin, that small figure is Manager Jia? He's really short and ugly. What kind of martial soul does he have? Feng Yanran forgot to worry at this time. Instead, she was attracted by Manager Jia's strange transformation. There's nothing strange about this. The mystic world is very big and there are all kinds of strange things. If I remember correctly, his martial soul should be the human skin martial soul recorded in the book. Feng Yinshan explained, this kind of martial soul can not only change one's body, but also use the abilities of the changed body. Of course, the strength of the abilities is still the same as one's cultivation. Why does this martial soul sound so scary? Feng Yanran asked again. It's not scary, but it's really evil. This is because the changes of the human skin martial soul require human lives to maintain. This Manager Jia has killed countless warriors in order to strengthen his human skin martial soul. The corner of Feng Yinshan's mouth twitched. This kind of evil martial soul was only recorded in books. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even with his wisdom, he felt that he could not accept it. While Feng Yinshan was speaking, Manager Jia did not attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he pounced on the corpses of the assassins who had died in battle. Then, his body quickly changed. His appearance turned into that of the fourth Grotto Heaven Realm assassin. This idiot assassin has a powerful martial soul but doesn't know how to use it. Then, let me take it. The corner of Manager Jia's mouth revealed a cold smile. It was sinister and ferocious. Steward Jia revealed a sinister smile. Then, his body suddenly flashed and turned into a ray of light that shot toward Ling Xiao. Radiant Sword Realm, kill. At this time, Ling Xiao was ambushed by Steward Jia, so his body was unable to move. After eating the elixir, he was still recovering, so he could only use the sword realm to resist. Rays of sword chi shot toward Steward Jia like thousands of arrows. It was very powerful. Child's play. However, Steward Jia wasn't afraid of the terrifying sword beams at all. His body transformed into an ice-cold liquid and easily dodged the sword beam's attacks. Raindrop Martial Soul? Ling Xiao finally understood what the martial soul of the assassin that Steward Jia had mentioned was. Raindrop, it was actually raindrop, although the raindrop was small, it had an incomparably magical effect, especially in the hands of a killer. It was a pity that the killer was too stupid. He was killed before he could use the special effect of the martial soul. Now that the martial soul was in Steward Jia's hands, it was used to perfection. Within Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain, Steward Jia moved about with ease, completely unobstructed. No, it looks like I can't block it. Ling Xiao frowned. The sun and moon shined together behind him, and then the sword realm changed again. Sun and Moon Sword Realm. The power of the Sun and Moon Sword Realm might not be stronger than the Radiant Sword Realm and the Dark Sword Realm, but it was more concentrated. There was no gap for the opponent to dodge. Light radiated in all directions, and Steward Jia obviously paused for a moment. He probably did not expect Ling Xiao's Sword Realm to have such a change. Ling Xiao is so young, but his heavenly abode realm has so many changes. If he is not a demon, there will be no demon in this world. That's right. To be able to force Steward Jia to this extent, he's pretty strong. Even if he really dies here today, his reputation will definitely spread. He will be the #1 genius in 100 years. Don't forget, there is still Ji Lingyue. Who is Ji Lingyue? Ji Lingyue. Forget it, let's watch the battle. Although the crowd was discussing, no one wanted to miss such an exciting battle. In the face of Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword domain, Steward Jia let out a furious roar. His body was actually enveloped by a huge mass of raindrops. When the sword aura struck the raindrops, it actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. It was actually unable to stop Steward Jia's attack. It's useless, Ling Xiao. You're dead meat today. After Manager Jia revealed his true form, he completely unleashed his strength. He's even more powerful than the giant monster from before. I reckon that even a martial artist at the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm is no match for him, right? Sigh, Ling Xiao does have a lot of skills, but no matter how many skills he has, they are still too insignificant in the face of great power. Watching this battle, people shook their heads helplessly. Ling Xiao's moves were varied and almost every one of them was very powerful. However, the gap between his cultivation and Steward Jia's was too big. Such moves could only bring the strength of the two closer, but could not completely make up for it. Although Ling Xiao's performance was much better than the other martial artists at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, after all, under the powerful Steward Jia's attack, if it were someone else, they would have already died. Ling Xiao was actually still alive and had even destroyed Steward Jia's powerful human skin transformation. It was impossible for that attack to have no effect on Steward Jia. At the very least, it had consumed a large amount of Steward Jia's domain energy, which was quite good. It was a pity that such a monstrous person would fall here today. Speaking of which, it was really a pity. Steward Jia's expression was cold. Today, Ling Xiao had made him lose face. Not only did he kill Jia Tianfeng in front of him, but he also destroyed his human skin transformation. Because of this, he revealed his ugly true form. That was his Achilles heel, something he was unwilling to expose for the rest of his life. Therefore, his hatred for Ling Xiao couldn't even be described as bone deep. He couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao also looked at Steward Jia. The Sun-Moon Sword domain was still releasing sword energy. Although it couldn't completely stop Steward Jia, it could slow down Steward Jia's speed and buy time for him to recover. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't kill you today. I'll still say the same thing. I'll make you into a human swine. I'll let you live and feel the pain of your friends and family dying one by one. I'll torture you to death. As he got closer and closer to Ling Xiao, Steward Jia seemed to see the hope of victory. His gloomy voice sounded in Ling Yu's courtyard. Many people felt a chill down their spines when they heard it. Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly, but he still didn't say anything. At this moment, it would be a waste of energy to speak. He wasn't that stupid. Cousin, let's help. If Ling Xiao really dies, your plan will be ruined. After all, Feng Yanran still had feelings for Ling Xiao, although she had never truly revealed these feelings. Moreover, Ling Xiao's parents were the saviors of the Divine Phoenix clan. If he dies today, it means that this is all he has. What can I do even if I save him? It was said that emperors were heartless. Feng Yinshan had really interpreted this point well. In his eyes, only those who were useful to him were worth saving. If Ling Xiao couldn't play the role of attracting hatred, even if he died, Feng Yinshan wouldn't feel that it was a pity. Cousin, you're too heartless. Feng Yanran said angrily. Since ancient times, emperors have been heartless. Moreover, today's situation is what Ling Xiao asked for. If I have to save him every time he's in danger, I might as well raise a dog. It's more useful than him. Feng Yinshan's words were still cold. For some reason, although he wasn't very confident, he felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily. Ling Xiao had experienced so many dangers. He had even faced a powerful guy like Timur Mutu in the northern desert city and was fine. How could he die so easily this time? Feng Yinshan's judgment shouldn't be that bad. What a pity. If he was given some time, his achievements definitely wouldn't be inferior to those old fellows of the 8 great clans. Ming Jin didn't have the same confidence that Feng Yinshan had in Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao had really gone too far today. In the crowd, basically everyone had the same thought as Ming Jin. This time, Ling Xiao was really dead for sure. Unless someone came to save him, he would definitely die. It was really a pity. A peerless monster who had a high chance of becoming a human king was going to die just like that. Just like Ji Lingyue back then. Everyone had high hopes for the 12-year-old 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. But he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Would Ling Xiao make the same mistake today? Perhaps. Who told him to offend the Righteous Alliance? Steward Jia was a martial artist in his 40s. After revealing his true body, he had reached the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm, and now he was fighting with a 17-year-old youth. This wasn't fair in the first place. But in a battle of life and death, who cared whether it was fair or not? Wasn't all of this Ling Xiao asking for it? Who told Ling Xiao to want to kill Jia Tianfeng? Who told Ling Xiao to offend the Righteous Alliance? Perhaps Ling Xiao being killed by the assassins sent by Jia Tianfeng would be a blessing. Today, facing the powerful Steward Jia, Ling Xiao was probably going to be made into a terrifying human swine. It's broken. The crowd was surprised to find that Ling Xiao's Sun Moon Sword realm had been broken after holding on for a long time. Steward Jia was only an inch away from Ling Xiao. 2 strange blades that looked like flowing water appeared in his hands and stabbed toward Ling Xiao's body. Son of Light. Son of Shadow. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly understood something. After experiencing a real battle, his divine sword of light and dark magic sword seemed to be leveling up again. A large amount of information poured into his mind. The feeling of not fully understanding drove him crazy. He needed to comprehend it now. He needed to comprehend it quietly. However, the battle in front of him would not end so easily. Steward Jia was too strong. He could only rely on the Son of Light and the Son of Shadow to hold him back. How annoying. Steward Jia was really angry. He had just broken Ling Xiao's light sword realm, but his hands were grabbed by 2 strange guys and he could not move. He was so angry that the 2 blades that were stabbing toward Ling Xiao were stabbed to the left and right respectively. Die. Bang, smack, the Son of Light and the Son of Shadow were formed by Ling Xiao's power. At this moment, Ling Xiao was too weak, causing them to become weak as well. Facing Steward Jia's attack, they could only block one move before they were pierced. However, this also gave Ling Xiao another chance to catch his breath. You have a lot of tricks. Let's see how long you can delay it. Steward Jia sneered and attacked again. The 2 blades stabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. This was clearly a situation where he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one move. Boom. The moment the 2 blades stabbed Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao condensed the light and shadow armor to his throat and blocked this fatal blow. However, the terrifying force still sent his body flying. He slid on the lake for a distance of 50 to 60 meters before he stopped. Puff, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his mouth and sighed helplessly. He muttered to himself, looks like it's time for her to come out and help. Even though I'll go all out and Steward Jia won't be able to kill me, it would be a loss if I miss the best time to comprehend. Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that his Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and demonic world annihilation art could be upgraded to a higher level at this moment. That way, the Divine Radiance Sword and the Dark Magic Sword would become even stronger. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to spend even more effort to comprehend it in the future. It was not worth it. Ha 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 ha, brat, I want to see how many tricks you can use. Just use them. I want you to be tortured in despair. Steward Jia was very satisfied with the current situation. He had the absolute advantage, and Ling Xiao had no chance to make a comeback. Therefore, he could completely trample on Ling Xiao now, and there was no need for him to be in too much of a hurry to kill him. This was really a wonderful situation. He felt the blood in his body boiling and burning. Once again, Steward Jia's figure instantly flashed and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He did not even give Ling Xiao a chance to think as he ruthlessly smashed his fists at Ling Xiao's chest. The killing had turned into torture. A cruel smile appeared on Steward Jia's face. Bang! Ling Xiao resisted with all his strength, but the black and white light armor was actually shattered by Steward Jia's punch. The impact once again sent Ling Xiao into the lake. Blood spurted out again. Damn it! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Brother Ling Xiao, let me deal with him. In the Mountain River world, the butterfly girl anxiously shouted. Although the butterfly girl's body was no different from before, the little girl had become more sensible. She naturally did not want Ling Xiao to continue suffering after seeing Ling Xiao in such a sorry state. That's right, my good disciple. Why don't you let Master help you destroy him? The Yuan Venerate said. Master, I didn't know in the past, but I understood after the last battle. Every time you fight for me, your soul will weaken a lot. Therefore, you should forget about it. I would rather die in battle than have you die for me. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice. Butterfly girl, you don't have to worry. Don't look at my sorry state now. Under such immense pressure, all aspects of my body's potential will be stimulated even more. This will help my comprehension of the light-shadow intent and increase my cultivation base. Wait a little longer. I will ask for your help when I can't hold on any longer. Ling Xiao had been beaten until he was vomiting blood continuously and felt as if several of his ribs had been broken. However, he was unwilling to give up. At the moment, he could clearly feel all the cells in his body being mobilized, including the cells that had been modified by the golden dragon's blood. They were multiplying at an accelerated rate. His potential was constantly surging out. Normally, he would not have such a good opportunity to cultivate. Boom! Ling Xiao burst out of the lake once again and stood in the void with the eighth light shadow intent behind him, the sun-moon divine wings. The light of the sun and moon blossomed at the same time as two huge swords appeared above his head. One was the divine light sword and the other was the dark demon sword. He was bleeding all over, but his face was full of frenzied and fervent fighting spirit. His spine was straight and his head was raised high. Even under such difficult circumstances, he still had no intention of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. He still wanted to fight. The terrifying fighting spirit rose once again. Coupled with the constant mobilization of the potential in his body, Steward Jia actually felt immense pressure once again. Does Ling Xiao really not know how to be afraid? What a terrifying fellow. He possesses such terrifying mental strength and is indomitable. That's not all. Didn't you notice that although the power of the divine light sword and the dark demon sword is obviously not as strong as before? But the momentum and sword intent are not inferior to before. This fellow really wants to win. From the beginning, he never thought of the possibility of losing. Yes, even if he dies in the end, I'm afraid his belief will not change. This kind of fellow is the most difficult to deal with. Anyway, I definitely don't want to meet such an enemy. The crowd was discussing animatedly. They were all shocked by Ling Zhao's indomitable and crazy spirit. Since he was going to die no matter what, he would continue to be confident and persevere. Even if he died, it would be a worthy death. Damn it! Damn it! The stronger Ling Zhao's performance was, the angrier Steward Jia would be. He absolutely could not tolerate the birth of such a powerful fellow among mere insignificant humans. He could not accept it. Humans should be ants at the bottom of the myriad races. A human king and you make me feel disgusted. I must kill you. Kill you. Steward Jia said furiously. He suddenly changed his mind. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. He could not continue to play with him. He had to kill this fellow as soon as possible. Otherwise, a long delay might lead to trouble. Moreover, he felt that he could not afford to continue playing. Haha, it's really an honor for me to be compared with the human king. However, it's not up to you to decide whether a human is an ant or not. You've said many times that you want to kill me, but it's always just empty words. Ling Xiao smiled. Although his smile was a little tragic, it still infuriated Steward Jia. Torrential pear blossom sword. Steward Jia was completely enraged. The raindrops behind him suddenly enlarged. Countless raindrops turned into terrifying sword chi and shot toward Ling Xiao. Obviously, the power of these sword chi was stronger than Ling Zhao's sun and moon sword field. Under the cultivation of the 6th Grotto Heaven realm, the power of any move would definitely be enhanced. These terrifying sword chi pierced through the void, emitting ear-piercing screeches. Then, they shot toward Ling Zhao's vital points one after another. Sky Devil Extermination. Rising Sun. In the face of Steward Jia's terrifying killing move, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. In addition to the light and shadow armor covering his whole body, he waved the 2 giant swords at the same time. Half of it was darkness, and the other half was light. Countless sword chi were torn apart, crushed, and destroyed by these 2 forces. Bah! The continuous impact made Ling Xiao vomit blood again. His face turned pale, and the sun and moon divine wings on his back began to tremble. It seemed that they could no longer support his body to float in the air. However, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ling Zhao's eyes were still bright and spirited. His body stood proudly in the void with the 2 swords above his head. He looked at Steward Jia mockingly and said, "It's not that easy to kill me. When I was still a beggar, many people said that I was like a cockroach with 100 lives. This guy is really not afraid of death. He's really strong and brave. He'd rather break his pride than bend." People looked at Ling Xiao, who was floating in the void. He was obviously wounded, but he had no intention of retreating. He was like a copper pea that could not be steamed, boiled, smashed, or turned blue. Steward Jia's attack was so fierce and furious, but he could still block it. Although every time he blocked, he would inevitably suffer more injuries, but he did not even have the slightest thought of retreating. "I told you, I hate that look in your eyes the most." He was clearly a lowly human being. The lowest birth. "How dare you look at me like that? You should obediently be trampled to death like smelly Zhong." Manager Jia was about to go crazy. He had thought that he would be able to kill Ling Xiao this time, but who would have thought that after all this trouble, it would still be a waste of time. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was simply a real sticky candy. It was too difficult to kill him. Although Steward Jia knew very well that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to make a comeback today, he was still unable to kill a 17-year-old 2nd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist in his 40s. He was also a noble hell race martial artist, but he was unable to kill a 17-year-old 2nd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. This feeling was too depressing and too embarrassing. If word got out, how was he going to survive in the future? He had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be embarrassed to death in the future. "Let's see if your bones are harder or if my attack is stronger." The raindrops behind Steward Jia changed again. Under his control, they gradually condensed into a huge iron shovel. This iron shovel was exactly the same as the one he had used before. Then, the iron shovel flickered with a green light and the aura of death was continuously released. Some people even vaguely saw strange ghosts on the iron shovel. "Cousin, Ling Xiao can't hold on any longer. He has reached his limit. Do you really want the world to say that you are cold and heartless? Don't forget, a lot of people know about your alliance with Ling Xiao. They aren't fools. If Ling Xiao dies, you'll have one less barrier. They'll come after you to settle the score. Feng Yanran shouted anxiously. She had thought about it. Instead of begging Feng Yinshan, it was better to grasp the main point and explain it. Her words stunned Feng Yinshan for a moment. Your Highness, Princess Yanran is right. Right now, we have Ling Xiao attracting the firepower, so we can be so peaceful. If Ling Xiao dies, those people will definitely swarm to deal with us. Ming Jin also said, if it is not convenient for your Highness to make a move, how about this subordinate do it? Ming Jin knew very well that Feng Yinshan was very strong. Among the 10 Phoenix Sons, he was ranked second. That was because Feng Yinshan was good at disguising himself. His true strength was probably not inferior to Feng Mingqishan, who was ranked first. Of course, the person who had suddenly appeared seemed to be suppressing the two of them on the surface. However, no one knew what the actual situation was. After all, the three of them had never truly fought. This king said that he was the one who caused today's matter, so he should be responsible to the end. Not to mention that Ling Xiao is only this king's ally, even if he was this king's subordinate, it would be the same. You should know very well that this king does not like people who cause trouble everywhere. Feng Yinshan said coldly. Ming Jin sighed and did not say anything else. He knew very well that Feng Yinshan was a person who liked to endure. Unless he was forced to do so, or if there was a great benefit, he would not make a move. Feng Yanran was in complete despair. Her cousin had said these words, which meant that it was absolutely impossible for him to save Ling Xiao. Her heart was trembling. Cousin, don't forget that Ling Xiao's parents helped our divine phoenix race. Otherwise, this country would be destroyed, and you and I would not be able to live. Feng Yanran said. You don't need to remind me of this. That is that. When Ling Xiao dies, I will give him a grand funeral. But then again, I really don't believe that the son of Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue would be killed so easily. Feng Yinshan said indifferently. Cousin, have you forgotten Ji Lingyue? She is the girl you admired and liked the most when you were young. How is her talent? Is she the daughter of Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue? What happened in the end? Feng Yanran roared. Feng Yinshan was silent for a long time and did not speak. Ji Lingyue was the eternal pain in his heart. This was also the reason why he had not really found a woman until now. At most, he would just play with her. Do you not trust him that much? Feng Yinshan suddenly asked. Ling Xiao should have been killed by Manager Jia. But now, do you see any trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face? He is a madman. Are you also a fool? Feng Yanran was about to go crazy. I don't believe that you can't see Ling Xiao's current situation. If you don't want to save him, then don't save him. Don't make it sound so dignified. If you don't save him, I will find someone else to do it. After saying this, she turned and was about to leave. Pa. A hand gently patted the back of her neck. Feng Yanran's eyes immediately closed and she fainted. You really don't give me any trouble. Feng Yinshan sighed and placed Feng Yanran on a chair beside him. Your Highness, are we really not going to save Ling Xiao? Ming Jin could not help but ask. Let me tell you the truth. I am waiting. Feng Yinshan said helplessly. Wait. Ming Jin looked at Feng Yinshan in confusion. He didn't know what His Highness was waiting for. Yes, Ling Xiao shouldn't only have one moon maiden behind him. Moreover, Ji Lingyue should still be alive. Feng Yinshan sighed. What? Ming Jin suddenly felt that there was a huge secret hidden behind this that he didn't know about. He didn't want to know, but Feng Yinshan didn't stop. He was still talking to himself. Around 14 years ago, Ling Xiao was only 3 years old. At that time, he should have seen his older sister, Ji Lingyue, but because he was too young, his memories might have been hazy. At that time I was only 13 years old. Although I was considered a genius of the clan and had high hopes for me like Feng Mingqishan, no one in Ji Lingyue could compare to me. But in that era, no genius could compare to Ji Lingyue. The 13-year-old me was only at the 9th level of the martial vein realm, but what about her? 10th grotto heaven realm, this disparity was too terrifying. It was precisely because of this that the 8 great clans were afraid. Behind Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue's backs, they secretly negotiated with the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan and came up with a plan to make Ji Lingyue disappear. You should know what happened after that, so I won't say more. Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue were tricked. When they went to an even more distant place to find Ji Lingyue, their daughter's martial soul was extracted. What? Hearing this, Ming Jin felt a chill run down his spine. The 8 great clans and the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan had worked together to extract the martial soul of a 12-year-old girl. You should know that a martial artist whose martial soul is extracted will die, so they didn't care about that girl. But who would have thought that the person guarding Ji Lingyue would be killed and Ji Lingyue would mysteriously disappear? At this point, Feng Yinshan revealed a mocking smile and said, "A little girl went missing, but the ancestors of the 8 great clans were frightened and uneasy because they were afraid of Ji Lingyue's talent. They were afraid that Ji Lingyue would come back for revenge. Although they extracted the child's martial soul, they still felt uneasy. But 10 some years later, Ji Lingyue didn't appear. Instead, a Ling Xiao appeared. A madman whose talent and potential didn't lose to his sisters. Do you know why the Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Ping race worked together? It was because they didn't want the events of the past to happen again. They couldn't afford that kind of torment. However, Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue were there to protect Ji Lingyue, so they had to act in secret. And today, with the Moon Maiden protecting Ling Xiao, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing openly." At this point, Feng Yinshan couldn't help but grin. "Back then, I was a witness to the ruthlessness and darkness of this world. Therefore, you should understand that I will not save Ling Xiao. My sympathy has completely disappeared since that incident." Ming Jin silently looked at Ling Xiao. He suddenly felt that the sisters, Ji Lingyue and Ling Xiao, were really too pitiful. Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue were even more pitiful. He was clearly the hero who had saved the Divine Phoenix continent, yet the person he had saved had plotted against his own daughter. Fortunately, they didn't know the truth. Otherwise, they would be in so much pain and complain. Ji Lingyue had not appeared for more than 10 years. She was either dead or had disappeared into the crowd. Was Ling Xiao going to die today? Ming Jin thought of himself and couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to help because his background was also miserable. However, he was one of Feng Yinshan's people. If Feng Yinshan didn't let him do it, he wouldn't do it. The only thing worth rejoicing about now was that the son of those 2 legendary figures wasn't a coward. If he was given enough time to grow, he would grow into someone even stronger than his parents. Perhaps he wasn't that great, and was even a little cold-blooded and cruel, but Ming Jin felt that if he wanted to obtain better things in the mystic world, Ling Xiao's personality was necessary. Ling Xiao's parents, those 2 legendary figures, were a little too kind, so much so that they allowed many shameless people to live. In the air, Ling Xiao was constantly panting. He could feel that the Crimson Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art were beginning to change at the same time. Although his injuries weren't light, after using them this time, the feeling of enlightenment was even more obvious. Not only that, he felt that his cultivation at the peak of the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. As long as he didn't die today, his strength would definitely increase by an astonishing amount. It seemed that this kind of life and death battle was still very useful. Although it was more dangerous, he still benefited a lot. However, at this moment, Manager Jia also noticed his situation. At this most critical moment of enlightenment, Manager Jia wanted to kill him and not give him any chance to become stronger again. Annihilation Blade, Water Spout. Amidst his furious roar, Manager Jia unleashed an even stronger attack. The iron shovel condensed from huge raindrops in his hand was like a giant blade as it slashed down at Ling Xiao. The terrifying martial soul combined with the powerful force actually turned the blade into a huge object that was more than 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. More importantly, its speed was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao definitely won't be able to dodge this blade. Many people in the crowd closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see such a peerless monster be killed just like that. Ming Jin also let out a long sigh. Feng Yinshan revealed a disappointed expression. Was Ling Xiao really going to die? What is he doing? However, at this moment, people realized that Ling Xiao had actually closed his eyes. Has he finally accepted his fate of failure? Sigh, it seems that no matter how strong a warrior is, he still has a weak side in the end. He's finally tired and can't hold on any longer. Has he accepted his fate? Just accept your fate. In this world, not everyone can defy the heavens and change their fate. Go to hell. When Manager Jia saw Ling Xiao close his eyes, he actually heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Ling Xiao, this troublesome fellow, couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried. That would be too tiring. Boom, with a loud bang, jaws dropped to the ground. Manager Jia's huge blade slashed down, but it didn't touch Ling Xiao. Above Ling Xiao's head, there was a ball of 7-colored light flickering there. After the huge blade Ji slashed on it, it couldn't move anymore. What's going on? Not only was the crowd confused, but Manager Jia himself was also puzzled. Who is it? Manager Jia's attack failed, and he became even more annoyed. He stared coldly at the small ball of 7-colored light above Ling Xiao's head and roared loudly. At this moment, people gradually saw that the 7-colored light floating above Ling Xiao's head was actually a butterfly. A 7-colored butterfly. However, the strange thing was that apart from the wings, the rest of the butterfly looked exactly the same as a human. It was a delicate, charming, and extremely cute little beauty. You're not allowed to bully my big brother Ling Xiao. The butterfly girl let out a pleasant voice. Everyone felt their hearts go soft and their bodies feel extremely comfortable. What monster is this? Steward Jiao warily looked at the butterfly lady, his heart trembling. He was confident that even a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm expert would have to expend a great deal of effort to deal with that attack just now. But this little fellow had managed to deal with it so easily. He was truly starting to worry. In the distance, Feng Yinshan and Ming Jin were also flabbergasted. After a long while, Ming Jin asked, Your Highness, it seems that the one helping Ling Xiao wasn't Ji Lingyue. This Ling Xiao actually had such a trump card? Why didn't anyone tell me? Feng Yinshan's body was trembling. If he had known that Ling Xiao had such a powerful trump card other than the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, perhaps he really would have gone to save Ling Xiao. In that case, Ling Xiao might even have owed him a favor. In truth, when Ling Xiao was on the Celestial Dragon continent, there were some rumors that he had a beautiful butterfly by his side. Unfortunately, no one ever saw it again, so this subordinate has no way of knowing anything about this butterfly. Ming Jin helplessly said, This subordinate is incompetent. Your Highness, please punish me. Forget it. Everything is fated. Ling Xiao isn't fated to die. As Feng Yinshan said this, he thought to himself, is this really fated? Why does it feel like everything is within Ling Xiao's calculations? Others might not know about Ling Xiao's trump card, but Ling Xiao was keenly aware of it. The Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Ping race had all been played by this brat. Swoosh, while Feng Yinshan and Ming Jin were still in shock, the butterfly lady had already made her move. Above the 7-colored wings, a red and an orange light suddenly shot out. The light was like a rope as it pounced towards Steward Jia. It was even faster than Ling Xiao's sword. It was like a bolt of lightning, causing Steward Jia's soul to tremble. In the end, Steward Jia was still an expert. When he sensed the terror of this rainbow light, he chose not to meet it head-on, instead dodging into the air. However, the butterfly lady's attack did not stop. Another 2 beams of light shot out, covering the upper and lower spaces respectively. The yellow and green lights were the same as the red and orange lights from before. They were filled with a dangerous aura. Damn it! Manager Jia couldn't understand how such a tiny little thing could have such terrifying strength. Just the sharp pressure brought about by the attack made him not dare to take it head-on. This was completely different from the feeling of fighting with Ling Xiao. Although it was troublesome to fight with Ling Xiao, he still had the upper hand. However, when fighting with this little guy, there was a terrifying feeling of being completely suppressed. Retreat, blocked from all directions, Manager Jia could only retreat. Unfortunately, the butterfly girl seemed to have predicted his actions. 2 more rays of light, one from the front and one from the back, completely surrounded Manager Jia. These 2 rays of light, one green and one blue, were equally terrifying. Like a bird in a cage, all of Steward Jia's escape routes were blocked, so the only thing he could do now was to meet force with force. What a powerful little butterfly. She seemed to have called Big Brother Ling Xiao just now, right? How could Ling Xiao have such a cute and powerful sister? She's too domineering. She's much more powerful than her brother Ling Xiao. She's simply not giving Manager Jia a way out. The crowd watched in astonishment as the butterfly girl attacked Manager Jia. Today's battle was really full of changes. Every time they thought it was about to end, there would always be a new event that made them excited. Do you really think I'm afraid of you, little thing? Manager Jia had nowhere to retreat and was completely enraged. His body suddenly spun and countless water droplets splashed out, forming a tyrannical water droplet sword that was incomparably sharp. Ugly, you're not my match. However, I won't kill you. I'll leave it to Big Brother Ling Xiao to deal with you. The butterfly girl's innocent voice rang out, causing Steward Jia to fly into a rage upon hearing it. On the contrary, the surrounding warriors couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such a cute little girl. Anyone would feel that it was rare. After saying that, the crowd realized that Manager Jia's attack was completely blocked by the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue lights. Then, it quickly disappeared without any effect. Seeing this scene, Steward Jia really panicked. Little girl, what benefits did he give you? Uncle can give you even better. Anyway, he's about to die. Why are you still helping him? When Manager Jia saw that he wasn't a match for the butterfly girl, he actually used a despicable tactic to trick her. Perhaps he felt that the butterfly girl was so young and naive, so she would definitely be easy to trick. However, he didn't know that the butterfly girl and Ling Xiao's souls had already fused together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were as close as father and daughter. The butterfly girl's feelings for Ling Xiao wasn't something that Manager Jia could understand. He was dreaming if he wanted to sow discord. You're a bad person. The butterfly girl won't leave Big Brother Ling Xiao. Big Brother Ling Xiao treats me the best. Wasn't that right? Ling Xiao had given a large amount of spirit stones, Dharma treasures, and those natural treasures to this little girl to eat. Even without the fusion of souls, Manager Jia couldn't compare with him just based on this point. After all, Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Many delicious elixirs could only be refined by Ling Xiao. They couldn't be bought on the market. It was even more impossible for Manager Jia to obtain them. Finally, the 6 lights gradually turned into 6 colored walls. Furthermore, they were transparent. People could see Manager Jia's struggling figure in the 6-colored square from the outside. He was like a pitiful bug that was trapped in a bottle. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. It ended just like that. People couldn't accept such an ending. Steward Jia was about to kill Ling Xiao when such a little cutie suddenly appeared and toyed with Steward Jia in the palm of his hand, easily capturing him alive. In that case, why did Ling Xiao fight so hard earlier? They looked at Ling Xiao, only to find that there were 2 giant swords hanging above Ling Xiao's head. One was a radiant divine sword that was dazzling. The other was a dark demonic sword that was eerie and terrifying. Not only were Ling Xiao's injuries constantly healing, but his aura was also constantly rising. It can't be. Could it be that this fellow is treating Manager Jia as a sparring partner? He could have easily killed Manager Jia from the beginning, but he didn't do so. It turns out that we were worried for nothing. Yes, everything seems to be under his control. He can't die at all. He doesn't need anyone to save him. He can save himself. It's funny that the Jia family, the Peacock family, and the Great Rock family thought that they could easily kill Ling Xiao after luring away Cold Plum and the Moon Lady. In the end, they suffered a double loss. All their efforts were for nothing. Yes, Jia Tianfeng was killed, Kong Ming was killed, and Manager Jia was captured alive. I guess those experts who lured away Cold Plum and the Moon Lady won't have it easy. What's this? His scheming was too clever and ended up ruining Qingqing's life. I reckon that Steward Jia would never have thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao in the end. Although no one knew where the butterfly lady came from, what was certain was that the butterfly lady was definitely Ling Xiao's capable helper and had always been by Ling Xiao's side. The fact that the butterfly lady could capture Steward Jia alive so easily proved that she was much more powerful than Steward Jia. So many people wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they did not even understand the most basic situation of Ling Xiao. It was really pitiful. On a tree hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, there was a lazily dressed man with an unshaven beard. He looked like he was in his 40s, but if one looked carefully, one would realize that he was not even 30 years old. He leaned against the tree branch with a wine gourd in his hand. He drank wine while watching the battle in the distance. Ling Yu, it's been 17 years. Back then, we were still children. However, we were innocent and happy. I once swore to protect you for the rest of your life. However, in the end, I was unable to help you. Today, I originally wanted to save your younger brother, but I realized that this kid is much more powerful than I imagined. Perhaps his talent is really not inferior to yours. He smiled faintly, leaped into the air, and left, leaving behind only the smell of alcohol. He came and left in a hurry. However, a moment after he left, another person appeared on the tree. It was none other than Hong Qi. Liquor Demon Sword? I didn't expect this fellow to be childhood sweethearts with the daughters of my two benefactors and have such deep feelings for her. Hong Qi had investigated. Liquor Demon Sword's name had already spread throughout Divine Phoenix 10 years ago. This person's swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. 10 years ago, he was only 17 years old, the same age as Ling Xiao, but his cultivation was already at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Such terrifying potential made even Feng Mingxiao blush with shame. No one knew Liquor Demon Sword's real name, but Hong Qi had investigated and found that during Ji Lingyue's childhood, she had indeed met a young man whose talent she admired. Even Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia did not know about this. They didn't even know where this young man came from or whose family he was from. Now that the Liquor Demon Sword was 27 years old, it was hard for Hong Qi to find out what level his cultivation had reached. However, he was certain that he was even more terrifying than the current him. In Hong Qi's opinion, the only martial artist in the entire Divine Phoenix continent who could contend against the Moon Maiden in a one-on-one battle was the Wine Demon Sword. No one else could do it. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the other side. Hong Qi looked up and saw that it was the 6-colored cube that had opened. Steward Jia was thrown out. However, he looked dispirited and sorrowful at the moment. He was no longer as domineering as before. Although his transformation hadn't been removed, his cultivation had clearly been crippled by the butterfly lady. Right now, he was a cripple. Not only was his cultivation completely gone, but the tendons in his arms and legs had also been completely severed. Even walking was a problem. Oh, this little guy must have also been influenced by Ling Xiao. He actually acted so decisively and ruthlessly. Now, this old man can be at ease. Hong Qi was most afraid that Ling Xiao would become a soft-hearted person because he had taken such a detour before. Because of a moment of soft-heartedness, he had buried hidden dangers around him and was finally crippled. He didn't want Ling Xiao to walk down his old path. However, after so many days of observation, he could be completely at ease. Ling Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would be soft-hearted. His ruthlessness wasn't any worse than anyone else's. Seeing this, Hong Qi felt that there was no need to stay any longer and left. With the butterfly lady around, Ling Xiao would naturally be fine. At this moment, the butterfly lady was lying quietly on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Although she looked harmless, anyone would know that this little guy couldn't be provoked after seeing the crippled steward Jia. At this moment, Ling Xiao had completely entered a state of cultivation. Because he trusted the butterfly lady, he knew that the butterfly lady wouldn't let him be disturbed. Everyone looked at this guy with a bitter smile on their faces. Facing a powerful enemy, he could still continuously increase his strength in battle and finally choose to comprehend as if no one else was around. This kind of willpower was really unparalleled. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and immersed himself in the mountain river world. At this moment, night and day were constantly alternating in the mountain river world. The power of light and the power of shadow were also alternating and becoming stronger. The two powers were clearly opposite, but they also reinforced each other, causing Ling Xiao's aura to also increase at an accelerated rate. In the sky of the mountain river world, there were also 2 huge swords hanging. They were exactly the same as the 2 huge swords hanging above his head outside. During the day, the rising sun in the sky finally released an even more powerful heat and an even more dazzling light. Scorching Sun Transformation, Success. The second transformation of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations had finally broken through. This was really all thanks to Steward Jia. If it wasn't for Steward Jia's relentless desire to kill him, causing the potential in his body to be constantly stimulated, such a breakthrough would really be somewhat difficult. Then, the day turned into night. In the night, a heart-palpitating power suddenly appeared. At this moment, everyone who was surrounding and looking at Ling Xiao felt a strong wave of palpitations in their hearts, as if their souls had been pierced by the cold sword qi. It was incomparably terrifying. That was because Ling Xiao's demonic world annihilation art had also advanced to a higher level, demonic heart annihilation. The heart destruction sword had the most obvious effect on the soul. It was no wonder that at that moment, those people felt a terrifying demonic shadow appear in their hearts. However, after these two moves had broken through, Ling Xiao didn't open his eyes. The divine light sword and the dark demonic sword merged into one above his head. It was a strange sword, neither black nor white. Its entire body was a strange purple, and even its shape was very unique. "That's the Human King's sword." In the crowd, someone exclaimed, "I've seen ancient records before." The divine sword used by the Human King was a purple treasured sword, and he had always been using it. That's right, this was the Human King's sword. Ling Xiao condensed a sword based on the memories of the Human King's remnant soul, a terrifying divine sword that merged the divine light sword and the dark demonic sword. Its power was stronger than the previous two. And it could also increase as the power of the previous two increased. Of course, the most important thing was that the Human King's sword was not affected by attributes, but it could mobilize the power of the 9 cauldrons and the Imperial Jade Seal. When cultivated to the extreme, its power would probably surpass all the martial techniques in the mystic world. Although the current Ling Xiao was still unable to fully unleash this power, it was still better than any martial technique or weapon. Because it would continuously grow stronger as Ling Xiao's strength increased. The sword was formed, the breakthrough also became a matter of course. The terrifying power broke through the shackles of the second paradise realm, allowing Ling Xiao to step into the third paradise realm. However, because of the intimidating power of the Human King's sword, the crowd ignored his breakthrough in cultivation. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When he looked up, he saw Manager Jiao lying on the ground. "It's been hard on you, butterfly girl." "It's not hard at all, big brother Ling Xiao. It's just that you don't need the shadow sword anymore, right? Are you going to let me eat it?" The butterfly girl giggled. "That's right. Now that I've broken through, the soft sword is no longer suitable for me. In order to let the power in my body get a stronger release, it's best to have a heavy sword." Heavy edgeless heavy sword. What Ling Xiao needed now was a heavy sword that could allow him to release his moves to the greatest extent. Hee, I knew that big brother Ling Xiao treats me the best. Then I'll go rest first. Every time I finish a fight, I'm so tired. The butterfly girl yawned and was sent into the mountain river world by Ling Xiao. It seemed that in this world, only the butterfly girl wouldn't become his martial spirit after entering the mountain river world as a living creature. Ling Xiao still hadn't figured out the little girl's secret, but it didn't matter. To him, the butterfly girl was like a daughter. Although as a 17-year-old youth, he still didn't know what the relationship between father and daughter was, he knew very well that he had to protect this little cutie. This was also the reason why he didn't let the butterfly girl fight for so long. Today's situation was because he had no other choice. After the butterfly girl entered the mountain river world, Ling Xiao walked over and glanced at Steward Jia, scaring him so much that he hurriedly retreated. "Don't worry, as long as you tell me who's behind this, I can spare your life." Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "I've already said it before. If Jia Tianfeng and Kongming don't say it, you'll tell me. I'm not saying it for your own good. Knowing their identity won't do you any good." Steward Jia hurriedly said. "It's not up to you to judge whether it's beneficial or not. Now, you just need to tell me who they are." "That's enough," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Steward Jia had been hesitating for a long time. When he was crippled by the butterfly girl, he had thought about it. No matter what, he had to save his life today. A dead person couldn't be revived. However, even if all the tendons in his hands and feet were broken, even if his cultivation was crippled, there was still the possibility of cultivating again. If he died, there would be nothing left. Alright, I'll tell you. But don't blame me for not warning you if anything happens. Steward Jia accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and said, I only have one request. Let me go. No problem. I'm not interested in killing a piece of trash. After Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through, he no longer put Steward Jia in his eyes. Not to mention that Steward Jia was now a cripple. Even if his cultivation was not crippled, he would not be Ling Zhao's opponent. What was there to be afraid of? Alright. Actually, the one who instigated us was Yuan. At this point, Steward Jia suddenly revealed a look of horror. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground. Sure enough, he was still killed by a sharp and hard-to-detect sword chi in the crowd. You want to run after killing someone? Ling Xiao pointed out a finger, and a terrifying aura passed through the crowd, nailing a guy who was trying to escape to a tree. However, that person instantly chose to commit suicide. He was much more straightforward than Manager Jia. A death warrior? Ling Xiao sighed. He did not go over to check. It was unnecessary to check. Generally, people who came out to silence people would not leave any clues on their bodies, unless they planned to frame others. It would be a waste of time to check. However, Ming Jin still went over to check. The result was the same as Ling Zhao's guess. Other than knowing that the Death Warrior was a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he did not know anything else. Yuan? Yuan what? Ling Xiao frowned, thinking about the clues left behind by Steward Jia. Feng Yinshan's expression was not normal. He seemed to have thought of something, but he calmed down in an instant. Brother Ling is really lucky. You were able to survive in such a dangerous situation. It seems that I was right not to make a move. Feng Yinshan walked forward with a smile, cupped his hands, and said to Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to make a move. Aren't you the one who benefited the most from today's trap? Do you think that you set up the trap well? Are you very smart? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yinshan and said indifferently, we are allies, but I have to remind you. Don't scheme against me in the future. I'm not a fool. Sincere cooperation is good for both of us. Feng Yinshan's expression did not change as he smiled and said, Brother Ling, are you blaming me for not helping? Do you think I would? Ling Xiao sneered and said, I caused this trouble. You were right not to get involved. You and I are not friends, so there is no need for you to clean up after me. Of course, there is no need for me to clean up after you. Actually, from the very beginning, Ling Xiao knew that he could not become friends with Feng Yinshan. This person was too scheming. If it was just scheming against enemies, he would not hate it. However, if he also schemed against friends and family, he would be unhappy. Feng Yinshan was very embarrassed, but he did not feel any regret. Although the butterfly girl's appearance surprised him, even if he had to make a decision now, he still would not save Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a very strong ally, but he was very difficult to control. Feng Yinshan liked the feeling of having everything in his hands. Yanran, what's wrong? Ling Xiao did not mock Feng Yinshan again. After all, he was still an ally, and there were times when he could use him. At least on the surface, he could use Feng Yinshan's name to do some things. It would be more convenient than fighting alone. He looked at Feng Yanran and asked. Yanran wanted me to save you and wanted to find reinforcements. In the end, I knocked her unconscious, Feng Yinshan replied. Feng Yinshan replied. He was not lying about this. You can actually do this, hee hee. Ling Xiao laughed. It was unknown whether it was mockery or he really found it funny. He walked over and woke Feng Yanran up and thanked her. Feng Yanran saw that Ling Xiao was alive. Although she did not know what had happened, her heart was at ease. She had a lot to say to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was in a hurry to go somewhere else. Cold Plum and the Moon Maiden were still fighting. Ling Xiao was worried. However, just as he was about to get up, the two of them returned. Cold Plum was unharmed, and she was holding a head in her hand. It was the head of an elder of the peacock race. The Moon Maiden was also in good condition. She looked spotless, as if she had not gone through any battle. In fact, there was indeed no battle. The goal of the three people was to delay her, and she was very confident in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was not in danger, she would not have made a move. Thus, even when Steward Jiao was killed and the three people left, the Moon Maiden did not make a move. "Everyone, leave Lingyu courtyard," Ling Xiao suddenly said. "Why?" Many people were puzzled by Ling Xiao's words. "Because I want to destroy this place." Ling Xiao's voice was very calm and certain. This place was built by his parents. Lingyu courtyard was probably built by the two of them together, and it was also related to his sister. This place might have been a beautiful and peaceful place in the beginning. But now, it was full of arrogance and filth. It had been completely tainted by the Jia family. It was better to destroy it than to keep it. On this day, a major event took place in the Divine Phoenix capital. The Lingyu villa that had been established for nearly 20 years had been reduced to ashes by a great fire. The flames burned for 4 hours before finally being extinguished. Those who saw it all said that it was like the end of the world. Strangely, however, none of the buildings near the Lingyu villa had been destroyed. And on this day, Ling Xiao's name became a legend once more. While everyone else was discussing this matter, Ling Xiao had already returned to Qingshu College and entered a secret realm to cultivate. He had gained far too much from his battle with Steward Jia. Just a moment of enlightenment was not enough to completely digest all that experience. What he needed to do now was consolidate his cultivation and work even harder to master the divine sword of light, the demon sword of darkness, and the human king's sword. On the first day of Ling Xiao's return to Qingshu College, everything was calm and peaceful. But in the quiet capital, undercurrents were surging. With the deaths of Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, as well as the deaths of Ji Mingxing, Feng Ming Heishan, and Ping Yu, Ling Xiao had thoroughly angered some of the major factions of the capital. The Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, Great Ping race, and Feng Ming Limitless faction hated Ling Xiao to the bone. In a certain part of the capital, in a pitch-black space, one could vaguely make out several figures. They were seated around a circular table, and the atmosphere was cold and frozen. "Ling Xiao must die," an elderly voice coldly said after a long while. "But Ling Xiao has the Moon Maiden protecting him. We can't send all of our forces to deal with the Moon Maiden alone. If both sides are heavily injured, the Black Crow Empire might be able to take advantage of the situation." Another person said. "The matter of the Moon Maiden is truly very difficult to deal with. With her here, we'll have to pay an enormous price to kill Ling Xiao." Another person said. "Is it because of this that our people died for nothing? Are your Peacock race, Great Ping race, and Jia clan all trash?" The first person to speak suddenly turned to the other three. The faces of these three were illuminated by the dim lanterns. They were the Righteous Alliance Lord and a Jia clan patriarch. The leader of the Peacock race, the #1 expert of the race, Kong Ran. The patriarch of the Great Ping clan, the #1 expert of the clan, Peng Nantian. The three of them were Yin Yang stage powerhouses, and their cultivations had all reached the second level of Yin Yang stage. Although they were not as strong as Feng Mingxiao or the Moon Maiden, if the three of them worked together, they could still shock countless cultivators. However, that fellow in the darkness who did not show his face actually dared to speak to them in such a manner. How terrifying was that person's strength? "First seat, it's not that we're useless. It's just that the Moon Lady is too strong. She's an expert from the primordial era. Even if the three of us join forces, we're still no match for her. We can only delay her for a while." The ***** said with a frown. "Enough. I don't want to hear such words. After what Ling Xiao did in Ling Yu's villa, he must be taught a lesson no matter what," the first seat said. The elder called chief shouted, "Let Heavenly Hero Ing, Sword Demon, and Zhu Wen go. The three of them are Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. They are also the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun, Sword Phoenix Sun, and Vermilion Bird Phoenix Sun of the 10 Phoenix Suns. With them taking action, the Moon Maiden shouldn't interfere. If she does, this seat will personally stop her. I'll leave the rest to you." The three of them rejoiced at these words. The Lightning Eagle Phoenix Sun had been ranked 8th, but because of the addition of a fellow who was said to be even stronger than Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingkishan, his ranking had dropped by 1. As for the sword demon, he was the 10th phoenix son that Feng Minggu had bestowed upon him. He was not necessarily weaker than the lightning eagle phoenix son, but because he was new, he was ranked last. As for Zhu Wen, he was the vermilion bird phoenix son, who had been ranked 7th and was now ranked 8th. These three people had similar cultivation and strength. They were all 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm geniuses. Furthermore, they were not ordinary 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. They were all geniuses and were much stronger than ordinary 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. If Ling Xiao was here, he would probably be very interested in the name of the sword demon. This was because this person had once destroyed his statue in the divine capital and killed many of his subjects. After Ling Xiao came to the divine phoenix capital, he had once looked for the sword demon. Unfortunately, this person was not in the city at that time. It was said that he had gone outside to visit a friend under the orders of his sect. Therefore, he had never been able to take revenge. Of course, the sword demon was also anxious to see Ling Xiao. He was very disappointed that he did not see Ling Xiao in the divine capital. With these three people taking action, even if Ling Xiao doesn't die, he will definitely lose a layer of skin. The three of them revealed smiles. These three people were not trash like Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. They were much stronger than Ping Yu and Kong He. Any one of them could make Ling Xiao suffer, not to mention the three of them working together. In that case, let's move out immediately, the chief said coldly. Yes. The chief, Kong Ran, and Peng Nantian turned and left. The rest of the shadows also gradually disappeared. There were actually quite a few of them that weren't corporeal, but were just soul shadows. Although they were created by relying on magic treasures, and were completely different from the astral projection of the primordial spirit, they still required a powerful soul force to be able to do so. At the very least, they had to be yin-yang realm experts. From this, it could be seen that there were a total of 10 people in this room, and they were all yin-yang realm experts. With so many experts gathered together, it was quite terrifying. However, the funny thing was that they had gathered together just to deal with a 17-year-old boy. When only the chief was left in the dark room, he gently knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "Wind demon, you go with them. Find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao." "Master, is there a need to do this? It's just Ling Xiao. It should be easy for the 3 phoenix sons to kill him, right?" In the darkness, a shadow flickered and said with a sinister voice. "Don't be careless. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary kid. He has created miracles time and time again. Even I am a little surprised. This kid is probably harder to deal with than Ji Lingyue back then," the chief said coldly. "Master is right. However, no matter how strong Ji Lingyue is, her martial soul was extracted. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. She should be dead by now, right?" "That might not be the case. That little girl's talent is too terrifying. Just in terms of martial arts, it's already frightening. Not to mention, she also inherited her mother's attainments in the aspect of soul force. As long as I don't see her corpse, I won't be at ease." The chief shook his head and said, "Go. Ling Xiao will definitely die. I will not allow a second Ji Lingyue to appear." Yes. In Xianxia College, Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Feng Minglian, and the others were in seclusion. At this moment, there were 3 people standing on the statues of the past presidents in Xianxia College's square. One held a black longsword. He was cold and sinister and looked down on everything. One had a pair of wings on his back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked majestic. One had a 7-colored light behind his back. It was dreamy and gave off a strong sense of mystery. Who dares to stand on the statues of past deans? This is disrespectful. This scene caused many of the academy's disciples and teachers to walk out one after another. Their eyes were filled with rage as they glared at the 3 arrogant fellows. Sword Huangzi, Sword Demon. Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Eagle Xianxia. Vermilion Bird Huangzi, Zhu Wen. Although Xianxia College had declined, there were still people with discerning eyes. 3 of the 10 great Huangzi of the Divine Phoenix Empire knew quite a lot of people. Although Sword Huangzi had only received his title recently, he was someone who could not stay idle. Recently, he had challenged many young experts in the capital and defeated all of them with one strike. Too showy, too eye-catching, therefore, he was naturally recognized by many people. As for the other two, needless to say, they were the veteran Huangzi. Bastards, how dare you step on the head of the founder? Are you three kids looking for death? Although the students of Xianxia College were not as good as the 10th-grade Huangzi, the teachers were still strong. One of the strong men could not stand it anymore. He rushed out and asked furiously. Not only did the three of them barge into Xianxia College, they even stepped on the statues of past deans. One of the statues was of the founder of Xianxia College. Sword Demon was standing on the head of the statue. What a joke. The statue was the face of Xianxia College. It was its dignity. The other party was clearly here to slap their faces and humiliate them. Anyone with a little courage would not be able to stand being humiliated like this. The students of Xianxia College were filled with righteous indignation. They cursed and protested loudly. However, their cultivation was not as good as Sword Demon. It was difficult for them to do anything. They could only curse in vain. The teacher's cultivation was stronger. He was a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, he had the right, reason, and responsibility to stand up and defend the dignity of the college. Otherwise, how different would he be from a tortoise? How comfortable would it be to hide in a tortoise shell? Looking for death? The Sword Demon sneered and thrust out his sword. A dark sword light cut through the sky and pierced the throat of the teacher who was dozens of meters away. Who is courting death? He sheathed his sword and smiled coldly. He looked at all the students and teachers of Xianxia College coldly and said, everyone in Xianxia College is a bunch of trash. Except for the dean, Zhou Yun, and the vice dean, Feng Qingyan, no one is good enough. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Kill, how dare someone kill someone in Xianxia College? This Sword Demon was so overbearing and unreasonable. He was not inferior to Ling Xiao at all. However, Ling Xiao was only acting like this because he was targeting his enemy. The Sword Demon killed innocent people. It was an indiscriminate slaughter. The students of Xianxia College were all agitated. Facing the arrogant Sword Demon, they all wanted to tear him into pieces. However, their strength was there for all to see. Even if they went up, they would only be courting death. Was it really okay? Many people lowered their heads, feeling incomparably depressed and unwilling in their hearts, but they did not dare to stand up. This kind of humiliation was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Sword Demon, you are too heavy-handed. No matter what, you have to give Senior Zhou some face. Xianxia frowned and turned his head to say. Xianxia, cut the crap. Don't think that you can order me around just because you are ranked higher than me. You just became one of the 10 Phoenix Sons before me. Sword Demon did not give Xianxia any face at all. This was because he knew that behind them, there were 3 Yinyang realm experts, Kong Ran, and Peng Nan Tian. Even if Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan showed up, they would not be able to change anything. Xianxia, don't fight among yourselves. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, Phoenix, who was next to him, also spoke. We are all students of Phoenix Academy. No matter what, we have to solve it internally when we return to the academy. I will give you face. Xianxia knew that he was no match for Zhu Wen, so he gritted his teeth and said. Sword Demon sneered and did not continue to target Xianxia. Instead, he looked at the students of Xianxia College and said, to tell you the truth, we are here for no other reason than to find Ling Xiao. Yes, Ling Xiao. Killed Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, which angered everyone. Xianxia College can't protect him. Zhu Wen quickly added. Yes, we only want to kill Ling Xiao. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Xianxia said. These 3 people had never fought with Ling Xiao, nor had they seen Ling Xiao fight, so they did not take Ling Xiao seriously. How could a guy who had just reached the Grotto Heaven realm be compared to the 3 of them? Everyone said that Ling Xiao was a peerless monster, but how could the 3 of them be convinced? Sword Demon had always wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's prestige and show that he was more talented and stronger than Ling Xiao in front of his junior brothers and sisters. The Celestial Emperor, in his eyes, he was just a useless person. Xianxia simply thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant and dared to challenge the 10 Phoenixes. Since he did not take him seriously, he naturally wanted to fight with Ling Xiao. As for Zhu Wen, he had no enmity with Ling Xiao. This time, he was here purely because someone had asked him to. That person was an old senior that he respected very much. In fact, he thought that it was enough for him to come to Xingshu College alone. There was no need for Xianxia and Sword Demon to accompany him. However, the senior said that he had to do this in order to be foolproof, so he had no choice but to obey. However, deep in his heart, he was extremely disdainful of Ling Xiao. "Senior brother, hasn't Ling Xiao shown up yet?" Suddenly, a beautiful voice, like that of an oriole singing, was heard. A woman as beautiful as a celestial fairy also landed beside the Sword Demon, stepping on the head of the sculpture of the current principal of the Qingshu Academy, Zhou Yun. "Junior sister, why are you here?" Sword Demon glanced at the girl, showing a bit of tenderness and infatuation. This woman was the queen-like existence who had acted wildly on the ship with Sword Demon in the Celestial Empire's capital. Her instigation that day was the fuse that Sword Demon took action. And now, she had appeared once again. "Senior brother wants to show his power, so I naturally have to come." The girl smiled, which made Xianxia and Zhu Wen a little absent-minded. So powerful. Beauty and terrifying soul power. This woman is definitely the nemesis of men. Xianxia came back to his senses and was secretly vigilant. At that moment, even if the girl asked him to kill himself, he would have listened. "Is your junior sister Zhongyu the beautiful red spider lily who has been rumored in the imperial capital recently?" Zhu Wen asked with a smile. Although he pretended to be calm, his heart was very hot. He was even a little jealous that Sword Demon could be so close to this woman. This woman's name was very long. She had a strange surname, Zhongyu, and her name was Red Spider Lily. She was the daughter of Sword Demon's master. Zhongyu was Red Spider Lily's master and her mother. She was also as beautiful as Red Spider Lily, but she was more mature than Red Spider Lily. "That's right, I'm Red Spider Lily." "Zhu Wen, you're indeed a dragon among men. We should get closer in the future." She didn't hold back at all when she spoke. Her words made Zhu Wen's heart beat wildly. Sword Demon frowned and hurriedly said, "Junior sister, Ling Xiao is just an ant. Dealing with him will only take a moment. It won't be too exciting. Why don't you go back and rest first?" He had always treated Zhongyu's Red Spider Lily as his exclusive property, even though nothing had happened between the two of them. Red Spider Lily seemed to be on good terms with everyone. She seemed to be easy to get, but no one had ever gotten her. At most, it was just a touch of her hand. Sword Demon had always wanted to be the first to get this woman. Because of this, he didn't want Red Spider Lily to show her face in public. "Senior brother, I'm just here to watch the show. Let that Ling Xiao come out. Didn't he arrogantly destroy Ling Yu's courtyard a few days ago? He shouldn't be a coward, right?" Red Spider Lily naturally refused to leave. She liked to see others being tortured. This kind of twisted mentality was very enjoyable for her. "Did you hear that? Where is Ling Xiao? Hurry up and tell him to come out. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre today." Sword Demon coldly looked at the group of Qingshu College disciples, revealing a strong killing intent. This guy was arrogant and unreasonable. He didn't lose to Ling Xiao at all. If he said he would kill, then he would definitely kill. No one uttered a word. The strongest among them, the fourth Grotto Heaven Realm Master, had been killed. What else could the rest of them do? The mystic world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If they were weaker than others, then they had to endure the fate of being bullied. If they didn't want to be dogs, then they had to die. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Many people probably didn't want to lose their lives because of their rash actions. Until now, no one dared to clean up the body of the dead teacher. "Ha ha ha ha, trash. You're just a bunch of dogs that don't dare to bark. What's the use of having you?" As Sword Demon laughed, the black sword in his hand pierced out again. Sword Chi soared into the sky and turned into a huge shadow, shrouding almost everyone in the audience. He really had to make a move. He attacked without any restraint. He didn't care about the people below the stage at all. "It's over. The disciples of Xianxia College, including the teachers who had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm, felt despair and sorrow. They were actually slaughtered by others in the Xianxia Academy. Who would believe this? He was furious. Bang! Just as the sword chi was about to blast into the crowd, it was finally deflected away. The sword chi stabbed into the ground, creating a huge boom. A huge pit appeared there, and the stones and ground around the edges of the pit were cut flat. Oh? I didn't expect Xianxia College to have someone as brave as you. What's your name? Sword Demon was stunned for a moment, but he could not help but smile. The cultivation of the person in front of him was obviously not as good as the previous teacher, but he was able to block his sword chi. It meant that he was very strong and was a genius. However, this person had lost his left arm and his hair had turned completely white. Disciple of Xianxia College, Shangguan Hong. The one-armed young man looked up at the four people standing on the statue. Although there was a serious expression in his eyes, there was no fear at all. So you're Shangguan Hong, the one who almost got the position of the phoenix. Ling Xiao broke your arm and you became his dog? Sword Demon sneered. Shangguan Hong looked at Sword Demon indifferently and said, Sword Demon, why are you looking for senior brother Ling? He knew that with his strength, he was not a match for any of these four people, but he could still block a few dozen moves from any one of them. Kill him. Sword Demon's answer was very straightforward. He did not hide anything. He came here today to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone in Xianxia College. Otherwise, he would not have come. Do you know that senior brother Ling is the #1 master in Xianxia College? He is a core disciple. If you kill him, you will become the enemy of the whole Xianxia College? Shangguan Hong asked again. Of course I know. Why would I be afraid of a group of cowards who don't even dare to resist? Sword Demon laughed mockingly. Brother Sword Demon, your words are a little harsh, but they are true. We came here today to find Ling Xiao. If Xianxia College hands over Ling Xiao, the others will not have to die. Zhu Wen said faintly, don't expect Dean Zhou Yun and Dean Feng Qingyan to appear. They won't come today. In order to be able to kill Ling Xiao safely, their plan this time was very thorough. Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan were summoned by Feng Ming Wuliang to discuss important matters. Naturally, they did not know what happened today. As for the Moon Lady, the first seat would deal with her. As for Cold Plum and the Butterfly Lady, they would leave them to the first seat. They were more than enough to deal with them. There were no other Yinyang Realm Masters in Xianxia College. Therefore, if Ling Xiao could not defeat them, he would definitely die. No one would come to save him. Today, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Hearing such words, the teachers and disciples of the Xianxia Academy already had the feeling of wanting to escape. They could not afford to offend anyone. They knew Ling Xiao's character very well. If they offended and betrayed Ling Xiao, they would definitely die. If they stood up for Ling Xiao today, they would probably die too. They did not know what to do. Shangguan Hong frowned. He knew that today's matter boded ill rather than well. However, his thoughts were different from the others. That day at Ling Yu's villa, the enemy's plan was almost flawless. However, Ling Xiao created a loophole and killed the enemy instead. Today's matter seemed to have no chance of turning the tide. However, as long as they did not give up, there was still hope. After experiencing that epiphany, Shangguan Hong could not say that he was not afraid of death. Of course, he was still afraid of death, but he would never abandon his bottom line as a person because of fear of death, let alone abandon his own martial arts. Otherwise, he would really be crippled and would never be able to rise again. Although he knew that the Sword Demon alone could wipe out the Xianxia Academy without Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan, he was still worried. Moreover, the other two people's strength was not inferior to Sword Demon at all. If the three of them really wanted to wipe out Xianxia College, they would probably be able to do it today. He, Shangguan Hong, could only try his best to stop them. Whether they could succeed or not depended on fate. At the very least, he did not want to be like before. He did not want to run away or surrender after being defeated. Today, he wanted to live like a warrior. Brother Zhu Wen, I don't think there's any need to waste your breath on them. The first White Tiger meet organized by the White Tiger Empire is about to begin. This is a bigger and more influential event than the previous 5 Immortals meet. A dragon and tiger selection will be held in the Imperial City. I reckon Xianxia College's disciples will be there too. It's a waste of time for these trash to go. In my opinion, we should kill all of them to prevent them from being an eyesore and embarrassing our divine Phoenix continent. After all, Everlasting Joy Celestial Island will send experts over to inspect. Sword Devil was a murderous person. Most of the Xianxia College's disciples had no enmity with him, but he wanted to kill all of them because he was afraid of embarrassing himself. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, the 5 immortal islands were the 5 strongest forces. The Divine Phoenix Empire and the current Celestial Empire belonged to the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The previous 5 immortals meet was a competition between the 5 islands' geniuses. Each island would select outstanding geniuses from their respective subordinate forces to participate in the competition. However, the situation was different for the White Tiger meet this time. The 5 immortal islands would be treated as a force to fight against the White Tiger continent's forces. The White Tiger continent had 4 great empires and 1 great sect. They would all send their geniuses to participate in the White Tiger meet. Because of this, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time was about the same scale as the previous 5 immortals meet. The reason why the Dragon Phoenix selection was held in the Divine Phoenix Empire was mainly because the 5 immortal islands' island masters felt that this place was bigger and more suitable to hold such a grand event. Although they usually did things their own way and fought endlessly, before the start of the White Tiger Storm meet this time, they were united. After all, they were now representing the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent. They were going to fight against the White Tiger continent's 4 empires and 1 sect. As for what would happen after the White Tiger meet, they wouldn't think about it for now. It didn't matter if they were enemies or reconciled. The reason why Sword Devil wanted to kill all the Xianxia College's disciples was that according to past practice, Xianxia College had the right to select 6 people to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Phoenix Academy, on the other hand, had 12 places, which was exactly twice as many as Xianxia College. However, Sword Demon still felt that the trash from Xianxia College were not qualified to have 6 spots. If he killed them all, the 6 spots would belong to the Phoenix Academy. His thoughts were cruel and direct. Xianxia frowned. He really didn't like Sword Demon's character of casually killing people. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Although Zhuan also felt that Sword Demon was too cruel, the death of a Xianxia College student had nothing to do with him. He couldn't wait for Xianxia College to be destroyed. With me here, don't even think about getting your way. Shang Guanhong stood there without retreating. Even though the Sword Demon's aura was getting stronger and stronger, Shang Guanhong still persisted in his martial path and refused to retreat. Kill. The Sword Demon suddenly flew down from the statue, and a sword light crazily pierced towards Shang Guanhong on the ground. Rainbow God Arrow. The moment Shang Guanhong made her move, it was her ultimate move. After the battle with Ling Xiao, although he lost one of his arms, his strength had increased. The sword and the arrow met in the air, and there was a shocking sound. Shang Guanhong's body involuntarily retreated. He rolled over a dozen times, but he couldn't stop. Too powerful, Shang Guanhong was horrified to find that he couldn't even block one of the Sword Demon's moves. And this was under the condition that his strength had increased. The Sword Demon stood there and didn't pursue him. In fact, he was also a little surprised. Shang Guanhong blocked his attack. Although he didn't retreat, he had to use his inner strength to counteract the invading force in his body. He couldn't chase after Shang Guanhong in time. Shang Guanhong, I have underestimated you. But you will die in 3 moves. Do you want to continue? The Sword Demon asked coldly. I will die without regrets. Shang Guanhong finally stopped, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. This collision made him realize the huge gap between him and a martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. But he didn't run away like before. He planned to face it. Face it bravely. Even if he died, he wanted to die with a bang. Okay, I will fulfill your wish. The Sword Demon's body flashed, and the black sword pierced Shang Guanhong's throat like a venomous snake. 7-colored Phoenix. Shang Guanhong shouted and faced the challenge head-on. The giant 7-colored Phoenix met the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon smiled coldly. In his opinion, Shang Guanhong's actions were like throwing an egg against a rock. He was stubbornly resisting. The rest of the disciples and teachers of Xianxia College lowered their heads because they didn't dare to watch this tragic scene. Just now, he had seen his companion die in battle with his own eyes. Could it be that he was going to see the same miserable scene this time? Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the sky. A man stepped on the air and landed on the sword demon's sword chi. The seven-colored phoenix and this man's violent punch forced the arrogant sword demon back a few steps. He stood there angrily and looked at the man. Who are you? Long Chen. Ling Zhao's junior brother. The man was Long Chen. Long Chen had just broken through to the second grotto heaven realm. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation, but just as he was about to go into seclusion again, he sensed that someone was causing trouble outside. Shang Guanhong, are you okay? Long Chen asked without turning his head. I won't die, but this guy is very strong. I can't fight him alone. Shang Guanhong's face lit up. Although Long Chen wasn't a match for the sword demon, at least the two of them wouldn't be easily defeated by the sword demon if they worked together. It's good that you won't die. Long Chen turned around and looked at the rest of the Xianxia College disciples and teachers. He had a look of contempt on his face. People say that you are trash, and you really are trash. He wants to kill you, but you don't even dare to fight back. Are you all the reincarnations of bastards? His words were harsh, but no one dared to refute him. They were afraid of the sword demon. They were so afraid that they didn't even dare to fight back. In fact, if they didn't fight back, they would die. If they fought back, they would die. It wasn't that they couldn't make such a choice, but they were intimidated by the sword demon's murderous aura. At this moment, after Long Chen's roar and the influence of the dragon's force, they all understood. With Long Chen and Shang Guanhong leading, how could they not stop the sword demon with hundreds of people here? Fight. We're going to die anyway. F***CK. A teacher at the first Grotto Heaven realm drew his weapon and stood beside Long Chen and Shang Guanhong. If we don't dare to fight back after being humiliated to this extent, then we're too useless. I don't want to be a coward. Another person stood out. With the first and the second, the rest of the people were emboldened. In the end, only 3 or 4 people still stood at the back timidly. The rest had a determined look on their faces. Sword Demon frowned. With so many people besieging him, including Long Chen and Shang Guanhong, he might really fail miserably. At this moment, he actually felt a little nervous. Brother Sword Demon, let's work together. Zhu Wen stood up and slowly landed beside Sword Demon. They're bullying us with numbers. It's not shameful if we work together. I won't get involved in your business. I'll only fight Ling Xiao. Xianxia couldn't stand this kind of thing. He couldn't understand why they were bullying the weak when they were so powerful. Whatever. Sword Demon and Zhu Wen looked at each other and decided to work together. It might be difficult for one of them to deal with such a powerful lineup. However, if they worked together, the opponent's advantage in numbers would be gone. Xianxia College will cease to exist today. A trashy college like yours is trash. Sword Demon sneered. Ling Xiao burned down Xianxia College. Then I, Sword Demon, will burn down Xianxia College today. Zhu Wen smiled and said, I can help you. The mystical peacock fire can help you. Thank you. The two of them closed in. Shang Guanhong, Long Chen, and the others looked serious. If Sword Demon was alone, they would have a good chance of winning. However, with 2 phoenixes working together, they had almost no chance of winning. It seemed that they were going to die here today. Even so, the teachers and students of Xianxia College didn't give up again. Since they weren't going to give them a chance to live, they could only make things difficult for them before they died. Kill! Sword Demon roared. His murderous aura pierced through the clouds. The black sword in his hand turned into a huge sword shadow and slashed at the crowd. Destroy! Zhu Wen roared at the same time. The blazing mystical rainbow fire rolled forward and pounced on the crowd. How dare you? Xianxia College is a place for cultivation. How dare you behave so atrociously here? All of a sudden, a clear voice rang out. Then, a beautiful figure appeared. Along with her came a coldness that was as cold as the depths of winter. Snow fell from the sky. Princess Lian? Feng Minglian. When did she become so strong? At this time, Feng Minglian's cultivation had already reached the fourth grotto heaven realm. Especially the cold caused by the combination of the Dark North Sutra and the Ice Sword martial spirit, many warriors felt their bodies constantly trembling. Sword Demon and Zhu were both repelled by her. Feng Minglian, don't meddle in other people's business. Zhu frowned. Meddling? No, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm now a student of Xianxia College. How can I just stand by and watch you make trouble at my Xianxia College? Feng Minglian's cultivation had fallen into a shackle. It was difficult for her to break through in a short period of time. That was why she could sense that something had happened here. Although she hadn't officially joined Xianxia College, Ling Xiao had taught her how to utilize her potential systematically and how to fight. He was equivalent to half a master to her. Ling Xiao was a student of Xianxia College, and so was she. Sword Demon and Zhu expressions didn't look good. They weren't afraid of anyone interfering, but the problem was that they were repelled by Feng Minglian in one move. Both of them felt embarrassed. Haha, is this the expert who keeps saying that others are trash? I think you're just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Long Chen had probably been by Ling Xiao's side for too long. When he said those words, he really didn't give the two of them any face. What qualifications do you have to talk about us? You're just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Sword Demon said angrily. What's wrong with that? If you have the ability, you can learn it too. Long Chen said disdainfully, what's more, you three dared to make trouble at Xianxia College today. I'm afraid there's someone behind you. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Who do you think you are to say that I'm a fox who relies on someone else's power? Trash who wants to ride on someone else's coattails? This sentence directly choked Sword Demon and Zhu because Long Chen was right. No matter how powerful the three of them were, they were only Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. How would they dare to make trouble at Xianxia College so rashly? What's more, they dared to kill people at Xianxia College. It was because they had someone behind them that gave them the courage to do so. Humph, look at your sharp tongue. You'll die today. Sword Demon snorted and looked at Xianxia. You stop Feng Minglian. Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm only here to find Ling Xiao. I don't care about anything else. You. Sword Demon was livid, but there was nothing he could do. Xianxia was such a person. What could he do? Senior brother, don't be angry. Let me deal with her. Let the women solve the problems between women. Zhong Yu's red spider lily smiled charmingly, then jumped down from the statue and stood in front of Feng Minglian. Then I'll have to trouble you, junior sister. Sword Demon was delighted. He was the only one who knew how powerful his junior sister was. Feng Minglian was no match for his junior sister. Enough. Do you really think that there's no one in Xianxia College? Today's matter ends here. Just as the battle was about to start, a powerhouse finally arrived. The person who appeared in front of everyone was neither Feng Qingyan nor Zhou Yun. It was a very sloppy man holding a wine gourd. What right do you have to lecture us, you beggar? Sword Demon scolded, but Zhu grabbed him. Are you crazy? That's Drunken Demon Sword. He was already a Yinyang realm warrior when he was 17 years old. Zhu expression was very ugly. He knew that Drunken Demon Sword used to study at Xianxia College, but he had gone out to travel more than 10 years ago. He didn't expect him to come back today. It was a miscalculation, those big shots probably didn't expect him to come back. Sword Demon's expression changed when he heard Zhu words. He was still not as good as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dared to be arrogant in front of anyone, but he only knew how to bully the weak. Senior Drunken Demon Sword, we're here today to look for Ling Xiao. We don't plan to cause trouble at Xianxia College. Zhu hurriedly explained. Get lost. Drunken Demon Sword didn't waste any time and only said one word. Although Zhu face was red, he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of the senior. He even cupped his hands respectfully and said, I'll take my leave, senior. He looked back at Sword Demon and then at Xianxia. He waved his hand and said, things have changed. Go back first. Both Sword Demon and Xianxia could feel the terrifying aura coming from Drunken Demon Sword, so they didn't refute and turned to leave. Stop. Do you really think that Xianxia College is your backyard? You can come and go as you please. Whoever killed him shall leave his life behind. Another person appeared. A figure appeared in the void. He was wearing a moon-white robe that fluttered in the wind. The sunlight shone on his body, making him feel like a god descending to the mortal world. Who else could be so arrogant other than Ling Xiao? Senior Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's appearance caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. Shortly after, all sorts of interesting expressions appeared. The students and teachers of Xianxia College had long regarded Ling Xiao as their backbone. Shang Guanhong, Long Chen, and Feng Minglian were the same. Although the liquor demon sword was powerful, it was still unfamiliar to them. But the moment Ling Xiao appeared, they felt their hearts settle down. On the other hand, the people of Phoenix Academy had different expressions. Xianxia was obviously excited. Zhu Wen's face was gloomy. Zhong Yu and the red spider lily smiled. As for the sword demon, he was the most annoyed. Ling Xiao said that whoever killed someone would have to leave their life behind. It was obviously against him. Previously, the sword demon had ignored everyone and killed the people of Xianxia College. Even when the liquor demon sword came, he didn't mention anything about revenge. This made the people of Xianxia College very uncomfortable, but they couldn't bring it up. After all, they weren't familiar with the liquor demon sword. However, Ling Zhao's appearance ignited their hope of revenge. Now, we can avenge our teacher. The people of Xianxia College were very excited. They knew very well how powerful Ling Xiao was. Not only did he kill Ji Mingxing, Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming, but he even destroyed Ling Yu's courtyard. However, he could return to Xianxia College unscathed. This was enough to prove Ling Zhao's strength. The sword demon was very powerful. However, in their hearts, Ling Xiao was stronger. The liquor demon sword looked at Ling Xiao with interest and then turned to leave. Since the main character had appeared, there was no need for him to join in the fun. He only needed to keep an eye on the few Yinyang realm martial artists hiding in the shadows. The young people's problems should be left to the young people. You are Ling Xiao? Celestial Emperor? The sword demon looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. When I went to the Sky Dragon continent, I didn't see a piece of trash like you. I didn't expect you to dare to come out today. Trash? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, you are only a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. What gives you the confidence to call me trash? If I kill you today, wouldn't that make you worse than trash? You dare to call me trash? Sword Demon's eyes narrowed into slits. Since the day he entered the sect, he was only associated with the word genius. No one had ever dared to call him trash. A murderous intent rose in his heart. Originally, you could have lived today. However, since you've recklessly stood out, that's perfect. I'll send you to the underworld. At the same time, Sword Demon's cold voice rang out, and an astonishing baleful aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. When the baleful aura was released, it had already made many Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists tremble. Now, it was all focused on Ling Xiao. In Sword Demon's opinion, Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless, as if he was not suppressed at all. Do we have a grudge? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. No. Do we have a grudge? No. Then I don't understand. Why did you provoke the Celestial Empire's fairies' capital and kill so many innocent people? Why did you come to Xianxia College to cause trouble and kill the teachers here today? Ling Xiao asked again. Do you want to know the reason? Sword Demon said contemptuously, there is only one reason, and that is that I don't like you. It's that simple. So you can kill whoever you don't like. Why are all the disciples recruited by the Phoenix Academy trash? Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, I don't want to be enemies with others, but I must kill you. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in this world. You want to kill me? With your meager strength? Sword Demon laughed loudly. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was at most a little stronger than Ling Xiao. He might not be able to end the battle in 3 or 4 moves, but it should be easy to kill Ling Xiao within 10 moves. Sword Demon, before you kill him, let me fight with him first. Xianxia walked over and said excitedly. He had always wanted to fight Ling Xiao. Now that the opportunity had come, he did not want to let it go so easily. Let me do it. Skyrock Huangzi and Peacock Huangzi are my friends. One of them was killed and the other was crippled. I have always wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. Zhu Wen also stepped forward and looked mockingly at Ling Xiao. The 3 of them actually treated Ling Xiao as a soft persimmon that they could pinch at will. In the darkness, Wind Demon spied on the situation and couldn't help but sneer. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you actually dared to offend the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock Race, and the Great Rock Race at the same time. Today, the 3 Huangzi are here, and you will die without a doubt. I really don't understand why Master wants me to keep an eye on him. Could it be that this Ling Xiao can overturn the heavens? In his view, Ling Xiao relied on his laughable talent to stir up trouble everywhere. That was a very foolish thing to do. Especially when he had offended the 3 major factions of the Divine Phoenix Empire. If this was not courting death, then what was? Big brother Zhu Wen, big brother Xianxia, why don't you give Ling Xiao to my senior brother? He has chased Ling Xiao from the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent and has always wanted to fight with Ling Xiao. It's just that this Ling Xiao escapes too quickly and he can't catch up. Just satisfy his wish. Zhong Yu's red spider lily spoke. That gentle and alluring voice made Zhu Wen and Xianxia agree without even thinking about it. But this woman's words didn't seem to take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if Ling Xiao had always been hiding from her senior brother Sword Demon. Otherwise, her senior brother would have killed Ling Xiao long ago. Zhu Wen and Xianxia stood to the side, but they felt that it was a pity. Because of Zhong Yu's red spider lily's seductive manner, they couldn't help but agree. Now that they thought about it, they regretted it. In Zhu Wen's view, giving Ling Xiao to Sword Demon was equivalent to giving a great credit to Sword Demon. And in Xianxia's view, after Ling Xiao and Sword Demon's battle, he would definitely die. It was basically impossible for him to fight with Ling Xiao again. Brother Sword Demon, after you kill Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, don't forget about me. Zhu Wen said with a smile. Of course. Sword Demon smiled, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you see, there are many people who want your life. You think that your strength is outstanding, but in fact, you're just a bug in the eyes of others. You're insignificant. You're really too pitiful. You think too highly of yourself. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't make a move now, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao looked at Sword Demon indifferently. He had experienced too much of being looked down upon by others and had long become indifferent to it. After all, in this world, there would always be some self-righteous people. Maybe half a year ago, he really wasn't Sword Demon's opponent, but now, everything depended on this situation after the battle. Everything else was empty. I'm talking too much? Since you want to die early, I'll fulfill your wish. The Sword Demon's face revealed an arrogant and contemptuous smile. On the black sword, dense sword aura circulated endlessly. Ling Xiao stood there without speaking or making a move. He only looked at the Sword Demon indifferently. The smile on the Sword Demon's face froze and was replaced by displeasure and rage. Ling Xiao actually looked down on him. He knew that he was going to attack but did not make a move. Was he looking down on him? Or was he just putting on an act? His figure suddenly flashed. His feet looked like an ordinary step, but he instantly closed in on Ling Xiao and appeared less than 3 meters in front of Ling Xiao. At that moment, the black sword in his hand was no longer a sword, but a thick stream of lava. The lava flowed, but it did not drip. It only became more terrifying. The blazing and frenzied sword aura rose rapidly. At that moment, the Sword Demon was like an erupting volcano, unstoppable. At that moment, wherever he passed, flames rolled and lava roared. The glaring light and blazing high temperature made many people stay away. He charged towards Ling Xiao with a murderous look in his eyes. All of this happened in an instant. However, Ling Xiao still stood there without moving. It was as if he was in a deep sleep. It was as if he did not care about the sword demon's sword at all. When he was a meter away, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. He raised his right hand, and an ordinary-looking iron sword was placed horizontally in front of him. Ding, boom, the frenzied aura exploded at that moment. It was as if a volcano had erupted in an instant. The blazing high temperature poured onto Ling Xiao's body in an instant, making a terrifying explosion sound. The ground also collapsed rapidly. The scene was shocking. However, the sword demon's sword could not pierce through Ling Xiao's ordinary iron sword. His divine artifact could not pierce through it. Ling Xiao stood there. Only the breeze blew his hair. However, he did not move at all. There was even a contemptuous smile on his face. So much nonsense. Is this your attack? Your so-called strength, in my opinion, is no different from trash. The iron sword in Ling Xiao's hand suddenly exploded, and the terrifying aura actually overturned the sword demon. Sword demon felt that he had lost control of his body. He crashed into a statue before coming to a stop. His hands were still trembling violently, as if he was suffering from epilepsy. Only he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword chi was. When people saw this scene, they could not believe their eyes. The teachers and students of Xianxia College smiled excitedly. Zhu Wen's face was gloomy. Xianxia was clearly surprised. As for Zhong Yu's red spider lily, she was still smiling faintly, as if none of this had anything to do with her. Looks like we've underestimated this Ling Xiao. Xianxia's words represented the thoughts of the majority. In the face of the sword demon's fierce attack, Ling Xiao not only blocked it easily, but also sent the sword demon flying. Although the sword demon could be said to have underestimated his opponent, Ling Xiao's strength was not to be underestimated. His strength was probably stronger than what many people knew. Those who were originally worried about Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the better it was for them. Ling Xiao was the top disciple of Xianxia College. If he was easily defeated by the sword demon, Xianxia College would lose face. They originally thought that Ling Xiao could block a few dozen or even 100 moves from the sword demon, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao's words of wanting to kill the sword demon and avenge the teacher who was killed were not empty words. Lady Spider Lily, can your senior brother do it? Zhu Wen frowned and asked. Hee, Phoenix child, don't be so anxious. My senior brother hasn't even shown 1/10 of his strength. Zhong Yu Spider Lily smiled and said, but Ling Xiao is not bad. I think he can force my senior brother to use his martial soul. I'm really looking forward to this battle. Maybe it will be more fun than I thought. Zhu Wen was relieved when he heard this. He didn't know the sword demon, but Zhong Yu Spider Lily knew him very well. If this woman said so, then it shouldn't be wrong. Bah! The sword demon spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and waved the black sword in his hand. Suddenly, he grinned and said, interesting. You're much stronger than I thought. Maybe after searching for so long, you're really a worthy opponent for me to take seriously. Of course, it's just taking it seriously. Nonsense again. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. The sword demon had clearly taken a blow from him, but he didn't learn his lesson and was still so arrogant. It seemed that this guy was born with this kind of personality. He had probably never lost in his sect, so he didn't know what it felt like to lose. No matter who he faced, he could easily defeat them. He had never taken the battle seriously. So in the sword demon's view, taking the battle seriously was already giving Ling Xiao a lot of face. It was also the greatest praise for Ling Xiao. Whether you take it seriously or not, there's only one result. Death. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. A radiant divine sword hung above his head. This time, he didn't take the sublime shadow sword. Because the sublime shadow sword had already been eaten by the butterfly lady. What he needed now was a heavy sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have one at the moment. An unsuitable weapon would only drag him down. So he didn't want a weapon now. His hand grabbed the hilt of the radiant divine sword. The huge radiant divine sword was dazzling and holy. It was even more dazzling than the sword demon's body. That's the radiant divine sword that Ling Xiao used to slaughter people in the Lingyu courtyard? Its power is truly terrifying. The more Xianxia looked, the more excited he became. His hands were tightly clenched and his body was trembling. It was a trembling of excitement. He really wished that he could immediately replace the sword demon and become Ling Xiao's opponent. I can control light, so what if you have a volcano? Ling Xiao pointed the huge sword at the sword demon. He was filled with mighty domineering aura. The power of light was released, making his whole body look as dazzling as the sun. Volcano martial spirit. Lava domain. Sword demon's face greatly changed as he cried out in alarm. A blazing volcano appeared behind him, constantly emitting black smoke. And his body was completely surrounded by the boiling magma, forming a perfect absolute defense. Is that the sword demon's trump card? The volcano martial spirit is really strange. And that lava domain is also surprising. I have never seen such a thing before. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the strange scene. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile again. His body gently leaned forward, and then he grabbed the radiant divine sword's hilt with both hands. In that instant, it was as if a red sun was spewing out from the radiant divine sword. Everyone closed their eyes. The intense light made them unable to open their eyes. A horrified expression appeared on Sword Demon's face. The perfect defense cast by the lava was shrinking continuously. Finally, it formed a solid and seemingly unbreakable lava ball, which quickly solidified. Ling Xiao, your sword can't penetrate my absolute defense. The sword demon roared angrily. Is that so? Then take a closer look and see if your shield or my sword is stronger. The smile on Ling Xiao's face became even brighter. The giant sword pierced through the air and pierced the lava shield. Chi. Crack. In an instant, the so-called absolute defense was pierced through by the giant sword. The sword demon hurriedly waved his sword to block, but under the terrifying impact, his body flew wildly like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a gash on his body that was at least a foot long. It was a shocking sight. Bang! Smack! Plop! After several rolls and collisions, the sword demon finally came to a stop. He looked at Ling Xiao with fear and embarrassment. Hee hee, you said that I'm trash, but what are you now? You're worse than trash. Who gave you the courage to provoke Xianxia College? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked slowly toward the sword demon. Looking at the battered and exhausted guy, he was very pleased, but he was still far from being appeased. The other party had destroyed his statue, killed his subjects, and today, killed his teacher. If this person didn't die, he absolutely wouldn't leave the matter at that. He came out to kill the sword demon. He said so from the beginning, but many people did not believe him. The sword demon, the genius, the Jian Huangzi who tried to destroy Xianxia College, at this moment, it all seemed so ridiculous and ironic. In front of Ling Xiao, he was a real trash. He had no dignity at all. Zhu Wen and Xianxia stopped Ling Xiao. You can't kill him. Zhu Wen said lightly. Although the sword demon is a good-for-nothing, he is still a member of the Phoenix Academy. Since I accompanied him here today, I can't let him die. Xianxia also said. The two of them were completely shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. Ling Xiao's arrogance didn't seem to be without reason. The sword demon was arrogant enough before, but that was because he had never met a real opponent. Moreover, he bullied the weak and feared the strong, so the enemies he encountered were no match for him. He was arrogant enough to kill. However, this time, he kicked an iron plate, a very thick and hard iron plate. In fact, it should be Zhongyu, Red Spider Lily. She originally thought that after her senior brother became serious, Ling Xiao would not be worth mentioning. However, the current development was completely different from what she imagined. The one who was easily defeated was not Ling, but her senior brother. With her senior brother. This result of the spider demon of the Phoenix Academy. In fact, how could the teachers and students of the Xianxia Academy not be shocked? Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital with his heaven-tier cultivation. From the moment he crippled Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, every time he made a move, it would be shocking beyond words. Moreover, the people he crippled or killed were all famous existences. Not to mention others, in the Divine Phoenix Empire, the 10 most outstanding Phoenix sons of the younger generation were destroyed and crippled by him repeatedly. Peacock Phoenix Sun Konghe, Celebrity Phoenix Jimingxing, Sky Rock Phoenix Sun Pingyu. Now it was Sword Phoenix Sun's turn to be the Sword Demon. If this continued, who would dare to accept the title of Phoenix Sun? Get lost. Facing Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxiao's obstruction, Ling Xiao said coldly. What? Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxiao looked at each other in shock. Ling Xiao actually dared to tell the two of them to get lost? You may be able to defeat the Sword Demon, but against the two of us, you have no chance of winning. I really don't know where you get the courage to tell the two of us to get lost. Zhu Wen asked coldly. He really wanted to join forces with Ying Tianxia to kill Ling Xiao, but he was worried that Ying Tianxia wouldn't cooperate with him. So for a moment, he was in a dilemma. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward, and a red sun rose behind him. The terrifying heat brought about a storm that blew Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia away. Although the two of them only took 2 steps back, they did open up a path. Ling Xiao continued to walk towards the Sword Demon. So strong. Both of them were shocked. They could feel that no matter which one of them attacked, it was impossible for them to be Ling Xiao's opponent. Even if they joined forces, their chances of winning wouldn't be higher than 70%. Bastard, do you really think you can win against me? The Sword Demon stood up again. Although he was in a sorry state and his clothes were tattered, the vicious look in his eyes was incomparably clear. Senior brother, don't. Zhong Yu and Bai Lilia hurriedly shouted. Junior sister, dodge, don't let me hurt you. The Sword Demon said coldly. Zhong Yu and Bai Lilia sighed and jumped to a place further away. Seeing this, Ling Xiao also asked the teachers and students of Qingshu College to retreat. Ling Xiao, do you know why I'm called the Sword Demon? I'm not interested. Ling Xiao said lightly. That's because once I become a demon, I even dare to kill my own people. The Sword Demon said regardless of whether Ling Xiao was interested or not. Becoming a demon? Ling Xiao heard that there was a kind of person among the martial artists who suppressed all their positive emotions and completely released all their negative emotions, just like the demons in the devil realm. In this state, their strength would become stronger, but they would often not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. He didn't know if this was the kind of demon that the Sword Demon was talking about. Black Sword Demon. The Sword Demon roared and his body suddenly fell to the ground. After a while, his body stood up again like a puppet, but it was completely different from a normal person. He walked unsteadily and his body was emitting a strange black aura. Kill. The puppet-like body spat out a word and then suddenly disappeared. Boom, in the next moment, a statue that was more than 10 meters tall was directly blasted into pieces. Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that the Sword Demon's so-called inability to distinguish between friend and foe was true. This was more than just an inability to distinguish between friend and foe, it was simply a confusion of targets. However, this destructive power was really shocking. Ding, boom, at a certain moment, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and quickly slashed out a sword aura. Although he blocked the sudden attack, his body was sent flying. I see. At this moment, Ling Xiao understood. The Sword Demon's inability to distinguish between friend and foe was actually limited in range. Within a certain range, he could destroy anything, including enemies. In fact, at this time, Ling Xiao could choose to avoid the attack. With his movement skills, there would be no problem for him to hide far away. However, Ling Xiao's character determined that he would never avoid it. He's too arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Ying Tianxia shook his head and said. Serves him right. Zhu Wen sneered and said, I didn't expect the Sword Demon to have such an attack method. Actually, that should be considered a defense. Ying Tianxia thought for a while and said. Ying Tianxia muttered, Sword Demon's attack, unless it's someone like Ling Xiao, who doesn't want to dodge, it's impossible to hurt others. However, ordinary people wouldn't dare to get close to him, so his defense is probably stronger than his lava domain. Yes, but no matter what, Ling Xiao is an idiot. He chose the stupidest way to fight. Does he really think he's invincible? Zhu Wen said in disdain. He had been hiding in the distance for a long time because he was afraid of being hit by Sword Demon's indiscriminate attack. But he mocked others for being stupid and didn't think he was timid and cowardly. Vermilion Bird Huangzi, you should be the 8th ranked Huangzi, right? Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and asked. That's right, so what? Zhuan was puzzled. Ling Xiao was fighting with Sword Demon, why did he have time to turn around and talk to him? No wonder people say that the top 7 among the 10 Phoenix children are worthy of their name. I once fought with the Golden Phoenix child, Feng Ming Wushan. He's much stronger than you. Although he's arrogant, he's stronger than an idiot like you who only knows how to talk behind his back. Ling Xiao said mercilessly, the attack that you're afraid of is not worth mentioning in my eyes. What's the use of your words? If you have the ability, why don't you try blocking one? Zhuan sneered. Block? There's no need for that. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain and then suddenly drew his sword. Although it didn't have a physical body, it was as if it had a physical body. After a scream, Sword Demon's figure appeared. A sword mark directly pierced through his abdomen, and blood kept flowing out. How is this possible? Zhuan asked. Sword Demon also asked. Sword Demon could not believe that Ling Xiao was able to break through his most prided killer move so easily. This was the strongest attack he had in his arsenal. No, it can't be broken. It must be a coincidence. It must be like this. The Sword Demon shook his head and his body fell to the ground again. Then, he entered the demonic state and disappeared again. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. This move of yours is just the lowest level of skill. You didn't explore the powerful martial soul and Wonderland domain, but held on to this useless thing as a treasure. You are really blind. Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and another scream rang out. This time, there was a wound on the Sword Demon's leg. In fact, it was too easy for Ling Xiao to break through this kind of attack. He had the Tai Chi Eye, and the opponent's route was completely under his control. This kind of route would not change at all. It was a dead straight path. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao was willing, he could easily capture his opponent's movements. No, you're talking nonsense. I don't believe you. Sword Demon couldn't accept this failure at all. It was a huge blow to him. One had to know that for so many years, he had relied on this kind of attack the most. He had faced countless life and death battles, and he had always used this kind of method to escape. Now, Ling Xiao was telling him that it was useless. How could he accept this? Believe it or not, this is the truth. Ling Xiao said indifferently, what a cultivator should pay the most attention to is their own cultivation, followed by the development of their martial spirit and blood meridians, and lastly, their skills. Although these things are very important, you gave up the most important thing and chose to take advantage of the situation. Although you gained a temporary victory, you wasted the time that you could have used to cultivate. Ling Xiao's words seemed to be directed at the Sword Demon, but they were actually directed at the disciples of Xianxia College. This was the experience he had accumulated through his cultivation, and he had also verified it with the human monarch's notes. These precious experiences were very important to every martial artist. That's all I have to say. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Sword Demon and said, you came to Xianxia College and killed my teacher. Although his help to me was limited, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You killed him, so I have to take revenge. Previously, you went to Shendu to cause trouble and killed my soldiers and people. As the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire, I have to kill you. Speaking till here, Ling Xiao's blazing radiant divine sword appeared once again. The sky became dazzling as it released an incomparably terrifying heat. Die. Ling Xiao's face was indifferent and emotionless. Sword Demon had brought all of this upon himself. He had never thought of provoking someone he didn't know, but this unknown person wanted to deal with him. What could he do? He could only block soldiers with arms and water with an earthware. If someone killed his people, he would kill them. This principle was simple and straightforward. Stop. Zhong Yu's red spider lily suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao paused and raised his head slightly to look at the woman. He asked coldly, what can I do for you? He wasn't afraid that the Sword Demon would escape. Because he wouldn't be able to escape from the power of his sword. Today, in Xianxia College, no one could stop him from killing the Sword Demon. Do you know which sect we are from? Zhong Yu asked. I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He really didn't know where these people came from, why they attacked his people, and why they hated him so much. Ignorance is bliss. We can let bygones be bygones, but you have to stop. Zhong Yu reminded him. Stop? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Why were there so many self-righteous people in this world? Did they think that he had to listen to whatever they said? Yes, you have to stop. We are from the Permitha Immortal Island. My mother is the owner of the Immortal Island. To be inconsolable. If you dare to touch my senior, you won't have a good life in the future. Zhong Yu said coldly. You are from the Permitha Immortal Island? No wonder you are so domineering. You want to kill people just because you don't like it? How awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao certainly knew how powerful the Permitha Immortal Island was. Although the Permitha Immortal Island was weaker than the Changal Immortal Island, it was comparable to the other 4 Immortal Islands. Especially the owner of the island, to be inconsolable. It was said that she had a demonic eye that could communicate with the other world and make her enemies disappear into thin air. Although it was just a rumor, it was enough to prove how terrifying the Permitha Immortal Island was. The Permitha Immortal Island is powerful, but he killed my teacher, my soldiers, and my people. Are they going to die for nothing? Ling Xiao asked coldly. It's just a few cheap lives. How can they be compared to the genius disciples of our Permitha Immortal Island? If you dare to touch him today, my mother will make sure you die without a burial ground. Zhong Yu said with disdain. From the looks of it, only the people from the Permitha Immortal Island were considered human. The people from other places deserved to die and weren't considered human. At this moment, Sword Demon finally took the opportunity to escape behind Zhong Yu's Hellflower. Zhu Wen and Xianxia also blocked him. No matter how weak Sword Demon was, they had to make sure that Sword Demon didn't die. They didn't want that demoness to be inconsolable to come and take their lives. Ling Xiao did not put away the divine light sword. He only stabbed it into the ground and looked at Sword Demon coldly. That fellow who had looked down on everything earlier was now like a frightened mouse, seeking protection from others. How laughable. Where's your pride, your dignity, and your arrogance? Ling Xiao no longer looked at Zhong Yu and Red Spider Lily, but looked at Sword Demon and asked coldly. Junior sister, save me. Sword Demon seemed to have completely thrown away his dignity. He was like a pitiful pug, begging his junior sister for help. Zhong Yu said indifferently, Senior brother, we're from the same sect. I'll naturally save you. Don't worry. But you haven't forgotten the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island, have you? Hearing this, Sword Demon's face instantly turned pale, as if he thought of something terrible. I know, but junior sister, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't offend him. Sword Demon looked at Zhong Yu and Red Spider Lily and said loudly. Their conversation confused Ling Xiao. Zhong Yu asked Ling Xiao to release Sword Demon just now. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that she had other conditions for saving Sword Demon? Could there be some special rules in the Permitha Immortal Island? Zhong Yu shook her head and said, I've said it before. You're my senior brother. I'll definitely save you. But rules are rules. They can't be broken. Sword Demon clenched his teeth and suddenly turned to Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, if you spare my life, I swear that I'll never set foot in the Divine Phoenix continent again. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a cold and mocking smile. Back then, when you killed my subjects and my teacher, why didn't you think that this day would come? You want me to let you go? Do you think that's possible? At this moment, Sword Demon was in complete despair. He actually knelt beside Zhong Yu and cried, Junior sister, we grew up together. We're childhood sweethearts. Can't we break the rules? Of course not. Zhong Yu Red Spider Lily's expression was incomparably cold, as if there was no room for discussion. I say, Lady Spider Lily, what kind of rules does your Permitha Immortal Island have? Isn't it normal to save your senior brother? Even a shameless villain like Zhu Wen knew that fellow disciples should help each other. Therefore, he was very curious about the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island. According to the rules of the Permitha Immortal Island, you have to solve your own problems. If you can't solve it and need the help of your fellow disciples, you have to sign a martial slave contract. Zhong Yu's Red Spider Lily said calmly, as if it was a very normal thing. However, when the crowd heard the words martial slave contract, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao also knew that after the so-called martial slave contract was signed, both parties would be connected by a special power of law. From the day the contract was signed, the martial slave would become the slave of another. To be used by others, for the entertainment of others, to serve as a sparring partner, there was no freedom or autonomy. Even during cultivation, half of the internal energy would be absorbed by the slave master. This was even worse than being an ordinary slave. The most terrifying thing was that once the slave wanted to betray the slave master, the martial slave contract would take effect and the slave would be killed by the law. Unless there was a martial artist who could resist the supreme law of the mystic world, otherwise, death was inevitable. This was the reason why Sword Demon was unwilling to follow the rules. That kind of ending would be too tragic. Senior brother, I won't force you. I'll give you 20 breaths of time to think. If Ling Xiao attacks you, I will block it for you. However, after 20 breaths of time, I won't care about your life or death. Zhong Yu's red spider lily no longer had her previous charm and gentleness. Instead, it was replaced with coldness and ruthlessness. The Permitha Immortal Island was such a sect. It was a sect without any kinship or friendship. Here, there were only benefits. Sword Demon's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Becoming the martial slave of his junior sister Zhong Yu's red spider lily and losing his freedom forever, he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. Or would he be killed by Ling Xiao? At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. Don't worry, Sword Demon. You don't need to be a martial slave. I, Xianxia, won't let you die. Xianxia, the son of Lightning Eagle, suddenly said. Zhuwen didn't say anything. He wasn't as blind as Xianxia. He knew that this was a matter between the Permitha Immortal Island and Ling Xiao. If he still interfered, he would be stepping into a mud pit. If he guessed correctly, Zhong Yu's red spider lily had always been using this method to sign a martial slave contract. She used her fellow disciples to increase her cultivation. Their Permitha Immortal Island had a cultivation technique called the wedding dress demonic art. It could increase the effect of the martial slave contract to the extreme. For other martial slaves, only half of their internal energy would be absorbed. However, the wedding dress demonic art could completely absorb the martial slave's internal energy. The reason why Zhong Yu's red spider lily's cultivation was so strong was because of the wedding dress demonic art and her terrifying soul charm technique. Sword Demon had always been a difficult person to obtain. Zhong Yu's red spider lily had spent a lot of effort. Until she instigated Sword Demon to offend Ling Xiao, forming a deadly feud with Ling Xiao. Sword Demon was completely tricked by his junior sister. If he chose to help Sword Demon now, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of Zhong Yu's red spider lily. Zhuwen wasn't that stupid. Thank you, Brother Ing. Sword Demon was touched by Xianxia's words. However, in the next moment, Xianxia's body was sent flying. It wasn't done by Ling Xiao, but by Zhong Yu's red spider lily. Everyone says that Lightning Eagle's red spider lily is a brute. Today, I see that it's true. You want to save him? Aren't you breaking the rules of our Permitha Immortal Island? Xianxia fell to the ground and blood flowed out of his mouth. He didn't regret it, but Zhong Yu's red spider lily's strength really shocked him. Ling Xiao also frowned. Zhong Yu's red spider lily's cultivation was too terrifying. It would be easy for her to be ranked in the top 7 of the 10 Phoenix Sons. The dignified heavenly hero of the Thunder Eagle Phoenix was actually sent flying by this woman with a single move. This was truly terrifying. Senior brother, do you choose to follow me? Or do you choose to be killed by Ling Xiao? Think about it yourself. You should know that my strength is much stronger than that Ling Xiao. Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at Sword Demon with a smile. Sword Demon was in complete despair. His face turned green and white. In the end, he said, Junior sister, I agree to sign the martial slave contract with you, but I hope that you can agree to one of my conditions. I'm naturally willing to listen to senior brother's words. Tell me. Zhong Yu's red spider lily said calmly. She looked like a perfect and pure white lotus flower. I hope to fight with Ling Xiao again in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Sword Demon glared at Ling Xiao viciously. His eyes were filled with incomparable viciousness. At this moment, he didn't dare to blame his junior sister. Instead, he vented all his hatred on Ling Xiao. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be like this. Everything was because of Ling Xiao. Alright, I promise you. That's not a problem. Zhong Yu's red spider lily said calmly. They didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. It was as if Ling Xiao was heir. As long as they made a decision, Ling Xiao could only obey. Hehe, if you intend to endure this monstrous humiliation and seek revenge from your junior sister, then I will have some admiration for you, but now, in my opinion, you're a complete loser, a piece of trash. You're forced to sign a slave contract, but you don't even have any resentment. Do you only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong? Do you think I'm weaker than your junior sister? If you agree to be her slave, you won't die today, right? Ling Zhao's divine light sword was still stuck in the ground. His face was full of sarcasm and disdain. This guy was really hopeless. The teachers and students of Xianxia College felt extremely ashamed. Why were they ashamed? This was because they felt that they were actually frightened by such a trash. This was really embarrassing. Senior brother, don't worry. Since you've agreed to sign a slave contract with me, I can guarantee that you'll walk out of Xianxia College alive. Ling Xiao doesn't have the ability to kill you. Let's sign the contract now. Zhong Yu's red spider lily took out a coat of arms that looked like a red spider lily. Then, he dripped a drop of his blood on it and handed it to Sword Demon. Sword Demon hesitated for a moment. Then, he bit his finger and dripped his blood on it. A slave contract is signed. Very good. Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at the mark on the coat of arms and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Senior brother, let's go. There's still some time before the Dragon Phoenix selection. I'll guide you well. I believe that under my guidance, you'll be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily soon. There's no need to be afraid of him. Thank you, junior sister. Sword Demon nodded. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, You might be laughing at me and think that it's stupid for me to sign a slave contract with my junior sister. However, you don't know that you don't even have the right to do so. In the Dragon Phoenix selection, I'll defeat you and let you taste the pain of failure. Really? Why does it sound like the barking of a drowning dog? Ling Xiao smiled gently and said, Actually, no matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me. Because I said that I would kill you, I must kill you today. The Dragon Phoenix selection? I'm sorry, but you won't have that chance. You and your junior sister have decided everything on your own and don't take me seriously. I can understand this. After all, the people of the opposite bank Immortal Island are all a bunch of arrogant trash. Hehe, I won't be angry no matter what you say. When you are defeated by my senior brother in the Dragon Phoenix selection, you will know who is right. Actually, Ling Xiao, you are really pitiful. Although you have defeated my senior brother and proved your strength, you still can't avoid death today. Zhong Yu's red spider lily chuckled. Really? Perhaps I will die, but before I do, the sword demon will be one step ahead of me. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he pulled out the divine radiance sword from the ground. He then took a step forward and his body shot out like an arrow. I said, with me around, you won't be able to kill him. Zhong Yu's red spider lily chuckled coldly. A strange black flower bloomed in front of her, emitting a strange fragrance. Lay down the butcher's knife and ascend to paradise early. Her breath smelled like orchids as she uttered a few words. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that Zhong Yu's red spider lily's martial spirit should be something that could cause people to hallucinate. At this moment, it would depend on whether his soul power was strong enough. Holy King's Eye, see through all illusions. The Tai Chi eye rotated and a human figure formed by holy light appeared above Ling Zhao's head. What? Zhong Yu's red spider lily was surprised that someone could break her illusion the first time he saw her martial spirit. But it's useless. Even after breaking the illusion, you're still not my opponent. Zhong Yu's red spider lily slapped out and Ling Zhao's divine radiance sword was extinguished instantly. Ling Xiao was even sent flying for more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. I said, you won't be able to kill him. Zhong Yu's red spider lily stood there, graceful and domineering, like a queen. But he's already dead. Ling Xiao smiled and said, there are many ways to kill someone. If I, Ling Xiao, want someone dead, you won't be able to save him. What? Zhong Yu's red spider lily looked at the sword demon behind her in shock. There was a black sword pierced through the sword demon's heart. That sword was clearly formed by shadows. My martial slave. Zhong Yu's red spider lily's expression suddenly became ferocious and crazy. She couldn't be blamed for this. Ling Xiao killed the sword demon in front of her. This was an insult to her, an intense insult. Moreover, if the martial slave was killed, the slave master would also be injured. This was another rule of the martial slave contract. Naturally, she hated Ling Xiao to the core. I'll kill you. Zhong Yu's red spider lily no longer had her previous charm or elegance. At this moment, she was like an enraged madwoman. She was furious to the extreme. She approached Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed and attacked Ling Xiao's chest with her palms. She swore that she would kill Ling Xiao in front of all the Xianxia College teachers and students. However, at that moment, an extreme fear rose from the bottom of her heart. She quickly retreated and gave up on attacking. However, her face was still scratched. Although the wound wasn't very serious, it was no different from being disfigured for a woman. Cold Plum, thank you. Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum standing beside him and smiled. Even if Cold Plum didn't attack, he wouldn't die. Although he wasn't a match for Zhong Yu's red spider lily, dodging her attacks wasn't a problem. However, he had to thank her. After all, it was Cold Plum's kindness. Get lost. Xianxia College doesn't welcome you. If you come again, be prepared to lose your life here. Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Yu's red spider lily and said coldly. Ling Xiao, just you wait. You know the consequences of offending the red spider lily island. Zhong Yu's red spider lily could feel that she wasn't a match for Cold Plum. Therefore, she could only give up. She turned around and left, taking the sword demon's corpse with her. Let's go. Zhu Wen knew that he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, let alone Cold Plum. He went forward to helping Xianxia and left as well. Oh, all the enemies retreated. The teachers and students of Xianxia College let out a deafening cheer. Some people even surrounded Ling Xiao and threw him into the air. For them, Ling Xiao wasn't just the most outstanding and powerful disciple of the younger generation of Xianxia College. He was also their savior. However, a gust of wind blew in the darkness. A shadow quickly approached Ling Xiao. The situation was chaotic. Even if there was one more person, no one would notice. The scene was too chaotic and there were too many people. What was more, the killer had obviously received special training and his martial soul should be the wind martial soul. He was best at avoiding crowds and sneaking up on enemies. However, when the black shadow was 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, his body was pierced by a branch and he fled in a hurry. This branch was shot out from a distance of several hundred meters. It was the liquor demon sword who shot it. How dare you sneak up on the person I want to protect under my nose? Go back and tell your master that you'd better not do it again. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Wind Demon looked at the bloody hole in his body and listened to the voice that came directly into his mind. He was terrified. That Ling Xiao. Who is that guy? Why is he protected by such a master? Even the liquor demon sword helped him? Most of the teachers and students of Xianxia College who were celebrating did not notice this scene. Only Ling Xiao and Cold Plum looked in the direction of the killer's escape and then looked in the direction of the liquor demon sword. They looked at each other and were a little confused. What they were puzzled about was why the demon wine sword, who was a complete stranger to them, would help them. You don't have to be confused. I have some connections with Ji Lingyue. I couldn't save her in the past, but today, I won't let her brother be killed. But you, don't rely on my protection and do whatever you want. After that, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum found the liquor demon sword and wanted to ask him face to face. And the liquor demon sword also answered without hiding anything. Senior, what do you mean by doing whatever you want? Ling Xiao asked. Like the liquor demon sword, provoking others for no reason. You are good. Although you seem to make trouble, you are reasonable and do things like your sister. I admire you very much. The liquor demon sword smiled and said, as long as others provoke you first, you can take revenge. If something happens, I will take care of it for you. Senior, why are you so good to me? Ling Xiao was puzzled. On the one hand, it's because of your sister. On the other hand, it's because of your sister. The liquor demon sword smiled and said. Senior, can you tell me directly? Ling Xiao asked. You are Ji Lingyue's younger brother. We used to be childhood sweethearts. You can be considered half a brother-in-law. It's my duty to protect you. That's one of them. The liquor demon sword said. Secondly, in my opinion, your talent is stronger than mine and Ji Lingyue's, so you are the key to saving Ji Lingyue. I must protect you. Senior, you must be joking. You're a Yinyang realm expert. If you can't save my sister, how can I? Ling Xiao asked again. With your talent, you have a higher chance of stepping into the rebirth realm. The wine demon sword sighed and said, I'm just looking forward to it. Your sister was harmed by evil people in the past, but she managed to escape. However, just as she left the wolf's den, it's like a tiger's den. Even I can't enter this tiger's den. Only if one's cultivation reaches the rebirth realm would there be a chance. Rebirth mirror. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue. He was only in the grotto heaven realm now. He had worked hard to reach it. He hadn't even reached the Yinyang realm yet. To reach the Yinyang realm, one had to break through the 18 levels of hell and cultivate to the 18 levels. Only then could one break through to the rebirth realm. To him, this was simply like a dream. Can't do it? The wine demon sword asked. No, I can do it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, for my sister, I must do it. Hearing this, the liquor demon sword smiled. He suddenly said very gently, when your sister was 12 years old, you were only a few years old. She was very protective of you. Although you might not have those memories, if your sister knew that you still think of her in your heart, she would definitely be very happy. In Ling Zhao's memory, even the images of his parents were very faint, let alone his sister, Ji Lingyue. However, the relationship between family members could not be cut off. Even if they were not blood-related, they were still very close. Senior, do you know why those guys came to Qingshu College this time? Ling Xiao felt that the wine demon sword must know more. It's very simple. They want to kill you. Of course, at the same time, they want to alert the enemy and find a way to find out who is behind you. The wine demon sword smiled and said, have you heard of the Board of Patriarchs? No. Ling Xiao frowned. He suddenly remembered that Steward Jia said the word board before he died. Could it be related to the Board of Patriarchs? The Board of Patriarchs has always been the most powerful organization in the Divine Phoenix continent. The wine demon sword explained, however, I am not very clear about who exactly it is made up of. I only know that the Board of Patriarchs existed long before your parents came to the Divine Phoenix continent. They were even the driving force behind your parents helping the Divine Phoenix continent quell the war. So powerful? Ling Zhao's frown deepened. You don't have to worry too much. No matter how powerful the Board of Patriarchs is, the strongest warrior is only at the Yinyang realm. Their chief should be about the same strength as me, maybe a little more powerful. The wine demon sword saw Ling Zhao's frown and could not help but comfort him. Senior, thank you for telling me such important information. Ling Xiao was very clear that he had most likely offended the Board of Patriarchs. The Vermilion Bird Phoenix Sun, Thunder Eagle Phoenix Sun, and Sword Phoenix Sun were even sent by them. Fortunately, the strongest chief of the Board of Patriarchs was only about the same strength as the Wine Demon Sword. In his opinion, the Wine Demon Sword was still inferior to the Moon Lady. Since that was the case, he should be safe for the time being. However, it was only temporary. Warriors who reached the cultivation of the Wine Demon Sword and the Moon Lady could break through at any time. Once they broke through and reached the Rebirth Realm, they could basically crush Yinyang Realm warriors. At that time, it would definitely be troublesome. Therefore, what Ling Xiao could do now was to raise his cultivation as much as possible so that he would not be a burden to the Moon Lady. At the same time, he had to constantly find ways and things to help the Moon Lady raise her cultivation. As long as the Moon Lady reached the Rebirth Realm, everything would be fine. Alright, I have a few friends to drink with today, so I won't talk to you anymore. If there's anything, I'll look for you. The wine demon sword smiled and soared into the sky, turning into a sword beam. It was truly carefree. Just as Ling Xiao and the wine demon sword were talking. On an island thousands of miles away, the same conversation was also happening. The island was vast and was very rich. It was not inferior to the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire. However, no one dared to casually invade such a rich land. That was because this island was one of the 5 Immortal Islands, the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. The Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island was built by the Ji family during the first rebellion of the True Demon's Empire. However, its strength was stronger than the Sacred Dynasty of the Sky Dragon continent. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia had also stayed here before. They were deeply impressed by the beautiful scenery and rich resources. They had originally planned to settle down here. However, Ji Lingyue's matter forced them to leave. At this moment, in a luxurious building built by the seaside on the island, a few people were drinking tea and chatting. The one in the lead had white hair and beard, but his eyebrows were bright, and he had white hair and a youthful face. He sat there, emitting a powerful aura. It was obvious that he was an expert. The rest of the people, either sitting or standing, were all very respectful to this old man. Father, it's been 15 years. Divine Phoenix Empire doesn't seem to be peaceful again. One of the middle-aged men dressed as a scholar lightly tapped the book on his knee and said indifferently. Yes, it's been 15 years. In the Dragon Phoenix selection 15 years ago, Ji Lingyue became the big winner. Everyone thought that she would become a peerless expert, but a month after the Dragon Phoenix selection ended, she mysteriously disappeared. The old man sighed and said helplessly. What's there to pity about her disappearance? After all, she can't be used by me. That middle-aged scholar said disdainfully. Recently, another peerless genius has appeared in Divine Phoenix Empire. His actions are as fearless as that Ji Lingyue. That kid called Ling Xiao? The old man smiled and said, the last time I went to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, that old Thing Changle ancestor even praised that kid to me. He was the champion of the alchemy conference. Even if he's not good in martial arts, just his alchemy skills alone are enough to attract people to pursue him. Father, what should we do? Should we rope this person in? The middle-aged scholar asked. Let's get in touch with him. First. I heard that this kid's ambition is not small. He actually founded the Heavenly Empire. Where does he place our sacred dynasty? The old man said indifferently, try not to offend him first. Let's wait and see. If we really can't rope him in, then get rid of him. A genius who can't be used by me, if he's too strong, it's a little worrying. Understood. The middle-aged scholar nodded and said. Oh right, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time is different from the past. It's on the same scale as the previous 5 Immortals gathering. Our Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island has been dormant for so many years, it's time to reveal our strength. The old man suddenly changed the topic. Father, I plan to send the top 10 disciples of the Immortal Island to the Dragon Phoenix selection. What do you think? The middle-aged scholar asked. Quality is more important than quantity. Let's send the top 3. Also, call Huang Tian, who is traveling around the White Tiger continent, back. With him around, we will have a greater chance of success. Although the Dragon Phoenix selection is nothing, we will have to face the 4 nations and 1 sect of the White Tiger continent in the upcoming White Tiger meet. We cannot underestimate it. The old man pondered for a moment before he said, not to mention that the marriage between Huang Tian and Luo Yu should be held soon, right? It'll help strengthen the relationship between our Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Isle and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Ji clan. That's true. Not only is Luo Yu Ji Qing's daughter, but she's also the disciple of the Medicine King, Sun Sa. As long as our Emperor Sky can come out on top in the Dragon Phoenix selection, we can rightfully propose marriage. The middle-aged scholar said happily. Ji Huangtian, an incomparably tyrannical name. He was also the most outstanding descendant of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. There wasn't a single member of the Ji family who didn't want to revive the Sacred Dynasty. The Ji family of the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island. Righteous Alliance's Ji family. Both the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Ji family had such ambitions. And from the looks of it, although their choices were different, they were all trying their best to nurture their own descendant. Ji Huangtian was the pride of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Isle and also the hope of the Sacred Dynasty's revival. Perhaps that celestial emperor, Ling Xiao, would become his whetstone. "Master, someone wants to see you." After Ling Xiao sent off the demon liquor sword, he went back to cultivate. This time, if it weren't for those 3 idiots who came to cause trouble, he wouldn't have come out of seclusion. After about a day and a night, he finally came out of his cultivation state. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. Although the realms of the Divine Light Sword and Demon Darkness Sword didn't increase, he had a deeper understanding. It was easier to change between the Rising Sun transformation and the Blazing Sun transformation. The Sky Demon Exterminating Body and Sky Demon Exterminating Heart could even be used together to increase the power greatly. Just as he came out, he heard Cold Plum's voice. "Who's looking for me?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "It's me." Not waiting for Cold Plum to answer, a lively female voice sounded. Ji Luoyu smiled as she walked in from outside and said, "Big brother Ling, it's really hard to invite a noble person. I've sent 3 waves of people in a row and still couldn't see your face. So I could only come personally. So it's Lady Luoyu. What are you looking for me for?" Ling Zhao's impression of Ji Luoyu was still at the Pill Refining Conference in the city of Xin. Although this Ji Luoyu was Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, her personality was completely different from her master. Sun saw that old man was despicable and shameless, while Ji Luoyu did things her own way and was very upright. On the contrary, she was very similar to her father, Ji Qing. Adding on the fact that Ji Qing had helped him back then, therefore his impression of Ji Luoyu was rather good. "Why would I look for you when I have nothing to do?" Ji Luoyu stuck out her tongue and said, "Recently, Master has been very close to the people from the Ice Phoenix clan and Phoenix Academy. During this period, he has talked about you many times. You have to be careful. He is a vengeful person. Back then in the city of Sin, you didn't give him any face. He won't say anything now, but once he has the chance, he won't let you go. Thank you for the reminder, Lady Luoyu. Cold Plum, please prepare the tea." Ling Xiao had also just finished cultivating and happened to have nothing to do. Since Ji Luoyu personally came over, he couldn't not give her any face. If they wanted to chat, then so be it. Who knows, he might even be able to get some useful information out of her. Cold Plum went to boil the tea. Ji Luoyu walked in the room and raised her head to see a painting hanging on the wall. The woman in the painting was cold and elegant, emitting an elegant celestial aura. She was really like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Ji Luoyu couldn't help but become infatuated. "This is Her Highness the Moon Maiden?" Ji Luoyu asked. "That's right. I personally drew it." "Not bad, right?" Ling Xiao smiled. "You actually know how to draw?" Ji Luoyu asked in surprise. "Could it be that in your eyes, I am a brute who only knows how to fight and kill all day long?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I know a little about drawing, calligraphy, and carving. It's just that I am better at drawing. Actually, I don't need to learn them. Sometimes, when I can't understand a problem in martial arts, I use them to help me comprehend it." "Is it useful?" "Of course it's useful. Don't think that these are all ordinary arts. If you put your soul into them, you can really comprehend a lot." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Many martial arts in the immemorial era were actually extracted from the most ordinary life arts. For example, you can comprehend the snake fist, crane fist, and so on by observing the battle of animals. If you combine them with a matching martial soul, their power is boundless." After hearing what you said, it's true. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao with interest. She seemed to be full of interest in everything Ling Xiao said. The more the two talked, the more engrossed they became. They talked from drawing to refining medicine, from refining medicine to martial arts. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. At this moment, a group of young people suddenly gathered outside Qingshu College. These people didn't come to trouble Ling Xiao, but to chase Ji Luoyu. When Medicine King Sun Sa came to Divine Phoenix Empire, he said, "Luoyu is unmarried." Don't think that just this one sentence was enough to stir up the entire capital. Not to mention that Ji Luoyu was intelligent, graceful, and beautiful. Just the fact that she was Medicine King Sun Ca's disciple was enough to attract countless geniuses to bow down to her. If they married her, they would be able to get closer to Medicine King Sun Ca. At that time, they would be able to get whatever pills they wanted, so they wouldn't have to worry about this aspect. Furthermore, Ji Luoyu was one of the people in charge of White Tiger Continent's Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If they married her, they would be able to form a relationship with the profound world's most powerful trading company. Then wouldn't they be lying on piles of money in the future? No matter how they thought about it, these young talents all felt that this was an extremely good opportunity. Hence, they all went to pay a visit, hoping to meet Ji Luoyu alone and get closer to her. However, what made them disappointed was that Ji Luoyu completely closed the door to all visitors, not giving any face to anyone. Until today, when Ji Luoyu came out to pay a visit to Ling Xiao and was seen by them. Hence, word spread from mouth to mouth, and within an hour, there were over 1,000 people gathered at the entrance of Xianxia College. Of course, they wouldn't barge into Xianxia College like the Three Phoenixes. They only came here to meet Ji Luoyu. But after waiting bitterly, Ji Luoyu still didn't come out. Hence, some people started to get impatient. What the hell, Lady Luoyu has already gone in for more than an hour and she still hasn't come out. Could it be that Ling Xiao has put her under house arrest? Once they thought that Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu could possibly be alone inside, chatting happily, these youngsters were filled with envy and jealousy, to the extent that they didn't know how to speak properly. Let's keep our voices down. Ling Xiao, that fellow isn't a good person, we can't afford to offend him. It was normal for some people to recognize Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had done so many spectacular things in the imperial capital. If these people didn't even know him, they would be too ignorant. Of course, there were also many people he didn't know because they had all rushed over from the 7 Martial Sect Island and the 5 Immortal Island. There were also people who had originally traveled outside and were now returning to the imperial capital. These people were not familiar with Ling Xiao at all. He had no interest in caring about it. Hearing that someone was frightened by Ling Xiao, someone asked, "What exactly is that Ling Xiao? Why are you so scared? You don't even dare to provoke him? He is not a thing." Someone replied. "He's a monster who kills without batting an eyelid." The person who answered was obviously someone who had a grudge against Ling Xiao. He couldn't wait to describe Ling Xiao as a ferocious-looking guy. "Let's not talk about whether he is a monster or not. Even if he is, I will kill him if he provokes me. You bunch of good-for-nothings, hurry up and get out of the way. Can't you see that young Master Qingshan is here?" Suddenly, an arrogant voice interrupted everyone's discussion. Everyone turned their heads to look. Originally, they were quite angry, but when they saw 3 people walking over, they immediately shut their mouths. Fengming Qingshan, the 8th son of Fengming Wuliang, had a cultivation of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm and was one of the core divine guards of justice. He had been furthering his studies in the Chang'e Celestial Island and had just returned to the imperial capital recently. He knew that his younger brother, Fengming Heishan, was killed by Ling Xiao. This was what his father, Fengming Wuliang, told him personally. However, his father also said that he didn't want him to take revenge. He didn't want to take revenge. This was because he had always been on bad terms with his 9th and 10th brother. Moreover, they were only half-brothers. He came today to look for Ji Luoyu. The 2 beside him were the deputy commanders of the Imperial Army in the Imperial Palace. They were both 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The one who spoke first was one of the people with a headscarf on his head. He looked to be around 30 years old, and his face was cold and arrogant. "Young Master Qingshan." Everyone lowered their heads and cupped their hands. Although Fengming Qingshan wasn't the heir apparent, he was still the son of an emperor. His position was also incomparably high. "Is Lady Luoyu really inside?" Fengming Qingshan asked. "Of course Lady Luoyu is inside. We saw it with our own eyes. Moreover, she has been inside for more than an hour. We are worried that something might have happened to her." One of them said. Something might have happened to her? That was pure nonsense. They were deliberately looking for trouble. This was Xianxia College. What could happen to Ji Luoyu? Who could do anything to her? this was nothing more than someone finding an excuse to go in and look for her. Lady Luoyu is our Divine Phoenix Empire's esteemed guest. If something happens to her, we won't be able to explain it. Fengming Qingshan directly used this excuse to walk into Qingshu College. However, he was stopped just as he reached the entrance. You bunch of good-for-nothings dare to stop me? Fengming Qing looked at the few martial warriors guarding the door with disdain, revealing a strong sense of contempt. This was because these martial artists were all celestial realm martial artists. Moreover, their cultivation was only around 8 desolation heaven. He didn't even need to make a move. His lackeys could easily deal with them. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but secretly applaud. They didn't dare to barge into Qingshu College rashly because Sword Huangzi died after coming here. Now that a bold person had appeared, it was a good opportunity to dish Qingshu College. They could also see some clues as they stood behind. However, everyone was still in a good mood. After all, even Fengming Qingshan, who had such a high status, was stopped, let alone them. This is Qingshu College. The martial artist guarding the entrance said coldly. Young Master Qingshan, if you want to visit, we can inform them. However, I'm sure you know the consequences of barging into the college. A few days ago, Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Vermilion Bird Huangzi, and Sword Huangzi came to Qingshu College to cause trouble. You should have heard about it, right? Are you threatening me? Fengming Qingshan's expression suddenly turned cold. Of course, he had heard about Sword Huangzi. However, he boasted that his cultivation was stronger than Sword Demon. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. I don't dare to threaten young Master Qingshan. However, this is the rule of Qingshu College. The guard replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. You're courting death. Fengming Qingshan had been traveling outside and suffered a lot. When he returned to the Divine Phoenix capital, he thought that he could flaunt his strength. However, who knew that he couldn't even enter Qingshu College's gate? Instantly, anger rose in his heart. He suddenly slapped at the guard. Although he didn't intend to kill, he could still bear the responsibility of injuring the guard. Bam! A figure rushed in front of him and blocked his palm. Fengming Qingshan suddenly felt an evil aura enter his body, causing him to shiver. Although he didn't suffer any losses from this palm strike, it was indeed blocked. Are all the sons of Fengming Wuliang so rude and barbaric? The person who came was naturally Ling Xiao. He was also the one who spoke. Of course, he was also the one who attacked. Next to him stood the pretty and lively Ji Luoyu on his left and the cold and quiet Cold Plum on his right. All the men couldn't help but release a strong sense of jealousy. How dare you? How dare you insult the royal family? Fengming Qingshan was instantly furious. Fengming Qingshan angrily rebuked, You're just a heavenly dragon king who was conferred the title. In the end, you're just a servant of our Divine Phoenix clan. This throne can be given to you, but it can also be taken back at any time. Young Master Qingshan is right. This Ling Xiao is too daring, and a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He tried to seduce Lady Luoyu, you can't let him off so easily. A cold voice came from the crowd. Ling Xiao ignored Fengming Qingshan, and looked at this person instead. Jade Wave Sword, Emote Song, this person actually didn't die. Ling Xiao was extremely surprised. When he was in the city of Sin, almost everyone was killed by Fengming Zhao's men, and Emote Song was among them. Ling Xiao clearly saw this person being killed, so how could he still be alive, and what's with this tyrannical cold aura that emerged from this guy's body? It seems like his cultivation is much stronger than when he was in the city of Sin. The reason why he was more concerned about Emote Song was because he had a lot of enmity with Jade Wave Island. Jade Wave Island wanted to kill him, but was almost destroyed by him instead. Now that the island was taken over by Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Emote Song was probably the only one left. Would Emote Song want revenge? You're wrong. My throne was obtained through battle achievements, while your father's position as monarch was bestowed upon him by the citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire. If I remember correctly, this year should be the year of the general election. I wonder if that old thing Fengming Wuliang still has the qualifications to continue his term. Speaking of which, who do you think you are? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Fengming Qingshan's face turned red. But he didn't refute. Because he had heard that Ling Xiao was a sharp-tongued person. Arguing with him was purely looking for trouble. Therefore, he looked at Ji Luoyu and said, Miss Luoyu, you are the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Sa, and also the daughter of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Lord Ji Qing. Why would you mix around with a human with a beggar background like Ling Xiao? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? I don't think so. Although Ling Xiao's background is lowly, he is the Heavenly Emperor who single-handedly created the Heavenly Empire. He is also the champion of the Alchemy Conference in the city of Sin. He is also the Heavenly Dragon King of your Divine Phoenix Empire. He is also a genius who defeated several Huangzi. Why do I feel that in comparison, you seem to be far behind him? Ji Luoyu's words were not because she wanted to squeeze Feng Ming's Green Mountain, but because that was what she thought in her heart. The halo around Ling Xiao's body was much brighter than that of his peers. On the contrary, she didn't understand whether those people who looked down on Ling Xiao had lost their minds. He actually had such a weird idea. Luoyu, am I that good? Ling Xiao was stunned and asked. Of course. I'm afraid that even you haven't realized it yourself. You are now the most popular person in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Those who can be compared to you are probably as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Otherwise, why would this lady fancy you? Ji Luoyu couldn't help but let it slip. She hurriedly covered her mouth, and in the next moment, her charming face flushed red. Hearing Ji Luoyu's words, Feng Ming's Green Mountain and the rest were even angrier. If Ji Luoyu only interacted with Ling Xiao as a friend, they could still accept it. But hearing Ji Luoyu's words, it was obvious that she liked Ling Xiao. How could they accept this? Ling Xiao, you coward. If you have the ability, then don't always be protected by a woman. I look down on you. Feng Ming's Green Mountain glanced at Ji Luoyu, then glanced at Cold Plum. He was deeply afraid of Cold Plum. If Cold Plum wasn't here, he would have already made a move. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he was cowardly. Then as a man, you are actually afraid of two women. Isn't that even more disdainful? Ling Xiao had never felt that being protected by a woman was something shameful. To be able to obtain the protection of a beauty, that was also his ability. Of course, even though that was the case, Feng Ming's Green Mountain, this grandson, didn't need Cold Plum to make a move. He took a step forward and said with a smile, Feng Ming Qing, now that I've stepped forward, what do you want? What do I want? Feng Ming Qing frowned and said, this young master only has one request, and that is to stay away from Lady Luoyu. Your status is simply not worthy of her. She is the descendant of the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family, and I am the descendant of the Divine Phoenix Emperor. We are a match made in heaven, you, a thing of beggar origin, standing together with Lady Luoyu. Don't you feel like a fresh flower inserted into cow dung? A fresh flower inserted into cow dung will bloom even more beautifully. But if it is trampled by you so-called nobles, then it won't be far from withering. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you always say whether I'm worthy or not. You say something about a match made in heaven. But perhaps in the eyes of others, a beggar like me is even higher than you nobles. Perhaps it was to cooperate with Ling Xiao's words. Ji Luoyu actually grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and revealed a cute and helpless expression. This scene caused the eyes of thousands of people present to turn red. Ji Luoyu actually whispered sweet nothings to Ling Xiao in front of him, secretly sending flirtatious glances at him. Who would be able to endure this? Lady Luoyu, did this fellow Ling Xiao do something to you? He is an alchemist. Did he use some kind of hallucinogenic medicine to make you so muddle-headed? Feng Mingqing said loudly, this fellow Ling Xiao is only a phoenix man who wants to climb higher. He is only with you now because he wants to use you to get close to the Medicine King and your father Ji Qing. Once he's done using you, he will kick you aside. I am not the same. I sincerely like you, Lady Luoyu. You must clearly distinguish between right and wrong. You must not be deceived by this person's flowery words. He wants to rely on me to climb higher? Then what are you, Feng Mingqing, thinking? If I was just a beggar, would you still treat me like this? Ji Luoyu coldly looked at Feng Mingqing Shan and said, don't make yourself out to be so righteous. You are actually not that great. The ones who want to use me to get close to my master and father are you all, not Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao wanted to hug your thighs, he would not have offended so many people. He would be like many of you, climbing up to the powerful and becoming their dog. Being scolded by Ji Luoyu, many people lowered their heads. Among them, there were heaven's favored sons and young talents. However, many of them chose to be other people's dogs. They did not have their own thoughts or revenge and were completely following their master's orders. On the other hand, Ling Xiao, in order to protect his dignity and his friends, did not hesitate to go against many strong enemies. This was a real man. A portion of people felt ashamed and turned to leave quietly. In a moment, there were only 200 to 300 people left. The remaining people were basically the descendants of nobles. They were naturally not the lapdogs that Ji Luoyu said, so they felt that they had no reason to leave. Ling Xiao, I don't care why Lady Luoyu has abandoned herself, but if you don't swear to leave her today, I won't let you have an easy time. Fengming Qingshan stared coldly at Ling Xiao as he spoke. He knew that he couldn't persuade Ji Luoyu to leave Ling Xiao, so he could only resort to extreme measures. I've abandoned myself? Ji Luoyu simply found it hilarious. Just as she was about to flip out, she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Qingshan and said, You won't let me have an easy time? What do you plan to do? Do you dare to accept my challenge one-on-one without the help of a woman? Fengming Qingshan sneered. Don't worry, I won't kill you. There are a total of 3 moves, and as long as you can take them, I'll forget about today's matter. If Lady Luoyu wants to follow you, I won't interfere. 3 moves, many people couldn't help but sneer when they heard this. Fengming Qingshan was a martial artist at the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. If Ling Xiao wanted to take 3 moves from him, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Fengming Qingshan, who I follow is my business. What does it have to do with you? You're crazy. Ji Luoyu didn't want Ling Xiao to be injured because of her. It was already very difficult to become friends with Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was injured because of Fengming Qingshan, then Ling Xiao's friends would probably dislike her. In that case, she really wouldn't be able to call Ling Xiao good friends. She didn't expect too much. After all, she knew that she couldn't compare to the Moon Maiden. But if they couldn't even be friends, then it would be too cruel. Lady Luoyu, you've already been blinded by Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that you won't listen to anything I say, but you have to understand that I'm doing all this for your own good. Fengming Qingshan said righteously. What benefits can you get from following Ling Xiao? He has offended the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, the Great Pung race, and even my father. You won't have a good day if you follow him. What he said is not wrong. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Luoyu, I'm an arrogant and unruly fellow who's being watched by many people. Perhaps one day, I'll even implicate you. Don't look down on me just because I'm the #1 disciple of Qingshu College, the Divine Phoenix Empire's Heavenly Dragon King, and the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's Heavenly Emperor. But you have to know that this is only because some people feel that I am still qualified to be used, so they let me grow. If one day I am no longer useful, they will definitely get rid of me. Even so, are you still willing to be my friend? Of course. Ji Luoyu said loudly, I know what you said, but I also know that although you are a chess piece on their chessboard, you are a chess piece that they can't control. If they are unlucky because they became friends with you, then I will accept my fate. Alright, that's all I need. In truth, Ling Xiao was somewhat moved, but he did not show it. Ji Luoyu had only met him 2 or 3 times, but she was willing to become friends with someone who had offended many important figures. This person was worth befriending. If one said that he was only being polite before, then from this moment on, Ji Luoyu was his friend. But Big Brother Ling, today's matter was caused by me. You don't need to accept Fengming Qingshan's provocation. I will take care of this matter. Ji Luoyu was also very gratified that Ling Xiao was willing to acknowledge her as a friend. It was precisely for this reason that she was even more unwilling to see Ling Xiao suffer the slightest harm. She was not particularly clear on Fengming Qingshan's strength, but his 4th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation was not fake. Moreover, Fengming Qingshan was no ordinary 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He was the son of Fengming Wuliang, one of the geniuses of the Ice Phoenix race. It was very dangerous to face such an opponent, even if there was even the slightest bit of danger, she did not want Ling Xiao to face it. If you like someone, even if you can't get them, you can't let them get hurt. This was Ji Luoyu's thoughts. Ling Xiao was very strong and talented, but at this stage, facing Fengming Qingshan, it was difficult to say if he had a chance of winning. Moreover, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a sudden sneak attack among the 200 to 300 people? If someone were to sneak attack, what would Ling Xiao do? These were all what Ji Luoyu was worried about. Moreover, killing Fengming Qingshan in front of so many people, even Fengming Wuliang would not forgive Ling Xiao. After all, only a few people knew about Fengming Heishan's death, and no one mocked Fengming Wuliang. But today's matter was probably not that simple. Therefore, today's battle, regardless of winning or losing, was not a good thing for Ling Xiao. According to Ji Luoyu's thoughts, for Ling Xiao, she could only take responsibility for this matter. However, she ignored Ling Xiao's character. Facing Fengming Qingshan's provocation, how could Ling Xiao not respond? He had never been a coward. Luoyu, let me settle today's matter. On the surface, they came for you, but in reality, they came for me. I want to see just how much ability this Fengming Qingshan, who thinks so highly of himself and keeps saying that I'm inferior to him, has. Ling Xiao said gently to Ji Luoyu, then looked at Fengming Qingshan and said, "Come, I accept your challenge. Within 3 moves, I will not retaliate. You can attack as you wish." What? Fengming Qingshan thought that he had heard wrongly. Ling Xiao actually dared to accept his challenge. However, after being stunned for a moment, a dense coldness quickly filled his face. Ling Xiao, this idiot, is dead today. Those young talents who admired Ji Luoyu like Fengming Qingshan also had the same thought when they heard Ling Xiao's words. It was said that this Ling Xiao was extremely intelligent, but after seeing him today, it was completely not the case. This fellow was simply an extremely stupid idiot. He dared to accept any kind of challenge. Did he not want to live anymore? He actually said that he would not retaliate within 3 moves, even if he wanted to die. There was no need to be in such a hurry. Fengming Qingshan, as the 8th son of Fengming Immeasurable, the strength of his cultivation was clear to them. The cultivation of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm, the degree of terror, absolutely crushed the 8th, 9th, and 10th Phoenix Sons. It was just that Fengming Immeasurable did not allow his son to participate in the selection of Phoenix Sons, hence he did not enter. If Ling Xiao looked down on Fengming Qingshan because of this, then he would not be far from being killed. Ha 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 ha, what a brave man. It's a pity that bravery and recklessness are often separated by a fine line. Others are brave, but this is called stupid. Fengming Qingshan laughed loudly, laughing particularly complacently. 3 moves. And the other party would not retaliate. If it was 1 move, he did not dare to say that he could kill Ling Xiao. After all, this Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. But if within 3 moves, the other party still did not retaliate, and he still could not kill Ling Xiao, then his Fengming Qingshan would not be able to survive. Ji Luoyu glanced at Ling Xiao and suddenly smiled. Since you have accepted, then I will support you. But if something happens to you, I will not let him off. A threat. This was an obvious threat. Ji Luoyu was telling Fengming Qingshan that if something happened to Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have a good time either. Fengming Qingshan was really intimidated by Ji Luoyu's threat. He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but he couldn't offend Ji Luoyu. After all, Medicine King Sun Sa was now an honored guest of their divine Phoenix Empire, and Ji Luoyu was also a popular person in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Once offended, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hesitating for a moment, Fengming Qingshan suddenly smiled and said, "Miss Luoyu, don't worry, I won't take his life." That's right, he didn't plan to kill Ling Xiao. Killing Ling Xiao and angering Ji Luoyu wasn't worth it. But within 3 moves, crippling Ling Xiao's cultivation and destroying Ling Xiao's cultivation foundation, making him unable to cultivate forever, was still possible. Luoyu, he can't hurt me. Ling Xiao glanced at Ji Luoyu and said with a smile. His gaze revealed an incomparably domineering aura. In that instant, Ji Luoyu actually felt that her worries were unnecessary. It was not as though she had never seen Ling Xiao's strength before. Perhaps she was really worrying for nothing? Don't talk nonsense, I'm going to make my move. Fengming Qingshan really couldn't stand the way Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu flirted. To him, it was simply a kind of torture. In his body, the aura began to surge, and a terrifying domain of origin energy was completely released. The power of bloodline was burning. His body was surrounded by the illusion of an ice phoenix, powerful and mysterious. Peak of the fourth grotto heaven realm? Powerful indeed. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and couldn't help but reveal some praise. This Feng Mingqing Shan was only 24 years old this year, but his cultivation had reached the fourth grotto heaven realm. Although his talent couldn't be compared to Ji Lingyue and the demon wine sword, he was much more powerful than most martial artists. Phoenix Cry Infinity's sons were all extraordinary. Even the youngest son, Feng Ming Yashan, and the ninth son, Feng Ming Heishan, were both above-average geniuses. Ling Xiao was no stranger to geniuses. He was very clear that his advantage came from the mountain and river martial spirit, as well as his disdainful hard work and crazy cultivation. Other people's advantages could be their family background or rich cultivation resources. He couldn't compare with those people, but he was constantly closing the gap with his own efforts. Now, at least in terms of medicinal pills, he did not lose to anyone. With his alchemy skills, coupled with the help of Princess Xianxia and the various medicinal materials provided, the panaceas and miraculous medicines he needed for cultivation would definitely not be lacking. Of course, he wouldn't become arrogant and complacent because of this, nor would he slack off. He would only work harder. At this moment, the ice phoenix on Feng Mingqing's body flapped its wings and let out a clear cry. First move. Feng Mingqing lightly spat out 3 words from his mouth. He clasped his hands together and formed a strange posture. His hands seemed to be about to smash something. Above his hands, a strong power of the ice phoenix was spewing out. It was overbearing and tyrannical. Young Master Qing Shan is indeed young Master Qing Shan. I think even if it's one move, Ling Xiao will find it difficult to take, let alone 3 moves. This attack is really too powerful. Ling Xiao can't take it at all. He's finished. People could feel the natural aura of an emperor emitting from Feng Mingqing Shan's body. Would that dense and cold aura instantly freeze Ling Xiao into an ice cube? Ji Luoyu was a little nervous because he knew that Feng Mingqing Shan would definitely not show mercy. He might not kill Ling Xiao, but he would definitely cripple Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, in fact, sometimes it's better to be a coward. Isn't there a saying that living like a dog is still living? Dying like a hero is still dead. Feng Mingqing Shan's fist shone brighter and his aura became stronger. In his opinion, this punch was enough to completely eliminate Ling Xiao. There was no need for a second or third move. Perhaps he had overestimated Ling Xiao. In fact, the other party was not that powerful. Ling Xiao just stood there, as if he didn't know the power of Feng Mingqing Shan's attack. This made Feng Mingqing Shan feel uncomfortable. In his opinion, Ling Xiao should be filled with fear and horror. This should be the emotion that Ling Xiao should show the most. Who told you to put on an act? Suddenly, a phoenix cry sounded. Feng Mingqing Shan's fists turned into an ice-cold ball and smashed towards Ling Xiao. The ice ball shattered the void and instantly froze the air. Everyone looked at this scene nervously. Those young talents had already begun to imagine Ling Xiao's miserable appearance after being defeated. Serves him right. Who told him to snatch Lady Luoyu from us? That's right. Let's see what he can be proud of after young Master Qing Shan cripples him. However, in the next moment, their mouths seemed to have been thrown into balls of dung. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ling Xiao was safe and sound. No matter how strong the power is, no matter how grand the scene is, what's the use if you can't hit him? Ling Xiao didn't counterattack, but it didn't mean that he couldn't dodge. He had always believed that his movement technique was his strongest trump card. It was just that he didn't seem to use it recently. Damn it. Feng Mingqing Shan frowned and was even more annoyed. Humph, you can dodge the first attack, but can you dodge the second one? He stretched out his right hand, and his entire arm instantly stiffened as if it was frozen. It flickered with a sparkling light, as if he was an ice sculpture. Ice blade. Using his hand as a blade and strengthening his bloodline. This was a move that Feng Mingqing Shan had comprehended himself. He gently raised his right hand, and then a terrifying domain of origin energy continuously poured out. Immediately after, a huge ice blade condensed from the domain of origin energy and water elements appeared in front of everyone. This time, let's see how you dodge. The blade rose and fell, the entire ground trembled. The range of this move was too large. Even with Ling Xiao's movement technique, it was difficult to escape from the attack range. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He stood there and stretched out his right hand, but he didn't attack. His entire right hand was burning with a blazing light. At this moment, the scarlet sun feather raiment completely condensed into a glove, condensing all the defensive power to a point. Boom, the terrifying power slashed down, but it was actually caught by Ling Xiao. Although half of his body was smashed into the ground, the huge ice blade couldn't move. It was stuck in Ling Xiao's right hand, unable to move. What? He can even block this? It seems that Ling Xiao's reputation isn't undeserved. Nonsense, how can someone who can kill Sword Huangzi be weak? Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. The discussions of the crowd changed too easily. As Ling Xiao had blocked 2 consecutive attacks from Feng Ming Qing Shan without being injured, their judgment of Ling Xiao had naturally increased by a level. You have one last chance. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Feng Ming Qing Shan and said with a sneer. You won't be able to block the third move. Feng Ming Qing Shan didn't intend to hold back. He had already lost his last bit of rationality. He said that he would cripple Ling Xiao in 3 moves. If he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. So in the end, even if he had to kill Ling Xiao and offend Ji Luoyu, he had to go all out. The power of his bloodline was completely ignited. A pair of wings made of ice crystals grew out of Feng Ming Qing Shan's back. His body was becoming more and more like an ice phoenix. The only difference was that his face was still human, and he was still standing. The bloodline is completely ignited. The power of the ice phoenix has completely erupted. You won't have a chance. Feng Ming Qing Shan rose into the air, and his entire body was integrated into the attack. He was like an ice phoenix that was ready to hunt at any time. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. No one noticed that his shadow had already left his body and hidden to the side under the protection of the tree. Kill. The huge ice phoenix rushed down, and a terrifying attack that was several times stronger than the previous 2 attacks directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Die, you've completely angered me, so I don't plan to give you a chance. Ling Xiao still didn't say anything. He just stood there, motionless, as if he had lost his soul. But when Feng Ming Qing Shan's attack was less than a foot away from him, he muttered, change. Boom, his voice was instantly drowned out by the attack. Then, a 6 to 7 square, 3 to 4 meters deep crater was blasted open on the ground. Big brother Ling. Ji Luoyu shouted anxiously, wanting to rush over to check on Ling Xiao's situation. However, he was stopped by Lin Mei at the side. Master is fine. It was just a simple sentence, but it made Ji Luoyu stunned. Ling Xiao was fine, how was that possible? That strike just now had completely obliterated Ling Xiao's bones, yet Cold Plum said that he was fine? What was this woman thinking? Was Ling Xiao still her master? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, it's too late for you to regret now. Don't blame me even if you die. You can only blame yourself for fighting over a woman. With me. Looking at Ling Xiao, who had been smashed to pieces in the deep pit, and not even a single hair was left, Feng Ming Qing Shan laughed excitedly. Do we really have to kill Ling Xiao? The crowd was also shocked. After all, for such a long time, there were too many people who wanted Ling Xiao's life, but no one had actually killed Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Qing Shan actually did it. This was truly inconceivable. So what if he's killed? What's the big deal? To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao is only at the level of Sword Huangzi. He's a far cry from young Master Qing Shan. Someone else said. That's true. But if we kill Ling Xiao, will the Moon Lady spare young Master Qing Shan? Someone was worried. In the imperial capital, there was an important reason why many people didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao, and that was naturally the existence of the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady was too powerful. Many people were afraid that the Moon Lady would take revenge after killing Ling Xiao. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Xiao was able to live peacefully. What's there to be afraid of? As long as young Master Qing Shan hides in the palace, even the Moon Lady won't be able to barge in. The Ice Phoenix Tribe, Fiery Phoenix Tribe, and Dark Phoenix Tribe all have their own experts. They won't let the Moon Lady mess around. Everyone was discussing, but they didn't notice a person walking out from the dark shade. Above this person's head, there was a giant sword that was cold and sinister. What are you guys so happy about? It's just breaking the air. Is there a need to be so happy? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Ji Luoyu was crying tears of joy. Feng Mingqingshan was trembling all over. Impossible. I clearly saw you standing there and being hit. How can you still be alive? This is absolutely impossible. He couldn't believe that his strongest attack didn't kill Ling Xiao. I've said it before. No matter how strong the attack is, it's meaningless if it can't hit the target. Ling Xiao said calmly, now that the 3 moves have passed, it's my turn. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he reached out and grabbed the divine sword of light that was hanging above his head. Feng Mingqingshan could feel that the seemingly intangible sword was emitting an extremely terrifying and powerful aura, making it difficult for him to breathe. I'll give you a chance to block it. 1 move, I'll only use 1 move. If you can block it, you can get lost. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Feng Mingqingshan with disdain and contempt on his face. Feng Mingqingshan's actions were too disdainful. I don't believe that your attack can be that strong. Feng Mingqingshan felt a strong sense of humiliation. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly lower than his, but he dared to say that he would cripple him in 1 move. How could he accept this? The bloodline power in his body condensed together again. This time, he used his power on defense. His entire body was protected by the thick Ice Phoenix body. Are you ready? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Come, I'd like to see how you can be so sure. Feng Mingqingshan roared. Ling Xiao smiled, held the giant sword with both hands, and then stabbed out. The first transformation of the divine sword of light, Rising Sun Change, to kill Feng Mingqingshan was actually not an easy task. Ling Xiao was very clear on this point. So the moment he made his move, he directly used the Rising Sun Change of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. A bright light swallowed everything. The moment the huge sword of light touched the Ice Phoenix, it completely pierced through it. A terrifyingly high temperature began to be released, and the Ice Phoenix began to melt. In the terrifyingly high temperature, the Phoenix also became useless. In the crowd, those who were originally hostile to Ling Xiao looked at all of this with frightened and incredulous eyes. They were scared out of their wits. Ling Xiao's sword was too terrifying. It easily broke the defensive move that Feng Mingqingshan had painstakingly condensed. No, impossible. A mournful scream came from Feng Mingqingshan's mouth. Even though he opened his wings in that instant and soared hundreds of meters into the air, there was still sword chi in his body that was constantly torturing him. On his body, the scorching heat burned his skin, leaving ugly scars all over his body. However, the pain on his body could not be compared to the pain on his heart. He thought that he could cripple Ling Xiao in 3 moves. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after he failed to injure Ling Xiao in 3 moves, Ling Xiao would instead be able to injure him in 1 move. Crushing, he could feel the terror of being crushed by someone else's strength. But Ling Xiao was clearly only at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. How could he be so strong? He did not understand. It was even more unacceptable. The crowd suddenly became completely silent. They were really unable to accept such a result. Those noble young talents thought that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he would not be able to take advantage of Feng Mingqingshan, a 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He might even be easily defeated. However, the cruel truth told them that they were wrong. They were wrong, ridiculously wrong. The reason why Ling Xiao was not dead even after being assassinated by so many people was definitely not as simple as being protected by a few women. His own strength was equally astonishing. It's important to know one's own limits. I ignored you because I disdained you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If Luoyu follows you, I'm afraid she will be killed by you one day. You won't even know where you went wrong, trash. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Feng Mingqingshan, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference. His words contained a strong sense of sarcasm. Feng Mingqingshan landed on the ground. Because the sword chi in his body made him unable to maintain flight, even the ice crystal wings had been retracted back into his body. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. That terrifying sword chi was mixed with intense heat, as if he was being roasted by Ling Xiao. He could feel that his internal organs were being burned by this high temperature, and his meridians were being tortured by pain. Scram, I'll spare your life today. Consider it giving Feng Ming Wuliang some face. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Feng Ming Qingshan and said coldly. You want me to scram? Feng Ming Qingshan really couldn't accept a beggar telling him to scram. That's right, I want you to scram. Ling Xiao said. Feng Ming Qingshan finally suppressed the crazy sword chi in his body for the time being, and then stared at Ling Xiao with a venomous gaze. This person was too hateful. Not only did he make him lose face in front of Ji Luoyu, but he also told him to scram. What did he take him for? But he was really afraid of Ling Xiao and really didn't dare to do anything. He slowly stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. You will definitely regret it. The outcome of snatching a woman from me will be very miserable. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Stop. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded behind him. Do you not understand human language? I asked you to scram, not leave. What? Feng Ming Qingshan paused. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao's scram meant that he wanted them to leave. But it seemed like they had misunderstood. Ling Xiao's so-called roll was really rolling on the ground. How could Feng Ming Qing accept such a thing? In his chest, there was a ball of burning rage that was constantly expanding and burning. Ling Xiao, you've gone too far. Feng Ming Qingshan roared. I'm going too far? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. Ling Xiao coldly said, when you forced me to fight with you just now, did you ever think that you would be even more overbearing? Feng Ming Qing clenched his fists tightly. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. He really wanted to attack with all his might and vent all his anger on Ling Xiao. But he didn't dare. The scene just now was still vivid in his mind. His fear of Ling Xiao had been deeply implanted in the bottom of his heart. He was afraid and didn't dare to make a move. But he didn't want to roll away. If he really did that, he could only hide in the courtyard of the Divine Palace and be a pathetic coward in the future. He, Feng Ming Qingshan, was the son of the Imperial Emperor and a genius of the Ice Phoenix clan. His cultivation was powerful and his talent was outstanding. He was originally one of the best of the younger generation. Coupled with his powerful background, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like today. Even the two princes didn't dare to do so. However, today, Ling Xiao actually asked him to roll away from here. This was clearly deliberately humiliating him and making him lose face. Looking at Ling Xiao's mocking and cold gaze, the anger in Feng Ming Qingshan's heart burned even more vigorously. Looking at the aristocratic warriors who hadn't left, although they didn't dare to show their contempt and disdain, their eyes couldn't hide the ridicule and ridicule. That fire was finally about to erupt completely. However, what made him finally decide to fight back was still a sentence. Young Master Qingshan, you do it. I'll kill him. Feng Ming Qingshan could tell that this was the voice of Blue Wave Sword Mo Kong. They had been in contact with each other outside. Although they weren't friends, they were allies because they didn't like Ling Xiao very much. Hearing this, Feng Ming Qingshan finally made up his mind. I'll roll. He gritted his teeth and began to roll back the way he came. And the path he took just happened to pass by Ling Xiao. When he was only about a meter away, he suddenly burst out and condensed an ice sword in his hands. Although it wasn't as big as the previous ice blade, it was more suitable for a sneak attack. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. How could he let Feng Ming Qingshan leave so easily? They had already formed a deadly feud. If he didn't kill him, there would be endless trouble in the future. Because of this, he asked Feng Ming Qingshan to roll away. He deliberately provoked the other party. If Feng Ming Qingshan could endure being a coward, then he really couldn't do anything. Unfortunately, Feng Ming Qingshan wasn't the kind of person who could endure silently. As the son of Feng Ming Immeasurable, he was used to the feeling of being held high. Now that someone suddenly wanted to ruthlessly trample him under his feet, how could he agree? Therefore, Feng Ming Qingshan's sneak attack was inevitable. Ling Xiao had long since been prepared to deal with all of this. On the surface, he was reckless and impulsive, but in reality, he was very careful. Some of the seemingly accidental events were actually deliberately facilitated by him. If Feng Mingqing Shan didn't sneak attack him, then he wouldn't have enough reason to kill him. It was a pity that Feng Mingqing Shan didn't know this. His choice was destined to be crippled today. Ling Zhao's body retreated slightly, and then he stepped forward again. On his fists, blazing power of light condensed, and like a blade, it quickly elongated. Then, this ice-cold blade slashed onto Feng Mingqing Shan's ice sword. That ice sword instantly disintegrated, turning into ice flowers on the ground. You're courting death, so don't blame me. Above his head, a divine sword of light hung. Ling Xiao held this divine sword in his hand, and was about to slash Feng Mingqing Shan under his sword. It's still not certain who will die. Feng Mingqing Shan sneered, not intending to fight Ling Xiao head-on. His hand suddenly released a terrifying cold air. In that instant, Ling Zhao's entire body was actually frozen in this ice crystal. Although Feng Mingqing Shan understood very well that such a trick wouldn't pose too much of a threat to Ling Xiao. But he didn't expect to be able to hurt Ling Xiao like this. He dared to make a move because he had a helper. Just as Ling Xiao was frozen by the ice crystal, a silent sword light pierced through the void, piercing towards Ling Xiao. It didn't have a gorgeous appearance. There was no dazzling light. But it was like a deadly poisonous snake. Once bitten, one would definitely die. Everyone stared at this sword with their mouths agape. It's Emote Song. Emerald Wave Sword Emote Song. The crowd exclaimed when they discovered the attacker. No wonder the sword was so swift, so cunning, and so ruthless. It's Emote Song from Emerald Wave Island. He's the #1 expert among the younger generation of Emerald Wave Island. Yes, his cultivation isn't inferior to young Master Qing Shan's, but why did he sneak an attack on Ling Xiao? Who knows? It's probably because of the enmity in the past. The crowd was shocked for a moment before they scrambled to shout. Emerald Wave Sword Emote Song was powerful. Ling Xiao hadn't fought with him in the City of Sin, so he didn't know this person at all. Although he had expected to be attacked by this guy today, the strength and ruthlessness of the other party's move surprised him. This sword was extremely powerful. Emote Song clearly wanted to take his life. Others didn't know why Emote Song did this, but Ling Xiao was very clear. Emerald Wave Island was basically destroyed by him. It would be strange if Emote Song didn't seek revenge. Break! Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He released a scorching power from his body and instantly shattered the ice crystal. At the same time, he raised his left hand and the divine light sword met the attack. Die! Emote Song roared furiously. He had waited for this day for too long. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would still be the young master of Emerald Wave Island and a hero in the hearts of countless young warriors. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would have more resources to break through the difficulties and raise his cultivation to a higher level before the Dragon Phoenix selection. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, his father wouldn't have died, Emerald Wave Island wouldn't have been destroyed, and he wouldn't have submitted to the Ice Phoenix clan like a dog and become someone's slave. He blamed all of this on Ling Xiao. Although he had never fought with Ling Xiao and almost died not because of Ling Xiao, he hated Ling Xiao to the bone. This was because he didn't dare to seek revenge from his real enemy. The Ice Phoenix clan was too powerful. With his own strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them with a single finger. Emote Song, who was lucky enough to survive, came to the Divine Phoenix capital. He had originally planned to join the Phoenix Academy, but they simply looked down on him, the young master who had lost Emerald Ripple Island. The Ice Phoenix clan had promised to help him, but they wanted to make him their slave. For the sake of revenge, he had abandoned his dignity. At this moment, including the resentment of being a slave, he wanted to vent all of it on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao must die. Phoenix Cry, instant freeze. At this time, Phoenix Cry Qingshan did not give up on attacking. Although Emote Song's sneak attack seemed very safe, after witnessing Ling Xiao's ability, he did not dare to be careless. Unless Ling Xiao died, he would never stop attacking. Today, either Ling Xiao or he would die. That was the current situation. Big brother Ling, let me help you. Ji Luoyu jumped out and was about to join the fight. Step back. Ling Xiao said indifferently, two shameless villains can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao was already used to the shamelessness of these enemies. Therefore, he never had any illusions that his opponents could really fight him one-on-one. In fact, he could let Cold Plum take action. As long as Cold Plum took action, these two people would die without a doubt. But he did not do so, because there was no need. Although Phoenix Cry Qingshan and Mo Tsung worked together, ordinary 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would probably be killed. But Ling Xiao was not ordinary. And in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Qingshan was just a defeated opponent. At this time, it would be good if Phoenix Cry Qingshan could use half of his strength. Clang, an ear-piercing sound finally exploded. Ling Xiao's divine light sword clashed with Mo Tsung's emerald ripple sword. The terrifying impact caused the gravel on the ground to fly everywhere. Many people could not open their eyes because of the terrifying wind. Ling Xiao borrowed the force of the collision to quickly retreat, avoiding Phoenix Cry Qingshan's attack. Then, he looked at Phoenix Cry Qingshan and said, "You better not take action. Otherwise, I don't need to take action, and you will die without a doubt." "Bullshit, now you're afraid, but it's useless. You must die today." Phoenix Cry Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot. How could he believe Ling Xiao's words? In his opinion, Ling Xiao said such nonsense because he could not face him and Mo Tsung at the same time. It was simply ridiculous. So strong. Everyone's judgment of Ling Xiao increased by another level. Just now, it was really a moment of life and death. Mo Tsung's sneak attack was silent. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. Coupled with Phoenix Cry Qingshan's harassment, an ordinary martial artist would probably panic in such a situation. But Ling Xiao seemed to have predicted everything from the beginning, and proceeded steadily according to his plan. Making use of Mo Tsung's sword to avoid Phoenix Cry Qingshan's attack was simply an art. It was no longer a martial technique. Mo Tsung's face was slightly ugly. He seized the opportunity to sneak attack Ling Xiao, but he did not expect that he could not even touch a hair of his opponent. Ling Xiao, this terrifying guy, seemed to be able to calculate, as if he had accurately predicted what he would do. And even made use of his attack. This guy was not so strong when he was in the city of Sin. It had not even been half a year, how could he be so terrifying? No, he must kill him today, otherwise, there would be no more chances in the future. Mo Tsung gritted his teeth, and his eyes were cold. The murderous intent on the emerald wave sword in his hand intensified. His body did not retreat, and his long sword pierced again. In an instant, he was close to Ling Xiao again. Originally, Emerald Wave Island could have kept you as the only seedling. But now, it seems like you don't want to live. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He originally did not want to kill Mo Kong. After all, during the incident in the city of Sin, Mo Tsung did not fight with him. But now, Mo Tsung wanted to kill him. With his personality, how could he let go of someone who wanted to kill him? Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. Divine Sword of Light, Change of the Rising Sun. The Divine Sword of Light, which was originally used to block attacks, suddenly became even more dazzling. Ah! Phoenix Cry Qingshan, who was rushing over, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. He was not going to live. Looking at Ling Xiao again, the sun-like divine sword of light in his hand clashed with Mo Tsung's emerald wave sword once again. It was only a moment of contact, but the emerald wave sword turned completely red, as if it had been burned. This terrifying heat spread from the emerald wave sword to Mo Tsung's right hand. His right hand and arm became a bloody mess in an instant, and the rot accelerated. Ah! Mo Tsung finally screamed, and threw away the emerald wave sword in his hand, which was almost completely red, as if he was throwing away a poisonous snake that could take his life at any time. And his right hand, which was holding the sword, was now completely crippled. Mo Tsung's arm was not only badly mutilated, but even his bones were completely deformed, as if his arm had been thrown into a high temperature and burned. That ugly and terrifying appearance caused many people to involuntarily tremble in their hearts. Mo Tsung's cultivation was similar to Feng Mingqing's. But he seemed to be more seriously injured, because Feng Mingqing was defending with all his strength when he was attacked. But Mo Tsung was attacking with all his strength, and did not do anything to defend. Looking at the other side, Feng Mingqing's situation was also very strange. Ling Xiao did not attack him, but he suddenly fell to the ground, on the verge of death, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and was extremely miserable. I've said it before, if you don't attack, you can still live. Once you attack me, you'll be asking for trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. Why is it like this? Feng Mingqing could not understand how he could be like this. It's very simple. My sword energy has already caused your internal organs to be in an extremely weak state. If you go back and properly recuperate, you might be able to recover in the future. However, you chose to fight, so your extremely weak internal organs quickly ruptured. Naturally, you ended up like this. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is called the evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own doing are the hardest to bear. You asked for it, so you can't blame others." Ling Xiao, that guy is really terrifying. 2 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, one of them was beaten to a pulp by him, and is about to die. The other one's right arm is also completely crippled. I'm afraid his strength will also be greatly reduced. Those young geniuses who were usually high and mighty all trembled in their hearts when they saw the scene. They were thinking, if the one who fought with Ling Xiao just now was not Feng Mingqing and Mo Tsung, but them, what kind of situation would it be? When they thought of that ending, they felt their entire bodies tremble. This was too shocking. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had only used the divine sword of light to attack. He did not use anything else, and he had defeated 2 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This guy was only a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. His battle prowess was indeed much stronger than his cultivation on the surface. Mo Tsung had already retreated several hundred meters away. Looking at his bloody right arm, he was terrified and confused. His cultivation was clearly higher than his opponent's, and it was clearly a sneak attack. But now, his opponent was completely unharmed, while he, the attacker, was severely injured. This sort of humiliation was simply unbearable to him. Why? Why is God so unfair to me? That demon killed so many of my Jade Wave Island's people, but he's still alive. Why can't I kill him? He looked up to the sky and roared, feeling a strong sense of indignation for his fate. The heavens are unfair? The heavens have already treated your Emerald Ripple Island well enough. Ling Xiao couldn't help sneering, heaven gave you at least 3 chances to repent and let you stop. But you didn't. Your island is full of self-righteous people who want to take my life and seize the Imperial Jade Seal and Human King's notes. Your actions are courting death. If the heavens don't let you die, that would be the real injustice. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Mo Tsung wasn't willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Of course, he didn't want to listen. If he did, then wouldn't the people who died on his Emerald Ripple Island really be courting death? Their deaths were worthless and meaningless. Big brother Ling, are you all right? Ji Luoyu rushed over anxiously. She sized up Ling Xiao and confirmed that Ling Xiao was really fine. Then she smiled bitterly, "You're simply a monster. I've already noticed it when we were in the City of Sin. Although I'm not a monster, it's more than enough to deal with these 2 pieces of trash. They're actually right about one thing. I did rely on women to survive until now. But I feel honored, not ashamed." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If women are willing to protect me, that's my ability. Also, I have the confidence to protect them in the future. But these 2 pieces of trash really don't have the right to talk about me. Because to deal with them, I don't need Sister Moon Maiden and Cold Plum to do anything. Of course, Luoyu, you don't have to help either." At this moment, Feng Mingqing Shan, who was lying on the ground, looked up at the sky in pain. He didn't have the mood to be jealous of Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu talking intimately. Humans really valued their own lives more. When his life was about to end, women shouldn't be that important to him anymore. However, Mo Tsung and the others were mad with jealousy. But they didn't dare to do anything. They didn't even dare to say anything. Ling Xiao had already displayed his powerful strength. Who would dare to talk nonsense here? Unless their brains weren't working well and they didn't want to live anymore, they wouldn't be so stupid. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Mingqing Shan indifferently and said, "I took 3 of your moves, and you took 1 of mine. I was going easy on you, but you didn't know how to respect yourself and insisted on seeking death. Now, I think even the gods can't save you." Then, he looked at the two captains of the Imperial Guards who came with Feng Ming Qing Shan and said, "Take your master and scram. I don't want to see him again. Otherwise, I will kill him." Hearing Ling Xiao's threat, Feng Ming Qing Shan was furious and aggrieved, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, there was blood in his throat. He couldn't even speak. The two captains of the Imperial Guards only dared to approach Feng Ming Qing Shan after hearing Ling Xiao's words. They took out healing elixirs and fed them to Feng Ming Qing Shan. However, they weren't in a hurry to leave, because Feng Ming Qing Shan's situation couldn't withstand the torment. But they still sent someone to the palace to ask for help. Feng Ming Qing Shan was Feng Ming Wuliang's biological son. Even if Feng Ming Wuliang was ruthless, he wouldn't dare to leave his biological son to die in front of so many people. If he really did that, even the people of the Ice Phoenix clan would look down on him. Ling Xiao didn't stop the Imperial Guard. He heard that the Ice Phoenix clan had a heavy sword called Ice's Fury. Although it was of the ice attribute, to him, any attribute could be converted. He needed a heavy sword to use now. As long as Feng Ming Wuliang wanted to save Feng Ming Qing Shan, he had to give him the Ice's Fury. Otherwise, he dared to guarantee that even if Medicine King Sun Sa personally made a move, he wouldn't be able to save Feng Ming Qing Shan. With a slight smile, his gaze became cold again. Then, he looked at Mo Tsung, his murderous intent skyrocketing. "Emerald Wave Sword Mo Tsung. Although you are very pitiful now, it doesn't mean that I will let you go. I said that I won't let go of anyone who dares to kill me." Ling Xiao slowly raised his foot and walked towards Mo Kong. He coldly said, "You didn't have to die, but this time, you must die. Even though I don't know how you managed to survive in the City of Sin, I'm guessing that you must have cultivated some special martial arts. It doesn't matter, I will let you die completely this time. You won't have to suffer the pain of this world anymore." Mo Tsung's sword-wielding right arm was completely crippled. At this moment, his strength was definitely greatly reduced. That was why he was terrified. When he was at his peak, he couldn't even kill Ling Xiao with a sneak attack. Now that his right arm was crippled, how could he fight? It was obvious that Ling Xiao wanted him to die. Moreover, he wanted him to die without any mercy. Where it's possible to make mistakes, let them off. When Ling Xiao was dozens of meters away from Mo Tsung, a domineering and dignified voice sounded. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Today's matter was his fault, but he's already crippled. Why do you have to kill him? It turned out that someone had been watching the show. The crowd turned around and looked at the young man who slowly descended from the treetops. They were filled with surprise. They didn't sense his presence. He had starry eyebrows, sword-like eyes, handsome looks, and a righteous aura. This was probably the kind of person they were talking about. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he didn't know this person. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked. "Noble Sword, Xianxia." The young man looked to be about 20 years old, but his aura was stronger than many of the people present. He smiled as he walked towards Mo Tsung and said calmly. "Noble Sword. He's the Noble Sword?" Someone in the crowd had obviously heard of this person. Could he be the Noble Sword of Chang'e's Celestial Island? It shouldn't be wrong. He looks exactly the same as the portrait. The Noble Sword is one of the top 6 young experts of Chang'e's Celestial Island. I heard that he likes to uphold justice and help others the most. If that's the case, he saved Mo Tsung today because he pitied Mo Tsung? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Ling Xiao roughly knew what kind of person the Noble Sword, Xianxia, was. The Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin, and countless young experts were gathering in the Divine Phoenix capital. The Noble Sword, Xianxia, was naturally one of them. However, his surname was quite unique. It was actually Yu. Could it be that he was related to the Yuehua school and the Moonlight Fairy? One had to know that the surnames of the tens of thousands of clans were all related to the experts of the primordial era. Even though Yuehua school had declined, it still had a glorious era. Ling Xiao knew that the Moonlight Fairy's descendant was surnamed Yu, but he did not know if Xianxia counted. "Give me some face and let him go," Xianxia said with a smile. He appeared to be very gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. I'm sorry, but I can't give you that face. Ling Xiao cast an indifferent glance at the gentleman's sword, Xianxia, and said, you should have arrived a long time ago. When the two of them joined forces to launch a sneak attack on me, why didn't you appear, noble sword? I think he's a hypocrite. In fact, Ling Xiao already knew that someone was there, but he didn't know who that person was or whether he was a friend or foe. Just now, when he was at a disadvantage and was ambushed by two people, this person did not appear when his life was at stake. Now that he wanted to kill Emote Song, this person suddenly stood out. This kind of favoritism made Ling Xiao very disdainful. Crazy. Ling Xiao is really crazy. Doesn't he know the cultivation of the gentleman's sword? That's the middle stage of the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, much stronger than young Master Qing Shan and Mo Kong. Someone actually dared to say that the gentleman's sword was a hypocrite. This made the geniuses of the nobles a little incredulous. Was Ling Xiao's brain really short-circuited? Did he really think that he could look down on everyone just because he defeated Qing Shan and Emote Song in a row? Hypocrite? Xianxia also frowned and chuckled. No one has ever dared to say that about me. I, the gentleman's sword, save whoever I want to save, and I don't want to save whoever I don't want to save. Do you have any objections? No objections. Ling Xiao shook his head. That's more like it. Then let Emote Song go. Seeing that the everlasting joy ancestor was indebted to you, I can let bygones be bygones. Xianxia nodded. In satisfaction. He thought that Ling Xiao had given in. However, Ling Xiao's following words made his face turn ashen once again. I don't have any objections to what you do, but don't tell me who to kill. Ling Xiao's voice was clear and clear. What did you say? Xianxia frowned. This was the first time he had seen such an ungrateful person. If it wasn't for the everlasting joy ancestor, he would have already made a move. If you're not deaf, you should have heard it very clearly. I don't want to repeat it. Ling Xiao glanced at Xianxia, and the divine light sword in his hand became even more blazing. He had no intention of stopping his steps at all. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao, and his cold eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Whoosh, a long sword came out of its shell. It was a sword that was suffused with golden light. Its design was luxurious and very beautiful. Moreover, it was a spiritual weapon. Although it was only a mortal grade spiritual weapon was an absolutely crushing existence in front of a divine grade treasure. A Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist could already mobilize the power of a mortal grade spiritual weapon. Especially a genius martial artist, they were even more skillful in mobilizing the power of a spiritual weapon. My sword will not show mercy. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Ling Xiao's vital points from afar. His aura had already locked onto Ling Xiao. If you dare to touch Emote Song, I dare to touch you. There was no room for negotiation. It was domineering and unreasonable. This was the gentleman's sword Xianxia. This was the young expert ranked 5th in the everlasting joy immortal island. Ling Xiao was still unmoved and continued to walk forward. The enemy was very strong, but it wasn't the kind of strength that couldn't be defeated. If he had to cower in the face of such an opponent, then he, Ling Xiao, would definitely have an inner demon on his path of martial arts in the future. Since there was difficulty, he would just break through it. There was nothing to be afraid of. Behind him, a rising sun hung high, and all of its blazing light poured onto the divine light sword. He knew that his opponent this time wasn't Emote Song, but Xianxia. As long as he could defeat Xianxia, he could kill Emote Song if he wanted to. The gentleman's sword Xianxia stood in front of Emote Song just like that, looking coldly at Ling Xiao. And Emote Song stood there without moving. He had placed all of his hopes on Xianxia. Just now, Xianxia actually asked him a question. If I save you, you will become my subordinate and follow me back to the everlasting joy immortal island. How about it? Xianxia was an ambitious person. He wasn't satisfied with the everlasting joy immortal island remaining on only one island. He wanted to unify the heavenly dragon continent and divine phoenix continent, and he wanted the everlasting joy immortal island to become the largest empire in the profound world. He had never told this to anyone before. He only carried it out slowly. Although Mo Tsung's right arm was crippled, puppet technology was so advanced now. It wasn't difficult to reattach a crippled right arm. To the puppet masters of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, this was as easy as flipping their hands. Therefore, Mo Tsung could be one of his capable subordinates. As long as he saved Mo Tsung and asked the Ice Phoenix clan for a slave, the Ice Phoenix clan wouldn't dare to refuse. After all, even the Divine Phoenix Empire was under the rule of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Mo Tsung had agreed to go with Xianxia. He had bet his future on Xianxia. This was an absolute powerhouse, much stronger than him. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to get any benefits from this person. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao walked to less than 10 meters away from Xianxia and said in a cold voice, I don't want to make things difficult for you out of respect for the Everlasting Joy Ancestor, but don't make a mistake. Mistake? Xianxia laughed. Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten him? If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. I, Gentleman Sword, will definitely not let the person I want to save die. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? I killed Sword Devil and offended the Permetha Immortal Island. I killed Gao Yongwen and offended the Black Water Immortal Island. Although the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is slightly stronger than them, they're basically on the same level. I'm giving you a chance now because I don't want to become enemies with the Everlasting Joy Ancestor. He's a good man, Ling Xiao stood there and said slowly in a cold voice. If that's the case, then you can rest assured. I don't belong to the Ancestor's faction in the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. To be more precise, the Ancestor is now a mere figurehead, and I'm one of the instigators. Gentleman Sword said indifferently. He was not lying. When the Ancestor was injured, the two Vice Island Masters took the opportunity to seize power and get rid of the Ancestor's trusted aides to control the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Although Ling Xiao later saved the Ancestor's power at that time was already gone. After returning to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, he announced that he was going into seclusion and publicly handed over power to the two Vice Island Masters. Gentleman Sword had always been very proud because he was one of the two Vice Island Masters. So that's the case. Then it's easy. When Ling Xiao heard Noble Sword's words, he no longer had any worries. He looked at Noble Sword indifferently. The moment he spoke, an extremely vicious killing intent pounced on Gentleman Sword and entered Xianxia's body. It was like a poisonous insect, wreaking havoc in the depths of Xianxia's soul. Xianxia actually felt fear, a fear that he had never felt before. He didn't understand. His cultivation was clearly much higher than his opponent's, and his experience wasn't inferior to his opponent's, but why was there such a clear difference in sword intent? Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, Xianxia's feet actually moved back a little bit. However, he moved back very quickly. However, that subconscious action completely betrayed his inner thoughts. He was actually afraid. He was actually frightened by a mere third grotto heaven realm martial artist. How was this possible? He did not believe that he would be afraid of Ling Xiao. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Suddenly, Xianxia coldly shouted and stabbed out with the noble sword in his hand. This sword seemed to have pierced through a long river. Terrifying water poured down from the sky, turning into fierce waves that smashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom, however, before the attack could reach Ling Xiao, it was completely evaporated by the high temperature. The sky was filled with fog, hazy and indistinct. However, it made that trace of subconscious fear in Xianxia's heart clearly take root and germinate. His attack was actually so easily neutralized by Ling Xiao. This caused his confidence to drop significantly. 5 meters, 3 meters, Ling Xiao rapidly approached Xianxia, completely having no intention of going around Xianxia. Since there were obstructions on the way, then he should break through them and not go around them. Although he might still be able to reach his goal by going around them, it would waste time and effort. Moreover, that path would still have obstructions that would forever lie there, difficult to reach. To a martial artist, this was simply a huge taboo. Scram! When he was still around 2 meters away from Xianxia, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. The powerful voice fused with a terrifying soul pressure. You! Xianxia's heart seemed to have exploded. His feet finally retreated again. And this time, he retreated a full 2 to 3 steps before he could stand firm. Damn it. Xianxia didn't want to retreat at all, but his body didn't seem to listen to his orders at all. He could only use battle to numb himself. His sword pierced out once again, but his heart was already in a mess. The sword technique was simply full of flaws. Xiao didn't even bother to use his sword to block it. He just flicked out a crimson sun all lightly and easily sent the gentleman's sword in Xianxia's hand flying. I told you to scram. In that instant, what Xianxia saw wasn't Xiao, but a giant beast that could devour the heavens. He was already hallucinating. Because that terrifying soul pressure of Xiao's made his rhythm go haywire. His mind also fell into complete chaos. Monster! Xianxia cried out in shock. In an instant, he actually fled several hundred meters away like a frightened rabbit, leaving the pitiful Song there. When everyone saw this scene, they simply didn't know how to express their feelings. Gentleman Sword Xianxia, this was a famous young powerhouse in the pugilistic world, the 5th young disciple of Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. His performance when facing Xiao was actually inferior to Feng Mingqing Shan. Actually, they didn't know. When Xiao fought with Feng Mingqing Shan and Song, he didn't use his soul power at all. Otherwise, those 2 salted fishes would not be enough to deal with them. Xiao's soul power was one of his trump cards. It was constantly improving and strengthening. However, he deliberately didn't use it in battle. Since it was a trump card, the less it was used, the greater the surprise. If it was completely seen through by others, then the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Looking disdainfully at Xianxia, who had an extremely ugly expression in the distance, Xiao cast his gaze towards Kong. The ice-cold killing intent also completely transferred from Xianxia to Kong. Without Xianxia blocking in front, Song, who was directly facing Xiao, felt as if he had taken off his clothes and was standing in a world of ice and snow. Enduring the bone-piercing cold, he simply couldn't control his entire body from trembling. His eyes stared fixedly at Xiao. However, at this moment, he already had no intention to fight. All that was left was fear and unwillingness. Perhaps, there was also a trace of hatred. I know that you hate, and I also know that you're unwilling. However, it's useless. You brought all of this upon yourself. That pitiful expression you're showing can't move me. I must kill you. Xiao gently waved the divine light sword in his hand. This time, he didn't inject too much inner energy into it. All along, Xiao's battle had been very precise. The use of every move was carried out in exquisite calculations. However much inner energy should be used, he would use it. He would definitely not waste it casually. After all, he had a lot of enemies. Casually wasting his inner strength was a waste of natural resources. Song turned around and fled. He knew that he had no chance and could only escape. He didn't know whether he could escape or not. However, at this moment, he already had no other thoughts. Xiao was too terrifying. He wasn't someone he could fight against at all. Kill. There wasn't the slightest bit of sympathy in Xiao's eyes. With a slash of his sword, the sword chi pierced through the air for tens of meters and nailed Song to a tree. After reaching the 3rd grotto heaven realm, the power of Xiao's divine light sword was naturally different from before. It was stronger and sharper than before. The rising sun hung behind his head, absorbing the power of the scarlet sun. It was like a real scarlet sun, but much smaller. This power was now completely concentrated on the divine light sword, and it pierced through Song's body. Even if Song didn't die, he would probably become a cripple. Ah! Song let out a shrill cry of terror. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. But when these thoughts gathered together, there was only regret. Why did he have to find Xiao? Most of the people on Emerald Ripple Island were killed by the people brought by Feng Mingxiao. It was because he was afraid of the Ice Phoenix clan and felt that Xiao was easy to bully. However, it was only now that he suddenly realized that Xiao was actually not that easy to bully. Bastard! On the other side, the gentleman Sword Xianxia, who had been scared off by Xiao's terrifying soul power, could only watch as everything happened. He didn't even have the courage to attack. This person had suffered from today's setbacks. If he couldn't pull himself together, his future path of martial arts would be full of obstacles. His inner demon had already formed. Facing a martial artist like Ling Xiao, he would definitely feel fear. Perhaps he wouldn't even have the courage to fight. Ling Xiao ignored him. He only looked at Mo Tsung and said, "Don't struggle. Just accept death. Maybe you'll feel better." He noticed that Mo Tsung didn't want to die. His body was still struggling. All the inner energy in his body gathered on his wound, trying to force the divine light sword back. "I don't want to die." Mo Tsung roared. These were his true thoughts. "If you don't want to die, you should have made your decision long ago. You shouldn't have waited until now. I'm very interested in how you survived in the city of sin." Ling Xiao always had this question in his heart, so he wanted to verify it today. His right hand twisted in the air. As his right hand twisted, the divine light sword also rotated in Mo Tsung's body. Ah! Another miserable shriek rang out, but this shriek came to an abrupt end. Because Mo Tsung was dead. The terrifyingly high temperature and Ling Xiao's twisting of the blade caused Mo Tsung's internal organs to be completely destroyed. Withdraw. Retrieving the divine radiance sword, Mo Tsung's body fell limply to the ground. However, he still went over to check. He was indeed dead. There was no doubt about that. Thus, Ling Xiao turned around and left. Do I really have to kill him? Emerald Wave Sword. Mo Tsung was crippled just like that. The noble geniuses who hadn't left yet swallowed their saliva nervously. This scene had left a deep impression on them. Ling Xiao showed no mercy at all. Even though the other party was already at the end of his rope, he had no intention of holding back. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already more than 100 meters away from Mo Kong. In that instant, Mo Tsung's lifeless body suddenly moved. A black gas wrapped around his body, and his body quickly fled. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that not only did Mo Tsung come back to life, he was even stronger than before. What was going on? Godly light travel. Ling Xiao's body turned into a line. A shining golden line appeared in front of Mo Tsung in an instant. Tell me, what martial arts did you practice? I can spare your life. He was very curious about Mo Tsung's martial arts. This guy's martial arts could actually revive the dead. This was too strange. I can't tell you. Mo Tsung shook his head and looked at Ling Xiao with hatred. If you don't tell me, I'll turn you into pus today. I don't believe you can still come back to life. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. A blazing ball of light condensed in his hand. This ball of light was the rising sun behind him. This was still the divine radiance sword. It was just a variant. The sharpness of the attack was weakened, and instead, the high temperature was strengthened. As long as one was touched by this ball of light, one's body would definitely quickly melt and turn into pus. Mo Tsung is stupid. Hurry up and tell me. What secret is more important than his own life? Does this idiot really want to die? In the crowd, many people were anxious for Mo Kong. You finally got a chance to live. Is it really good to waste it like this? Do you still want to take revenge? Don't forget, you two Fourth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists have no chance of winning against Ling Xiao, a Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. In the future, you won't have any chance. Even if you don't like it, you have to hold it in. Don't even think about taking revenge. You won't have the chance at all. You won't tell me? Ling Xiao asked faintly. I can't. That's our Emerald Wave Island's secret. Mo Tsung shook his head. He was very determined on this matter. Okay, since you won't tell me, then die. The small red sun in Ling Xiao's hand kept approaching Mo Kong. The blazing high temperature had already begun to take effect. The storm above the red sun was released. Mo Tsung's clothes began to burn and his skin felt a burning pain. I'll tell you. The threat of death made Mo Tsung finally choose to compromise. He had already made a wrong choice once. He didn't want to make the same mistake a second time. Because if he made another mistake this time, then he really wouldn't be able to keep his life. Very good. Ling Xiao, keep my word. As long as you tell me the truth about your resurrection, I can definitely spare you. Ling Xiao said faintly. He really planned to do so. He believed that the secret he got from Mo Tsung was definitely more meaningful than his life. After all, Mo Tsung wouldn't be able to pose a threat to him in the future. Boom. At this moment, two powerful auras descended. They actually sent Ling Xiao flying in an instant. And Mo Tsung was safe and sound. Ling Xiao, you actually dared to injure my son in broad daylight. Do you really think that the monarch of Divine Phoenix Empire is someone you can bully as you wish? The one who released the terrifying aura that sent Ling Xiao flying was precisely the monarch Feng Ming Wuliang. And the other powerful aura was Medicine King Sun Zai. I'll go take a look at young Master Qingshan's situation first. Medicine King Sun Zai seemed to have no intention of getting involved in the dispute between Feng Ming Wuliang and Ling Xiao. Instead, he turned around to check on the situation of Phoenix Cry Green Mountain. The current Mo Tsung seemed to have escaped from death. He hurriedly hid behind Feng Ming Wuliang. Noble Sword Xianxia couldn't protect him. Feng Ming Wuliang should be able to protect him. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Wuliang and revealed a mocking sneer. You're worthy of being called monarch? Your son came to my Qingshu college to kill me, and I'm not allowed to do anything? It's the father's fault for not teaching him well. As a father, you didn't fulfill any responsibility. How I discipline my son is not up to you to teach him. Feng Ming Wuliang said, then looked at Noble Sword Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you're actually scared by this brat? He only used despicable methods to create an illusion. Illusion? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He did not quite understand what Feng Ming Wuliang was talking about. He's a mere third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He knows that he absolutely can't gain the slightest bit of advantage when facing you head-on. Hence, he used his soul force to forcefully create an illusion to make you feel fear. He's not a soul race clansman. His soul force can't kill people at all. Hence, you don't have to be afraid at all. As long as you have a firm martial Dao heart, you can crack that kind of senseless trick. Feng Ming Wuliang looked at Xianxia indifferently and said, don't forget, you're the 5th-ranked young powerhouse of Last Joy Immortal Island, a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. How can he, a mere martial artist who just advanced to the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, compare with you? If he could defeat you, he wouldn't use this kind of despicable and senseless method. Actually, he's afraid of you. How is this possible? Xianxia was immediately stunned, his face flushing red. He thought that it was because he saw through Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, so he wisely chose to avoid the spearhead. But hearing this, why did it seem like he was frightened by the illusion that Ling Xiao created? This was also too humiliating. Ling Xiao was clearly unable to defeat him, but relied on a senseless trick and completely did not fight, and scared him away. Once this kind of thing spread out, he would really have no face to mingle in the pugilistic world anymore. However, disbelieving was disbelieving. But carefully thinking about Ling Xiao's every action just now, there was really such a possibility. Ling Xiao was clearly only 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, and even just exchanged blows with 2 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. How could he possibly have the strength to spare to exchange blows with him? Too stupid, he was really too stupid, to actually make this kind of low-level mistake. Simply disgraceful. Ling Xiao, am I right? Feng Ming Wuliang looked at Ling Xiao once more and asked indifferently. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Feng Ming Wuliang's words were half right. Dealing with a 5th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was indeed not such an easy thing. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just experienced a battle. His body's consumption was not low. That was why he had chosen to use his soul power to intimidate the other party and force them to back off. But to say that his soul power couldn't kill people, this was purely Feng Ming's ignorance. Ling Xiao had cultivated 2 types of soul secret arts. One was the soul judgment, and the other was the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Both of them could kill, it was just that Feng Ming Wuliang didn't know. However, this old thing was able to see through his thoughts. His eyesight was much better than Xianxia's. As expected of a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm, his insight was not something that others could compare to. Haha, you're right, Your Majesty. I really don't have any strength left to deal with the noble sword, which is why I used such a boring trick to scare him. I just didn't think that he would be so cowardly that he would actually be frightened by me. Ling Xiao smiled and shrugged. What? The instant he heard those words, Xianxia directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Ling Xiao had clearly exhausted a lot of his energy, but he actually managed to scare him with just his cunning and imposing manner. He felt that this was truly too embarrassing. He had never been so embarrassed before. How shameful. This would be the shame of his, the noble sword's, life. Xianxia, why do you have to take this to heart? You're an outstanding disciple of the everlasting joy celestial island and a young genius with a 5th grotto heaven realm cultivation. Your future is bright and splendid. On this path, you may encounter many troubles and difficulties. However, as long as you don't shrink back and face the difficulties head-on, then not only will you not be mocked by others, you'll instead be respected by others. Consider this a lesson. I believe that if you encounter a similar situation again, you won't be like this. To you, this isn't a humiliation, but a valuable experience. The next time Ling Xiao dares to use this kind of trick against you, it won't have any meaning. Since ancient times, small tricks and cleverness have always been the last. True strength is the orthodox. You have the strength, so why should you be afraid of those small tricks? For some reason, Fengming Wuliang actually started to enlighten Xianxia. This monarch was probably used to buying people's hearts. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island was the sect master island of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and Xianxia was the favorite disciple of the 2 vice island masters who held real power. If he could build a good relationship with this person, he could be of use during the Divine Phoenix Empire selection in the future. That was probably what Fengming Wuliang was thinking. Fengming Wuliang's words were like a heavy hammer that fiercely smashed into Xianxia's soul realm. It made him feel that his heart was bright and clear in an instant. He suddenly understood. Ever since he started his cultivation journey, it had really been too smooth. Because of the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island, many people didn't dare to truly become his enemy. Therefore, his martial path was too smooth, and he almost didn't encounter any twists and turns. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a sorry state when he encountered Ling Xiao today. Fengming Wuliang's words were to tell him that this wasn't bad luck, but an opportunity. After experiencing this setback, not only should he not feel humiliated, he would instead become even stronger. Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wuliang and sighed in his heart. No wonder young geniuses all needed a master, this was the reason. Young people might have outstanding talent, but their experience was too shallow after all, and they couldn't withstand the storm at all. If they didn't have a master or an elder to guide them, they might really do some stupid things. Even Ling Xiao had many masters. Although some of them weren't official masters, they had given him a lot of pointers, allowing him to avoid many detours. Thank you for your pointers, monarch. Xianxia will remember your words in his heart. Xianxia bowed 90 degrees, then respectfully bowed towards Fengming Wuliang, then turned and left. Before he left behind a sentence for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, today's matter, let's settle it during the Dragon Phoenix selection. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to grow. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, I'm just afraid that Fengming Wuliang's words won't save you, but harm you instead. You don't need to scare me anymore, it's useless. When the voice came over, Xianxia was already far away. Scaring? Ling Xiao didn't scare Xianxia. He only said that he didn't have the spare strength to deal with Xianxia today, but he didn't say that he couldn't deal with Xianxia. These were two different concepts. If Xianxia wasn't frightened by his soul force, then he might very well use even more intense methods to repel him. At that time, Xianxia would probably be even more defeated. Song, you should leave too. With me around, no one can kill you. Fengming Wuliang turned back to glance at Song and said. Although Song's performance today was really terrible, Fengming Wuliang was also very interested in Song's secret of coming back from the dead. Saving Song might be of great benefit to him, so he naturally had to do so. Thank you for your life-saving grace, monarch. Song cupped his hands joyfully and turned around to leave. However, at this time, Ling Xiao's icy-cold voice suddenly sounded, Leave? Song, you seem to have forgotten something, right? Wanting to leave alive without revealing your secret of coming back from the dead, did I allow it? Did I say you could leave? Ling Xiao looked at Song coldly and said indifferently, Before you leave behind the secret of your resurrection. Otherwise, die. This guy is indeed arrogant. He dares to not give any face to the person that the emperor wants to protect? When the young talents heard Ling Zhao's words, they all frowned. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such arrogant people. He was simply a madman. The emperor and medicine king were both here. What secrets did you still want? Wasn't that a joke? Emote Song sneered and said, Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. I have the emperor's protection now. Do you dare to kill me? Can you kill me? He was not an idiot. He naturally knew that Feng Ming Wuliang protected him for the secret of his resurrection. So he was very proud. This secret of his could still save his life. Facing Ling Xiao, he was actually a little arrogant. You are courting death. Feng Ming Wuliang frowned and said, I said to let him go, so I will let him go. Even if the Moon Maiden came, she would still say the same thing. Do you want the Moon Maiden to be buried with you? As the emperor, Feng Ming Wuliang was really angry. He had the urge to strangle Ling Xiao to death. This boy had not given him face time and time again. He even killed his 9th son and seriously injured his 8th son. Even if he was heartless, he was still his own son. He could kill him, but others could not. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Feng Ming Wuliang, do you still have the time to care about others? You should care about your son, Feng Ming Qingshan. Sun Tzu can't save him. Ling Xiao revealed a sunny smile, but this smile was filled with sarcasm and confidence. Nonsense. Medicine King Sun Tzu is much better than you. You can't save someone, but he can't? Feng Ming Wuliang said disdainfully. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I admit that in terms of medical skills, Medicine King Sun Tzu is a little stronger than me. But Feng Ming Qingshan was injured by me. I know his situation the best. If I say Sun Tzu can't save him, he can't save him. Boy, you dare to look down on this old man? Medicine King Sun Tzu also looked at Ling Xiao with disgust. When they were in Sin City, Ling Xiao didn't give him any face. Now that they were in Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, this boy still didn't give him any face. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had the guts to look down on him like this. Ling Xiao said with a smile. In a moment, this old man will let you know that the title of Medicine King is not just for show. Medicine King Sun Tzu coldly snorted and no longer argued with Ling Xiao. Instead, he lowered his head and continued to examine Phoenix Mountain's injuries. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully, then looked at Feng Ming Wuliang and said, It's said that emperors are heartless. Today, I've seen it for myself. Your own son is in danger, but you only care about protecting an unrelated person. Impressive, hee hee. Stop talking nonsense. We are not Xianxia. We will not be fooled by your stupid words. Feng Ming Wuliang shouted. Do you dare to bet? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Bet? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully. This person, not only was his strength frighteningly strong, he was also so confident in his medical skills. What did he want to bet? Could it be that he wanted to bet whether Feng Ming Qingshan would die? We don't have time to joke with you. Feng Ming Wuliang naturally wouldn't bet, because there were no benefits. As a monarch, betting with a beggar was a loss of face. Ling Xiao didn't force him. He only stared at Emote Song and didn't make a move. He didn't want to make a move on a problem that could be solved without making a move. After all, he had indeed consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. If he really fought, he didn't want to involve the Moon Maiden. Anyway, he was sure that Feng Ming Wuliang would definitely beg him later. That was enough. Emote Song didn't know whether to leave or not. He stood there like a block of wood, frozen. Although he wouldn't die for the time being, it was likely that his secret couldn't be kept. How could this be? He fell into despair once again. Feng Ming Wuliang also didn't speak. He was waiting. Although he didn't want to believe Ling Zhao's words, if Ling Zhao's words were serious, perhaps Emote Song's life could be exchanged for the life of his son. After all, Feng Ming Qingshan was not only his son, but also a young genius with aptitude and talent that many young people couldn't match. It would be a pity if he died. Of course, more importantly, he couldn't bear the responsibility of not saving his own son. Feng Ming Qingshan's mother had a high status in the Ice Phoenix clan. He didn't want to offend his concubine because of this matter. Once he offended her, he was likely to lose power in the Ice Phoenix clan, causing the entire clan to turn to Feng Mingqi. Mountain. That would be terrible. People who engaged in politics thought too much. While Feng Ming Wuliang's mind was in a mess, Medicine King Sun Zai's brows were tightly knitted. Sun Zai's face alternated between red and white. Obviously, he couldn't do anything about Feng Ming Qingshan's injuries. Although he had tried many treatment methods, and even almost healed the external injuries, showing his superb skills, he still couldn't do anything about it. However, Feng Ming Qingshan remained unconscious, and even his breathing became weaker and weaker. Sun Zai, don't force yourself if you can't save him. Anyway, the emperor doesn't care about his son's life or death. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Medicine King Sun Zai's face was gloomy to the extreme. He was actually told by a little brat that he couldn't save Feng Ming Qingshan. Although he thought highly of himself, he didn't want to offend Feng Ming Wuliang. In the end, he stood up helplessly and shook his head. Your Majesty, please forgive this old man for being powerless. Even if the great overarching immortals descended to the mortal world, I'm afraid they can't save him. How could this be? Feng Ming Wuliang was stunned for a moment, revealing a touch of sadness and anger. At least he still had a little bit of feelings. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have doubted whether Feng Ming Qingshan was his biological son. Senior Sun Zai, you are saying this too early. Feng Ming Qingshan is not dead yet. Is it really good to make an assertion so early? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me you can save him? Sun Zai asked coldly. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I injured him. Naturally, I know where his problem lies. It's easy to save him. Is this true? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Medicine King Sun Zai snorted coldly, looked at Feng Ming Wuliang and said, Your Majesty, do you believe this kid's nonsense? Hehe, Feng Ming Qingshan is not your son. Of course, you don't care, but His Majesty the Emperor loves his son very much. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Well, you go and try. If you save him, today's matter will be written off. I will never trouble you. Feng Ming Wuliang pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. Saving his son or saving his face actually made it so difficult for him to choose. There was no one else like him. End of chapter 1400. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.